CHFN was reborn into the body of an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years, only to discover that he possessed no cultivation. Yet, unexpectedly, a system manifested itself. However, this system seemed rather unconventional, designating him as the patriarch of Han Zng and urging him to elevate the sect to great heights. Fear not, my female disciples. With me, your patriarch, here, no one shall dare to bully you. Chapter 1. I shall protect you. Cast away your worries and embrace the freedom of this world. Those with frail constitutions should tread carefully upon finishing this tome. Your beauty shall surely blossom. Jiayu, my dear junior sister, do you truly wish for your sister to be sent to Lihu Zng as a furnace? If you accompany me just once, I could persuade my master to ensure your sister's name remains absent from that list. At the forbidden grounds of Han Zng, outside a cave, a middle-aged man scrutinized the woman before him, who appeared to be utterly pitiful. Today, he and Lin Jiayu had been assigned to guard the secluded area, a serendipitous opportunity for a solitary man and a woman. Here, no third party would intrude at Yolin. How could you act in such a manner? I never expected you to be this type of person. I thought you were different from other Injai gazed at Yolin, disappointment flickering in her eyes. She had believed him to be a man of integrity, only to discover that he would resort to threatening her with her sister. Yolin sneered, dropping the pretense. Consider your options, I am not coercing you. With his hands clasped behind his back, he feigned seriousness. Imagine if your sister were sent to Lihu Zng, what a tragic fate awaits her. Who knows if she could last a month, let alone 2. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiayu's brows furrowed. After a moment's contemplation, she bit her silver teeth and muttered, just once? Indeed, just once. Yolin licked his lips, elated at the prospect of first encounter, knowing that it would likely lead to a second. After all, Han Zng was required to send a batch of low cultivation female disciples each month. He could continue to leverage this advantage. Observing her bashful demeanor brought him immense joy. Junior sister, please, not here. What if another disciple sees us? Moreover, it is broad daylight, perhaps we should wait until nightfall? Junior sister, I cannot wait any longer. I have longed for this day for 3 years. Do you have any idea how I have endured these 3 years? I have been reduced to mere fantasies. Rest assured, this is a forbidden area not even a ghost would come by. What do you fear? Shall we venture a little deeper into the cave? It is quite expansive, and we cannot be certain of what lies within. As he spoke, he pulled her further inside, captivated by her alluring shyness. Brother, please stop. Can you not let me go? Gazing into the depths of the cave, Lin Jiayu felt a swell of grievance as she was slowly drawn further in. Release her. Under the broad daylight, how can a disciple of our sect engage in such oppressive behavior? Unexpectedly, at that moment, a disheveled man with tattered clothing and a wild beard emerged from the shadows. Ah! Both were startled, their bodies trembling at the sight of another presence. The forbidden grounds had been watched over for countless years. Ever since they joined the sect, no one was permitted entry, not even their sect leader. The specific circumstances within remained a mystery, unexamined by anyone. Upon seeing this old patriarch emerge from seclusion, should you not hasten to kneel? CHFN glared, brimming with righteous indignation. He never anticipated being reborn into the form of such an ancient entity. Originally, he was but a mere supporting character, until an unforeseen event granted him this second chance. From the memories of the original owner, he learned that he too was named CHFN, the founding patriarch of Jiang Zng, who had taken on 2 disciples, 1 male and 1 female. Through over 1,000 years of cultivation, he had transformed the sect into the most formidable in the realm, nearing ascension and preparing for a seclusion to break through. His bottleneck, instructing his disciples to guard the cave's entrance. While attempting to break through, an unsteady mind led him to expel a mouthful of old blood, leading to his untimely demise. Now that he found himself in such a formidable form, what was there to fear? Yet, upon stepping out of the cave, he encountered a male disciple attempting to bully a female disciple, igniting the original owner's chivalrous spirit, thus leading to the scene. That unfolded. You are the patriarch of our sect? I have never heard of an ancestor residing in the forbidden area. Yolin, feeling guilty, was taken aback but quickly donned a mask of confusion. Dare you question this old patriarch? Preposterous. CHFN scoffed coldly. It appears you two are newly inducted disciples of the sect. I am your founding patriarch. It is unsurprising that you have not heard of me. With a clenched fist, he pointed at Bjorn. I despise those who bully the weak perish. However, the next moment left him speechless. What was happening? Why did no spiritual energy emerge from his finger? Previously, he was hailed as the strongest in the world. A mere flick could have obliterated his opponent. Yet now, the atmosphere grew awkward. Quickly, he probed his own spiritual energy and nearly fainted. His cultivation was gone. After millennia of cultivation, he was on the cusp of ascension, yet it had vanished entirely. What was the meaning of this? I understand now. Upon his death, the spiritual energy within him gradually dissipated, nourishing his body in the process, thus preventing decay. CHFN swiftly deduced that the man had been dead for countless years without cultivation. Even in death, the depletion of spiritual energy occurred at a glacial pace. He felt a twinge of helplessness. How could he continue to flaunt his prowess in this state? Observing Bjorn's bewildered expression, CHFN feigned composure and waved his hand dismissively. Very well, that I shall spare your life this time, considering it your first offense. Bjorn broke into a cold sweat. The patriarch's words and demeanor exuded an overwhelming authority, unmistakably a figure with countless lives on his conscience. Thank you, esteemed patriarch, for your mercy. Bjorn trembled, unable to meet the old man's gaze. Go summon YFN and Lee SHSH. They must come see me at once. Inform them that their master has emerged from seclusion. CHFN gestured, and half of his tattered sleeve fell away with emotion. Despite this, he remained hopeful for the future. Understood, venerable one. Bjorn hurriedly prepared to depart, but soon furrowed his brow and turned back awkwardly. Venerable one, I have not heard of these two individuals. You have not heard of them? CHFN frowned in confusion. How could there be individuals in the sect who had never heard of his disciples' names? Has the sect leadership changed? What is their name now? After contemplating, he murmured, It seems I have been in seclusion for far too long. Perhaps they have ascended. Patriarch, our current leader is YYNJ. Bjorn clasped his hands respectfully. He longed to gauge the patriarch's cultivation, but dared not. The man claimed to be their ancestor, and his strength was likely unfathomable. If discovered, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Then go and summon her, bringing along several elders to welcome this old patriarch from seclusion. CHFN waved his hand. Additionally, fetch me some decent clothing. I have been in seclusion for far too long, and my garments are in tatters. Understood. I shall report this immediately. Buyao Yin was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend why a strong individual's attire could be so easily torn. Casting a cautious glance at Chu Fan, he obediently departed to report back. Thank you for your assistance, ancestor. Lu Qingyue's eyes brimmed with gratitude. Come here. Let me take a good look at you, Chu Fan beckoned. She approached, visibly apprehensive. How is it possible that our sect's female disciples are so stunning? Your figure is truly remarkable. Gazing at her delicate and captivating demeanor, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement within him. Rest assured, I, your ancestor, shall protect you from now on. Lu Qingyue noticed the old man staring at her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Was this ancestor truly so lecherous? Ding. Congratulations, host. Detection indicates that you possess a love for beauty, combined with the 9-yang divine body, making you suitable for cultivating the He Huan technique. He Huan system binding in progress. System binding successful. Chu Fan was taken aback without seeking his consent. The system had bound itself to him directly. The He Huan system? It sounded rather peculiar and unsettling. Chapter 2. The Cunning Old Man. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? The system's voice chimed again, this time in a sweet and melodious female tone, which was quite pleasant to the ears. Of course, I shall open it. With this system, my cultivation will surely advance more swiftly. The He Huan system sounds rather exhilarating. Feeling elated, Chu Fan chose to unveil the gift pack. Although he had lost his cultivation, the arrival of the system provided hope. Beginner's gift pack. Opening now. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 power pills. Congratulations, host. You have received a bottle of 7 steps He Huan powder. One bottle is equivalent to two. Usable 10 times. Congratulations, host. You have received a pair of black stockings. Wearing these will enhance your allure, confounding foes, and elevating combat prowess. Note, effective for females. Useless for male hosts. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a volume of the He Huan Divine Art, an imperial-grade advanced technique. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 flying talismans, each capable of flight for 1 hour. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a top-tier storage ring, now adorning your left hand. Everything you acquire will be stored within. Congratulations, host. Detection indicates that you possess no cultivation, rendering the storage ring unusable. Therefore, I will forcibly infuse spiritual energy into you, elevating you to the first-rank Qi practitioner. Congratulations, host. You have ascended to first-rank Qi practitioner. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a secret technique to conceal internal spiritual energy fluctuations. Training complete. The relentless stream of announcements left Chu Fan utterly bewildered. What in the world were all these items? Stockings? Power pills? 7 steps, He Huan powder? He felt as if the system was even more brazen than he was. Is that all? With the cessation of the system's voice, Chu Fan felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. He quickly concealed his spiritual energy fluctuations, fearing detection as a first-rank Qi practitioner might jeopardize his life. However, the technique was indeed impressive. In this realm, cultivation techniques were categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, with heaven being the highest and yellow the lowest. It was rumored that imperial-grade techniques existed, yet even in his previous life, Chu Fan had never encountered one. In his past, Chu Fan had astonishing talent, nearing ascension after over 1,000 years of cultivation, yet he had only practiced a low-tier heaven technique. This time, the system had bestowed upon him an advanced imperial-grade technique. Moreover, the system appeared rather humane, recognizing Chu Fan's lack of cultivation and forcibly elevating his rank. But what was his first-rank Qi practitioner business? Was it not a bit too stingy? In the future, the system will issue tasks based on circumstances. Completing these tasks will reward you with system rewards. The ultimate goal for the host is to establish the strongest He Huan sect. The system's voice faded into silence. Thank you, ancestor. May I ask what your cultivation level is? Lu Qingwei inquired softly, lifting her gaze. A jolt of anxiety coursed through Chu Fan. He was uncertain of the current external situation. If his disciple discovered that he was merely a first-rank Qi practitioner, would she turn against him? Although he felt the likelihood was slim, one could never truly know a person's heart. Thus, he resolved to keep some secrets. He immediately adopted a stern expression, saying, "You, young lady, cannot casually inquire about this ancestor's cultivation level." Realizing her impudence, Lu Qingyue suddenly knelt, pleading, "Ancestor, spare me. Our He Huan sect is currently in decline, subjected to the whims of other sects, trampled upon. The sect leader is at a loss, burdened with worry. Now that you have emerged, I naturally wish to know if your cultivation is high enough to restore our He Huan sect's former glory." He Huan sect. Chu Fan was once again taken aback. Wait, had he not established the Jiuyangshan sect? How had it transformed into the He Huan sect? If the leader of the He Huan sect were to learn that he was the ancestor of the Jiuyangshan sect, would he not be torn to shreds and fed to the dogs for his audacity? Yet, the system's ultimate goal was to build the strongest He Huan sect. Here was an established foundation. He merely needed to strengthen the sect, which saved him from the trouble of creating one anew. However, as he gazed at the opposing peak, it remained flat, albeit with an abundance of trees. He recalled that it was the very mountain he had cleaved during a battle with an enemy long ago. This location was undoubtedly once the Jiuyangshan sect. But how could such a grand sect have devolved into a fading He Huan sect? Ding. System task triggered. Steal Lu Qingyue's first kiss to receive a system reward, a pair of fist of instant death gloves, capable of annihilating any cultivation. Complete the task to receive 5 gloves. He was startled as the system's voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. A surge of excitement coursed through Chu Fan. Instant death with a single punch? Moreover, it could obliterate any cultivation? Good heavens, these gloves were extraordinarily formidable. And 5 gloves? Why not 5 pairs? He was astounded by this reward. Will you accept the task? Failure will result in a 2-centimeter reduction in your... Well, 10, 9 at the countdown had commenced that I accept. Realizing he had no time for contemplation, Chu Fan resolutely accepted the task. Although a reduction of 2 centimeters still left him with 18, he was determined not to fail this task. To save his life, he had no choice but to accept. Ancestor, can you forgive me? I truly do not wish for my sister to be sent to the Joyful Sect this month, to serve as a cauldron for those male cultivators. Lu Qingyue, kneeling on the ground, slowly raised her head, her expression one of utter vulnerability, evoking sympathy from Chu Fan. The female disciples of the Reborn sect were indeed enchanting. Moreover, the system had just indicated that he needed to steal her first kiss, implying that this young lady was still. Hit. Considering your deep bond with your sister, this ancestor shall spare you from death. However, my dignity cannot be trampled. While death may be forgiven, living punishment cannot be evaded. Chu Fan declared solemnly, stand up and come before me. Thank you for your mercy, ancestor. Lu Qingyue rose and cautiously approached Chu Fan, uncertain of what this seemingly wild ancestor intended to do or how he would reprimand her. Close your eyes. I shall administer your punishment shortly. Chu Fan maintained a serious demeanor, appearing far from the intention of wrongdoing. Oh, very well, ancestor. In this world, the strong reign supreme. The Reborn sect had fallen behind, subjected to the oppression of the nearby Joyful sect, forced to send female disciples monthly as offerings. Sect leader Yi Yanji despised such humiliation, yet refusing would incite an attack on their sect, leading to a potential bloodbath for the Reborn sect. In the presence of the powerful, the weak resemble mere ants. Any act of defiance could lead to their swift demise. When the ancestor declared an intention to punish her, Lu Qingyue dared not exhibit the slightest resistance or harbor any doubts. Chu Fan gazed upon her alluring crimson lips, unable to suppress a gulp of anticipation, and impulsively embraced her, pressing his lips against hers in a fervent kiss. Lu Qingyue was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide open, her mind buzzing. Was this truly the punishment the ancestor had spoken of? Goodness, could the ancestor possibly intend to engage in such acts with me? This is disastrous. I feel as though I have chased away a little lecher only to be confronted by an old lecher. Surely the ancestor would not be so brazen as to take advantage of me. What shall I do? Oh dear, why must I be so unfortunate? Tears streamed down Lu Qingyue's cheeks as she lamented her fate, having been forcefully kissed by a lecherous old man, a truly insidious figure. Chapter 3. Transcending the ordinary. My goodness, this sensation is utterly delightful. Lu Qingyue's lips are soft and sweet, an exquisite pleasure. Her little tongue is surprisingly playful, evading my advances. Moreover, there is a subtle fragrance of maidenhood about her, igniting a fiery passion within me, making it hard to part after sealing our lips. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed, announcing the arrival of the ancestor, the sect leader, and the grand elder. Buyaoyan, accompanied by Yi Yanji and 3 enchanting middle-aged matriarchs, all exuding a graceful elegance, entered the scene as elders of the Reborn sect. Upon seeing an elderly man kissing the coveted Lu Qingyue, Buyaoyan's heart seethed with resentment. This old man, who had just moments ago displayed such righteous demeanor, turned out to be of the same ilk as himself. Congratulations, host, for swiftly completing the task in a shameless manner, earning a reward of 5 instant-kill gloves. The system's voice chimed in, laced with a hint of disdain. Chu Fan was left speechless. What did it mean to accomplish the task shamelessly? It was clearly a display of wit. Reluctantly, he released Lu Qingyue, noticing the tears at the corners of her eyes. Internally, he was baffled. It was just a kiss, not some grave transgression. Why the tears? Spotting the 4 formidable figures and Buyaoyan gazing at him, Chu Fan clasped his hands behind his back, adopting an air of superiority. He addressed Lu Qingyue. This ancestor is gallant and imposing. You just inquired about matters best left unasked. I spared your life, merely kissing you as punishment. As for the tears, he continued, in my prime, I was a force to be reckoned with, the strongest in the realm. I had countless sect maidens and sorceresses yearning to marry me. However, I devoted myself to cultivation, shunning worldly affairs, ignoring all. Hearing this, Yi Yinjie and the three female elders were taken aback. Was this old man serious? Surely, no one would reject him, right? Regardless of whether he was truly their sect's ancestor, he certainly had a knack for boasting. Ancestor, I assure you, my tears are not from disdain for your age. I am simply overwhelmed with emotion at being kissed by you. Lu Qingwei responded timidly, fearing his wrath. Ahem, so it was emotion. No need for such sentiment. Should you feel moved, I shall return to seek you again. Chu Fan coughed awkwardly, contemplating how this girl was rather adept at spinning tales. However, he soon realized, did you just call me an old man? I believe I resemble a dashing middle-aged gentleman, do I not? From the original host's memories, he appeared as a tall, imposing figure, a striking man in his 30s, exuding a commanding presence. How could she label him as elderly? Host, your current appearance indeed resembles that of an old man. I can lend you a mirror, which you may store in your spatial ring, for a look. Even the system couldn't resist offering him a mirror. Discovering a mirror within his spatial ring, Chu Fan took it out and was startled by his reflection. His hair was disheveled, his clothes soiled, and his beard unkempt. Due to the depletion of spiritual energy within him, his form had withered considerably, making him appear much older, akin to a man in his 50s or 60s. Embarrassed, he stowed the mirror away and flashed a smile at Lu Qingwei. Fear not, fair maiden. My disheveled state is merely due to prolonged seclusion without sustenance. Give me a few days to groom myself, and you may find yourself enamored by my charm. Lu Qingwei chuckled through her tears, realizing the old man possessed a touch of humor. Ancestor, our sect has always been led by women. Even the elders are chosen solely from among the female disciples. How could an old man be our ancestor? At that moment, the Grand Elder scrutinized Chu Fan for a while before voicing her doubts. Yi Yinjie frowned, equally perplexed, while Chu Fan conversed with Lu Qingwei. She had discreetly assessed his cultivation, but found herself unable to perceive any spiritual fluctuations. Had he truly reached a state of transcendence, merging with the ordinary? Indeed, Bu Yaolian suddenly grasped the situation. Sect leader, this man is likely not our sect's ancestor, but rather a lecherous old fool impersonating him. And he has audaciously taken liberties with junior sister Qingwei. With that, he pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Fan, declaring, this man must be punished. Lu Qingwei was utterly bewildered. Was this old man who had kissed her truly not the sect's ancestor? If so, she had been taken advantage of without gaining any benefit. After all, he had promised to ensure her sister would not be sent to the Liuhua sect as a furnace. Just then, a resounding slap echoed as Yi Yinjie struck Bu Yaolian's face. Do you think you have a right to speak here? Bu Yaolian gritted his teeth. Bowing his head and covering his face, silenced. Yi Yinjie then turned to Lu Qingwei. Qingwei, you and your companions have remained outside the cave, correct? You have not left at all? This elder emerged from within. Yes? Lu Qingwei nodded. Yes, sect leader. We have been stationed outside. And this elder indeed emerged from the forbidden cave. Yi Yinjie nodded. This cave has been under constant surveillance by the previous 17 sect leaders, day and night. Until now, I am the 18th sect leader of Huan sect. To my knowledge, no one has emerged from within for centuries. It is evident how long the elder has been inside, how long he has lived. At this point, Yi Yinjie paused before continuing, thus, it stands to reason that the elder must be a being who has existed for thousands of years, possessing unfathomable cultivation. Bu Yaolian, how dare you question the elder's identity? Thousands of years? Have I truly been in seclusion for that long? Chu Fan was equally stunned. No wonder the sect leader had never encountered him. A millennium had passed. It appeared that the effects of the icy bed had slowed the depletion of his internal spiritual energy, preventing his body from decaying over the centuries. Elder, are you saying you are unaware of how long you have been in seclusion? Yi Yinjie and the three elders exchanged bewildered glances, all utterly perplexed. Chapter 4. A plea for ancestor as aid to Huan sect. Chu Fan nodded. This ancestor is deeply engrossed in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a millennium has passed. Quite normal indeed. Yi Yinjie and the others were left speechless. Who meditates for a millennium? A millennium is hardly a mere blink. Ancestor, what is your name? Yi Yinjie cautiously inquired. Since he claimed to be their sect's ancestor, and given their current plight, if he were willing to assist, Huan sect might have a chance at revival. Desperate, she decided to take a chance. Chu Fan, he declared earnestly, while you may not recognize me, You are surely familiar with my two esteemed disciples, Yi Fan and Lu Shi. Yi Fan? Lu Shi? Yi Yinjie furrowed her brow, quickly recalling something. Lu Shi. That name sounds somewhat familiar. I feel I have heard it somewhere before. After pondering for a moment, Yi Yinjie's eyes lit up as she addressed Chu Fan, ancestor. Please accompany us to the main hall. Behind the main hall lies a secret chamber that records the names and deeds of every sect leader of Yuan sect. Chu Fan's eyes brightened. At this juncture, he was uncertain of his next steps, and the beauty of the sect's leaders and female disciples was captivating. Moreover, the system's ultimate goal for him was to establish the most formidable Yuan sect. Thus, Chu Fan must remain. He nodded and glanced at Bu Yaolian, reflecting on how this individual had previously exploited the authority of his master to coerce and entice this disciple of Lu Qingwei into compromising situations. Such conduct cannot be tolerated in our sect. Understood. The Grand Elder waved his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that instantly obliterated Bu Yaolian before he could react. Who is his master? Chu Fan inquired once more. His master is a steward in our sect responsible for registering female disciples sent to the Lihua sect. Bu Yaolian has frequently leveraged this position to coerce female disciples, promising them an additional month of opportunity if they comply. Lu Qingwei interjected. Grand Elder, this steward. Chu Fan replied with a cold smile. You may eliminate him. Such a scourge cannot be allowed to persist. As you command. The other party clasped their hands and departed swiftly. Sect Master, shall we continue to guard this cave? Yi Yinjie looked towards Chu Fan, seeking his opinion. Chu Fan smiled slightly. For these years, I have entrusted the disciples with the task of guarding it for my protection. Now that this old ancestor has emerged from seclusion, there is no need for further vigilance here. Aside from an icy bed, there is nothing else within. Yi Yinjie then addressed Lu Qingwei. No need for guards. You may leave for now. After bowing, Lu Qingwei took flight. Ancestor, we have prepared clothing for you. Would you like a change? Yi Yinjie observed the disheveled elder and revealed a set of men's garments. I am unsure if they will fit. Ahem, please wait a moment. Chu Fan took the garments and stepped inside. After changing, Chu Fan emerged looking considerably more spirited than before. Ancestor, we shall lead the way. Yi Yanji, along with the second and third elders, soared into the air. Chu Fan felt somewhat speechless. With his current cultivation as a Qi practitioner, he was unable to fly. His earlier restraint in eliminating Yaolian was not due to disdain. Rather, he was simply outmatched. He feared that leaving Bu Yaolian alive might expose him to future threats from his master. Thus he had the Grand Elder eliminate both master and disciple. The flying talisman. Soon, Chu Fan recalled the flying talisman provided by the system. With a thought, he placed his hand within his sleeve and produced a flying talisman, crushing it in an instant. Immediately, a golden light surged into Chu Fan's body, lifting him into the air with a mere thought. This talisman allows flight for only 1 hour, yet it suffices. At that moment, Yi Yinjie had already flown some distance ahead with the others. Noticing Chu Fan lagging behind, she frowned and halted to wait for him. The second elder, equally astonished, exclaimed, Sect Master, it appears our sect is saved. The ancestor has likely reached a transcendent level of cultivation, which is why we cannot discern his true abilities. The third elder expressed his deep admiration. The ancestor has been in seclusion for thousands of years, undoubtedly to cultivate formidable techniques. Such determination is beyond that of ordinary individuals. After a brief contemplation, Yi Yinjie stated, Remember, regardless of whether he is indeed our sect's ancestor, since he claims to be, we must treat him with utmost respect. At this point, Yi Yinjie paused before continuing. His longevity suggests a lifespan exceeding 10,000 years. One can only imagine the depth of his cultivation. Upon seeing Chu Fan approaching, the three immediately fell silent, leading the way ahead. Ancestor, why does your speed seem somewhat sluggish? After flying for a while, the third elder noticed Chu Fan's pace was quite slow and awkwardly laughed. Chu Fan replied with a sigh, We're not in a hurry. Flying slowly is no issue. He felt a tinge of exasperation. The speed of this flying talisman seemed only comparable to that of a third rankling zone cultivator, and using one would mean losing one. While it took Yi Yinjie and the others merely 2 minutes to cover the distance, Chu Fan took 6 or 7 minutes to reach the palace. Upon arriving at the palace entrance, the Grand Elder awaited him. The Grand Elder, Shi Hen Shuang, smiled slightly and approached. Ancestor, I have slain Bu Yaolian's master. Yi Qiu, he was indeed no good. From his storage ring, we uncovered numerous personal garments belonging to female disciples, which is utterly despicable, and they were all labeled with names. Chu Fan felt a sense of embarrassment. Even he, a bit eccentric, found Yi Qiu's behavior rather disturbing. Grand Elder, what is your name? I appreciate your efforts earlier. Chu Fan merely nodded, concealing his thoughts. The Grand Elder chuckled. My name is Shi Hen Shuang. It is a delightful honor to serve the ancestor. Delightful? Chu Fan's expression turned slightly peculiar. The name was indeed memorable. Shi Hen Shuang felt a bit shy, not expecting the ancestor to refer to him in such an endearing manner. This elder seemed rather lecherous as well. Soon, Yi Yinjia led Chu Fan into a secret chamber. On the stone walls, there were portraits of various women, accompanied by inscriptions. Ancestor. Typically, only the current sect master can enter here after finding the next successor to leave their name and introduction, which means I should not have been allowed. But today is exceptional, Yi Yinjia explained while pointing to a portrait. This is my master, Ling Shui, the 17th sect master. However, she perished in battle. Chu Fan note that, stepping forward, observing the portraits of women depicted with sword chi etched into the stone walls, listing the names of the 16th and 15th sect masters. As he reached the innermost position and beheld the familiar figure, tears streamed down Chu Fan's face. The first sect master of the Huan sect is indeed my disciple. Lu Shi. Clenching his fists, Chu Fan lamented. Shi, what has transpired? Where has my esteemed Juyang Shinzong, the foremost sect in the world, disappeared to? Why did you establish the Huan sect? I recall my master mentioning that our founding ancestor was named Lu Shi. No wonder it felt familiar when you mentioned it earlier. My master only mentioned it once, and I failed to recall it. After Yi Yinjia finished speaking, she knelt down. Ancestor, you are the master of our founding ancestor, which makes you our founding ancestor as well. I implore you to save our Huan sect. We beseech the ancestor to rescue the Huan sect. The other three elders also knelt down. Chapter 5. No more female disciples will be sent to be used as furnaces. Rest assured, this sect was established by my disciple, so it is akin to my own creation. Chu Fan smiled gently at them. I shall not allow the sect established with great effort by my disciple to decline. I, Chu Fan, will lead everyone towards the splendor of the Huan sect. Hearing this, the others felt a newfound sense of assurance. Ladies, please rise. Chu Fan chuckled and continued. I've been in seclusion for far too long. I am unaware of the current situation of the Huan sect and the world at large. I kindly request you to enlighten me about the present circumstances. Yi Yinjia and the others felt a surge of joy. With such a powerful ancestor as their support, they suddenly gained confidence. Yi Yinjia smiled and began to explain the current state of affairs to Chu Fan. This location lies beneath the southern county in the Dayan Kingdom, which possesses numerous sects and powers. Many years ago, the Huan sect was a formidable sect predominantly composed of female disciples. Particularly, the founding ancestor, Chu Fan's female disciple Lu Shi, possessed extraordinary talent and created a nefarious technique. Under normal circumstances, the Huan sect could thrive on the dual cultivation methods between men and women, allowing for swifter cultivation and enhancement of their abilities compared to ordinary practitioners. The disciples of H.H. Anzing typically have their preferred dual cultivation partners, always entering and exiting in pairs of one male and one female. Of course, there are instances where a man has multiple female companions as his cultivation partners, and such men are usually of exceptional caliber. However, Li SH devised a malevolent technique that can forcibly drain a male partner's cultivation during dual cultivation, treating him as nothing more than a furnace, completely depleting his essence. In severe cases, it can even lead to fatalities. Some female disciples of H.H.N.'s upon acquiring this technique, became notoriously debauched, resulting in the demise of numerous male disciples from other sections. Eventually, Li SH ascended, and other sects united to exterminate H.H.N.'s, branding it as a demonic sect, which led to a great war. H.H.N.'s gradually fell into decline. By the time of the 17th sect master, Ing Su, the inheritance of that evil technique had long been severed, and H.H.N.'s had reformed, no longer employing coercive means to seize others' cultivation. Yet, some sects still viewed H.H.N.'s as a demonic sect, and despite the explanations of its disciples asserting its legitimacy, no one believed them. A few years ago, another sect attacked H.H. Anzing, leading to the death of sect master Ling Su, although she managed to severely injure the opposing sect's master before withdrawing. At this juncture, a second-rate sect from D.Y.N.Gu, H.N. Ling Ziying, extended an olive branch to H.H. Anzing, inviting them to join their ranks, promising protection in exchange for a yearly tribute of cultivation resources. Newly appointed sect master Y.Y. Nujizi had no choice but to acquiesce. D.Y.N.Gu is home to significant powers, with 3 colossal sects that none dare provoke. Beneath these 3 sects lie 8 prominent forces, one of which is H.N. Ling Ziying, which has emerged as a second-rate sect through years of sectarian conflict. Under their protection, H.H. Anzing has found some respite, as fewer sects dare to confront them directly. Yet, nearby, there exists Lihu Ziying, which, being affiliated with H.N. Ling Ziying and significantly stronger than H.H. Anzing, frequently bullies them. H.N. Ling Ziying has recently been preoccupied with skirmishes against another second-rate sect, Ziying Ziying, and has neglected the troubles posed by Lihu Ziying. CHFN clenched his fists in anger upon hearing this. He recalled encountering several unscrupulous individuals in his past life who borrowed money without repayment, and now, in this new life, he found himself facing a similar situation, which resonated deeply with him. SHHN Shu Ing also expressed his frustration, acknowledging their excessive behavior, while admitting that they were no match for Lihu Ziying. Each month, they had to select 50 disciples of lower cultivation to appease the stronger sect, fearing a massacre of their own. Wait, did you say they want you to send female disciples to reward their male disciples? Why reward them? CHFN furrowed his brow in confusion. Because they are more powerful. HH Anzing is merely a third-rate sect, significantly inferior to them. Lihu Ziying boasts several first-grade spirit kings, and, with their larger numbers, has taken advantage of our plight. Recently, due to conflicts between HN Ling Ziying and Ziying Ziying, they have sent elders to assist. YY New Jersey side, our elders are all at the 9th grade spirit master level, and our sect is relatively weak and small, unable to offer much help. SHHN Shuing added, HN Ling Ziying looks down on us, seeing our lack of spirit kings. Even though they know Lihu Ziying is bullying us, they choose to ignore it. CHFN smiled wryly, yet they still accept your annual resources. It seems the people of HN Ling Ziying are not virtuous. YY New Jersey lamented, the world is chaotic. Many years ago, foreign tribes invaded and were repelled by the continent's powerful beings, but recently, these tribes have begun to stir again, and many major powers are on guard against them. She paused before continuing. Currently, wars frequently erupt between various nations, and many factions within D.Y.N.Gu engage in conflict over cultivation resources, devouring one another. One misstep, and a sect could vanish. SHHN Shu Ing frowned, reflecting, indeed, HHN is a legitimate sect, yet disciples from numerous sects still bully ours, branding us as a demonic sect. This world is harsh. The lives of the weak are as insignificant as weeds. CHFN slightly furrowed his brow. As the strongest being on the continent in his previous life, he was acutely aware of the predatory nature of this world. However, during his tenure leading G.Y.Ing SHNZ Ing, many sects were relatively compliant. Although the continent was chaotic, it was not as tumultuous as it is now. It seems that conditions have worsened. Clearly, I must devise a means to elevate my cultivation swiftly to ensure my own safety. Although the fist that can annihilate opponents is impressive, the 5 gloves indicate I can only use it 5 times. CHFN began to contemplate his next steps. He dared not disclose his true first-grade Qi practitioner status to YY New Jersey and the others, as they currently regarded him with reverence, believing him to be a formidable being. If they were to learn he was merely a first-grade Qi practitioner, they might deem him of no value and dispose of him. Rest assured, I shall emerge from seclusion, and there will be no female disciples sent to Lihu Ziying as furnaces ever again. CHFN cast a serious glance at them. Chapter 6. I fear being the subject of gossip. That would be truly wonderful. Upon hearing this, YY New Jersey and the others were filled with ecstatic joy. This elder was reliable. By the way, wasn't there an abundance of formidable techniques, powerful martial arts, and treasures in the original owner's storage ring? It should also contain high-grade elixirs. Quickly, CHFN glanced at his left hand, his eyes lighting up. He wore 2 storage rings on that hand, one provided by the system, and the other, appearing quite ancient, belonged to the original owner. How about this? I have heavenly-grade martial techniques, formidable weapons, and high-grade elixirs in my storage ring. I will share some with you, allowing you to significantly enhance your strength in a short time. CHFN smiled slightly, adopting a lofty demeanor. Thank you, Elder. YY New Jersey and the others rejoiced, their faces brightening with smiles. This was monumental news. This elder was indeed extraordinary. Elder, you are truly remarkable. Second Elder M.R.N. observed that this elder before them did not appear as old as he seemed. Third Elder B.I.R.Y.N. also smiled faintly. Her eyes filled with anticipation. However, when CHFN examined the storage ring, he was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning dull. CHFN frowned. Had his face not been somewhat dirty, it would have been evident how distressed he felt. What is wrong, Elder? Inuyasi inkuayeth. CHFN removed the storage ring and handed it to her. You will see for yourself. I distinctly remember that before I entered seclusion, this storage ring was filled with treasures. Now it is empty. Empty? How could that be? The 4 women were instantly dumbfounded. Having believed they could turn their fortunes around with the treasures CHFN possessed, relying on elixirs to boost their cultivation and martial arts to enhance their combat prowess. With that, HHN Zing could contend with Li Hu Ziying. Little did they expect the elder to reveal that the storage ring was devoid of contents. Elder, you must be joking. How could this happen? With your profound cultivation, who could have possibly taken everything from your storage ring? SHHN Shuing appeared tall and imposing in his flowing purple robe. MRN, with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, pondered aloud, indeed. With the ancestor's profound cultivation, how could his treasured items within the storage ring possibly vanish? Were they stolen? Why New Jersey interjected, for so many years. Our sect has kept disciples stationed outside, preventing anyone from entering. It is improbable that they could have been taken. CHFN felt a sudden unease. Could it be that after his prolonged seclusion, his 2 disciples had entered, discovered his demise, and taken all the treasures from the storage ring? If that were not the case, why had G.Y.ing S.H. Enzying disappeared? Why had his female disciple, Li SHSH, established such a sect as HUNZing? Furthermore, was not Li SHSH a gentle and obedient girl? How could she create such a wicked technique that forcibly siphoned the cultivation of men? Surely, something monumental must have transpired after his passing to lead to such events. It turned out to be due to the peculiar nature of the technique. Indeed, such a unique practice could induce a state of false death, explaining why he remained unaware of the treasures lost within his storage ring. Fortunately, MRN and the others found CHFN's explanation quite reasonable. After all, who could possibly seize treasures from a powerful figure? Ding. System task. The system detected that the 4 enchanting ladies before the host all yearned to break through to the first-grade Spirit King realm, and it requested that Sect Master YY New Jersey bestow upon you a loving embrace lasting over a minute. A reward of 10 pairs of stockings awaits. The task duration is 7 days. Will you accept the task? Failure to complete the task will result in a penalty, reducing your cultivation. The system's voice unexpectedly echoed. Upon hearing this, CHFN's lips twitched slightly. Currently, he possessed merely the cultivation of a first-grade Chi practitioner, the lowest level among practitioners. If he failed this task, would he not revert to being a non-cultivator? The thought filled him with disdain. Moreover, an embrace lasting over a minute? YY New Jersey exuded an air of aloof beauty, instilling a sense of trepidation in him. The challenge of such an embrace was considerable. System, what sort of task is this? Shouldn't you reward elixirs for those striving to break through to the first-grade Spirit King? Why stockings? CHFN grimaced internally, silently conversing with the system. First, the host just mentioned that there are no elixirs within the storage ring. If you quickly produce elixirs for them, it would be inconvenient for the host to explain. Second, when worn, they can enchant enemies and enhance combat prowess, making it feasible to defeat foes of higher grades. A first-grade Spirit King would not stand a chance. The system explained helplessly. Host, wasn't there an explanation regarding the stockings functions in the new player gift pack? Pay attention in class, or there will be consequences next time. CHFN felt embarrassed. It seemed that wearing stockings could indeed enhance strength. For the sake of the sect's development, this did not appear unreasonable. Without further hesitation, he chose to accept the task. Just an embrace lasting a minute, although they were not very familiar. New Jersey should not refuse for the sake of the sect's growth. However, feeling somewhat bashful, he decided to tidy himself up a bit before approaching her. Ahem, let's head outside first. I have just emerged from seclusion and am somewhat fatigued. Sect Master Y, please come see me again in the morning. I still have some questions to ask. After contemplating, CHFN reassured the others, do not worry. The absence of those treasures is of no concern. With me, the ancestor, present. Anyone who dares to bully HUNZ is courting death. With a mischievous smile, he added, moreover, I possess numerous techniques to help you grow stronger. Hearing CHFN's confident words, the four felt a sense of comfort, rekindling a glimmer of hope for HUNZ. It seemed that their sect was indeed on the verge of resurgence. Once outside the secret chamber, New Jersey suggested, Ancestor, why not reside near my quarters? I live in the courtyard behind this palace, alongside the three elders. I am a man. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for us to live together? I fear being the subject of gossip. CHFN replied with an awkward smile. Suddenly feeling hungry and realizing that his cultivation was too low to reach the level of fasting. The early stages of cultivation are divided into Chi Practitioner, Spirit Master, Spirit Sect, Spirit Sovereign, and Spirit King realms. Currently, New Jersey and the others were formidable cultivators at the 9th grade Spirit Sovereign level, while Li Huzing boasted several 1st grade Spirit Kings, making them capable of bullying HUNZing. It was only upon reaching the Spirit Master realm that one could attain the state of fasting, surviving weeks without food, though eating would not be an issue. At the Spirit Sect level, one could go months without food without perishing, and at the Spirit Sovereign level, even a year or two without sustenance would not lead to death. However, he was currently only a 1st grade Chi practitioner, one who would become quite uncomfortable with even a single missed meal. Chapter 7. I wish to reside with Li Q and Ju CHFN pondered for a moment and then said, Ahem, let us do this. I am still unfamiliar with this sect and wish to understand the sentiments of the disciples. You could reserve a room for me in the courtyard behind this palace, but I do not intend to stay here for the time being. Understand the sentiments of the disciples? What does that mean? Inuyasi Inka, somewhat perplexed. CHFN laughed awkwardly before explaining. It means I wish to engage with the grassroots disciples to gain insights about our sect. For instance, today, if BY Ali N and his master had not known I was the ancestor, how would I have had the opportunity to uncover his misdeeds? How could I have had the chance to root out such a pest? New Jersey suddenly comprehended, I understand now. The ancestor believes that there are still many bullies in our sect, so you wish to immerse yourself in the situation, correct? New Jersey exchanged glances with the three elders, curious about what exposure entailed. Despite finding his speech somewhat peculiar, they were able to grasp the ancestor's intent. Understood, ancestor. Where would you like to reside? I can have the elders escort you. Would you consider serving as a steward? Just as BY Ali N.'s master has passed. We are in need of someone. Upon hearing this, CHFN felt a surge of joy. This position seemed quite appealing. Not a problem. CHFN feigned calmness and nodded. Then I shall not stay in the same courtyard as the three lovely ladies for now, to avoid any suspicions. We can discuss it later. Very well, ancestor. We have plenty of rooms. When you feel the timing is right to reveal your identity, we will inform the disciples of the sect. New Jersey felt a rush of happiness. Indeed, this ancestor was exceptional, willing to assume the role of a steward to understand the current state of HUNZing. Such an ancestor, devoid of excessive authority, was quite approachable. Ancestor, I will first take you to arrange your accommodations, and then I will prepare clothing and a stewardess token for you. With her bold personality, was a voluptuous middle-aged beauty, her ample figure captivating CHFN's thoughts. M.R.N. remarked, Ancestor, we apologize for any inconvenience. The third elder, BIRYN, gently smiled. Indeed, ancestor, we regret any discomfort. For the sake of building our sect, it is no inconvenience at all. CHFN chuckled heartily. Rest assured, with me, the ancestor here, that so-called Li Huzing is of no concern. YY New Jersey and the others felt reassured. However, unbeknownst to them, while Sif In appeared calm, he was internally unsettled. Yet, under the current circumstances, he had to maintain the facade. RN added, "By the way, Ancestor, we have several other elders. Should we inform them of your situation?" CHFN smiled. "Not yet. I prefer to keep my identity concealed unless absolutely necessary." Yinji pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Old Ancestor, in a few days, the Liehua sect will send someone to collect people again. Are we not going to hand anyone over this time?" As the revered Old Ancestor, Chu Fan could not afford to show weakness. He promptly replied, "Of course not. Our Hahuan sect is not so easily bullied." After saying this, Chu Fan turned to Shi Shuang and said, "Let us go." "Sure, please take me to arrange accommodations." "Of course, Old Ancestor." Shi Shuang replied respectful. Chu Fan quickly added, "In front of outsiders, do not refer to me as Old Ancestor. Call me Chu Fan or Chu Zhishir instead. Understood?" "Understood, Old Ancestor." The others responded in unison. Chu Fan nearly fainted. After following Shi Shuang outside, he realized that less than an hour had passed, and the effect of the flying talisman was still active. He took to the air, soaring slowly. Noticing Chu Fan's leisurely pace, Shi Shuang remained silent. Assuming the Old Ancestor wished to admire the splendid scenery, as he must be feeling nostalgic. "Old Ancestor, Chu Zhishir, shall I take you to the courtyard where Yi Qiu once resided?" Shi Shuang asked after a moment of thought. "Yi Qiu?" Chu Fan paused. "Isn't that the master of Buyalian?" "Oh, no need for that. Where does Lu Qingwei reside?" "I would prefer to stay in the same courtyard as her. It would be a good opportunity for me to gather more information about the sect," Chu Fan casually remarked. "But Lu Qingwei is merely an outer disciple, and her courtyard accommodates several female disciples. I fear it might disrupt your cultivation. Furthermore, the spiritual energy in their quarters is not as abundant," Shi Shuang replied awkwardly, chuckling inwardly, wondering if the Old Ancestor had taken a liking to that girl. Indeed, even during their previous visit, they had witnessed the Old Ancestor kissing Lu Qingwei. Had they arrived a little later, who knows what might have transpired. However, for an outer disciple like Lu Qingwei to receive the Old Ancestor's favor would indeed be her fortune. Perhaps he would impart some martial skills to her, which would be quite extraordinary. Moreover, the Old Ancestor was a figure capable of leading the sect to glory. Sacrificing one female disciple, or even 100, would be worth it. At least, once the Old Ancestor emerged from seclusion, Hahuan's sect would gain confidence and no longer need to surrender 50 named female disciples to the Liehua sect each month. With this thought, Shi Shuang felt a wave of relief, grateful that the Old Ancestor had not set his sights on her. Otherwise, she feared she might not have the courage to refuse him. If Chu Fan were aware of Shi Shuang's thoughts, he would likely be enraged, for he was a champion of justice and would never allow such notions to be entertained about him. No witties, no witties. I shall start from the grassroots level. If one is to act, it must be genuine, lest the disciples suspect me," Chu Fan said with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Shi Shuang felt a surge of respect. The Old Ancestor was indeed a person destined for great responsibility, destined to be tested through toil. "It is that courtyard over there. This row here is where the outer disciples reside." Shi Shuang indicated a courtyard below as they floated gently past. Only those who reach the level of Ling Shi can become outer disciples. To become inner disciples, one must attain the Ling Zone cultivation level. After a brief pause, Shi Shuang continued, "To become elite disciples, one must reach the 1st to 5th tiers of Ling Zone." Chu Fan felt embarrassed, realizing that within the sect, his cultivation level classified him merely as a named disciple, likely among the lowest of that rank. Were the requirements for named disciples? Chu Fan in Guit, unable to suppress his curiosity. Shi Shuang's heart trembled at the mention of named disciples. In many sects, named disciples were not considered true disciples, as they did not enjoy the sect's cultivation resources, performing only menial tasks due to their low cultivation. Only upon breaking through to the level of outer disciples could they be regarded as genuine disciples of the sect. To think the Old Ancestor was even concerned about named disciples was truly remarkable. Such an Old Ancestor was incredibly approachable and generous. At that moment, Shi Shuang held Chu Fan in high regard. As for named disciples, one must reach the 6th tier of Qijia cultivation before they can become our named disciples. Although our Hahuan sect is currently weak, there are still many individuals with low cultivation hoping to join us as named disciples, Shi Hen Shuang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. A named disciple required a 6th-tier Qijia? In his earlier days, a 6th-tier Qijia was akin to an ant before him, not even worthy of his glance, including someone like Yi Yinji, the sect leader. Yet now, he found himself unable to meet the qualifications for a named disciple. Why is that? Chu Fan asked casually. Because the world is in turmoil. With bandits and mountain thieves abound, ordinary families cannot do without a protector. Moreover, better sects have higher requirements for accepting disciples. That we allow 6th-tier Qijia to join as named disciples is already quite generous, Shi Hen Shuang explained. The two continued their conversation until they reached the courtyard, where they entered together. Inside, Lu Qingyue was chatting with her sister, Lu Xia. Sister, this is what happened. Had that old ancestor not suddenly emerged from seclusion, I might have been bullied by Bu Yaolian, Lu Qingyue recounted, still feeling a sense of dread. Lu Xia clenched her fist and remarked, Sister, it's my fault. If only I had better talent and could break through to the first tier of Lingshi, becoming an outer disciple, Bu Yaolian would have no chance to threaten you. Lu Qingyue smiled reassuringly, Sister, it's all good. Everything turned out fine. Bu Yaolian has been killed. Lu Xia nodded in agreement. Yes, and Yichio has also been slain. It is indeed a great relief. Yichio hinted to me just a few days ago that old Lecher and his disciple are both no good. After a moment's reflection, Lu Xia added, I wonder what cultivation level that old ancestor possesses. It must be higher than that of the sect leader, right? If that is the case, does it mean our Hahuan sect may no longer need to bow to the Liuhua sect? Lu Qingyue's eyes lit up exactly. If the old ancestor is assertive and possesses higher cultivation, then perhaps we won't have to send anyone over this time. That way, you'll be safe, sister. Lu Qingyue understood that her sister, Lu Xia, was gentle and graceful, her figure commendable. Among the sect's disciples, her beauty could easily score a 9 out of 10. If the Liuhua sect's envoy were to come and personally select disciples, her sister would undoubtedly catch their eye. In fact, it was likely that even before reaching the Liuhua sect, her sister would face humiliation from several envoys sent to select female disciples. Such a scenario was easily imaginable. Those disciples from the Liuhua sect were nothing short of beasts. Rest assured, your sister is safe. To their surprise, their conversation was overheard by Shi Hen Shuang and Chu Fan, who had just stepped outside. As Shi Hen Shuang spoke, she pushed the door open and entered with Chu Fan. The courtyard housed 4 female disciples, and the other 3 stood outside, perplexed. Shi Hen Shuang was a high-ranking elder of the sect, her status exceedingly esteemed. Why would she bring an unfamiliar elderly man to their humble abode? With another wave of her hand, the door closed behind them. Elder, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Lu Qingyue and Lu Xia exclaimed in shock, hastily standing and bowing respectfully. Who have you informed about the old ancestor's presence? Shn Shuing, with a cold demeanor, inquired with an imposing presence. This woman is indeed a ruthless individual. Despite her alluring appearance, her character is both aloof and somewhat volatile. Earlier, when conversing with CHFN, she appeared less frigid and even somewhat respectful, for in her eyes, CHFN is a formidable force, a powerful entity whose cultivation level she cannot fathom. Naturally, one shows deference to a strong opponent. Grand Elder, I have not divulged this to anyone else. The disciples in this courtyard have asked me why we are no longer guarding the forbidden area in the back mountain, and I have kept that information to myself. I only informed my sister. Li Qunju raised her head, feigning a pitiful expression, her eyes glistening with fright. Upon observing her, CHFN thought to himself, not only is Li Qunju beautiful, but her sister is also an exquisite beauty, gentle, dignified, and possessing an admirable figure. The Hunzing seems quite impressive. The female disciples exhibit remarkable beauty. When he entered, the 3 female disciples in the courtyard, though slightly less striking than Li Qunju and Li Sy, were undeniably beautiful. It is fortunate that you have not informed others. You too must ensure that this matter remains confidential. Shn Shuing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. If the news spread and angered the ancestor, it could lead to dire consequences. After all, inciting the ancestor's wrath is not a trivial matter. Understood, Grand Elder. The 2 sisters exhaled in relief. SHH Shu Ing continued. The ancestor will reside in this courtyard henceforth. Surely, there are extra rooms available? Li Qunju immediately replied, yes, there are 2 empty rooms. After saying this, she paused, realizing something amiss. But, Grand Elder with such a distinguished status, how could you reside in our humble abode? This is merely a place for outer disciples, and it is rather simple. Li Qunju glanced at CHFN, only to find him staring intently at her legs, causing her heart to race. This is a calamity. It seems the ancestor has her sights set on her. It appears that today, the sect master and others have spoiled the ancestor's plans, and now she has turned her attention to Li Qunju's physique. However, she was puzzled. Why keep the ancestor's identity a secret? With the disciples of Chu Nz Ing in low spirits, the emergence of such a powerful ancestor should be a source of inspiration. Why conceal it? Furthermore, considering the ancestor's high status, wouldn't it be more fitting for her to reside with the sect master? If the ancestor truly desired her, it would be a simple matter to summon her to serve in the palace. The ancestor is personable, intending to experience the hardships of the lower ranks, to identify those who abuse their power, and to root out scoundrels like Wai Chi. For now, he is an attendant, temporarily filling the position previously held by Wai Chi. From now on, you shall refer to him as Ancestor, CHZHSH. Do you understand? SHH Enshuing looked at the two and warned. If you dare to reveal the ancestor's identity in private, it will be your demise. Do not blame me. There are 2 empty rooms. CHFN was taken aback, glancing at Li SY, and suggested, let us not waste the rooms. I shall choose one for myself, and the other shall be for your sister. Thank you, Grand Elder, Li SY exclaimed joyfully, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She never expected the ancestor to be so kind, allowing her, a mere named disciple, to reside in the outer disciples' quarters. Moreover, sharing a courtyard with her sister would facilitate their interactions. Li Qunju, however, furrowed her brows, inwardly lamenting that the ancestor had now set his sights on her sister as well. Chapter 9. Endure, and it shall pass. Li Qunju frowned and awkwardly smiled, saying, Grand Elder, I appreciate your kindness, but is this appropriate? Will the other disciples not gossip? Beside her, SHH Enshuing reassured, no worries. If other disciples inquire, simply state that I arranged this. Besides, your sister is merely 1 step away from the cultivation level of a spirit master. Here, I have a 2nd grade, low-level spiritual herb for you. It will help her break through her cultivation in a couple of days. Afterward, she can register at the statistics office to receive the outer disciples' clothing and token. Thank you, Grand Elder. Gazing at the 2nd grade, low-level spiritual herb, which a mere named disciple would not normally be able to obtain, Li SY trembled slightly with excitement. Such herbs are not easily acquired, even for outer disciples. One must contribute to the sect to exchange for them. Li SY understood that the Grand Elder's exception was made due to CHFN standing. Very well. Take care of it. SHH Enshuing remained cold, but turned to CHFN with a hint of a smile, saying, Grand Elder, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. CHFN nodded and waved his hand, saying, all right, you may leave now. Remember, if outsiders are present, refer to me as CHFN or CHSH. Understood, I shall take my leave. SHH Enshuing bowed and swiftly departed. Sister, this is wonderful. With this spiritual herb, you will surely break through to the spirit master level, and then you'll be a true disciple of the sect. Once SHH Enshuing left, Li Qunju eagerly grasped Li SY's hand, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Li SY turned to CHFN and expressed her gratitude. Thank you for your care, Grand Elder. Without your words, how could the Grand Elder have supplied me with the spiritual herb? CHFN smiled faintly, glancing at the herb and swallowing hard. He had wished to ask SHH Enshuing for some spiritual herbs himself, but he hesitated. After all, if others learned of his cultivation level, which was even lower than that of named disciples, they might feel deceived, and it could result in dire consequences. Now, he stands at a lofty height, his cultivation far surpassing that of the Spirit King. How could he ask for a 1st grade spiritual herb? Cough, you flatter me. It is merely that I share a connection with your sister, Qunju. She was the first person I encountered upon emerging from seclusion. I see that you both have it tough, so this small gesture should not weigh heavily on your hearts. CHFN coughed lightly and continued, Remember, from now on, I am CAZHSH and will temporarily take on Chi's position. Yes, Grand Elder. Li Sy nodded in agreement. Li Qunju cupped her hands, expressing, "Thank you for your assistance today, Grand Elder. Otherwise, I might have fallen into By Alien's hands." "Ha, merely a trifling matter. Cool me. Let us go check the rooms." CHFN laughed heartily as he led the two beautiful sisters outside. The remaining two rooms were adjacent, and CHFN chose one on the edge. At this moment, although he had changed into a fresh set of clothing, he was hungry, his hair disheveled, and his beard unkempt. Having not drunk water for an extended period, his skin appeared rather parched, making him resemble an elderly man. After selecting his room, CHFN turned to Li Sy, saying, "Miss Sy, I will need your assistance shortly." Li Sy nodded, saying, "Please feel free to command me. Aiding you, CHHSH, is an honor." Li Sy had originally intended to repay her debt of gratitude and did not think much of it. CHFN nodded again and addressed Li Qunju. "Qunju, I need your help as well. Please fetch some food for me. I have not eaten for quite a while and feel quite hungry. Also, bring me some water." Li Qunju nodded. "All right, but I wonder what you like to eat?" There is a street nearby with plenty of snacks and restaurants. The disciples of the sect occasionally visit there. CHFN smiled and replied, "As long as it fills my stomach, that is sufficient. Just do not let anyone know it was purchased." Li Qunju assumed the ancestor was simply hungry from not eating for too long and perhaps indulging his appetite. She readily agreed. "All right, Miss Sy, please accompany me to my room. I will be counting on you shortly." Lucia smiled and nodded, following Chu Fan into his room. Lu Qinghua frowned. It was broad daylight, and the elder had actually summoned her sister to his quarters. Was he merely seeking her assistance in purchasing something, intending to send her away? Could it be that the elder intended to take advantage of her sister? What should she do? Yichio had previously threatened her sister and had not succeeded. Was she now to fall from the wolves into the tiger's den? Lu Qinghua watched as Chu Fan personally shut the door, clenching her fists. Yet, she did not dare to rush in. After a moment's contemplation, she could only swiftly make her way to the marketplace. Sigh. Even if her sister were to face misfortune at the hands of this old man, it would still be preferable to being sent to the Joyful sect. Being sent there would essentially mean certain death. Lu Qinghua felt a wave of unease, but could only comfort herself with that thought. Upon entering the room, Lucia felt a surge of anxiety as she noticed Chu Fan close the door behind him. After all, Lu Qinghua had warned her that this elder was a lecher and, having not been with a woman for many years, now called her inside and shut the door. Could it be that he sought her assistance in that regard? Clearing his throat, Chu Fan announced, "I will be in seclusion for a while. I haven't had the chance to bathe in ages. Please wait for me here." He glanced over at the beautiful woman beside him, her bashful demeanor stirring something within him, before retreating to a small compartment to wash. Lucia sat on the edge of the bed, her heart racing with anxiety. She too longed for a companion in cultivation to share an intimate life. However, she had never envisioned being with an old man. Though he was indeed an elder, in this world, the weak were akin to ants. With both she and her sister possessing low cultivation levels, they would be bullied even outside the Huan sect. Chu Fan was the sect's elder. If she aligned herself with him, she might find a formidable protector. Soon, Lucia began to contemplate. Before entering the sect, she had witnessed women being taken by men, only to be toyed with and ultimately killed. She understood how challenging it was to survive in this chaotic world. With both she and Lu Qinghua being attractive, it was likely that today it was Chu Fan's turn to covet them, and tomorrow it could be someone else's. Resolute, she thought that perhaps it was better to submit to Chu Fan. After all, did she truly have the standing to refuse her current circumstances? If she disobeyed, it might bring calamity upon herself and her sister. If she could please the elder, perhaps he would be dissuaded from targeting her sister. Thus, after grappling with her thoughts, Lucia surprisingly shed her outer garments and lay upon the bed, covering her delicate form with a blanket, quietly awaiting his return. He was an old man, surely. It would not take long. The elder had sent her sister away and requested her assistance, locking the door behind him. That must surely be his intent. Although he was older, he was indeed a significant pillar of support for the sect. Lucia lay there, continuously persuading herself. Chapter 10. Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Lucia lay on the bed, her heart racing. She merely hoped that Chu Fan would emerge quickly, for that might alleviate her inner turmoil. although Chu Fan held a noble status, who would willingly engage in such acts with an old man. After a while, Chu Fan finally emerged, dressed and stretching lazily. After his bath, he felt considerably refreshed, aside from an overwhelming hunger. However, as he stretched, he noticed that Lucia had indeed taken to lying on his bed, covered by a blanket, her disciple's robes discarded to the side. "What are you doing lying on my bed?" Chu Fan exclaimed, taken aback and momentarily bewildered. He thought to himself, hadn't Yinjia mentioned that the Huan sect had already set itself on the right path? Wasn't it now a reputable sect? The nefarious practices of absorbing a man's cultivation through dual cultivation were supposed to have been eradicated, the lineage severed. Could it be that some disciples still secretly practice such arts? Did Lucia perhaps think that, as the elder, he possessed rich spiritual energy and sought to cultivate with him to enhance her own powers? With this thought, Chu Fan felt a sense of wariness. Lucia was indeed beautiful, and should he manage to win her affections, it would be a coveted prize. However, if it were to be discovered that she was practicing a forbidden technique, his own meager spiritual energy would reveal him as a mere impostor rather than an elder. Such a revelation could be perilous, and if the sect found out, his life would be at stake. Your request was for me to assist you, was it not? So why am I waiting here? Lucia, blushing, felt her heart race as she observed Chu Fan's bewildered expression. Had she truly misjudged him? Seeing his reaction, Chu Fan could not help but swallow hard. Having never been with a woman in his past life, and with the original owner of this body also inexperienced, he found himself yearning to leap forward and act upon his desires. Yet, as a newcomer in this world, he was still unfamiliar with the nuances of the Huan sect, and self-preservation was paramount. Turning away to feign composure, he declared, "This is absurd. You cannot be serious." After a brief pause, he continued with righteous indignation, "I, Chu Fan, uphold integrity and cannot condone such debauchery. Do you think I'm like that scoundrel Yi Qiu?" Lucia was left dumbfounded. Countless men would envy her beauty. Yet this elder managed to restrain himself? Was it possible she had truly misjudged him? Could the elder actually be a man of virtue? However, hadn't Lu Qingwei claimed that he was a lecher? "Elder, could it be that I have misjudged you? You do not mean this in that way?" She tentatively inquired, suspecting that he might be teasing her, testing her sincerity. With this thought, Lucia quickly added, "Elder, I am willing. I wish to thank you for aiding my sister and me. This is entirely voluntary. You have not coerced me at all. This is my own choice. Not something forced upon me like by that scoundrel Yi Qiu. You are far superior to him." Chu Fan found himself at a loss for words, hastily responding, No. I believe you have truly misunderstood me. I have not trimmed my hair or shaved in ages, and that is why I sought your assistance. Could you help me shave and trim my hair?" "What? You mean that?" Lucia felt acutely embarrassed, realizing she had indeed misinterpreted his intentions. "Hurry and put your clothes back on. I am a respectable person," Chu Fan replied with a wry smile, turning away. Lucia quickly rose and donned her garments, then said, "All right, please sit down, and I will assist you." "Thank you, Miss Sia." Chu Fan Zieplit. What a disaster. Has it already begun? Has my sister started helping him? Should I rush in to interrupt them? Would the elder be displeased if I did? Lu Qingyue hesitated for a moment, then clenched her teeth and approached the door, saying, "Elder Chu, I have brought the items you requested." She lightly knocked on the door, ultimately unable to barge in directly, yet feeling compelled to inquire. "Oh, just leave them at the door. We are busy at the moment. I will retrieve them myself once we're done," Chu Fan replied, as Lucia was currently using a dagger to shave his beard. Outside the door, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but bite her red lips, her mind filled with bashful images of her sister, who was indeed being bullied by that old man. It was evident that if they were not engaged in such activities, why would they close the door and prevent her from entering? After all, the other party was the old ancestor. If she rashly barged in, who knew if the old ancestor would become angry and take the lives of both her and her sister? Moreover, she herself might suffer the consequences from the old ancestor's whims. With this thought in mind, Lu Qingyue felt helpless, gritting her teeth as she turned to leave. Inside the room, Chu Fan couldn't suppress a soft exclamation. "I'm sorry, did I apply too much pressure? Did I hurt you? It's my first time shaving someone, and I truly apologize." Lu Xiyu was startled and wondered if the dagger was not sharp enough, causing Chu Fan to feel pain. She immediately knelt on the ground like a maid who had made a mistake. "It's nothing, I can endure it." I am the esteemed ancestor of the sect. This little pain is trivial, Chu Fan said with utmost seriousness. Lu Xiu stood before him, assisting with the shaving. Being so close, Chu Fan caught a whiff of her faint fragrance, and his heart became somewhat muddled. This woman was truly alluring. If he could indeed be with such a woman, his life would be worthwhile. After a moment, Lu Xiu looked at the man before her, her eyes brightening. Ancestor, I've noticed that after your bath, and with your beard shaved and hair tidied, you look quite spirited. You hardly resemble an old man. After Lu Xiu finished grooming him, she observed the man before her and discovered that his face was now well-defined, his strong brows and tiger-like eyes making him appear at least a decade younger, hardly resembling an elderly man. In fact, he looked somewhat handsome and exuded masculinity. I am, after all, quite the handsome fellow, am I not? Could it be that you have taken a liking to me? Chu Fan chuckled, knowing this was likely Lu Xiu's first experience shaving a man. Lu Xiu immediately felt her cheeks flush, surprised by the humor in the ancestor's words. Ancestor, you yist. How could a disciple like me ever be worthy of you? Lu Xiu said bashfully, unable to meet Chu Fan's gaze. It seemed that the ancestor's high cultivation level made her feel quite nervous under his scrutiny. Noticing her lowered head and clenched fists, Chu Fan understood that she was indeed intimidated. It appeared that in this world, strength and high status could indeed afford one certain advantages over those of lower cultivation. Haha, well then, thank you for today. I'm rather hungry now, so you may leave. If you require any assistance, feel free to come to me, he said. Once Lu Xiu departed, Chu Fan swiftly brought in the food and the gourd of water from the ground, closed the door, and began to eat heartily. Delicious. What kind of meat is this? It must be from a spirit beast. Thankfully, it isn't of a high rank, or my body might not be able to handle it. Chu Fan ate voraciously, drinking several gulps of water afterward, feeling much more at ease. His cultivation was too low. He would need to eat well in the future. Living here, the female disciples would not dare say much to him, at most calling him gluttonous. However, if he were to reside in the palace of Yinjia and others, they might grow suspicious. Given his current low cultivation, he wouldn't use his limited combat capabilities unless absolutely necessary. It was best to keep his cultivation as a Qi master concealed. After finishing his meal, Chu Fan lay down comfortably for a nap. Upon awakening, his complexion appeared much healthier, and he exuded an invigorated aura. Now, he no longer resembled a decrepit old man, but rather a handsome middle-aged gentleman, his brow filled with a certain vigor. Sister, have you been crying? Lu Xiu entered Lu Qingwe's room and noticed her sister's reddened eyes, expressing mild surprise. Sister, I feel that you have endured too much for us to have a protector by pleasing that old man, even sacrificing your precious first time. It's simply too unfair to you. Lu Qingwe gazed at Lu Xiu, reflecting on their early orphanhood, having depended on each other through childhood, and finally embarking on their cultivation journey to Hahuan's sect. They had initially believed that joining the sect would shield them from bullying, yet they discovered that, without sufficient strength, they could still be victimized. Lu Xiu found the situation both amusing and perplexing. What are you thinking, you silly girl? I did not sacrifice my first time. In fact, I find that the ancestor is quite interesting and genuinely good-natured. He is a decent person. Sister, please do not comfort me with lies. I heard everything from outside the door. You two, alone in the room, and the ancestor even called out to you. Lu Qingwe thought Lu Xiu was merely trying to ease her concerns, feeling even more that her sister had suffered unduly. If one of them had to endure such a fate, she would rather it be herself. What did you hear? You must have misunderstood. The ancestor is quite amiable, and I initially misjudged him as well. As she recalled her earlier misinterpretation of Chu Fan and her own embarrassment, Lu Xiu couldn't help but smile, feeling a bit sheepish. Didn't you hurt the ancestor? Sister, please do not deceive me. Lu Qingwe looked at Lu Xiu with concern, convinced that her sister was feigning a smile, yet her acting was so convincing that it seemed nothing had occurred. Lu Xiu found herself at a loss for words. You silly girl, what are you imagining? The ancestor merely asked me to shave his beard and tidy his hair. His beard had grown long and had not been shaved for a while, and it was my first time shaving a man. I accidentally caused him some discomfort. Oh, so that is how it is. I thought he was a lecher who asked for your assistance for something else. Lu Qingwe was instantly dumbfounded, realizing that the old man had not taken advantage of her sister. Qingwe, In fact, when he first entered, he asked me to wait while he took a bath. I misunderstood and laid down on the bed after removing my clothes. I didn't expect him to come out and ask for my help to shave and style his hair, Lu Xiyu recounted, unable to suppress a chuckle. It seems this ancestor is indeed different from other men. He isn't the type to bully others. Lu Qingyue chuckled, then expressed her disbelief. Could it be that this old man can resist my sister allure? If it were any other man, he would have taken advantage of you. Now I believe the ancestor is a gentleman. Besides, he doesn't seem old at all. Previously, he was unkempt with a dirty face and long beard, which made him appear older. But when I saw him just now, he looked like a dashing uncle, rather handsome. As Lu Xiyu thought of Chu Fan's appearance, a sweet smile unconsciously graced her lips. Having been at Huan Sect for so long, many male disciples had attempted to take advantage of them, some even threatening her with their power. Yet Chu Fan was the first to show concern and bring warmth into their lives. Seeing the sweetness in Lu Xiyu's smile, Lu Qingyue teasingly remarked, "Sister, I haven't seen you smile like this in a long time. You must have developed feelings for him. Haven't you? After all the grooming, has he truly become more handsome?" Lu Xia cast a sidelong glance at Lu Qingyue and remarked, "Do you think I could deceive you? We all reside in the same courtyard, so you can observe him at any time. Very well, I trust you now. However, even if he tidies himself up and appears less aged, I doubt he is as handsome as you claim." Lu Qingyue couldn't help but chuckle at this. At that moment, Yi Yinjie sought out the Grand Elder, Shi Henzhuang, and inquired, "Henzhuang, how are you? Or has the ancestor been accommodated?" Upon hearing this, Shi Henzhuang's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he replied, "Sect Master, I believe our ancestor has a penchant for women. Ye Yanji Sikit. Oh, is there a man who isn't fond of the fair sex?" After a brief moment, she added, "What I truly desire is for the ancestor to assist us in resolving our current predicament. Soon, it seems, the Lihua sect will be sending someone our way." After pondering for a moment, she curiously asked, "Elder, why did you suddenly bring up the ancestor's fondness for women?" Shi Henzhuang explained. "Did I not take him to arrange his accommodation? He insisted on sharing a courtyard with Lu Qingyue. Although her cultivation is modest, she is indeed a beauty, and her sister is as well." Swiftly, Shi Henzhuang recounted all that transpired with Chu Fan to Yi Yinjie. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjie felt a twinge of doubt. She and the three elders not only possessed formidable cultivation, but were also stunningly beautiful, akin to falling blossoms and shy moons. Why then, did the ancestor not choose to reside with them? If he preferred the company of lovely women, why not select them? The ancestor had immersed himself in the affairs of the sect, striving to connect with his disciples. How commendable of him. After some contemplation, Yi Yinjie concluded, the ancestor is willing to start from a mere steward to better understand the sect situation. He even prefers to dwell with outer disciples, which is indeed an example we should emulate. I hope his intentions are not solely to take advantage of Lu Qingyue. At this juncture, Shi Henzhuang paused before continuing. After all, when we encountered the ancestor today, he was indeed teasing that young girl. Yi Yinjie sighed, "Alas, our sect is in a weakened state. As long as our ancestor can turn the tide, I would not mind if he were to have a few female disciples accompany him daily. After all, if those female disciples were to venture to the Lihua sect, their lives would be forfeit. Such a grim fate." Shi Henzhuang nodded in agreement. The following morning, as Chu Fan rose from his slumber, he was greeted by a series of knocks at the door. "Sect Master." Yes, why would the sect master seek out that steward? Chu Fan. In the courtyard, upon seeing Yi Yinjie arrive, Lu Qingyue and the others stood at a distance, their faces filled with confusion. Soon enough, Chu Fan opened the door, welcomed Yi Yinjie inside, and closed the door behind them. "Qingyue, why have I never seen this Chu Fan before? As a steward, his cultivation should be considerable, yes? It seems you were conversing with him yesterday. Do you know why the sect master is here to see him?" One of the female disciples asked, unable to contain her curiosity. After all, the sect master held a lofty position. Typically, only the elders had the privilege of interacting closely with her. A steward, who rarely had any affairs to attend to, would find it quite difficult to meet the sect master. "Ancestor, yesterday when we saw you, you appeared quite elderly. I didn't expect you to look so spirited today." Resembling a middle-aged man, Yi Yinjie remarked, momentarily taken aback by Chu Fan's transformation. At this moment, Chu Fan appeared not only vibrant, but also exuded an aura of strength. He smiled faintly, aware that only 6 days remained to complete his task. He needed to devise a plan to accomplish it today. However, requesting an embrace from Yi Yinjie, the sect master, could potentially lead to disastrous consequences if she took offense. Moreover, he pondered what excuse he could concoct to justify such a request. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up as he addressed Yi Yinjie. Yinjie, the Huan sect is currently in a weakened state. As the sect master, you bear a significant responsibility. Yi Yinjie furrowed her brow, cautiously inquiring, Ancestor, what do you mean by that? With a gentle smile, Chu Fan responded, I wish to ask if you are willing to do anything for the rise of the sect. Yi Yinjie's heart skipped a beat. The Grand Elder had mentioned that the old man had a penchant for the fairer sex. Now, with this question, she wondered if he had set his sights on her. Was he seeking to possess her? A flicker of annoyance flashed through Yi Yinjie's mind. Despite his status as an ancestor, he should not presume to intimidate her. The sect master, if he had certain needs, she could arrange for a few female disciples to assist him. However, the thought of him trying to take advantage of her felt excessively presumptuous. Yet, considering the possibility that this ancestor's cultivation might far surpass her own, she suppressed her anger. Forcing a smile as she declared, I am willing to give my life to protect the sect. As she made this declaration, she clenched her fist, a hint of indignation surfacing as she added, Of course, while I am willing to sacrifice, I will not tolerate humiliation. Should anyone seek to insult me, I will fight back fiercely. Unaware of her inner turmoil, Chu Fan applauded. Excellent. With your determination, we can proceed. I possess a treasure I wish to bestow upon you. If worn, it will enhance your power, making even a first-grade spirit king an opponent you can easily overcome. Huh? Yi Yinjie's heart raced. It seemed she had misjudged the ancestor's intentions. Indeed, he was a man of integrity, not seeking her body. Chu Fan awkwardly chuckled. However, this requires your embrace. This treasure must not be given lightly. Yi Yinjie furrowed her brow. Yet upon considering the sex situation, she stepped forward and gave Chu Fan a grand embrace before retreating. Chu Fan was taken aback. Had it been less than 3 seconds? He immediately chuckled awkwardly. Yinjie, a brief embrace won't suffice. Allow me to hold you for a moment longer, and I shall release you when the time comes. Huh? Yi Yinjie was stunned. Must an embrace have so many stipulations? This ancestor was quite peculiar. In the midst of Yi Yinjie's incredulous gaze, Chu Fan stepped forward and embraced her tightly, as if fearing she might escape. Yi Yinjie's heart raced with embarrassment. How infuriating. This ancestor was indeed a lecher. Was he not taking advantage of her? Yet, recognizing the need for the ancestor's support for the sect, she blushed profusely and endured the moment. Ding! Task completed. Congratulations to the host. Chu Fan felt a surge of joy. The task was finally accomplished. It appeared that the woman before him was not as aloof as he had presumed. At this moment, Chu Fan flipped his palm and produced a pair of black stockings. Presenting them seriously, this treasure will significantly enhance your power. Take it. What is this treasure? Why does it lack any energy fluctuations? It is neither a magical artifact nor a spiritual treasure. Yi Yinjie examined it closely, furrowing her brow before placing it on her head. Is this how it is worn? Chu Fan was flustered, awkwardly clarifying, No, it's meant to be worn on the legs. This treasure should be partially exposed when worn, allowing it to distract opponents during battle, enchanting their minds, and moreover, it will enhance your combat prowess, enabling you to defeat foes beyond your level. Is it truly that powerful? Yi Yinjie gasped in surprise, but soon her brow furrowed again. But ancestor, did you not say yesterday that everything in your storage ring was depleted? How can you now produce such a remarkable treasure? This item is somewhat transparent, and I feel rather embarrassed. Yi Yinjie glanced at the item and found it to have a pleasant texture, but she hesitated to wear it. Chu Fan's expression darkened immediately, and with his hands clasped behind his back, he remarked, Look at you. Just before, you claimed that you would sacrifice your life for the sect, yet now you hesitate to don this treasure? With such a mindset, how can our sect flourish? Alarmed by the ancestor's anger, Yi Yinjie quickly bowed her head and replied, Please don't be angry, ancestor. I understand my mistake. Rest assured, I shall wear it and fight when the time is right. Chapter 13. A Necessary Ensemble Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received an embrace from Yi Yinjie. 10 pairs of silk stockings have been placed into the storage ring. The system's voice echoed. With a sigh of relief, Chu Fan felt the task was finally complete. With these 10 pairs of stockings, the strength of the sect's top experts would significantly increase, making them unafraid of the so-called Joyful sect. Due to Yi Yinjia's extraordinary beauty, an additional reward of 2 low-grade pills, Tianling Dan, was granted. Just then, the system's voice rang out once more. 2. Chu Fan's heart stirred. With these pills, breaking through from a first-grade Qi practitioner to a third-grade Qi practitioner would be a breeze. Although a third-grade Qi practitioner is still considered weak, it is certainly an improvement over a first-grade practitioner. However, it was absurd that the system offered extra rewards simply because Yi Yinjia was too beautiful. This was rather unconventional. Nevertheless, Chu Fan was too indifferent to question the system's rationale. After all, rewards are a good thing. Glancing at the 2 pills in the storage ring, he felt quite pleased. Thank you for the treasures, ancestor. Yi Yinjia's face turned crimson as she stored the items away. Chu Fan smiled gently and said, Yinjia, as the leader of our sect, you must not be too shy. You cannot shy away from this. You must wear it in the future. Chu Fan was quite eager to see her in that attire. He sat at the edge of the bed and continued, as cultivators, we should embrace spontaneity. Wearing such treasures is a manifestation of feminine beauty. Do you understand? Ding. The host has imparted wisdom. Reward. 11 sets of women's skirts. At that moment, the system chimed in. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart leaped. Indeed, stockings must be paired with skirts. Wearing a skirt would be truly enticing. He promptly produced a set and handed it to Yi Yinjia, stating, Earlier, I presented you with stockings. This is the skirt that must be worn alongside them. Yi Yinjia frowned upon seeing the skirt's short length. After all, such short skirts were unheard of in this world. Where could Chu Fan have procured this? Perhaps it was a creation of his own. Yet, why did the ancestor constantly invent such items? Thank you, ancestor, she expressed with a smile. Would you try it on for me? I wish to see how it fits. Chu Fan could no longer contain his curiosity about how the sect leader would look in a short skirt and stockings. All right, ancestor, I shall change. Yi Yinjia thought of the ancestor's earlier teachings, fearing he might think she lacked confidence in protecting the sect, and hurried into the room to change. After a while, Yi Yinjia emerged in her new attire. She examined the outfit and realized that the style was unlike anything she had ever seen. Nevertheless, it appeared quite appealing. She furrowed her brow, questioning, such garments, devoid of any fluctuations, can they truly be treasures? Is the ancestor deceiving me? Yet, he is a revered expert. He wouldn't mislead me, would he? After an internal struggle, Yi Yinjia stepped out slowly. Upon seeing her shy demeanor, Chu Fan couldn't help but smile. Chapter 14. There is much more, ancestor, are you there? Unexpectedly, the Grand Elder Shi Huang pushed the door open and entered. Chu Fan was startled and quickly gestured for her to close the door. Ah, sect leader, what are you doing here? Shi Huang was taken aback, not expecting to see the sect leader in such attire. While it seemed quite beautiful, it was also rather scandalous. Grand Elder, what brings you here? Yi Yinjia was equally startled, not anticipating Shi Huang's arrival. However, recalling Chu Fan's teachings, she feigned calmness and said, This is an outfit gifted by the ancestor, claiming that wearing it will greatly enhance my strength, allowing me to slay a first-grade spirit king. Really? Shi Huang questioned, her skepticism evident. After all, these appear to be ordinary garments. They were merely revealing. Upon closer inspection, however, she noted that the ancestor seemed much younger today, even somewhat handsome. Huang, do you think this ancestor would deceive you? Chu Fan remarked. Given Shi Huang's figure, wearing such attire would undoubtedly be stunning. Huang, take this set and try it on for me. Chu Fan produced another set and handed it to her. Do I really have to wear this? Shi Huang asked, feeling a bit incredulous, questioning if this attire was truly appropriate for anyone. Yi Yinjia interjected, Grand Elder, this is the ancestor's command. As a senior of the sect, you must comply. Moreover, this is a treasure bestowed upon us by the ancestor. You should be grateful. Hurry. Having already donned her own outfit and feeling the pressure of Shi Huang witnessing it, Yi Yinjia, adopting a stern demeanor, left no room for negotiation. All right, thank you, ancestor. Shi Huang, known for her slightly domineering personality, succumbed to the ancestor's reward and took the garments to change. After a short while, Shi Huang emerged wearing the short skirt and black stockings, capturing Chu Fan's attention. Her figure was indeed exceptional, resembling someone who had grown up on a diet of papayas. Ahem, quite impressive. Chu Fan praised, admiring her appearance. You look splendid. Ancestor, Does wearing this truly enhance combat prowess? Sure, Hen Huang asked shyly, her head bowed. Feeling nervous under Chu Fan's gaze, she questioned the authenticity of the ancestor's gift, unsure if it was truly a treasure, as they felt no aura of magical items or spiritual treasures emanating from it. Surely, it couldn't be a legendary sacred treasure, could it? Yet, weren't sacred treasures supposed to possess some sort of aura? Why did this one lack it? Chu Fan couldn't help but swallow hard. With Yi Yinjia looking beautiful and all three Grand Elders being stunning women, he wondered what it would be like if they all wore such attire. Ancestor, why are you bleeding from your nose? Yi Yinjia quickly noticed Chu Fan's nosebleed and gave him a peculiar look. Chu Fan touched his nose and realized it was indeed bleeding, feeling somewhat embarrassed. His body was still in poor condition, making it hard to handle such overwhelming beauty. It's nothing. It merely indicates the formidable power of this outfit and stockings. I couldn't resist, especially from those youthful adversaries, he chuckled awkwardly, feeling he had made quite the fool of himself. Nevertheless, he reassured them, rest assured, wearing this in battle will surely be effective. Chu Fan pondered for a moment before stating, by the way, the matter of me being the ancestral master of the sect must remain confidential. We must act discreetly. As long as others do not provoke us, we shall not initiate conflict unless absolutely necessary. Furthermore, unless you are truly unable to handle the opponent, I will not intervene. If you can deal with him yourselves, I will refrain from acting. Do you understand? Understood, Ancestral Master. We comprehend, replied Yi Yinjia and Shi Henshuang, exchanging glances and bowing respectfully. Ahem. Well then, how many female elders in the sect possess a higher cultivation level? Chu Fan inquired after a moment of thought. Yi Yinjia responded with a bow. Chu Fan then flipped his hand and produced 4 sets of short skirts and stockings, presenting them to Yi Yinjia. These 4 sets are for the remaining 4 elders. This treasure, when worn in battle, can enhance their strength. Are there that many? Shi Henshuang's heart leaped with joy. After all, it would be somewhat embarrassing if only he and the sect master donned such attire. However, if more individuals were to wear them, it might distract attention, and perhaps it would not be so conspicuous. With this in mind, Shi Henshuang eagerly anticipated how the other 4 elders would appear in this treasure. Chu Fan waved his hand, feeling that if these 2 beauties did not leave soon, he might bleed to death from the sheer allure of their presence. His body felt somewhat weak and required good nourishment and rest for a few days. Of course, his inability to withstand the situation was likely due to the striking beauty of these 2 women. Yi Yinjia laughed awkwardly, still maintaining a degree of modesty. Chu Fan's expression darkened as he said, Yinjia, what should I say? We are a respectable sect, and this attire is dignified. You will need to wear this in battle. It is specifically designed to entice and distract the enemy while enhancing your combat prowess. Therefore, you must open your heart. Do you understand? Yes, Ancestral Master, I understand. Yi Yinjia replied with an awkward smile, opening the door to depart with Shi Henshuang. Wow, what an outfit! In the courtyard, several disciples were engaged in conversation when they saw Yi Yinjia and Shi Henshuang emerge from Chu Fan's room in short skirts, leaving Lu Qingyue and the others dumbfounded. Shi Henshuang, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, immediately asked, what is wrong with this outfit? It's just too beautiful. Although it reveals quite a bit, it is indeed stunning. Lu Xiu interjected quickly, fearing her sister might say something inappropriate. Esteemed sect master, great elder, please take care. Chu Fan stood at the door, bowing respectfully. Understood. Yi Yinjia straightened slightly and seriously addressed Lu Qingyue and the others. This is a treasure. Wearing it will enhance our strength. As long as our hearts remain pure and our intentions untainted, we need not fear. Yes, sect master. The female disciples gazed at Yi Yinjia and Shi Henshuang's figures, thinking that they were already beautiful, and this attire only accentuated their perfection. Though it might be somewhat embarrassing to wear, it was undeniably lovely. Yi Yinjia and Shi Henshuang exchanged glances and swiftly took flight. However, after flying for a short distance, Yi Yinjia turned to Shi Henshuang and asked, by the way, Henshuang, what business did you have with the Ancestral Master? Why the sudden visit? Shi Henshuang was momentarily taken aback and then replied, oh no, I forgot. Seeing you in this outfit made me lose track of the main purpose. I came to deliver clothing and a token to the Ancestral Master. Gazing at Shi Henshuang's figure, Chu Fan could not help but swallow hard. Shi Henshuang, blushing, produced several sets of clothing and a token, placing them on the bed. This is your attire and your token. This is the steward's token. Just wear it. By the way, what cultivation level is required to be a steward? Chu Fan asked, contemplating the implications of possessing such a token. To be a steward, one must at least be an elite disciple, which requires a cultivation level between the 1st and 5th ranks of Lingzuan. Only then can one assist the sect and take on responsibilities as a steward. Shi Shuang explained with a smile. Of course, not all elite disciples choose to hold such positions, even if they possess the requisite cultivation. Chu Fan nodded. Well then, let us proceed as planned. All right, I shall take my leave now. Shi Shuang bowed and then took flight. Once Shi Shuang departed, Chu Fan held the token and smiled slightly. So, as long as I possess this token, all outer and inner disciples must show me the utmost respect. As long as I do not provoke elite disciples, my lower cultivation will remain undetected. Chu Fan changed into the clothing and donned the token, satisfied with his appearance. This outfit looks quite pleasant. The style is agreeable. After this, he stepped outside. However, as soon as he emerged, he encountered Lu Qingyue and Lu Siyu approaching. Steward Lao Chu, good morning. Lu Qingyue almost called him by the wrong title before hastily correcting herself. Indeed, her sister was right. Chu Fan was not an old man, but rather a handsome gentleman, radiating charisma. Perhaps because she remembered that Chu Fan's cultivation level surpassed that of the sect master and others. Lu Qingyue's gaze towards Chu Fan involuntarily held a hint of admiration. Chu Fan glanced at Lu Siyu and asked, by the way, Siyu, have you made any breakthroughs in your cultivation? Did the great elder not give you any spirit herbs yesterday? Lu Siyu smiled slightly, and with a wave of her hand, a faint aura of spirit energy appeared. Steward Chu, look, I have broken through to the 1st rank of Ling Shi. I can finally call myself a true outer disciple. Seeing Lu Siyu's joyful expression, Chu Fan smiled gently. These two sisters were indeed stunning. Ding, system task. Have a sister pair give the host a loving embrace. Reward. 2 intermediate grade pills of the 1st rank, 2 advanced grade pills of the 1st rank, and the exquisite sacred treasure blood drinking sword. Do you accept the task? Failure to complete the task will cause the host cultivation to regress. The system's voice suddenly echoed at this moment. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. My goodness. The rewards this time are quite generous. With this in mind, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement, but the penalty for failure left him speechless. His cultivation was currently at the 1st rank of Qi Zhe, and a regression would mean losing his progress altogether. Moreover, that exquisite sacred treasure was a gem among treasures. Even larger sects might not possess such a treasure. Certainly, Yi Yinjia and Shi Shuang did not have anything like it. I accept the task. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Chu Fan had little to lose and directly chose to accept the challenge. This task did not seem overly difficult. After accepting the task, he immediately grinned at the two beauties and asked, "Do you both wish to enhance your strength?" Of course, they replied in unison. For who would not desire to bolster their abilities? However, they soon furrowed their brows, sensing that the ancestral master's smile bore an oddly mischievous undertone. Could it be that he had ulterior motives? Very well, come to my room. After scanning the surroundings and confirming no one else was present, Chu Fan said mysteriously before heading inside, "Sister, what is he planning?" Lu Qingyue expressed her concerns. Lucia remarked, "Qingyue, it doesn't matter. As long as we can grow stronger, I wouldn't mind him taking a little advantage. I actually think this old ancestor is quite good to us. Moreover, he doesn't seem like a grumpy old man. He appears to be a handsome gentleman in his 40s, exuding a certain masculine charm." After Lucia finished speaking, she walked inside. After all, she had already thrown caution to the wind yesterday, and Chu Fan hadn't done anything to her. This indicated that he was different from other men, now that Chu Fan remained so strikingly handsome. It made her heart flutter with the thought that perhaps having him as a support would be beneficial, allowing them to grow stronger. Lu Qingyue was momentarily lost in thought, gazing at her sister's retreating figure, before she couldn't help but smile and followed her inside. Once inside, Chu Fan promptly closed the door and addressed the two sisters. "You wish to grow stronger, correct? Then I shall present you with treasures." "What kind of treasures?" Lu Qingyue asked, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Old ancestor, you have already taken great care of us. We feel unworthy of receiving more." Deep down, she anticipated that the treasures bestowed by the old ancestor must be extraordinary. Lucia echoed her sentiments, Indeed, old ancestor, you aided us yesterday and now offer us treasures. We are at a loss for how to repay you. Chu Fan smiled faintly and replied, well, there are no free lunches in this world. If I gift you treasures that can elevate your cultivation by at least one rank, you must be prepared to offer something in return. Upon hearing this, Lucia's heart skipped a beat. It seemed the old ancestor had a preference for women. Today was likely when his true nature was revealed. Lu Qingyue furrowed her brows. A treasure that could enhance their cultivation by one rank was something she undoubtedly desired. With such an item, they would have the potential to defeat enemies of a higher level. Who wouldn't want that? However, the stipulation of needing to give something in return was quite evident. Beyond their good looks, they had little else to offer. Old ancestor, Lu Qingyue hesitated, feeling indecisive. After all, was he truly considering taking advantage of them? It felt inappropriate with her sister present. Chu Fan, however, chuckled and said, it's quite simple. Just give me a hug filled with affection from each of you. How does that sound? Lucia was taken aback. She had thought the old ancestor intended something more dubious. To her surprise, it was merely this, just that. I can accept that, though such a request was somewhat embarrassing. A mere hug seemed manageable. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that what he meant? Of course, what else could it be? Did they wish to covet his good looks instead? He chuckled. I am the embodiment of righteousness. All right, I shall go first. Lu Qingyue smiled gently and stepped forward to give Chu Fan a firm embrace. Following her, Lucia also approached and embraced Chu Fan. He was filled with exuberance. He hadn't expected that this would be so easily accomplished. The fragrance emanating from the two beautiful women was intoxicating. Old ancestor, is this efficient? What did you mean when you said we could grow stronger? Lu Qingyue inquired, looking at Chu Fan with anticipation. With a flourish of his hand, Chu Fan produced 2 sets of combat outfits and said, take these skirts and stockings. Donning them will enhance your combat prowess. Could it be? This attire can truly augment our combat strength? Lu Qingyue was bewildered, having never heard of such a thing in her life. Surely, this must be a jest. I don't sense any aura of treasure emanating from them. Can they really enhance our combat ability? Lucia shared her astonishment. Chu Fan, donning a serious expression, declared, I am the sex ancestor. Would I deceive you 2 young ladies? If you do not desire these items, I can easily give them to someone else. My task is complete, and if you do not want them, there will certainly be others who do. Yes, we want them. Both beauties exclaimed in unison. Chu Fan then smiled with satisfaction. That's more like it. Rest assured, as beautiful ladies, I shall not shortchange you. Stick with me, and I promise you a future filled with success. Thank you, old ancestor. The sisters exchanged glances and expressed their gratitude. The kindness shown to them exceeded what other female disciples had ever experienced. Lu Qingyue looked at Chu Fan with gratitude, saying, old ancestors saved me that day, and now you bestow such treasures upon me. My cultivation is still shallow, and I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Lucia added, indeed, we have etched your great kindness in our hearts. If you ever require us, do not hesitate to ask. Cough, cough, you may rise. We are all members of the Huan sect. Aiding you is also for the benefit of the sect. There is no need for excessive formality. Chu Fan said as he helped the 2 beauties to their feet. Thank you, old ancestor. From now on, we shall be your loyal followers. Wherever you direct us, whether east or west, we shall comply. Lu Qingyue asserted earnestly once they stood. Chu Fan felt a bit embarrassed at her declaration. What did she mean by being his followers? If they were truly his followers, he would only guide them to his bed. Why would he send them east or west? He wasn't TA map. Nonetheless, he nodded and said, yes, focus on your cultivation from now on. Wearing these outfits outside feels a bit inappropriate, Lucia remarked. Glancing at the short skirt, Chu Fan replied, what is inappropriate about it? This is a splendid way to showcase feminine beauty. In the future, when you wear them, others will admire you and perhaps even envy you. All right then. The sisters exchanged glances and offered faint smiles. The system's voice resonated in Chu Fan's mind, announcing, system task completed. The host has acquired 2 intermediate-grade elixirs, 2 advanced-grade elixirs, and a supreme sacred treasure, blood-drinking sword. The treasures have been placed in the host's storage ring. Please check. Chu Fan's heart soared with elation. He had just acquired several elixirs, and with them, he could enhance his cultivation. By the way, old ancestor, the previous ancestor Yichio mentioned he would be selecting disciples today. Now that you've taken his place, will you also be going to select disciples? Lucia quickly recalled and said to Chu Fan, I suspect the female disciples are already waiting for you in the front hall. Realizing this, Chu Fan contemplated before responding. Let us go. You two lead me there. To build your courage, wear these outfits and step outside. What? We're supposed to wear these outfits and accompany you? The sisters exchanged uncertain glances, feeling a bit shy. Chu Fan smiled gently. This is a perfect opportunity to test your bravery. Though we may not appear entirely proper in these outfits, as long as our intentions are sincere, we are indeed respectable individuals. All right, the sisters, feeling they couldn't refuse the old ancestor-esque wishes, gritted their teeth and retreated to change. Moments later, they emerged from within. Upon seeing them, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. They were stunningly beautiful. If not for his low cultivation and the need to maintain the image of an ancestor, he would have eagerly embraced them. Let us go. Chu Fan led the two beauties outside, casually saying, by the way, from now on, remember to stay close to me. If we encounter disciples of lower cultivation who seek to trouble me, you must step in to protect me. Understood? Ultimately, Chu Fan felt that his cultivation was inferior to that of the two sisters. For the sake of safety, he decided to have them serve as his right and left arms. No way you, with such high cultivation, still need us to protect you? Lu Qingwei exclaimed, bewildered. Lu Xiu, standing behind her, explained, Sister, you don't understand. Our ancestor looks down upon disciples with lower cultivation. That's why he said that. With such high cultivation, it would tarnish his image to intervene on behalf of those with lesser abilities. Understanding dawned on Lu Qingwei, and after a moment's contemplation, she added, however, our cultivation is somewhat lacking. In this sect, there are likely very few disciples we can contend with. Chu Fan smiled and reassured them, do not worry. As long as you act as my right and left arms, I will swiftly cultivate you both into true masters. Upon hearing this, the sisters exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy. Ancestor, why don't we fly over? It's quite a distance to walk, and you seem to be going the wrong way. Lu Xiu gently reminded as they exited the courtyard. Chu Fan felt a bit embarrassed and replied, Ahem, walking is good for exercising the body. I am unfamiliar with the sect, so please take me on a tour today. By the way, you may call me Chu Fan. Do not refer to me as ancestor anymore. If others hear that, it would be quite improper. Anzai, Chu Fan ge. Lu Xiu thought for a moment and shyly called out to him as older brother. After all, the ancestor had asked them to address him as Chu Fan. Perhaps he harbored other intentions. It might be better to call him older brother to bridge the distance, as who knows. The ancestor might bestow upon them some treasures that could help them rise. That title suits you well. Chu Fan felt elated upon hearing this. Indeed, he wasn't old. Being called older brother might open new opportunities in the future. Following behind, he couldn't help but indulge in fanciful thoughts as he admired the graceful figures of the two sisters. There are indeed many beautiful women in this world. The sect leader and the three elders are all stunning. He wondered how the fourth and fifth elders looked. If they all became his women, that would be splendid. Moreover, the two in front of him were equally alluring, their figures and appearances rivaling those of renowned beauties. Not long after they started down a mountain path, they encountered three male disciples chatting nearby. Upon seeing their attire, the trio recognized them as outer disciples, and their eyes were instantly glued to the Lu sisters. The sisters were already the object of many male disciples' admiration, and now dressed so alluringly, the boys' hearts raced, nearly causing them to nosebleed. My goodness, isn't that Qingwei Shimi and her sister? Why are they dressed like that? One male disciple gulped before saying, but this is too sexy. What kind of style is this? I don't know. I've never seen such clothing before. It looks strange yet appealing, another male disciple exclaimed, equally excited. So beautiful. Her sister is also stunning. Those legs are simply irresistible, the last, a chubby fellow, added, his voice trembling with excitement. Did you hear that? They are praising how beautiful you both are. You should be happy, you know? Chu Fan, trailing behind, noticed something peculiar. The spiritual energy within him seemed completely depleted, and his cultivation was indeed low. However, this was a body of a strong individual, originally possessing high cultivation, and coupled with his rebirth, his mental prowess was exceptionally robust, with keen hearing and other senses. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu Fan, igniting a spark of excitement within him. Once his body regained some strength, the muscle and bone density would also gradually recover. At that time, Even a punch from someone at the Ling Zone level might not inflict significant harm upon him. Moreover, his physical strength alone would surpass that of ordinary inner disciples. With this thought, Chu Fan felt a silent thrill. Indeed, in a few days, once he refined some pills and broke through to a higher cultivation level, his capabilities would undoubtedly increase significantly. Low cultivation did not equate to weakness. Qingyue Shimi. Who is this uncle? The chubby disciple stepped forward with a smile. Lu Qingyue replied, Xiao Peng, this is the newly appointed steward, Steward Chu Fan, responsible for some of the affairs previously handled by Steward Yichio. Vitin, Steward Chu. Upon learning he was a steward, the three outer disciples immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Hastily bowing to Chu Fan, he smiled nonchalantly and said, You may call me Chu Fan Gij. There is no need to refer to me as uncle. I do not appear that old, do I? Certainly, Chu Fan Gij. They responded in unison. Let's proceed. Chu Fan glanced at Lu Qingyue and Lu Xiyu before moving forward. Once they had walked a fair distance, the chubby disciple remarked, This guy looks at least 40 years old, yet he doesn't want us to call him uncle. The tall disciple added, This is troublesome. He claims to be an older brother, perhaps to hint to Lu Xiyu that he is still young. He must be eyeing these two beauties. The last disciple chimed in. I wonder where they got such revealing outfits. They look stunning, but a bit too exposed. This steward Chu might have used his authority to coerce them into something inappropriate. Exchanging glances, the trio could only envy. After all, given Chu Fan's position, anyone wanting to play with those registered disciples could determine who would be sent to the Joyful Sect, ensuring many female disciples would willingly approach him. No registered disciple wished to be dispatched to the Joyful Sect, as that would lead to a fate worse than death. By the way, Qingyue, what was Steward Yichio primarily responsible for before? Chu Fan inquired after a moment's thought. Lu Qingyue immediately replied, That old lecher was hardly a good person. His main duty was to arrange accommodations for newly arrived registered disciples. Additionally, he was responsible for selecting 50 young and beautiful women each month to send to the Joyful Sect. Otherwise, Bu Yao Yin and Yichio Wu Ti have been able to threaten my sister and me. Lu Xiyu pointed ahead and said, There lies the front hall, where a plaza is located. Inside the hall, there's a small room behind the main hall. Steward Chu, you may reside there in the future. If you get tired during the day, you can rest there. As she spoke, Lu Xiyu hesitated and added, The previous steward ye often engaged in unsavory activities in there. A few times when I passed by, I heard the cries of women from within, sounding rather distressing. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Clearly, Lu Xiyu was naive, unaware that those sounds were often involuntary expressions of pleasure. Nonetheless, he had no desire to delve into the matter and smiled at Lu Xiyu, asking, What else? How is the treatment for stewards? Lu Xiyu replied, As for the treatment, it seems stewards can go to Elder Air to collect spiritual herbs each month. Hearing this, Chu Fan was instantly speechless. To seek spiritual herbs from Mo Ran, especially the lower grade ones, would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Even if he were to obtain the elite disciples suitable third-grade spiritual herbs, it would still attract doubt. As they conversed, they soon arrived at the plaza outside. At that moment, the main hall in the front was bustling with many registered disciples. One female disciple lamented, Ah, how unfortunate! This time, they're selecting 50 from among us 1,000 disciples. Although it's not many, if luck is against us, we might end up being chosen. Indeed, I am on the verge of breaking through to the rank of a first-class spirit master. If I am not selected this time, I shall attain that level before the members from Li Huzi Ing arrive next month, thus liberating myself from this suffering and ceasing to worry. My current concern lies in the possibility of being chosen this time, which would indeed be unfortunate. Another female disciple also wore a look of anxiety. As CHFN approached the doorway, he overheard some hushed whispers from within, prompting him to halt and advise Li SY and Li Qunju to remain outside. Preparing to eavesdrop, Li SY and Li Qunju found the situation somewhat amusing yet bewildering. Their esteemed ancestor, with such high cultivation, was suspected to have lived for over 1,000 years, yet still relished listening in on conversations. One female disciple, visibly agitated, whispered to another, What bad luck. Just the other day, I made peace with the situation and discreetly sought out Elder Y Chi, spending the night with him, and he assured me that my name would not be on the list. Now, with Elder Y deceased and a new elder to be appointed, what shall I do? Do not fret. As long as the new elder is male, with your beauty, you could charm him again. I refuse to believe you cannot win him over, replied the other disciple with a grin. But what if the new arrival is a woman? Or, even if he is a man, what if he possesses a strong sense of integrity? Lin Shimi expressed her concerns. Fear not. What man can resist temptation? A mere flick of your wrist will suffice. The other woman reassured her, still chuckling. CHFN smiled at this exchange before stepping inside. Good morning, ladies, he announced cheerfully. I am the newly appointed elder, here to take over Elder Y Chi's position. What? He is the new elder? Though slightly older, he appeared quite handsome, far more so than the previous Elder Y. One female disciple glanced at CHFN and remarked to her companion, if he were to hint at my name, I might just consider it. The former Elder Y was quite lacking. The Lin Shimi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the new elder, noting his striking features that exuded a certain gallantry. At that moment, CHFN felt a mix of amusement and discomfort, sensing he was being scrutinized by a throng of eager admirers. However, he surmised that their interest was not in him, but rather in how to win his favor to avoid being included in the upcoming selection. Ecstasy, your attire is simply exquisite. You look breathtaking, though perhaps a tad revealing, a young girl exclaimed as she approached Li S.Y., their camaraderie evident. Li S.Y. smiled and replied, these garments were gifted to us by Elder Sage. She refrained from elaborating on their value, wary of attracting envy. Could it be that Elder CH actually gifted you clothing? Is it possible that you and he have? The young girl paused, surprised that Li S.Y., usually so reserved, might have warmed to the new elder due to his good looks. Moreover, it seemed not only Li S.Y., but her sister Li Kyunju had also garnered Elder CH's attention. The unfamiliarity with Elder CH stemmed from the fact that registered disciples seldom interacted with the higher echelons of their sect. Who would have thought that Li S.Y. would seek out Elder CH privately to avoid being sent to Li Huziying? They must have shared more than just a conversation, whispered one disciple to a companion. Yet, Lin Kyunju wears the same attire. It seems Elder CH has a penchant for such provocative clothing, which is rather unbecoming for a man of his stature. I feel embarrassed just looking at them. The other disciple replied, keep your voice down. If Elder CH hears you, he may retaliate by adding you to the selection list, the first disciple cautioned. Elder CH, did you indeed give them these garments? Your taste is impeccable. They are truly lovely, Lin Sho, another female disciple noted. Her attire also leaning towards the seductive, her neckline daringly low. She approached CHFN, casting him a flirtatious glance, and lightly touched his chest. Oh, what magnificent physique! I am Lin Sho, and I, too, wish to wear such attire for you. Mayrakasta set. CHFN felt a twinge of discomfort, while Lin Sho was indeed attractive. The thought of her having been with Elder Y left him feeling somewhat repulsed. After all, he had higher aspirations, with the likes of Li S.Y., Li Kyunju, and the stunning YY New Jersey awaiting his attention. You possess charm, yet compared to Li Kyunju and S.Y., you fall short. Thus, I reserve such gifts for only the most deserving. CHFN replied with a smile. Oh, how vexing. Even if you choose not to give me one, I merely wish to show you. Lin Sho pouted, attempting to entice him further to avoid being selected. Step back. CHFN commanded. Then address the assembly. Everyone, please quiet down. I have an important announcement. I'm here to inform you that, first and foremost, I am the new elder. Succeeding Gilderi. Secondly, we will not be sending anyone to Li Huziying this month, as decreed by the sect leader. I understand that there are 5,000 registered disciples, and typically, 50 are selected from a pool of 1,000. Therefore, many of you may not be present for this election, so please communicate this to your fellow disciples. CHFN smiled gently at the female disciples. Really? We won't be sending anyone this month? The disciples were filled with excitement. Not only this month, but in the future as well. CHFN confirmed with a grin. Is this true, Elder CH? This is remarkable. A disciple's eyes glistened with tears of joy, relieved that they would no longer have to endure the torment of being sent to Li Huziying. Lin Sho trembled slightly with exhilaration. Is this really the case? Did you receive inside information? Li Kyunju smiled calmly and reassured everyone. Rest assured, Elder CH speaks the truth. He would not deceive you. Not only those of you undergoing the initial selection need not worry, but also the remaining 4,000 registered disciples will be at ease. Be sure to inform your sisters and brothers residing with you. Wonderful. Elder CH, may I give you a hug? I am beyond thrilled. Ling Asyaga, Weasyaga, Uisklomid. Rushing to embrace him. Elder CH, this is the best news I have heard in ages. I must also give you a hug. Another girl who shared a friendly rapport with Lee S.Y. hastily joined in, wrapping her arms around him, as CHFN inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from her. He felt an undeniable sense of comfort. Ah, those wishing to embrace me, please form an orderly line. CHFN laughed heartily. Line up, line up. I want to hug Elder CH too. Another disciple chimed in. Indeed, within moments, a lengthy queue began to form. Chu Fan was utterly exhilarated at that moment, as he embraced each of them in succession, a sensation that was truly delightful. It must be said that the quality of the named disciples from Hehuanzong was remarkably high. Their beauty was striking, and those of average appearance were indeed few. Among them, a couple with generous figures stirred a wave of excitement within Chu Fan. Elder Chu, I came to find you, intending to bring you here, yet I did not expect to discover you in such company, fostering camaraderie with the disciples. At that moment, Shi Hen Shuang walked in, observing Chu Fan in the midst of a group of female disciples lining up for embraces, her expression slightly peculiar. This old fellow seemed to possess even greater lasciviousness than she had imagined. Chapter 20. Mass production. Upon noticing Shi Hen Shuang's arrival, Chu Fan awkwardly smiled and hastily remarked, All right, everyone, that's enough with the hugs. It's time to wrap this up. The sensation of being caught in the act left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Prompting him to explain, Elder, they were merely thrilled to hear that they would no longer be sent to Lai Huazong, and in their excitement, they embraced me. Chu Fan noticed that today, Shi Hen Shuang had evidently opted for attire more modest than the short skirt and stockings she wore the previous day, perhaps feeling a sense of embarrassment, reserving that outfit for future battles. Since you have communicated that, it cannot be better, Shi Hen Shuang replied with a smile. Glancing at Lu Qingyue and Lu Xiu, who were clad in alluring stockings and short skirts, her brow furrowing slightly. Elder Chu, you actually possess such treasures? Treasure? The elder's reference to such garments as treasures surprised Chu Fan. It seemed she had quite the fondness for such attire. Could it be that she desired to wear them herself, thus deeming them treasures? The named disciples exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how mere clothing had become treasures in the elder's eyes. Chu Fan chuckled lightly. Indeed, I have more. I simply felt a connection with these two, so I gifted each of them a set. Very well. Shi Hen Shuang nodded, contemplating that if more female disciples donned such attire, it would alleviate any future awkwardness for her when she chose to wear them. However, she was taken aback that Chu Fan had bestowed such treasures upon disciples of such low cultivation. These items should have been given to those of higher prowess to maximize their effectiveness. Gifting them to these two appeared somewhat wasteful to Shi Hen Shuang. The previous night, she and Yi Yanji had worn the garments and flown to a distant grove to test them, discovering that indeed their strength had significantly increased after donning these treasures. After some thought, Chu Fan turned to Yi Yanji and said, By the way, Elder, I see there are quite a few named disciples. I fear that as I focus on my cultivation, I may lack the time for other matters. Could you assist me in arranging an assistant? Assistant? What is that? Yi Yanji furrowed her brow, struggling to comprehend Chu Fan's intention. Chu Fan found himself at a loss for words. How could one expect the inhabitants of this world to understand such terminology? After a moment, he clarified, could you arrange for a deputy elder to assist with my daily duties and help alleviate some of the responsibilities? It was evident that Chu Fan intended to become a hands-off manager. On the surface, he appeared to be negotiating with Shi Hen Shuang. It was akin to issuing orders. How could Elder Shi dare to defy his wishes? She nodded in agreement. Very well. Who do you think would be suitable for this position of deputy elder, your assistant? Chu Fan glanced at Lu Xiu behind him and suggested, Xiu, how about you take on this role? The benefits are equivalent to that of an elder, and you can earn contribution points for the sect, as well as receive spiritual herbs or spirit stones for your cultivation. What do you think? Me? Can I really? Lu Xiu's heart leaped with joy. It was the first time she had heard of a deputy elder position. Having just broken through to the first level of spiritual master, she was somewhat overwhelmed. Since Elder Chu believes in your capabilities, then it shall be you. You must work diligently and not disappoint Elder Chu's expectations. Shi Hen Shuang smiled slightly and added, In a moment, I will arrange for you to receive a token, the Deputy Elder's token. It is merely a matter of adding a character to the Elder's token, which is not difficult. Thank you, Elder Chu. Thank you, Elder. Lu Xiyu promptly expressed her gratitude with a bow. Many named disciples listening felt a pang of envy. Lin Xiaoxiao could not contain her jealousy, exclaiming, "Humph, is it just because she's a little more attractive than me?" It must be that Lu Qingyue informed her of the new elder, prompting Lu Xiyu to curry favor. Otherwise, this position would likely have been mine. The thought of having her opportunity snatched away left Lin Xiaoxiao feeling somewhat disgruntled. All right, everyone disperse. In the future, if any of you named disciples have matters to discuss, you may approach Elder Chu or Deputy Elder Lu. Shihen Shuang smiled gently at the crowd, adding, I will post a notice regarding their appointments at the announcement board shortly. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiaoxiao could not resist approaching Shihen Shuang to inquire, Elder, does this truly mean we will no longer need to send female disciples to Lai Huazong? Are we not their match? Are we not concerned they might come to attack us? Shihen Shuang smiled calmly. Rest assured, our decision is backed by confidence. You need not worry about that. Wonderful. That is truly wonderful. With this, we can devote ourselves to cultivation and strive to become outer disciples sooner, the others exclaimed joyfully. Before long, the named disciples dispersed. Once everyone had left, Shihen Shuang turned to Chu Fan and said, Elder Chu, the garments you provided were worn by me and the sect master last night, and we indeed experienced a significant boost in strength. Even those at the first level of spiritual king may not match us, especially since both I and the second and third elders are at the 9th level of spiritual lord. Donning this attire effectively means we possess 4 individuals akin to 2nd level spiritual kings, and thus we need not fear the insignificant Lai Huazong. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue and Lu Xiyu exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy. They had yet to try the garments, and had thought Elder Chu was merely boasting. Little did they know, these items genuinely enhanced their strength. Shihen Shuang pondered before exclaiming, however, such treasures must not be easy to obtain, right? If we could mass-produce them, and some elite disciples within our sect could wear such garments, it would elevate our overall strength to an entirely new level. Cough, cough. Such items are, after all, treasures. Naturally, I cannot. Chu Fan smiled awkwardly, realizing he had some, but not many left. The system was not providing him with more, and he had no recourse. Unexpectedly, just as Chu Fan was halfway through his sentence, the system's notification sound rang out abruptly. Detected the elder's desire to obtain the mass production of stockings and short skirts, triggering system task. Obtain Elder Shihen Shuang's first embrace to receive a reward of 1,000 sets. The system's voice continued. Task completion deadline, within 10 days. Failure to complete will result in a 2-centimeter reduction in the host's member. Do you accept the task? Chapter 21. That's the essence of it. Will there be anything else? Shihen Shuang gazed at Chu Fan, her expression one of confusion. She despised individuals who spoke halfway through. Chu Fan, feeling quite embarrassed, chuckled lightly. No, it's nothing. I find your idea most agreeable. However, the difficulty of this task is considerable and will require your cooperation. After contemplating, Chu Fan hesitantly stated. Upon hearing this, Shihen Shuang replied immediately, if it can indeed be mass-produced, I shall certainly cooperate, whatever it may take. Upon hearing these words, Chu Fan's expression became somewhat peculiar. How could one cooperate in such a manner? If engaging in such activities was permissible, could it be that the Grand Elder was genuinely willing to sacrifice himself for the sake of the Huan sect? Contemplating this, Chu Fan felt a surge of delight within, and a mischievous smile crept onto his lips. After pondering for a moment, he softly declared, all right. Shihen Shuang was ecstatic, his excitement palpable. If they could acquire 100 or 2 of such outfits and distribute them among the protectors, branch leaders, or some elite disciples with slightly higher cultivation, each would undoubtedly see an enhancement in their combat abilities by at least 1 or 2 ranks. This would provide them with the leverage to contend against the Lihua sect. After all, the pinnacle of combat prowess is the cornerstone of a sect's strength. Chu Fan resolved in his heart to accept the task. With 10 days at his disposal, he could test the waters tonight. If it proved unfeasible, he would gradually devise a plan to win over Shihen Shuang. Besides, it was merely a hug. Surely Shihen Shuang would not mind, would he? As Chu Fan led Lu Xia and Lu Qingyue forward, he inquired, Qinghue, I feel a bit hungry, but I have no spirit stones on me. Could you treat me to something to eat? Let's stroll down that street over there. Before Lu Qinghue could respond, Lucia interjected, I will treat you, Chu Fan. Thank you for securing the position of deputy steward for me. I am eager to express my gratitude. Chu Fan nodded. Haha, splendid. Let's see what culinary delights await us. In no time, the trio arrived at a cobblestone street. Although not long, it was bustling with numerous shops and stalls. Lu Qinghue turned to Chu Fan and explained, Chu Fan, there is a small town at the foot of the mountain, from which some disciples are recruited. Many of the vendors are family members of disciples, while others are registered disciples themselves. Pausing briefly, Lu Qinghue continued, whenever everyone wishes to have a meal or purchase something, they often come here. Chu Fan nodded. Given his low cultivation level, he indeed felt quite hungry. Wow, they are truly stunning, exclaimed one onlooker. Indeed, those two women possess remarkable figures. TSK, if given the chance to cultivate with them, it would be worth sacrificing 3 years of life. Who is that man? He appears to be no young lad, perhaps in his 40s? How can those two beauties walk alongside him? Look at the token hanging from his waist. That is a steward's insignia. Though I have never seen him, I suspect his cultivation is quite formidable. His cultivation must be substantial. I cannot even sense his energy fluctuations. It seems he has concealed his inner aura. Numerous disciples, upon spotting the trio, could not help but engage in fervent discussions, particularly the male disciples, who, upon seeing Lucia and Lu Qinghue's stockings and their captivating legs, nearly drooled. Lucia and Lu Qinghue, aware of the many gazes upon them, felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment. They soon entered a restaurant where Chu Fan had no intentions of overindulging. He merely ordered a few dishes to satiate his hunger. The system rewarded him with the Hahuan divine art, and if he embraced a woman while practicing this technique, the speed of spirit energy absorption would be significantly accelerated. Moreover, the technique indicated that during a woman's first embrace, one could receive feedback from the heavens and earth. Though Chu Fan was uncertain, he did not currently have the opportunity to experiment. Due to the high level of the technique, within just over an hour, he had successfully refined the first-grade low-level elixir. Remarkable! Not only is my refining speed impressive, but my cultivation has also ascended to the third-grade Qi master level, and my foundation feels exceptionally stable, not at all precarious. Chu Fan's heart soared with joy. If this continues, I shall be able to break through once more. I can refine further. At that moment, the system's voice resonated, because the Hahuan divine art is an advanced imperial-grade technique. Cultivating with it ensures a stable foundation. The host originally possesses strength, effectively retracing the path previously walked, thereby avoiding any instability. Realizing this, Chu Fan acknowledged that the original owner of his body was on the verge of ascension. Thus, retracing this journey would not only prevent instability, but also allow him to break through multiple realms without encountering any bottlenecks. Ah, how splendid! There is still ample time. Before nightfall, I can refine all the elixirs obtained without issue. Achieving the Spirit Master realm in a single day is not beyond my grasp. Chu Fan's heart brimmed with excitement. For many disciples, such an achievement would take years, yet he could accomplish it directly. With this thought, his heart was filled with hope. Just as Chu Fan was overwhelmed with exhilaration, the system delivered another piece of delightful news. Host, Yi Yinjia, Lucia, and Lu Qinghue all possess rare special physiques. Embracing them while utilizing the technique will yield greater feedback, significantly enhancing your cultivation. Be sure to seize this opportunity. The system paused before adding, furthermore, especially during your first embrace using the Hahuan divine art with them, the feedback will be immense. Not only will you benefit, but they will also gain from the technique's effects, allowing both parties to elevate their cultivation by several ranks. Wait, is this truly so delightful? Chu Fan's eyes brightened, and he could not help but swallow hard. So embracing other women will also provide feedback, though not as substantial as that from those with special physiques. If I embrace Hen Huang for the first time, will there be feedback as well? Precisely. The advanced imperial-grade technique surpasses even celestial-grade methods. Indeed, it is remarkable. Chu Fan's heart raced with anticipation as he began his training. In the afternoon, he devoted himself entirely to refining elixirs. Master, I discovered that our ancestor has provided Lu Qinghue and Lucia each with a set of our garments. I never would have imagined he still possessed them. Shi Henzhuang remarked with a wry smile to Yi Yinjie. Yi Yinjie, taken aback, replied, "Such treasures? And he still has them? They appear to be quite new. I wonder where he acquired them." After a moment's thought, Yi Yinjie continued, "Those two girls are indeed quite lovely. It seems our ancestor has taken a liking to them. Otherwise, why would he bestow such precious gifts upon them?" Shi Henzhuang nodded. "Yes, and the ancestor also requested that I arrange for an assistant for him, essentially meaning a deputy steward to aid in his work. He appointed Lu Xia as deputy steward, allowing her to enjoy the same privileges as a steward. I just had someone prepare the token and garments for Lu Xia. Having gifted Lu Xia such treasures and appointed a first-grade spirit master as deputy steward, it seems our ancestor may have already secured Lu Xia's favor." Yi Yinjie chuckled softly. "However, as long as he can help us resolve the sect's issues and bolster our strength, it matters not." After considering, Yi Yinjie added, "Yet, such treasures bestowed upon two disciples of low cultivation seems somewhat wasteful." Suddenly, Yi Yinjie's eyes sparkled, and she turned to Shi Henzhuang. "If we could acquire 200 to 300 sets of such garments for our elite disciples, it would tremendously enhance our sect's overall strength. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. I shall certainly cooperate with him." Shi Henzhuang responded, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Yi Yinjie remarked, "Indeed, you must cooperate well with the ancestor. If more assistance is required, seek out additional disciples to lend a hand. If we can mass-produce such treasures, it would be a tremendous boon for our sect." When the sky began to darken, Chu Fan finally emerged from his chamber. To his delight, he had completely refined the medicinal pills he had obtained earlier, raising his cultivation to the level of a second-rank spirit master. Now, even without the use of flying talismans, he was able to soar through the skies, albeit at a slightly reduced speed. A gentle smile graced Chu Fan's lips. He was finally liberated from the reliance on flying talismans for flight. Moreover, his internal strength had multiplied significantly, and the sensation was simply exhilarating. He focused his spiritual energy to scrutinize his appearance and noticed that after a hearty meal and the nourishing effects of spiritual energy on his skin, he appeared to be 3 or 4 years younger than he had that morning. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "I am no longer an old man. I am a dashing middle-aged gentleman. With this appearance, I might even attract some of the female disciples." In a moment of self-admiration, he pondered whether Shi Henzhuang would come to see him soon, and if she might embrace him. After all, the cultivation techniques they were practicing required a considerable amount of time spent in each other's embrace. Chapter 23. Sacrifices for the sect. The thought of embracing Shi Henzhuang filled Chu Fan with anticipation. After all, she was quite remarkable, and the embrace would surely be pleasant. However, he was acutely aware that her cultivation level far surpassed his own, and should she be unwilling, he could not force the issue. The idea of a simple embrace, lasting a while longer, was not an act of dual cultivation. Surely she would not mind, he mused. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found Shi Henzhuang standing outside. She was attired in a striking red gown that clung to her figure, making her appearance all the more captivating. She exuded an air of cool aloofness and a hint of dominance, which left Chu Fan feeling somewhat uncertain. "Please, come in, Elder Henzhuang." He greeted her with a slight smile, allowing her to enter before closing the door behind her. As soon as Shi Henzhuang noticed the door had been shut, she paused, realizing that this conversation must pertain to confidential matters. It seemed Chu Fan wished to keep their discussion private. "Ancestor, how do we go about mass-producing these treasures? Do you have any blueprints or similar materials?" Shi Henzhuang inquired, contemplating the task at hand. She added, "I will fully cooperate with you. If you need more personnel, just let me know." Chu Fan chuckled awkwardly, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "Well, it's nothing like that. I merely need you to assist me alone." Shi Henzhuang was taken aback. "You need me alone? How so? Does the ancestor desire something more intimate?" Her heart raced with nervousness, and upon closer inspection, she noticed that he appeared even younger than the day before, undeniably handsome. However, his request seemed rather abrupt. After a moment's thought, she suggested, "Ancestor, if you're seeking companionship, I could arrange for someone, perhaps Lu Qingyue or another. What do you think?" Feeling a bit bashful, she added, "I just think this is a bit sudden. I'm not mentally prepared for this." Chu Fan felt a bittersweet smile tug at his lips. The request from the so-called system was indeed a bit excessive. After all, Shi Henzhuang was a respectable woman. Regrettably, this matter could only rest upon her shoulders. Henzhuang, I understand this may be a significant sacrifice for you, but I swear that if you embrace me for one night, it will suffice. He sighed and sat upon the edge of the bed. Consider it. I speak only the truth. Otherwise, those robes may be unattainable. Having said all he could, he awaited her decision. If Shi Henzhuang were truly unwilling, then failure was inevitable. It was merely a matter of a few centimeters. He knew this was a test of her commitment to the sect and whether she would sacrifice for its sake. Ancestor, is this truly the case? If it's just an embrace for one night, you can provide me with those robes? Just an embrace and nothing else? Thinking of the female disciples suffering injustice and glancing at Chu Fan's striking visage, Shi Henzhuang finally conceded. If it were 300 or 500, I could agree to your terms. Clearly, for the sake of the sect, Shi Henzhuang was willing to make sacrifices, although there were distinctions between men and women. If it was merely an embrace without further implications, it was not too much to ask. However, she insisted, but the ancestor must not speak of this. I would want others to think there is something more between us, as that would lead to awkwardness if we were to meet in public. Chu Fan's heart soared with delight as he stepped forward to embrace Shi Henzhuang, declaring, of course, as long as you permit me to embrace you while cultivating. Acquiring 1,000 sets will not be an issue. Moreover, this will not only enhance my cultivation, but yours as well. Enhance my cultivation? You're not deceiving me, are you? Embracing while cultivating? What an unusual method. Shi Henzhuang's face flushed crimson. It was the first time she had heard of such a technique requiring an embrace. Rest assured, I would never deceive you, Chu Fan reassured her. He reveled in the moment, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and savoring her fragrant presence. Chapter 24. It seems quite pleasant. Chu Fan began to cultivate quietly, and soon, the surrounding energies surged toward them, allowing both to elevate their cultivation levels without their conscious effort. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task and received the first embrace of the Grand Elder. A reward of 1,000 sets of short skirts has been deposited into your storage ring. Because this was the host's first time utilizing the cultivation technique, the feedback was immense, resulting in substantial enhancements for both participants. The system's voice echoed, leaving Chu Fan in a mix of disbelief and amusement. This unexpected interruption was quite remarkable. This woman, with her beauty and figure, was truly extraordinary. To facilitate their cultivation, Chu Fan suggested they move to the bed, and thus they embraced and cultivated for several hours. After a few hours, Chu Fan finally released her, fearing that if he continued, he might be tempted to engage in other activities. After all, the Grand Elder held a prestigious position, and simply being allowed to embrace her was a tremendous honor. As he gazed at the enchanting beauty before him, he felt a swell of emotions. Soon, he focused his mind, intending to assess her cultivation level. Although his spiritual energy had diminished, his memories remained intact. With these memories, employing the secret technique to probe another's cultivation was not difficult. Upon inspection, he was pleasantly surprised. The feedback is indeed significant. She has ascended to the second-rank Spirit King. The Grand Elder had surprisingly broken through to the second-rank Spirit King. It was important to note that reaching Shi Henzhuang's current level from 9th-rank Spirit Venerable to Spirit King required a great deal of spiritual energy. Now, not only had she achieved the rank of Spirit King, but she had also reached the second rank. Such progress would undoubtedly elicit envy from Yi Yinjia and the others upon learning of it. Upon checking his own cultivation, Chu Fan found that he had swiftly ascended from second-rank Spirit Master to 8th-rank Spirit Master. Magnificent! I have ascended to the rank of Ba Pai Ling Shi, which undoubtedly grants me greater means of self-defense. A surge of joy enveloped Chu Fan's heart. Perhaps due to his originally modest cultivation, such a significant breakthrough was achievable. Were his cultivation level higher, the energy required for such advancements would be overwhelmingly great, rendering further progress nearly impossible. Host, do you now comprehend the formidable nature of my cultivation technique? The voice of the system resonated once more. Chu Fan felt a tinge of embarrassment. The Tian Pai cultivation method he had previously practiced was already considered exceptionally powerful across the continent, a coveted treasure among many. Yet, in the system's perspective, it seemed to be dismissed as mere trifles, leaving him with the sensation of being chastised in person. Nevertheless, after experiencing the potency of this new technique. He had to concede, the deep high cultivation method is truly terrifying. It is noteworthy that some smaller sects might still employ Xianpai techniques, and the Hanling Zong at best utilizes advanced Xianpai methods, unlikely to possess deep high techniques. What Chu Fan currently practiced had surpassed even the Tianpai methods. Cultivation techniques are categorized into 4 grades: Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang, with Tianpai being the highest and Huangpai the lowest. Previously, Chu Fan had never even heard of a deep high cultivation method exceeding the Tianpai, and now he was truly gaining insight. Chu Fan was genuinely astonished by the system, feeling an overwhelming surge of power within him, which brought immense comfort. This must be the sensation of a true powerhouse. At that moment, Shi Shuang also opened her eyes and glanced at Chu Fan. "Forgive me, ancestor. I was enveloped by your warmth and unintentionally fell asleep." Shi Shuang's enchanting eyes met Chu Fan's, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. Being held by someone naturally provoked a flurry of thoughts. "Rest assured, I utilize my technique to assist in enhancing your cultivation. You should check your progress," Chu Fan said with a gentle smile. She immediately examined her own cultivation and gasped in astonishment. "No, this cannot be. I have actually attained the rank of Erpai Ling Wang." After exclaiming, she excitedly addressed Chu Fan, "Ancestor, I truly am an Erpai Ling Wang. Your technique is extraordinarily powerful, enabling me to break through so remarkably." Chu Fan smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. You will undoubtedly achieve even greater heights in the future. I can assure you of that. Your next breakthrough will be substantial." My heavens, is this truly real? Not only have I broken through, but my foundation feels remarkably stable. Upon inspecting her cultivation, Shi Shuang realized her advancement was solid, devoid of any instability, which took her by surprise. She could hardly fathom that such a miraculous technique existed in this world, allowing both parties to cultivate together and achieve mutual enhancement. Moreover, the magnitude of their progress was astonishing. Gazing at Chu Fan's incredibly handsome visage, Shi Shuang found herself momentarily entranced, feeling as if she were in a dream. Her path of cultivation had seemingly veered off course after the ancestor's emergence. Yet, at this moment, her heart brimmed with happiness and sweetness. "Ancestor, we will no longer be bullied by the Liaozong. I will strive to grow stronger and seize the opportunity to teach that despicable sect a lesson." The mere thought of the female disciples from her sect sent a chill through Shi Shuang's demeanor, her gaze darkening with a hint of murderous intent, which even made Chu Fan feel a twinge of fear. "There's no need for such formality among us." Chu Fan awkwardly chuckled, unsure what else to say. Reflecting on his 2 lifetimes without a girlfriend, he couldn't help but feel a sense of longing, especially with such a beautiful woman by his side. How wonderful it would be if she were to become his cultivation partner. Shi Shuang smiled, observing the man before her and finding him increasingly appealing. "Ancestor, I will come to seek you again. Hee. Will I be able to enhance my cultivation even further next time?" Shi Shuang, having tasted the sweetness of her progress, grew more proactive. "Of course, there will be substantial improvements, but know that the initial effects are the most profound. The subsequent attempts will yield diminished results, yet they will still be considerable." Chu Fan replied with a cheerful demeanor. Shi Shuang nodded, then continued, "By the way, I feel rather embarrassed about today's events. Could you keep this a secret? Please do not disclose it." "Naturally, this shall remain our secret." Chu Fan smiled gently, then embraced her. "However, when we are alone like this, you may call me Chu Fan instead of ancestor. It feels too distant. You may refer to me as Hen Shuang. How does that sound?" "All right." Shi Shuang shyly nodded, not knowing if it was due to their hours of shared cultivation, but being held by Chu Fan now felt entirely comfortable. At that moment, Chu Fan's stomach emitted a rumble, causing him a moment of embarrassment. "Ahem, Hen Shuang, do you have any spirit stones? It would be convenient for me to buy some food sometimes." Chu Fan coughed awkwardly, feeling somewhat shy. Shi Shuang, unbothered, flipped her palm and produced a sum of spirit stones for Chu Fan. "Here is 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. Use them as you see fit. If you require more, just ask me." After saying this, Shi Shuang paused and added, "Chu Fan, please do not mention my breakthrough to the sect master and others. I wish to surprise them once my cultivation is further advanced." Upon receiving the spirit stones, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, understanding her intentions. Fear not. How could I possibly disclose it? Shall we cultivate together once more? Seeing that time was still ample, Chu Fan pondered and decided to give it another try. Yes, absolutely. Shi Shuang readily agreed. As time passed, both Chu Fan and Shi Shuang gradually enhanced their cultivation levels. Chu Fan felt as though he were in a dream. The sensation of having such a beauty in his embrace was immensely gratifying, especially as it also contributed significantly to his cultivation. If this continued, it would become much easier for him to restore his cultivation. Furthermore, once he surpassed Yanji and the others, he would no longer fear the exposure of his cultivation status. Given his current level, should it be discovered, they might suspect he had been deceiving them, leading to dire consequences. After all, although he had possessed high-level cultivation in the past, he had yet to fully restore it, making the identity of ancestor somewhat tenuous. At present, he felt as if he were walking a tightrope high above the ground, requiring utmost caution. Any misstep could plunge him into an abyss. His current cultivation was insufficient to establish a foothold in Huan's zone, compelling him to conceal his strength while quietly striving for improvement. Once his cultivation surpassed that of Yanji, he would have little left to fear. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Lucy sat in contemplation, unable to focus on her cultivation. It was challenging to calm her mind, as the handsome face of the ancestor continually surfaced in her thoughts. Damn it, have I actually developed feelings for the ancestor? What should I do? Lucy was left speechless. Had that man not initially appeared as an old fool? Why did he seem increasingly handsome now? Moreover, the memories of Chu Fan's kindness made it difficult for her to concentrate on her cultivation. It was impossible to suppress a smile that occasionally graced her lips. Forget it, I won't cultivate today. Lucy shook her head in resignation, deciding to step outside for a stroll instead. Chapter 26. I am truly impressed in the confines of Chu Fan's chamber. Shi Henzhuang reclined on the bed, unable to contain her admiration as she addressed Chu Fan. My ancestor, I am utterly impressed by you. To think you could embrace me for such an extended duration without tiring. How do you manage it? Chu Fan smiled gently and replied, with your exquisite beauty, embracing you during my cultivation is a delight, one I do not find tiresome. By the way, please refrain from calling me ancestor in the future. Simply refer to me as Fangu, if you would. Very well, Fangu. Shi Henzhuang responded. Her cheeks flushed. After a moment of contemplation, she added, when others are present, I shall still call you Chu Shi, ensuring your identity remains concealed. Chu Fan expressed dissatisfaction. What a good girl you are. You have now reached the pinnacle of the third-grade Ling Wang realm. It appears you have surpassed my expectations. The next time you visit, you should be able to break through to the fourth-grade Ling Wang realm. Really? I have already advanced so much. I've reached the pinnacle of the third-grade Ling Wang realm? Shi Henzhuang marveled. It is well known that transcending the Ling Wang realm is no trivial matter, and achieving such strength signifies her as a formidable practitioner. Initially, she had hoped that, through 3 embraces with Chu Fan, she might reach the early or mid-stage of the third-grade Ling Wang realm. To learn that she had already attained its pinnacle was astonishing, surely. Her next breakthrough to the fourth-grade Ling Wang realm would not pose a challenge. She promptly began to assess her cultivation and soon realized that indeed, she had reached the pinnacle of the third-grade Ling Wang realm. After expressing her thoughts, she sighed, had I and the sect master possessed such power back then, our master would not have met such a tragic fate. Chu Fan felt a slight jolt within him upon hearing her words, as it seemed the past was not as straightforward as it appeared. Continuing, Shi Henzhuang hesitated before saying, however, Yanji harbored a disdain for that old man, and ultimately, he came with his followers to forcibly seize our master, the 17th sect master Ling Shui, who then engaged in a fierce battle with him. The opponent's cultivation surpassed that of Ling Shui. At that time, she was at the third-grade Ling Wang realm, while he was at the fourth grade. In the end, to protect us, the sect master self-destructed, ensuring mutual destruction. Chu Fan was taken aback by this revelation and clenched his fists, saying, I had no idea Ling Shui's demise was such a tragedy. What transpired afterward? With a wry smile, Shi Henzhuang recounted, myself, Mo, Ran, and Ru Yin are all disciples of Ling Shui. At that time, Yanji was our eldest senior sister, the first to reach the 9th-grade Ling Zun realm, and thus she became the sect master, while we served as elders. Chu Fan nodded, understanding now why Yanji seemed to have a strong camaraderie with the other elders. They were all united in their desire to strengthen the sect, having been close sisters under the same master. Observing their interactions, it was evident that their bond was exceptionally strong. Shi Henzhuang furrowed her brow and lamented, regrettably, "Our elder sister has yet to break through to the Lingwang realm due to a bottleneck. She has attempted twice to no avail." Meanwhile, both the second elder Mo Ran and the third elder Ru Yan have successfully advanced to the 9th grade Qizun realm, yet Yanji remains stagnant. Looking at Chu Fan, she continued, "Recently, the Liehua sect has been causing us trouble, demanding that we send female disciples to them monthly. We are at our wits' end, but thankfully, you have emerged from your seclusion. You are our beacon of hope." Chapter 27. You may arrange it. Chu Fan could only chuckle in disbelief. The female disciples of the Hahuan sect were numerous, constituting over 70% of the population, with very few male disciples. It was no wonder that some predatory sects, starved for female talent, had targeted Hahuan sect, given its current weakness. What did Sanlong sect? Have they ceased their harassment? Chu Fan inquired after a moment of thought. Shi Henzhuang nodded. After the Sanlong sect's leaders suffered losses, they were severely weakened and have not troubled us since. Although there have been occasional skirmishes during treasure hunts, there have been no significant conflicts. She paused briefly before continuing. At least now we belong to the Hanzong sect's faction, which provides us with some backing. The Sanlong sect, allied with the Tsun sect, has had its hands full due to conflict between the two larger sects, thus leaving us largely unbothered. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. There is no rush. We will eventually settle the score with them. For now, strengthening our power is our priority. Afterward, Chu Fan assessed his own cultivation and discovered he had achieved the 2nd grade Ling Zone realm, a significant advancement, with the exhilarating sensation of power surging through him. By the standards of the Hahuan sect, he now matched some inner disciples in cultivation. Of course, his true capabilities likely exceeded this, as his current body was far from ordinary. Had it not been for the fear of drawing suspicion, Chu Fan would have sought out a few elite disciples at the 1st or 2nd grade Ling Zun realm for a spar to test his newfound strength. In just 2 or 3 days, his cultivation had recovered significantly, eliciting a quiet joy within him as a smile crept across his lips. Speaking of enhancing power, did you not mention that after our embrace, you would provide me with that outfit? How many do you have? Shi Henzhuang shot him a playful glare, exuding an air of charm. Should other disciples witness this demeanor, they would likely be astounded at the transformation of the usually imposing and aloof Grand Elder. Chu Fan chuckled heartily and took Shi Henzhuang's storage ring, transferring all the stockings and short skirts within to her ring, before stating, "There are a total of 1,000 sets. Take them all. Distribute them to the more capable female disciples. Oh, and ensure each of you elders and sect master Yi receives a set as well. This way, everyone will have 2. No. 2 sets for each is excessive. 1 set per person will suffice. When we are not engaged in battle, there is no need for such attire. Only when on missions or in secret realms should they be worn," Shi Henzhuang replied, her eyes lighting up. "This approach will maximize the overall strength of our disciples. Besides, wearing such garments often may make some female disciples feel a bit shy," she added. Chu Fan sighed and said with a wry smile, "Fine. It is up to you to decide. The items are yours to manage." "Wonderful. I have now reached the pinnacle of the 3rd grade Ling Wang realm. I am certain that when I return in a few days, breaking through to the 4th grade Ling Wang realm will pose no challenge. At that point, we will no longer fear the Liehua sect," Shi Henzhuang exclaimed with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, she could not help but ask Chu Fan, "Fan Ge, could you assist our sect master in enhancing her cultivation as well? If our sect could have a few more practitioners at the Ling Wang realm, combined with the benefits of your outfit, we may not rival 2nd-tier sects, but we would certainly be much stronger than before." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of delight within him. However, he furrowed his brow and feigned calmness as he said, "I have no objections to this. My primary concern is whether the Zhongzhu would be willing to participate. After all, as the Zhongzhu, and considering I appear significantly older than her, it might be rather embarrassing for her to engage in a training session involving an embrace with me." Shi Henzhuang chuckled and reassured him, "Rest assured. I believe that as long as you can genuinely assist her in breaking through her cultivation, I can lend a whisper of encouragement in her ear. This endeavor could very well succeed. Moreover, it is merely an embrace, It is not as if we are asking for anything more intimate. She should be amenable to it. Chu Fan's heart surged with joy. If this were to happen, wouldn't his cultivation be elevated by leaps and bounds? Fortarmore, Shi Hen Shuang, Ye Yanki, and Mo Ran were all close friends and former senior and junior sisters. If she were to assist in this endeavor, there would indeed be hope. With his cultivation having advanced substantially, he no longer needed to tread as cautiously as before. Chapter 28. Compromise is inevitable. Shi Hen Shuang glanced at Chu Fan, her face lighting up with a sweet smile before she departed. At this juncture, Yi Yanji sighed and remarked, I wonder if such treasures truly exist that can be mass-produced. Meanwhile, Shi Hen Shuang was lost in thoughts of Chu Fan's handsome and sturdy visage. Reminiscing about the shy moments they shared, her heart swelling with sweetness akin to having consumed honey. It turned out that engaging in such activities with a man she admired was extraordinarily delightful. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Hen Shuang turned to Yi Yanji and declared, Zhongzhu, let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We need not fear that foolish Lai Huazong anymore. Even if the Zhongzhu of Lai Huazong were to appear, I could easily dispatch him with a single blow. You have broken through? Yi Yanji asked, momentarily taken aback, her envy palpable as she responded, if you have indeed ascended to the realm of a first-tier Ling Wang. Coupled with that attire of stockings and a short skirt, slaying the Zhongzhu of Lai Huazong would indeed be considerably easier. I truly envy you. I still have no idea when I will be able to break through. It feels as though some kind of restraint is pressing down on me. Shi Hen Shuang smiled faintly. A first-tier Ling Wang? You underestimate me. Not a first-tier Ling Wang? Then what is your current cultivation? Yeyan ki kuidiet astonishit. Could it be that you have suddenly broken through to the second-tier Ling Wang? That is impossible, absolutely impossible. Achieving the Ling Wang level and breaking through is exceedingly difficult, requiring vast amounts of energy. To leap 2 tiers in one go is simply inconceivable. At that moment, Shi Hen Shuang's spirit stirred, and she released a powerful aura. The instant this pressure was unleashed, Yi Yanji felt an overwhelming sense of oppression, unmistakably beyond that of a first-tier Ling Wang. Third-tier Ling Wang? Or perhaps the pinnacle of the third tier? Yi Yanji's heart was struck with astonishment. The speed of such an elevation felt akin to riding a rocket, utterly terrifying. Impossible. Hen Shuang, how did you manage this? Yi Yanji swallowed hard, her heart already tempestuous. It had only been a single night since she last saw Shi Hen Shuang, and she had achieved such a remarkable breakthrough. Zhongzhu, do you wish to elevate your cultivation to such heights? Do you desire our sect to rise rapidly? Of course I do. To break through so much at once is simply too bizarre. Yi Yanji nodded vigorously. Who wouldn't desire such an opportunity? After a moment's contemplation, Yi Yanji hesitated and voiced her uncertainty. But why did the ancestor not assist you in elevating your cultivation a few days ago? Why now? Could it be that he felt we were not yet familiar enough? Is it only now that we are more acquainted that he is willing to assist us? As she spoke the last words, Shi Hen Shuang's voice trailed off, her expression growing somewhat peculiar. Troubling? I do not find it troubling at all. What could possibly be troublesome? As long as I can elevate my cultivation to such an extent, I will be willing to do anything. Yi Yanji immediately responded, moreover, have you not already accomplished it? If you do not find it troubling, I am certain I would not find it troubling either. I can manage it. Shi Hen Shuang then covered her mouth and stifled a laugh, saying, Really? Including your body? Body? Upon hearing this, Yi Yanji's smile instantly stiffened. Are you implying that you and the ancestor? Shi Hen Shuang's cheeks flushed red as she shot Yi Yanji a glare. Yanji, what are you thinking? Am I that kind of woman? I merely practiced embracing cultivation with the ancestor for a long time. Have you not heard of it? Embracing cultivation? Yi Yanji's expression turned somewhat strange. Could it be that Shi Hen Shuang was deceiving her? Could embracing truly facilitate cultivation? Moreover, could it yield such significant gains? Not to mention, being alone together for an extended period, would the ancestor be able to endure it? Yanji, we are good sisters, and I am sharing this with you, but please do not speak of it outside. I still feel a bit shy about it. Shi Hen Shuang said, her face flushed. The speed of breakthrough through embracing is astonishing, especially on the first attempt. The gains are considerable. The second and third attempts yield results too, though the effects diminish. The ancestor told me that if the other party possesses a special physique, the gains could be even greater after embracing. Yi Yanji could not help but feel a stir within her heart. The prospect of rapidly breaking through her cultivation was certainly enticing. Yet, the notion of embracing still made her feel somewhat bashful. I will think it over first. This matter feels too sudden for me. Yi awkwardly stated after some contemplation. No worries. I'm not asking you to embrace him immediately. You can take your time to consider. Shihen Shuang chuckled, well aware of Yi Yanji's reaction, which was entirely anticipated, given their close relationship. She believed that with more interactions between Yi Yanji and the ancestor, combined with the allure of such a significant breakthrough, Yi Yanji would inevitably relent in time. Chapter 29. It is not unfeasible. Yi Yanji smiled and inquired. By the way, what about the attire? Is it feasible to mass-produce it? Sure, Hen Shuang replied with a serene smile. Zhongzhu, the ancestor is incredible. He directly provided me with 1000 sets. She grinned. Look, they are all in my storage ring. Yi Yanji gasped in astonishment. 1000 sets? My heavens. That is an astonishing quantity. Did he create them himself? How could he possibly have so many? After pondering for a moment, Sure Hen Shuang furrowed her brows slightly. As for how the ancestor possesses so many, I am uncertain. It is best we do not inquire too deeply into such matters. Regardless, with these items, our Huanzong will become significantly stronger. Yi Yanji nodded, declaring, with this sudden acquisition, that Lai Huazong is no longer our match. Should they foolishly seek trouble with us, they are courting death. Indeed, the ancestor initially suggested 2 sets per disciple, so they could alternate. However, I believe 1 set per person suffices. As cultivators, we have long since cleansed our bodies. Our garments will not become overly soiled. We can don them when we know enemies are approaching, correct? Sure Hen Shuang chuckled. This way, we can maximize the potency of the attire. Yi and Ji nodded in agreement. Yes, you make a valid point. The availability of so many sets is truly astonishing. But providing 2 sets per person would be rather wasteful. After some contemplation, Yi Yanji instructed, you and the second elder should compile a list of the elite disciples with higher cultivation and select 1000 female disciples to distribute 1 set to each. Sure Hen Shuang agreed. All right, I will go find the second elder. Zhongzhu, do consider the matter of having the ancestor assist in elevating your cultivation. You are our leader, so you must strive to improve. With that, Sure Hen Shuang left joyfully. Yi Yanji gazed at her departing figure, feeling a mix of emotions, both amused and exasperated. Indeed, she is the head of the sect. However, the current Grand Elder has surpassed her in cultivation, leaving her quite embarrassed. Furthermore, witnessing the Grand Elder's remarkable advancement from a 9th-rank spirit venerable to the peak of a 3rd-rank spirit king instilled an enviable feeling within her. It is rather amusing. The ancestor has promised to treat her well, though one cannot ascertain the truth of such claims. Nevertheless, she mused that this individual does seem somewhat aged. Has he truly regained his youthful charm? After contemplating, Yanj bit her red lip and decided to fly towards the residence of CHFN. She wished to ascertain whether CHFN had indeed transformed into the youthful and handsome figure that SHH Shuang described. Soon, Yanj arrived at CHFN's door. After a moment's thought, she gently knocked. CHFN was taken aback. He had not anticipated Yi Yan's visit so soon after SHH Shuang's departure. Master, what brings you here? CHFN exclaimed with surprise, his heart leaping with joy. Could it be that the master, upon witnessing SHH Shuang's rapid progress in cultivation, decided to come embrace him and perhaps elevate her own powers as well? He never imagined that Yi Yanj would be so open-minded. Yet, perhaps the allure of suddenly advancing several ranks in cultivation was indeed too tempting for her to resist. However, CHFN felt a twinge of discomfort. He had just concluded an intense embrace earlier that morning, and now he feared his body might not withstand another. Are you truly the ancestor? Yi Yanj gazed at CHFN, momentarily stunned. The present CHFN indeed appeared younger and more striking than before, leaving her momentarily dazed. Ahem. Please call me Steward. CHFN replied, slightly embarrassed, contemplating how forgetful this woman could be, given that he had expressed his desire to live a low-profile life. Master, do you have a matter to discuss with me? CHFN smiled and invited her inside, pouring her a cup of tea. This tea is quite delightful. Do have a cup. Yi Yan's mind raced. and she thought it impossible to admit that she had come merely to see if the ancestor had truly become younger and more handsome. To say such a thing would make her seem like a lovesick fool. After some contemplation, she smiled and said, "Oh, it's nothing. I heard you provided 1,000 sets of stockings and short skirts, and I came to express my gratitude." "Gratitude, you say? How do you intend to thank me?" CHFN inquired with a slight smile. Yi Yanj was taken aback. She had merely fabricated an excuse and had not considered how to express her thanks. Now, faced with CHFN's question, she found herself at a loss. Ultimately, Yi Yanj boldly asked, "What would you like as a token of my gratitude?" CHFN pondered for a moment before replying, "How about you treat me to a meal?" Yi Yanj was surprised at the simplicity of his request. "Very well, then let us go. I shall treat you to some spirit beast meat. It is quite delicious. By the way, I have not strolled through the streets near the sect in quite some time." With a subtle smile, she stood up and placed her teacup down. "This tea is indeed excellent." CHFN gazed at Yi Yanj's enchanting smile and could not help but exclaim, "Master, your smile is truly captivating." Yi Yanj was taken aback by this unexpected compliment from the handsome steward, causing her heart to race with nervousness and a hint of bashfulness. Why did he suddenly say such things? Could it be that he truly harbored feelings for her? This man had already captivated the Grand Elder. Was he now aiming for her? No, this was too sudden. Although the prospect of enhancing her cultivation was enticing, she was still the head of the sect and could not allow herself to be trifled with so easily. However, as the sect leader, seeing the Grand Elder advance to a third-rank spirit king while she remained at her current level was indeed a blow to her pride. If her disciples were to discover this, even if they did not voice it, they would surely think of her as inadequate. Yet, he was undeniably handsome. Should she take a chance? At that moment, Yi Yan's mind began to spiral into a whirlwind of thoughts. "Master, shall we go? What are you pondering?" CHFN noticed Yi Yanj lost in thought and approached to remind her. "Oh yes, let us go. The scenery of H&Z Ing is quite lovely. It is not far from here." CHFN smiled softly and led the way. "All right." Yi Yanj followed closely, occasionally stealing glances at CHFN's handsome visage. Her heart in turmoil. In 5 days, the people from Li Hu Ziying would arrive. If her cultivation were to advance, it would provide additional security for the sect. Perhaps she should interact more with the ancestor to get to know him better. If he proved to be a genuinely good person, then it would not be a bad idea, provided he treated her well. Yi Yanj bit her lip, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 30. A bid for favor. "Who is that fellow?" someone exclaimed. "He is walking alongside our sect master." Before long, the two arrived at the street, and some disciples were astonished to see them together. Indeed, how could our esteemed master be seen with that man? Is she here for a stroll? When did our master become so approachable? Some female disciples were equally astounded. The sect master was a figure of great power, someone they dared not meet gaze with, while that man, appearing to be in his 40s, casually walked alongside her. "Steward CH, that is the place. The food is decent. I occasionally dine there. Let's go." Yi Yanj pointed to a nearby restaurant, smiling. "Wow, our sect master is actually smiling. She looks so beautiful when she does." One male disciple said, astonished. "Indeed, our sect master rarely smiles. I have seen her 5 times, and this is the first time I have witnessed her smile." Another inner disciple chimed in. Soon, CHFN entered the restaurant amidst the envious gazes of many, proceeding to a private room. After ordering a selection of dishes, Yi Yanj turned to CHFN and asked, "This should suffice, right? Is there anything else you would like to eat?" CHFN smiled and replied, "This is plenty. Just the 2 of us, and I worry we may not finish it. Should we have some wine?" Yi Yanj inquired respectfully after a moment's thought. Certainly. If the master wishes to drink, then let us indulge." CHFN looked at Tili. "Boss son, please bring us a jar of monkey wine," Yi Yanj said with a smile. "Of course, I will arrange that right away." Boss son, a middle-aged woman, was utterly shocked. She could sense that the sect master held a degree of reverence towards CHFN, as her words were imbued with respect. Such a remarkable figure exists within H&Z. Before long, Boss son exited to prepare the food and wine. "Mother, what are you thinking about?" At that moment, a young girl in a purple dress entered, addressing the middle-aged woman lost in thought. This girl, Mshodi, was a gifted disciple of the sect, having reached the third-rank spirit venerable at just 19. She had been recruited from a small town at the foot of the sect's mountain. Mshodi's father had passed away, and her mother, S.N.I. Ing, had come to the street to conduct business in order to see her daughter more often. To her surprise, the restaurant's delicious cuisine, coupled with S.N.I. Ing's keen business acumen, led to great success. Upon seeing her daughter, S.N.I. Ing furrowed her brow and said, "Your sect master is dining here in the top-tier private room." Ma Xiaodai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and remarked, "Isn't this a good thing? This indicates that our sect master truly appreciates the flavors of our establishment. Otherwise, why would they always choose to dine here?" Pausing briefly, she continued, "But I wonder, which elder has accompanied them this time?" Sun Sanyang then addressed Ma Xiaodai. "I find it puzzling. This time, it is not just any elder, but a man who has come. As for his age, he appears to be in his late 30s. A man? How is that possible?" Ma Xiaodai extended, surprised, for she was well aware that their sect master had no interest in men. The elders within the sect were all women, part of Yi Yinjia's circle of close friends. Typically, Yi Yinjia interacted mainly with them, while the male disciples seldom even caught a glimpse of her. How could the sect master possibly be in the company of a man? Sun Sanyang added, "Not only is he a man, but I overheard their conversation earlier. It seems Yi Yinjia referred to him as Steward Chu. Although he is merely a steward, it appears that your sect master holds him in some regard, judging by the tone of their exchange." Steward Chu? The new steward, Chu Fan? Upon hearing Sun Sanyang's words, Ma Xiaodai couldn't help but frown and muttered softly, "Yes, that's the name, Chu Fan. Are you familiar with him?" Sun Sanyang inquired. "This person does seem rather peculiar. I have never heard of him before, and to my knowledge, there has not been such an elite disciple emerging out of nowhere. Now, the sect has announced his existence, replacing Yi Chio's position. Moreover, he has assigned a beautiful woman as his deputy steward, who is merely a newly appointed outer sect disciple with the cultivation level of a first-tier spirit master. This situation strikes me as rather suspicious." Furrowing her brow, Ma Xiaodai expressed her confusion. "Now you're saying that this Chu Fan is quite close to the sect master, which adds to the mystery. Could it be that he is not an ordinary individual?" Sun Sanyang was equally startled. "Could it be that his cultivation level is comparable to that of your sect master?" Ma Xiaodai shook her head. "That seems improbable. If his cultivation were on par with the sect master's, how could he possibly hold the position of a steward? Even if he were not given an elder's position, he would at least be assigned as a protector, and below that, there are still branch leaders. It is inconceivable that he would be assigned merely as a steward." Ma Xiaodai paused before continuing with her doubts. "Moreover, I have never heard of the position of deputy steward in our sect before. Now, they have created such a role for that woman, which clearly indicates special treatment towards her." After pondering for a moment, Ma Xiaodia's eyes lit up. "In that case, perhaps the sect is not accommodating that female disciple, but rather they are favoring Chu Fan by providing him with someone to assist in his work. I could inquire further to see if there is any connection between Chu Fan and that female disciple." Sun Sanyang nodded. "Indeed, this situation is quite unusual. Chu Fan may not be as simple as he appears." After a moment of thought, Sun Sanyang advised, "Xiaodai, if you have the opportunity, try to engage with Chu Fan more often and win his favor. It could prove to be immensely beneficial for your future in the sect." Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodai shot Sun Sanyang a disapproving look. "Mother, the path of cultivation relies solely on one's innate talent and hard work. I have no desire to resort to such frivolous tactics. Besides, he is a man. Why should I seek to curry favor with him?" Sun Sanyang sighed with a wry smile. "You foolish girl, Chu Fan is no ordinary person. He could very well be an old acquaintance of the sect master. What if they end up together? Or perhaps he is someone of great caliber who could offer you considerable assistance. You shouldn't be so naive. Simply being his friend could be advantageous." "Fine. If the opportunity arises, I shall engage with him," Ma Xiaodai replied nonchalantly. Her sole focus was on cultivating and enhancing her abilities, without any intention of relying on flattery to gain resources. Moreover, he was a man. With many disciples dining in the establishment, Ma Xiaodai found a spot to sit down and ordered a couple of small dishes, beginning to eat. Although she had no intention of deliberately flattering Chu Fan, he piqued her curiosity, wondering what kind of person he was to dine with their sect master. "Chu Fan, you must have been quite formidable in the past, right?" As the dishes and wine were served, Yi Yinjia, unsure of what to discuss with Chu Fan, decided to ask out of curiosity. Chu Fan smiled and replied, Back in those days, I was indeed powerful. Even a formidable being of the spirit saint level would be easily crushed before me. Recalling the memories of his original self, Chu Fan chuckled, for indeed, spirit kings and spirit emperors were insignificant in his eyes, and even a spirit saint, who was supposedly stronger than a spirit emperor, could be easily slain by him. However, after days of effort, he had only just broken through to the spirit sect level, and he had no idea how long it would take to regain his peak state. Not even a spirit saint could match you. Yi Yinjie was taken aback by Chu Fan's words. She knew that even a formidable being at the spirit emperor level was someone she could only look up to, let alone the awe-inspiring spirit saints. Such figures were, in her mind, deserving of reverence. Yet, to hear such a being described as easily extinguishable by Chu Fan was astonishing. What a terrifying level of achievement has this elder reached? This is monkey wine, is it not? It has a delightful flavor. Chu Fan took a sip of the monkey wine. Previously, he had only encountered such things in novels, but now he was able to enjoy it after his transmigration. The monkey wine had a fragrant aroma and a sweet taste, with no harshness at all. Indeed, if the elder enjoys it, please indulge a little more. Yi Yinjie smiled and nodded, though she couldn't help but feel puzzled. After all, this elder had lived for many years. Monkey wine was not an extraordinary treasure. It was relatively common in this world. While ordinary people might not afford it, surely someone of the elder stature would have sampled it before. Yet, judging by Chu Fan's astonishment and tone, it seemed as though this was indeed his first experience with it. After chatting for a while, Yi Yinjie, having consumed some wine, found Chu Fan increasingly handsome. Should I embrace the elder to enhance my cultivation? I still feel a bit shy, especially since I've never hugged a man before. Yi Yinjie pondered this internally, struggling to make up her mind. However, she soon recalled something and turned to Chu Fan. By the way, elder, I suddenly remembered that I have something to ask you. The Grand Elder had a wonderful experience with you. And did that truly lead to such a significant leap in her cultivation? Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat, realizing that Yi Yinjie had finally braved the topic after waiting so long. With a calm smile, Chu Fan replied, Indeed, as you can see from her cultivation, this is not something that can be faked, is it? After contemplating for a moment, he added, However, I'm not someone who casually assists others. Helping her elevate her cultivation was quite taxing for me as well. Upon reaching this point, Chu Fan paused momentarily before expressing his dilemma. Were it not for my admiration for Hen Shuang's unwavering commitment to enhancing our sect's strength, I would not extend my assistance to her. Furthermore, I have pledged to all of you to fortify the Hehuan Zone, a commitment I owe to my disciple, who is also your founding ancestor. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjie realized that the elder's actions must entail significant physical tolls, possibly even sacrificing years of life. After all, how could one achieve such extraordinary growth in a short span without incurring some form of cost? Indeed, defying the natural order requires a price, and in this case, it is the elder who bears the burden. The elder's motivations are not driven by mere lust, but rather a selfless dedication to the sect. Chu Fan was unaware that his words had inadvertently crafted an image of grandeur in Yi Yinjie's heart. Elder, could you also assist me in elevating my cultivation? Yi Yinjie inquired after a brief hesitation. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt an exhilarating rush of joy. Yi Yinjie, a figure of authority amongst her female disciples, would soon be in his embrace for cultivation purposes. Although it was merely an embrace, the techniques indicated that such an act would foster a greater sense of reliance and intimacy from the female counterpart, enhancing mutual affection. Over time, such feelings could blossom into deeper emotions. Despite the excitement bubbling within, Chu Fan maintained an air of composure. As the sect leader, your willingness to immerse yourself in the process of strengthening the sect is truly commendable. After some contemplation, he suggested, How about you come see me tomorrow evening? Though the physical cost to me may be considerable, your beauty and commitment to the sect's ascendance have deeply moved me. I shall exert every effort to aid in your cultivation. Thank you, Elder. However, I have long been on the verge of breaking through to the Spirit King realm, yet I seem to have encountered a bottleneck. In such circumstances, can you truly assist me in advancing? Yeyanki voiced had conjance. Chu Fan responded with a serene smile, exuding confidence. Chapter 32. The Temptation of Fan Gu. Thank you, Elder. Allow me to raise a toast to you. With no one else around, Yi Yinjie, having consumed a few cups of wine, resolved to take the plunge. As the leader of a sect, she should have long since broken through to the Spirit King realm. Otherwise, lesser sects would dare to bully the Hehuan zone. Unfortunately, the previous bottleneck left her feeling disheartened, as her several attempts to ascend to the first-grade Spirit King had all ended in failure. It was crucial to note that repeated failures could create psychological barriers, making future breakthroughs exceedingly difficult. This was why she sought out Chu Fan. His methods might enable her to surmount this obstacle. Once she broke through to the Spirit King realm, she could continue her ascent, potentially even reaching the 9th-grade Spirit King, and perhaps, with fortune on her side, attain the Spirit Emperor realm. Now, before Yi Ji stood Chu Fan, perhaps a fortuitous opportunity for her. After sharing several more drinks, they exited together. In the hall on the first floor, Ma Xiao Dai, who was seated and enjoying a meal, soon spotted Chu Fan and Yi Ji descending the stairs. Is that Elder Chu? He seems considerably older than the sect leader, though one cannot judge a cultivator merely by appearances. If one appears aged yet lacks high cultivation, it only indicates poor talent. Failing to break through in youth and retain their youthful visage, she mused. Before long, she observed Yi Ji approaching to pay the bill. The sect leader is treating? This Elder Chu must be quite exceptional, she thought. As Chu Fan and Yi Ji left the restaurant, they drew considerable attention from the disciples. After all, it was unusual for the exalted sect leader to be seen walking alongside a man, a sight the disciples had never witnessed before. How splendid! I never imagined that my persuasion would elevate my status in the sect leader's mind. Moreover, to aid her in enhancing her cultivation, I must bear cost. In truth, for me, this merely entails expending a bit of energy. Chu Fan lay in bed, a smile gracing his lips, his heart filled with delight. The thought of Yi Ji possibly being in his embrace the following evening only heightened his joy. Not only was Yi Ji beautiful, but she also possessed the potential to significantly enhance his cultivation. The system had already indicated that she was a 9-yin charm body, and the feedback could surpass that of Hen Shuang. The reason Chu Fan did not invite Yi Ji to see him that night was because Hen Shuang would be visiting him. Hen Shuang was merely one step away from the 4th-grade Spirit King and would undoubtedly seek the 3rd round of feedback to break through. Sure enough, later that evening, Hen Shuang arrived at his door, seemingly cautious about being discovered. "Elder, I have come," she whispered, knocking softly. Chu Fan opened the door, pulling Hen Shuang inside before closing it. "Ah, you are here. Let's begin." Hen Shuang felt an overwhelming shyness, but nodded in agreement. "Let us recline on the bed for cultivation. Standing while embracing is too tiring." Chu Fan chuckled. "Ha. Hen Shuang, you are quite considerate of this elder. Let us proceed to the bed." The following morning, upon awakening, Chu Fan began to assess his cultivation. The 3rd round of feedback had indeed diminished significantly. The next would likely be even weaker. After evaluating his cultivation, Chu Fan discovered that he had broken through to the 4th-grade spirit realm. Although he had ascended 2 grades, which was quite remarkable, the rate of increase was evidently waning with each attempt. "Ah, I have reached the mid-stage of the 4th-grade Spirit King. How wonderful!" Hen Shuang exclaimed in excitement after sensing her own cultivation. Chu Fan smiled slightly. Satisfied with her form, Hen Shuang beamed at Chu Fan, saying, "Elder, I will take my leave now. I have already published the list of disciples who will receive the short skirt sets, and they will be waiting for me in the square this morning." Chu Fan waved his hand with a smile. "Very well. If you have matters to attend to, go ahead. I am sure those female disciples will be thrilled to receive such combat attire, a treasure they have likely never encountered before. Of course, while it may appear ordinary, it genuinely enhances combat prowess. With the battle gear you provided, the overall strength of our sect will see significant improvement," Hen Shuang replied with a smile before departing. As Chu Fan stepped outside, he stretched lazily, a smile creeping onto his face as he recalled the previous night's events. He believed that with a few more embraces of cultivation with Hen Shuang, there would inevitably come a moment where they would lose their restraint, and, at that point, it would not merely be an embrace. Chapter 33. Do you think you can? At that moment, the voice of the system suddenly resonated in Chu Fan's mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. It detected that 2 beautiful women from Hehuan Zone were being pursued by a man 500 miles away from the sect. The system assigned a task to rescue these 2 women. Upon successful completion, a reward of martial skills and a sea of roses would be granted. The task had to be completed within 10 minutes. Would he accept the task? The system's voice filled Chu Fan with excitement. Martial skills? That seemed quite appealing, and a sea of roses sounded rather romantic. He wondered about their power. Accepting the task, noticing the countdown, Chu Fan promptly chose to accept it. System. I will seek help from Hen Shuang to assist the two women. That should count as me completing the task, right? Chu Fan promptly inquired of the system. Host. This task requires you to complete it independently for it to be deemed successful. Would you like to activate automatic navigation? The system replied. Must I personally rescue them? Chu Fan thought, feeling somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, he took to the sky and activated automatic navigation. Host speed is too slow. It is advisable to use a flying talisman. The effects of flying talismans can accumulate. At the current speed, those two women may not be able to hold out much longer. After flying for a while, according to the navigation, the system's voice echoed in his ear once more. Hearing this, Chu Fan's lips twitched slightly. Are you saying that the flying talisman can indeed increase my speed beyond my original pace? Moreover, using one talisman is entirely different from using two? Of course. Chu Fan's lips twitched again. He was astonished to discover that the flying talisman could be utilized in such a manner. He quickly flipped his hand to produce a flying talisman, crushed it, and indeed, his speed increased significantly. He took out another and crushed it as well, further enhancing his speed. Incredible. This speed is impressive, with the boost from two flying talismans. Chu Fan realized his speed had doubled. For safety's sake, he retrieved yet another flying talisman and crushed it. With the enhancement of 3 flying talismans, he noticed the target location drawing closer, while the assailant appeared to be fighting while retreating in that direction. Given the current circumstances, they would likely meet in less than a minute. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Chu Fan's speed was remarkable. And soon he spotted a woman in a purple dress and another in a red dress fleeing while launching attacks at the old man behind them. The old man laughed heartily. He was a second-tier spirit king, a formidable opponent. The two beautiful women from Hahuanzong were both at the 9th-tier spirit venerable level, a considerable gap in power. Though they fought valiantly, they were already injured. The most critical issue was that the old man seemed cautious not to accidentally kill them, opting to fight while retreating, intending to exhaust their spiritual energy. After all, their energy was not as abundant as his, and they were nearing depletion. If he unleashed a powerful martial skill, they would be unable to withstand it, and their delicate bodies would be wasted. Therefore, he resorted to relatively mundane attacks to drain them. If they defended, their energy consumption would increase, but if they refrained from counterattacking, they would suffer severe injuries, leaving them without any capacity to retaliate. What should we do? 4th Elder, my spiritual energy is nearly exhausted, the 5th Elder said darkly, glancing at the 4th Elder. They were close to the sect, but knew they couldn't hold out much longer. Damn it, that old fiend is deliberately draining our energy to capture us alive. The woman in the red dress, the 4th Elder of Hahuanzong, had blood at the corner of her mouth and appeared pale. How dare you, reckless fool, lay hands on the female disciples of Hahuanzong? Are you seeking death? Just as despair began to settle in their hearts, a booming voice rang out, followed by a figure rushing over to stand before them. Who are you? The 4th Elder was momentarily stunned to see someone come to their aid. Do not fear, ladies. I am Chu Fan, the steward of Hahuanzong. This old scoundrel dares to bully our female disciples. I shall slay him. Chu Fan turned to glance at the two women and was momentarily taken aback. These two beauties were extraordinarily stunning, particularly the woman in the red dress. Her vibrant attire exuded a passionate aura, and her figure was simply remarkable. The other woman, with her delicate brow furrowed, evoked an instinctual urge to protect her. A steward? Huh, just a mere steward thinks he can help? The old man laughed heartily, saying, Kid, your assistance only means one more person to die. The 4th and 5th Elders exchanged glances and quickly retrieved a low-grade 1st-tier pill to swallow, hoping to regain some spiritual energy. After some thought, the woman in the red dress turned to the purple-dressed woman and said, Perhaps we should let him take the brunt for us. Chu Fan nearly fainted upon hearing this. The woman was truly ungrateful, intending to use him as cannon fodder to save herself. The better to die a friend than a poor Taoist mentality was indeed exemplified here. The 5th Elder replied, But he has come to save us, Shui Fei. If we survive, we will surely be haunted by this guilt. Huh, don't be foolish. A steward like him is likely only at the first or second-tier spirit venerable level. Do you think he can hold off someone like me? I am a second-tier spirit king. The old man laughed, addressing Chu Fan. The two beauties behind you are elders of your Hawan zone, not mere disciples. If even your elders are no match for me, do you think you stand a chance? Chapter 34. This is the punishment, huh? As a man, one cannot say he cannot. Chu Fan laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. Though he was merely at the fourth-tier spirit venerable level, he believed that the spiritual energy from the environment had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. Despite being a second-tier spirit king, Chu Fan was eager to test his abilities without relying on the one-punch kill gloves as a means to gauge his current strength. If he found himself unable to prevail, he could always resort to the gloves later. As for using spiritual energy in battle, that seemed unwise, for he had not anticipated that the two women behind him were the fourth and fifth elders. Engaging in battle with spiritual energy would likely reveal his power level, which he wished to keep concealed. He preferred that Yi Yanji and Shi Shuang hold genuine admiration for him. Huh, kid, you certainly know how to act tough, but this will cost you your life. The old man laughed heartily, clenching his fist, addressing Chu Fan. Killing you, I won't even need spiritual energy. After all, why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? With that, he ceased his chatter and charged at Chu Fan. Alas, our steward is risking his life for us. The fourth elder Ling Shui Fei sighed. The fifth elder Mu Han Bing added, Indeed, it would have been better if he hadn't come. Now he won't be of any help. Haha, no need for any spiritual energy. This suits me perfectly. Chu Fan chuckled, uncertain if he was truly a match for his opponent. The fact that the other party had not unleashed their ultimate move right away was naturally advantageous for him. He believed that his physical strength far surpassed what could be measured by his current fourth-rank Ling Zone cultivation, yet he remained unaware of just how formidable he had become. Therefore, it was precisely this old man challenging him to a contest of strength that delighted Chu Fan the most. Bang! In no time, their fists collided with a resounding thud. Bang! The next moment, the old man was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into a distant cliff, his body embedded within it. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, leaving him unable to move, and he perished on the spot. What? Initially expecting another victim, Ling Shuefei and Mu Hanbing gasped in shock. Utterly dumbfounded, a second-rank Ling Wang expert had been obliterated by a single punch. Could this young man truly be one of their Huan sect members? Was he genuinely just a steward? This strength seemed to surpass even their sect leader by a considerable margin. Incredible! It appeared that even with my powers not fully restored, I could easily handle such insignificant opponents. A smile crept across Chu Fan's lips. He had exerted all his strength in that punch, and had not anticipated such an instant kill. This indicated that his physical prowess must now at least be comparable to that of a 4th or 5th rank Ling Wang, if not more. Without employing spiritual energy or revealing his cultivation, he was, in fact, the strongest person within the Hawan sect. Senior, are you pulling my leg? Are you truly just a steward of our sect? Ling Shuefei exclaimed as she flew over, staring at Chu Fan in disbelief. Chu Fan replied with an air of nonchalance. Ladies, since you're the 4th and 5th elders, allow me to speak frankly. On the surface, I am merely a steward of your sect. In reality, I am your sect's ancestor. Igrigalles ancestor. The two exchanged bewildered glances, feeling utterly confused. When did their sect acquire an ancestor, and moreover, a male one? It should be noted that since its establishment, the Hahuan sect had seen 18 successive leaders, each of whom had been a woman. There had never been a precedent for a man to take on the role of sect leader. However, given the strength Chu Fan had just displayed, effortlessly slaying a second-rank Ling Wang, his true cultivation level remained a mystery. Chu Fan swiftly approached and removed the old man's storage ring, tossing it to the two women. You may take what is inside. I have no interest in it. They were once again taken aback, for although the old man was merely a rogue cultivator, his strength was considerable, and among rogue cultivators, he was indeed formidable. Thus, the contents of his storage ring, including martial skills and techniques, were likely extraordinary. The man who claimed to be Chu Fan, a steward and allegedly their ancestor, had no desire for such treasures. It seemed this individual was indeed the ancestor, possibly possessing numerous valuable items. Thank you, ancestor. Ling Shuefei immediately bowed, but soon recalled something and knelt down. Ancestor, I was wrong. Earlier, I wish for you to delay the opponent to buy us time to escape. I realize my mistake now. Please punish me. Upon hearing the word punish, Chu Fan's interest peaked. He chuckled. Indeed, I came to your rescue, yet you wish for me to stall for time while you fled. Such behavior warrants a punishment. However, you were unaware of my strength, and thus believed that losing one was preferable to losing three. This choice isn't entirely erroneous. I shall administer a small reprimand. Stand up and come here. Chu Fan Gongman. Ling Shuifei, feeling immensely nervous, stood and flew to his front, her heart racing. What punishment could the ancestor possibly have in store? Smack! Unexpectedly, Chu Fan moved behind her and delivered a forceful slap to her rear. This is your punishment. Ah! Ling Shuifei felt a sharp pain in her backside, her face flushing crimson. Was it appropriate to strike a girl's dairy? She felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation. However, recalling how he had just slain a second-rank Ling Wang and saved both of them, her irritation quickly dissipated. What are your names? Chu Fan In Guit. Observing the two women. I am the fourth elder, Ling Shuifei. I am the fifth elder of Hahuan's sect, Mu Hanbing. The two beauties promptly bowed. Chu Fan nodded and said, remember, within the sect, you may address me as Chu Fan or Steward Chu. Do not call me ancestor, understood? Understood, ancestor. They both responded respectfully. All right, let us depart. Chu Fan waved his hand, filled with joyous delight, for upon slaying the old man, he had completed his system task. Suddenly, a wealth of information regarding the Rose C martial technique flooded his mind. This technique was an advanced celestial-grade martial skill. It must be noted that even during his past, the martial skills he had cultivated were numerous, yet none were as formidable as this one. This technique was designed for group attacks and was categorized into 4 levels: minor success, intermediate success, major success, and perfection. If cultivated to minor success, one could unleash a strike that sent forth 10 rose petals imbued with sword energy, each possessing terrifying power. At intermediate success, one could release 100 petals. At major success, 1,000 petals would take flight, while at perfection, an astonishing 10,000 large rose petals would soar. 1,000 petals in flight would resemble a sea of petals, hence the name Rose C martial technique, which was indeed quite fitting. Incredible. A single punch, without even utilizing gloves, had obliterated that old man. Not only had he acquired an advanced celestial-grade martial skill, but he had also savored the sensation of the fourth elder's alluring form, which was quite pleasurable. Chu Fan followed behind the two women as they flew forward slowly. By the way, who was that old man? Why was he pursuing you? After flying for a while, Chu Fan could no longer contain his curiosity and asked. Ling Shuifei sighed deeply. Alas, it is our weakness that brought this upon us. Our sect currently lacks even a single Ling Wang expert, which is why some minor sects and rogue cultivators dare to bully us at will. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan smiled gently and reassured them. Rest assured, our sect now has a Ling Wang expert. Really? Ling Shuifei's eyes lit up with joy, only to quickly realize, I understand now. Ancestor, you are referring to yourself, correct? Mu Hanbing chuckled. With the ancestor's profound cultivation, you must be at least a 5th or 6th rank Ling Wang, right? With you here, our Hahuan sect need not fear the nearby Liu sect. Chu Fan smiled lightly. Haha, I'm not referring to myself. I speak of the Grand Elder, Shi Hen Shuang. What? Shi Hen Shuang has broken through to Ling Wang? Upon hearing this, both women felt a surge of joy. Ling Shuifei exclaimed, wonderful. Our sect finally has a Ling Wang expert. Now, we can face the Liu sect with a bit more confidence. Mu Hanbing also smiled. Yes, this is truly splendid news. Who would have thought that Shi Hen Shuang would actually break through? What a tremendous blessing. Chu Fan clasped his hands in acknowledgement and then took off into the sky. Thank you once again, senior. Ling Shuifei bowed in gratitude, watching as Chu Fan departed. After Chu Fan departed, Ling Shuifei could not help but furrow her brow and say, Hanbing, why do I feel that something is amiss? Isnt Chu Fan the ancestor? Why is he residing over there? Shouldn't he be living in the palace where the sect master resides? Upon entering the courtyard, Ling Shuifei and Mu Hanbing encountered Yi Yinjia. Looking at the two, Yi Yinjia inquired, how was your treasure-seeking expedition in the secret realm? Consequently, Ling Shuifei recounted the previous events in detail to Yi Yinjia. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjia was momentarily taken aback. The ancestor is indeed formidable. A second-tier Ling Wang level expert was effortlessly vanquished with a single punch, without even using spiritual energy. Truly impressive. Ling Shuefei pondered and gazed at Yi Yinjia with a look of confusion. It was then that Yi Yinjia shared the events of the past few days with the two. After listening, Ling Shuefei exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, living for over 1,000 years. Perhaps our ancestor is at the Ling Huang level, or possibly even higher." After some contemplation, Mu Hanbing remarked, "Previously, we were hundreds of miles away when we encountered trouble, yet the ancestor discovered our predicament and rushed to our rescue. In hindsight, he must have sensed it with his spiritual power, highlighting just how formidable his mental prowess truly is." Indeed, Ling Shuefei gasped, without anyone notifying him. How could he have known we were in danger? He must have scanned the surroundings with his spiritual energy, realizing our plight. Ling Shuefei inhaled sharply. This is astonishing. With such an ancestor, it would be difficult for our Hahuan sect not to grow stronger. Mu Hanbing chuckled, right? And the ancestor is remarkably low-key, even starting as a steward just to observe if anyone might take advantage of their position. It is my first time encountering such an intelligent and approachable powerhouse. Ling Shuefei added, and I find the ancestor quite handsome. You too, you find him appealing? Yi Yinjia, who had been somewhat undecided in her feelings, felt a surge of joy at seeing the fourth and fifth elders also admire Chu Fan. Thus, she thought to herself, surely my choice cannot be wrong. Indeed, can't you see? He saved both our lives. Ling Shuefei pondered and remarked, I wonder if the ancestor has a partner in cultivation. It might not be so bad to be with him. Oh, fourth elder, you've started to swoon as well? Mu Hanbing teased, after he heroically rescued you. Why didn't you say that you had no way to repay him and could only offer yourself? With your looks, the ancestor surely wouldn't refuse you. Chapter 36. Did you encounter any fortuitous events? Stop it, Hanbing, don't say such nonsense. I've only just met the ancestor, and I don't even know his circumstances well enough to say such things. Ling Shuefei's cheeks flushed. What if he is a fraud? If it weren't for the sect master telling us in person, how would we know that our Hahuan sect has such an ancestor? Ha! You can always seek him out another day. Mu Hanbing continued to jest. The camaraderie among the three had been akin to sisters, and their relationship was excellent, often filled with playful banter. I knew you were just joking. Ling Shuefei shot Mu Hanbing a glance, and then turned to Yi Yinjia, asking, by the way, sect master, did the ancestor really break through to the Ling Wang level? Is it true? Yi Yinjia nodded. Yes, it is true, and he is currently at the third-tier Ling Wang level. Third tier. The two were astonished. When Chu Fan mentioned Hunrua's breakthrough to the Ling Wang level, they naturally assumed it was at the first tier. After all, breaking through to the Ling Wang level is no easy feat. Achieving even one tier up is commendable. Now, with Hunrua breaking from the 9th tier Ling Zun to the 3rd tier Ling Wang, this was a leap of 4 tiers. That's impossible. Yinjia, you must be joking. Ling Shuefei smiled wryly. Indeed, how could there be such a tremendous leap? I've never heard of such a thing. Mu Hanbing added. At this point, Yi Yinjia paused before saying, you too, follow me. The two, puzzled, followed Yi Yinjia to her chamber. Once inside, Yi Yinjia waved her hand to close the door and then produced 2 sets of ultra-short skirts and 2 pairs of black stockings. This is a set, a treasure from the ancestor. Once worn, defeating opponents beyond your level is not an issue. I've reserved a set for each of you. How do you wear this? Ling Shuefei examined the stocking and frowned. Why are there so many little holes? Yi Yinjia replied earnestly, they come in different styles. Some have holes, some do not. However, don't mind that. After wearing it, both I and Hunrua have tried it, and it indeed boosts our strength. With these on, even if you encounter a first-tier Ling Wang, you could slay him. After a moment, Yi Yinjia added, moreover, the ancestor mentioned that due to the shortness of the skirts and the revealing nature, they can also confuse some men, providing an advantage in battle. All right, shall we try them on? Initially, Ling Shuefei felt apprehensive about the revealing nature of the attire. However, upon hearing Yi Yinjia's description of its effects, her interest was piqued. Let us try them on? Mu Hanbing chuckled awkwardly before finally changing into the short skirt and stockings. This feels somewhat embarrassing. After donning the outfit, Ling Shuefei looked at herself and remarked, this style of skirt is something I've never seen before. It's actually quite pretty. Mu Hanbing frowned. It's pretty, but it feels a bit too short. No worries. We've already distributed 1,000 sets. Many of the sect's beautiful elite disciples will wear such skirts. Everyone will get used to it. Initially, it does feel a bit unusual, Yi Yinjia said with a smile. Well, since it can enhance our strength, I suppose we should wear it. Strength is of utmost importance. Today, it was our low power that nearly led to us being captured by that old man. The consequences of being caught and having our cultivation wasted are unthinkable, Ling Shuefei reflected. Henruo, Sect Master said you were at the 3rd tier Ling Wang level. Is that true? Upon seeing Shi Henruo, Ling Shuefei eagerly asked. Shi Henruo focused her mind, enveloping her palm with spiritual energy, though her face bore a hint of shyness. It turned out she was not at the 3rd tier, but rather at the 4th tier Ling Wang level, and in the mid-stage of that tier, Yi Yinjia gasped in astonishment. However, after the surprise, she quickly realized something. Shi Henruo must have sought the ancestors' guidance for cultivation, which explained why Chu Fan had invited her to visit him tonight. Evidently, she had already arranged to meet him the previous night. 4th tier Ling Wang mid-stage? Is it truly the mid-stage of the 4th tier? My heavens, am I dreaming? Ling Shuefei rubbed her eyes, astonished to the point of speechlessness. Meanwhile, Mo Ran was equally shocked. She too had just learned of Shi Henruo's breakthrough. My heavens, Henruo, you're now a 4th tier Ling Wang? As Shi Henruo dispersed her spiritual energy, she smiled and said, Dear sisters, do you really need to ask if it's true when you can see it so clearly? Of course it's true. Impossible. How could you elevate your cultivation so dramatically? S. Heart remained in disbelief, and she could not help but exclaim, even if you have acquired a highly advanced elixir, even a low-grade 5th tier elixir, it is impossible to achieve such a sudden breakthrough all at once. Moreover, such elixirs are exceedingly precious. We have only heard of them, but have never encountered them. Bai Riyun also remarked, Indeed, I distinctly remember that just a few days ago, you were at the same cultivation level as us. How could you possibly advance so significantly in such a short span of time? Mu Han pondered for a moment before adding, Furthermore, I sense that your cultivation is not at all superficial. Some individuals may elevate their tier by 2 levels, but their foundation might be unstable. However, what I have felt from you is a solid and stable realm, devoid of any superficiality. With that said, Mu Han paused briefly before continuing, but I just sense that your realm is indeed very stable and genuine. Ling Shuefei approached, grasping Shi Henshuang's hand, and said, Elder, have you encountered some extraordinary fortune? Please tell me. I yearn for such an encounter. Chapter 37. Yi Yinjia's visit indeed. Henshuang must have encountered a monumental opportunity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a leap. Mu Han immediately concurred, furrowed her brows slightly, and remarked, Something feels amiss. Henshuang has not left the sect these past few days. What kind of opportunity could she have encountered? Sure, Henshuang opened her mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed to speak, and finally mumbled, well, this is all due to the efforts of the ancestor. It was the ancestor who helped me elevate my cultivation. At this point, Shi Henshuang paused before saying, However, as for the specifics of how this was accomplished, you can inquire with the ancestor another day. Whether he is willing to assist you depends on your own capabilities. After speaking, Shi Henshuang's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. These were her dear sisters, and she bore no jealousy. She had conveyed all that needed to be said, and the rest was up to them to decide. Bai Riyun swallowed hard, her heart filled with astonishment once more. Soon, Ling Shuefei recounted the previous events. Just think about it. From such a great distance, hundreds of miles away, the ancestor could sense our peril and proactively came to our rescue. This demonstrates how formidable the ancestor truly is. Indeed, the ancestor is immensely powerful. When I have the chance, I must ask him if he can assist me in elevating my cultivation as well, Bai Riyun said with a faint smile. Ling Shuefei then declared, Dear sisters, if we all advance to the 4th tier Spirit King cultivation like Henshuang, then our sect need not fear the so-called Lihua sect. If they dare to send their female disciples to us again, we shall teach them a harsh lesson. Chuckled and replied, Even if we do not advance, we need not be afraid. After all, we have the ancestor with us. The ancestor's power may well surpass that of the head of the Hanliang sect. Why should we fear this insignificant Lihua sect? All right, can everyone please quiet down? At last, Yi Yinjia, standing to one side, managed a wry smile and then cautioned everyone. The ancestor is currently concealing his identity. You may refer to him as Chu Jishir. The ancestor is a modest individual who does not seek the limelight. We must not reveal his identity. lest we provoke his displeasure. Understood? After considering this, Bai Ruyun turned to Yi Yinjia and said, Yinjia, you have remained at the 9th tier spirit venerable level for quite some time now. It seems you have reached a bottleneck. Perhaps you should ask the ancestor if he can help you break through this barrier and elevate your cultivation like Henshuang. Yi Yinjia chuckled awkwardly and replied, Ahem. I will consider this matter and will inquire with him when I have the opportunity. Seeing Yi Yinjia's demeanor, sure Henshuang could not help but chuckle to herself. She believed that Yi Yinjia would surely take that step, whether for the sake of the sect or due to the ancestor's charm. Moreover, the ancestor had saved their lives today, a debt of gratitude that filled their hearts with immense thankfulness. As night fell, Chu Fan had already taken an early bath and was waiting in his room. On the table, he had prepared some fine wine and delicacies, leisurely sipping his drink while anticipating Yi Yinjia's arrival. He was confident that since she had approached him yesterday and mentioned whether he could help her break through her bottleneck, it was only a matter of time before she sought him out to discuss life. Just as Chu Fan had taken a small sip, Yi Yinjia indeed arrived. He opened the door and, seeing the somewhat shy Yi Yinjia, smiled and said, Yi Sect Master, you've come. Just in time. I have prepared some fine wine and packed a few dishes you like. Let's enjoy a few drinks together. Yi Yinjia, initially uncertain how to begin, was relieved when Chu Fan took the initiative to strike up a conversation. She smiled and replied, Sure, shall we drink a few glasses then? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart soared with joy. Did this not signify that there was indeed a chance for something more? Once Yi Yinjia entered the room, he promptly closed the door and locked it. Yi Yinjia felt a bit awkward, her heart racing with unease. To calm her nerves, she decided to drink a few glasses. Ancestor, I raise a toast to you, thanking you for stepping in today to save the 4th and 5th elders. Without your intervention, our sect would have suffered the loss of 2 significant figures. Yi Yinjia lifted her glass and drank it down in one gulp. Chu Fan smiled calmly and replied, As we belong to the same sect, it is only natural for me to lend a hand. It was a simple act, nothing to be concerned about. Yi Yinjia poured herself another glass, clinked it with Chu Fan's, and then said, No, ancestor. For you, slaying a 2nd-tier spirit king might be a trivial matter. But for me, if Xu Fei and Han Bing were to perish, it would break my heart. At this point, Yi Yinjia paused before continuing, After all, we have been sisters for many years, and our bond has grown strong. Losing any of us would be deeply painful. Thus, I feel it is right to toast to you. With that, Yi Yinjia once more raised her glass and downed it in one go. Chu Fan also finished his drink and nodded in agreement, I understand. After drinking for a while, Yi Yinjia started to feel slightly tipsy and bashfully asked Chu Fan, Ancestor, are you certain you can help me break through my bottleneck and elevate my cultivation? Ding! The system detected Yi Yinjia's desire for cultivation enhancement and announced a system task. Assist her in elevating her cultivation. Strengthen the Hahuan sect. Completing the task will yield system rewards, 2 low-grade sacred treasures. Do you accept the task? Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system's voice suddenly echoed in Chu Fan's mind. Chapter 38. Guess who the alchemist is? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was overwhelmed with joy. Accept the task. Accept the task. Accept the task. He immediately chose to accept the task, repeating the important matter thrice, as if fearing the system had not heard him. With a faint smile, he addressed Yi Yinjia. To enhance your cultivation, it requires a close embrace during cultivation. If I simply hold you in bed for 2 or 3 hours, I can help elevate your level. The first session yields the greatest feedback with the most significant enhancement. Subsequent sessions will yield slightly less. At this, Chu Fan paused briefly before continuing, of course. This must be done one at a time. We cannot rush multiple sessions at once, as that would be quite exhausting for me. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjia's cheeks flushed with shyness. Wasn't this just cultivating through an embrace? Although it made her feel bashful, the way the ancestor phrased it sounded almost like an invitation to something more intimate. Yi Yinj nodded, took another sip of wine, and walked toward the bed. After removing her coat, she lay down on Chu Fan's bed with a heart full of trepidation. Chu Fan approached as well, lying down and embracing her from behind. With their bodies pressed closely together, Yi Yinj felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness. As time passed, the cultivation of both individuals gradually ascended. Chu Fan's heart surged with joy. A woman like Yi Yinj was truly exceptional, and among the numerous female disciples of Huanzong, few could rival her beauty. Being able to cultivate while embracing such a woman made Chu Fan feel that this lifetime was worth it. As time slipped away, Chu Fan finished his cultivation and sat up. To alleviate the awkwardness, he turned to Yanj and asked, by the way, Yanj, does our sect have alchemists? Yanj smiled and replied, of course. Although our sect is not very prestigious and is currently in decline, it is still a sect, and we do have alchemists. She then chuckled softly. You've met our sect's most formidable alchemist. Can you guess who it is? After pondering for a moment, Chu Fan speculated, someone cheerful and open. It can't be her. After a brief contemplation, his eyes lit up as he exclaimed, no way. Could be you? Are you trying to keep me in the dark? With our sect's most skilled alchemist right before me. Just make me guess? Yanj blushed and laughed. I'm not an alchemist. We do have a few, but their levels are not high. The highest ranked alchemist is Elder by Ruyan. Chu Fan nodded slowly. Ruyan appears to be quite reserved and not very talkative. She seems like a gentle girl. A stable character like hers is indeed suitable for alchemy. Yanj, curious, inquired, oh, what made you suddenly think to ask about this? Could it be that you can also refine pills? Chu Fan laughed heartily. Haha, Sect Master Yi, you are truly clever. You guessed it right away. I'm indeed an alchemist, and my skills are quite commendable. Perhaps one day, I could even teach Rian a thing or two. Upon hearing this, Yanj responded, really? Are you the one teaching her, or is she teaching you? She is currently a 4th grade intermediate alchemist, and her talent in alchemy is quite impressive. Chu Fan was taken aback. Wow, I didn't expect that. This girl is indeed remarkable. Haha, I must give her some guidance when the opportunity arises. Yanj was stunned. Bai Rian was a 4th grade intermediate alchemist, and Chu Fan's assertion of wanting to guide her implied that his alchemical skills must be superior to Rian's. What level of alchemist are you? Could be 5th grade? Is that truly possible? Yanj expressed her astonishment. Chu Fan chuckled. Oh well, I won't disclose it just yet. You'll find out in due time. At this point, Chu Fan raised an eyebrow and said, my dear, you should first check your current cultivation level. He then inquired, let me see if I have broken through to the Spirit King realm. Yanj quickly recalled something and sat up to check her cultivation. After all, she had a bottleneck, and she was uncertain if she could break through it this time. Moments later, Yanj's heart was shaken to its core, questioning if she had misread her progress. After checking her cultivation 3 times in succession, she finally confirmed that her advancement was indeed real and remarkably stable. Chapter 39, A Surge in Cultivation. Didn't you say that the effects of the 2nd and 3rd times would be quite good? Does that mean my subsequent results could surpass those of Rian? Perhaps I could reach the 5th or even 6th grade Spirit King realm. Chu Fan nodded with a smile. Absolutely. At least reaching the 6th grade Spirit King should be no problem. Once your cultivation rises, being the Sect Master will be even more fitting. Yanj exclaimed joyfully, really? That's wonderful. Old Ancestor, you are truly remarkable. She was overjoyed, having not anticipated breaking through her bottleneck and suddenly advancing to the initial stage of the 3rd grade Spirit King realm. This feeling of suddenly becoming 10 times stronger was unprecedented for her. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to rush out and challenge someone. Chu Fan smiled lightly and said to Yanj, please don't call me Old Ancestor. That feels too formal. Just the two of us here. You may call me Fanga, and I shall call you Yanj. What does that sound? After all, we did embrace for quite a while. Okay. Yanj lowered her head, shyly whispering, Fanga. Ha, great Yanj. Chu Fan laughed heartily, a wave of joy surging within him. It seemed that after their embrace during cultivation, Yanj's fondness for him had significantly increased. The sight of her blushing was truly enchanting. Meanwhile, he had also completed his system task, and the rewards were already stored in his ring. However, even though Chu Fan had obtained 2 low-grade holy treasures, he had no intention of revealing them to Yanj or Sher Henruin just yet. These were holy treasures, and even if they were low-grade, they cannot be compared to ordinary treasures. If exposed, they would undoubtedly attract envy from other sections. Thus, Chu Fan believed it wiser to wait until Yanj and the others' cultivation levels were higher before presenting them with such extraordinary items. Moreover, he had previously claimed he had no treasures to offer them, and it would feel inappropriate to suddenly produce such exceptional items now. He decided to check the extent of his own cultivation breakthrough. Chu Fan smiled lightly and prepared to assess his progress. After inspecting his cultivation, a look of elation spread across his face. His cultivation had astonishingly advanced from the 4th grade Spirit Sect to the 9th grade Spirit Sect. Haha, excellent. I actually advanced 5 grades in one go. Chu Fan felt a surge of jubilation. Reaching the spirit sect was no easy feat. Yet thanks to Yi Yan's unique condition and their embrace, the effects of this cultivation session were remarkable. If the subsequent sessions yield similar results, would he not be able to reach the spirit venerable realm? Chu Fan calculated in his mind. If that were the case, after a few more embraces with Yi Yan in the coming days, his cultivation could rival that of some elite disciples. Furthermore, this would not only restore his cultivation, but also amplify the strength of his body through the nourishment of spiritual energy. Moreover, with the memories of the original owner of this body, who was an alchemist, he would be able to learn alchemy smoothly. Additionally, as his cultivation rose, he would be able to utilize some of the powerful martial techniques of the original owner, as the memories would guide him on how to execute them. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Fan felt a wave of contentment, knowing that in just a few days, he would no longer be the underdog. As long as I remain in the Hehuan zone, it is prudent to avoid provoking the major sects and true powerhouses for the time being. Instead, I shall embrace the beauties and cultivate to enhance the overall strength of Hehuan zone. In time, my day shall be filled with immense joy. How splendid! I, Chu Fan, will be able to casually enjoy music and have a multitude of beautiful disciples dance before me. The mere thought sends waves of excitement through my being. Chu Fan mused, unable to suppress the smile that danced upon his lips. Who would have thought that within just a few short days, my cultivation would have soared to such heights? I truly am a genius among geniuses. With the current pace of my progress, it will not be long before I become one of the world's top powerhouses. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the system's voice echoed with disdain. Host, is this all the ambition you possess? Your cultivation has barely advanced, and yet you are so elated? Chu Fan felt a flush of embarrassment. Could the system not offer a word of encouragement or praise? Its knack for dousing enthusiasm was unparalleled. Fango, what are you laughing about? Yi Yanji, noticing Chu Fan's smirk, could not help but inquire with curiosity. Chu Fan awkwardly chuckled and replied, Ahem, it's nothing. I was merely pondering when you would come to visit me again. Yi Yanji's face flushed crimson, and she shyly responded, Huh? Why do you say that? Did I not just come by last night? There's no rush. I think I shall rest a day to adapt to my newfound strength. Perhaps I shall visit again tomorrow evening, if that suits you. Evidently, Yi Yanji regarded Chu Fan's cultivation with a degree of reverence, as she could not fully discern his prowess. Thus, when conversing with him, she maintained a respectful demeanor, even seeking his consent in her words. Very well. Such matters are naturally at your discretion, provided I am not kept waiting for too long. Chu Fan smiled. Rest assured, I shall not make you wait. I am eager to advance to even greater heights, she replied, her smile returning. By the way, the envoy from the Lai Hua Zone will arrive the day after tomorrow to select disciples. How shall we handle that? Shall we send them away? Yi Yanji inquired. However, Chu Fan merely chuckled coldly. How can we simply send them away? We should eliminate them outright. Yi Yanji gasped, What? That seems rather excessive, does it not? She paused before continuing. While it is true that the Lai Hua Zone has enmity with us, and I share a desire to eliminate them, they are nonetheless affiliated with the Hanling Zone, which is considered a friendly force. I fear that if we harm their people, the Lai Hua Zone may retaliate, and that would surely displease Hanling Zone. Chu Fan, however, merely smiled with indifference. Ah, you are still a bit naive? Consider this. When the Lai Hua Zone bullied us, we were their allies. They turned a blind eye, did they not? Such sects are hardly virtuous. Moreover, with the recent conflicts between Hanling Zone and Sanyu Zone, they are unlikely to spare resources to deal with us. Even if we were to destroy the Lai Hua Zone, they would not take action against us. The loss of the Lai Hua Zone would be sufficient. If they were to also lose Hehuan Zone, it would result in an even greater loss for Hanling Zone. Chu Fan spoke confidently. Do not worry. Even if we annihilate the Lai Hua Zone, Hanling Zone will not interfere. Their concern lies solely in our utility to them. Our strength is a boon, not a threat. Upon hearing Chu Fan's reasoning, Yi Yanji's eyes lit up. Indeed, with your insight, I now understand. If the Lai Hua Zone dares to provoke us, we need not fear annihilating them. Furthermore, many of their elite disciples have been dispatched to assist Hanling Zone in battle. With both I and Henshuang as Lingwang powerhouses, we surpass the Lai Hua Zone's leader. I doubt they will dare to act recklessly this time. Chu Fan smiled. Indeed, even if I must conceal my identity and refrain from taking action, with you and Hen Shuang. We need not fear the Lai Huazong. Besides, with the enhancements to our elite disciples, clad in their silk uniforms, our overall strength has significantly increased. What is there to fear? Well, I agree. This time, we shall not send any female disciples to them. If they're displeased, we can simply eliminate them, which would also serve as a release of pent-up frustration. Yi and Ji nodded with a smile. Chu Fan laughed heartily. We shall indeed play with the Lai Huazong, making it clear that those who roam the world must eventually answer for their actions. They have committed numerous heinous acts and must face retribution. Yi and Ji looked at Chu Fan and chuckled. Fangge, I used to worry, as the Lai Huazong frequently pressured us to send female disciples, making it difficult for us to recruit new disciples. However, once we eliminate the Lai Huazong, the surrounding loose cultivators will surely be more inclined to choose He Huan Zone. Chu Fan replied with a grin. What is this in the grand scheme of things? Our ambition is to transform He Huan Zone into the preeminent sect of the world, one that commands reverence from all others. Upon hearing Chu Fan's lofty goal, Yi and Ji felt a pang of trepidation and offered a wry smile. Master, your aspirations seem quite grand. My own desires are modest. If we could attain the status of Hanling Zone, that would be splendid. With a Ling Huang powerhouse at the helm, no other sect would dare to bully us. Chu Fan chuckled. That will not do. With my presence, your ambitions must soar higher. Yi and Ji beamed sweetly. Very well, I shall heed your words. I believe that following you will lead to success. The two continued to converse, dreaming of a bright future, with Yi and Ji eagerly consuming the grand vision that Chu Fan painted. After some time, Yi and Ji finally changed her attire, smiling as she exited Chu Fan's room. However, mindful of being seen by the other female disciples in the courtyard, she swept the area with her spiritual senses, confirming it was clear before swiftly opening the door and flying away. What a day it was for the esteemed sect leader, sneaking about as if a thief. Chapter 41. The pit is already dug, Shi Hen Shuang, noticing Yi and Ji's radiant smile, approached her and asked, Sect leader, did you visit the ancestor? How'd it go? Did you, too, enhance your cultivation? Yi and Ji's face flushed crimson, and she hesitated. I'm a bit embarrassed to say. What is there to be embarrassed about? Your blushing face suggests otherwise. Surely, you cultivated with the ancestor? How many times did you go through it in one night? How much has your cultivation increased? Shi Hen Shuang, known for her straightforward nature, was filled with anticipation upon guessing that Yi and Ji had indeed sought out Chu Fan. Yi and Ji, taken aback by Shi Hen Shuang's probing questions, felt her cheeks grow warmer. She decided to release some spiritual energy into her palm and said, Take a look. I am now at the initial stage of the third rank Ling Wang. Initial stage of the third rank Ling Wang? Upon hearing Yi and Ji's breakthrough, Shi Hen Shuang was momentarily astonished before erupting in joyous laughter. That's wonderful. Ha ha, Yin Ji, you have indeed broken through your bottleneck with ease, and in one go. No less. As the conversation progressed, Shi Hen Shuang paused for a moment before continuing. Given that you have made such significant breakthroughs in your cultivation, you must have embraced the ancestor for training at least twice last night, right? He stroked his chin thoughtfully and added, It seems you hardly slept at all last night. Did you? Yi and Ji nearly fainted from embarrassment and hurriedly dispersed the spiritual energy in her hands. She replied to Shi Hen Shuang, Hen Shuang, it was just once with the ancestor last night. Please don't exaggerate. After a brief pause, she cautioned, by the way, don't breathe a word about my enhancement with the ancestor. Keep it under wraps from Mo Ran and the others for now. Oh my, who would have thought that our decisive leader of the He Huan sect would be so shy about such matters? Shi Hen Shuang chuckled. Rest assured, I will keep your secret. Wait a moment, if you only trained with the ancestor once, how did you reach the initial stage of the third grade Ling Wang? Your progress is astonishingly rapid. Shi Hen Shuang furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be due to the duration of your embrace during training? Yi and Ji found it somewhat amusing and clarified. Not quite. The ancestor mentioned that I possess a special physique, highly suitable for being embraced during training to aid in cultivation, which is why my progress surpasses yours. Upon hearing this, Shi Hen Shuang looked on enviously. Goodness, if you can achieve that in 3 sessions, you might reach the 5th or 6th grade Ling Wang realm. That's remarkable. Yi and Ji, caught in her thoughts, exhibited a hint of pride. Chu Fan mentioned that I might be able to break through to at least the 6th grade Ling Wang realm. Achieving such rapid advancements in cultivation is something I never dared to dream about. The 6th grade. My heavens, reaching the Lingwang realm is notoriously challenging. The ancestor said that the first 3 sessions are the most effective for rapid enhancement, as higher realms yield better results. I never imagined our leader could make such a leap to the 6th grade. No, at least the 6th grade, if not the 7th. Shi Hen Shuang expressed her astonishment. Well, I am a leader, and it seems only fair that my cultivation is slightly higher than yours. Yi Yanji replied with a smug smile. Shi Hen Shuang quickly approached, beaming, of course. Your rapid advancement strengthens our sect. If Mo Ran and Ru Yan can also elevate their cultivation to the Lingwang realm, our overall strength will rival that of some third-rate sects, even without considering the ancestor. Indeed, we will finally shed the title of being an insignificant sect. Shi Hen Shuang laughed. I mentioned yesterday that the ancestor helped me enhance my cultivation. He, knowing Mo Ran and the others, they will soon seek the ancestor's assistance for their own enhancements, unaware of how he aided me. Yi Yanji rolled her eyes at Shi Hen Shuang. You used to be so straightforward. When did you become so cunning? Shi Hen Shuang grinned mischievously. I learned it from the ancestor. With his high cultivation and strength, pretending to be humble while acting as a steward must be quite amusing. At this point, Shi Hen Shuang paused and added with a sly smile. In any case, I've already dug a pit for Mo Ran and the others. I just have to wait for them to jump in. Chapter 42. They all have it. Yi Yanji couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal. How could you be so mischievous and set traps for them? What is there to fear? We are all good sisters. The ancestor is handsome, powerful, and treats us well. I now believe he is a man worthy of our admiration. As good sisters, I naturally wish to share the good things with everyone. After pondering for a moment, Shi Hen Shuang inquired, by the way, Yanji, what do you think of the ancestor? Yi Yanji's cheeks flushed, and she gently bit her lip before slowly responding. Well, you already mentioned it. Though he appears somewhat like an older man, he is quite handsome, exuding a strong masculine aura. Most importantly, he genuinely cares for us and is invested in the well-being of the sect. She paused before continuing, although I've only known him for a few days. My decision was made after careful consideration. Well, he is certainly a far cry from that short and stout fellow who confesses every decade. Shi Hen Shuang chuckled. Please, let us not speak of that individual. I can hardly bear to look at him, resembling a squat winter melon with a round face and thinning hair. Were it not for his high cultivation, I wouldn't even bother to speak to him. Yi Yanji expressed her annoyance. After some thought, Yi Yanji added, I think the ancestor is admirable, but I haven't said I like him, so don't make wild assumptions. Haha, Yanji, your face is flushed. You surely must have developed feelings for the ancestor after being embraced for a night during training. Shi Hen Shuang laughed heartily. In fact, it would be a bad idea to have him as your cultivation partner. Hen Shuang, don't say such things. I think he is more suited to you. Yi Yanji said, blushing. Yi Yanji nodded in agreement. I haven't mentioned the matter of my suitor to the ancestor yet. However, it seems he prefers to keep his identity and cultivation concealed unless absolutely necessary. We'll see how it unfolds. For now, our priority is to deal with the matters concerning the Lai Hua sect. They will be arriving in a couple of days. Let them come. We won't fear them. Shi Hen Shuang declared confidently. Yes, we can be firm now. Yayan Ki Kunanchit had feast. Their sect had previously been too weak, forced to endure humiliation and often bullied by others. However, the Hehuan sect was now transformed. Meanwhile, in the restaurant owned by Sun Sanyang, Ma Xiao Dai led Sun Sanyang into a room in the back courtyard. Mother, look at this outfit. It's far too revealing. Maxi Iod exclaimed, presenting a short skirt and stockings to Sun Sanyang. This skirt is so short, and these stockings are torn. They're supposed to be worn on the legs. It's utterly mortifying. Sun Sanyang examined the attire with a perplexed expression. She had never seen such bizarre clothing before. This was distributed by the sect. They call it battle outfit, though I wonder where it came from. Ordinary disciples can't even obtain it. The sect leader and the 5 elders have them. Even Chu Zhishur, who has 2 female disciples often seen with him, received a set each. This time, the sect selected 998 female disciples with higher cultivation or better talent to receive them. Each was given one. I was quite pleased when I heard we were receiving treasures, but I never expected it to be such an outfit. Ma Xiao Dai complained, feeling that such indecent attire was not suitable for wear. Foolish girl. Since it is a treasure and a battle outfit, you should wear it, Sun Sanyang advised. Given that the sect leader and the 5 elders have these, and ordinary disciples cannot obtain them, it must be something valuable. I wonder what effects it might have when worn. Ma Xiaodai remarked. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder mentioned that once donned, this item can significantly enhance combat prowess, allowing one to defeat an opponent of a higher cultivation level without difficulty. They spoke quite highly of it, yet I remain uncertain of its authenticity. As I have yet to try it on myself, I feel somewhat awkward about wearing it. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Mother, perhaps I should simply gift this to you? You could wear it. Sun Sanyang nearly fainted, casting a disapproving glance at Ma Xiaodai. You foolish girl. This is a treasure bestowed by our sect. How would you suggest I wear it? If the sect were to discover this, they would surely be displeased. Pausing momentarily, she continued, since both the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have claimed that wearing it will enhance combat abilities, it must indeed be true. The sect would not deceive so many disciples. Such treasures are exceedingly rare and could save a life in critical moments. Xiaodai, you should wear it. Without life, what is dignity worth? Do you understand? Ma Xiaodai furrowed her brow, expressing her thoughts. I simply feel that a treasure capable of enhancing combat by a whole level must be extraordinary. How could the sect suddenly produce so many? I suspect this is merely a design concocted by that unscrupulous rogue to lead our sect astray. Sun Sanyang sighed, Ah Xiaodai. The decline of the Hahuan sect presents an opportunity to bolster our overall strength. Since the sect master has made this decision, we must trust in the efficacy of this item and have faith in our leader. Just then, Ma Xiaodia's close friend arrived. She quickly concealed the tights and short skirt, stepping outside to greet her. Chengling, what brings you here? Do you need something? Chengling, filled with envy, exclaimed, Xiaodai, I heard you receive that outfit. I am so envious. Many disciples at the 4th rank of Spirit Master have not received it. Envious? Ma Xiaodai chuckled wryly. That outfit is rather immodest, revealing too much for my comfort. Besides, the claim that it can enhance combat prowess by a whole level seems implausible. Can a mere skirt truly have such an effect? I can't shake the feeling that it's a deception. How could it be a deception? Several senior sisters have already tried it in the back mountains, and they indeed experienced a significant boost in strength. Chengling replied, her excitement palpable. One female disciple at the 5th rank of Spirit Master challenged a 7th rank disciple. And surprisingly, she held her own for quite some time, almost winning. Ma Xiaodai gasped upon hearing this. In that case, doesn't that mean our sect's overall strength could increase dramatically? Furthermore, the sect master and the several elders all possess it. Chengling nodded in agreement. Indeed. Moreover, many female disciples find the design of the skirt novel and appealing, enhancing their charm. I've heard that some have even caught the attention of their favorite senior brothers after wearing it, leading to romantic pursuits. Upon hearing this, Ma Xiaodai felt conflicted. The notion of seeking a dual cultivation partner was not in her current thoughts. She was solely focused on becoming stronger. If wearing this skirt could truly enhance her abilities, it would be fortuitous. Did you hear that? It is indeed genuine. I told you, the sect master and the elders would not deceive us, Sun Sanyang said, her face beaming with joy. My daughter, given your cultivation level, it is unlikely you would have received this treasure unless they recognized your talent. You must strive to excel. Ma Xiaodai nodded. Yes, I previously felt no energy emanating from the garment and assumed it was not a treasure, that perhaps the sect intended to lead female disciples astray with such attire. I never expected it to truly be a treasure. Chengling added. So many female disciples envy you. Those living in my courtyard are all envious of your acquisition. You thought it was not a treasure? Chengling then pondered aloud. But where did these treasures come from? It is quite puzzling to suddenly possess so many. Did an elder discover them during an expedition to a secret realm? Ma Xiaodai felt a sudden pang of realization. Could these treasures have originated from Steward Chu? Remembering that Chu had dined with the sect master only intensified her suspicion that he was indeed extraordinary. It seemed her mother was right. Perhaps it would be beneficial to cultivate a rapport with Steward Chu to potentially reap rewards. Meanwhile, Chu Fan sat leisurely in the courtyard, sipping tea and humming a tune, basking in the sunlight. The sensation of having broken through to the 9th rank of Spirit Master was exhilarating. In just a few days, he had become quite formidable. While he might not yet match the original owner of this body, he was confident that with the system's support, achieving greatness was merely a matter of time. System, Why did you fail to detect Yi Yinjia's unique constitution at the outset? Chu Fan inquired, curiosity piqued. Host, detecting unique constitutions is not a simple task. Some require more interaction for accurate assessment, the system replied. Ah, I see, Chu Fan chuckled. I must admit, I envy the skirt. I've heard it may be revealing. It is genuinely beautiful. Several elite disciples have been seen shopping in the district wearing it. One slightly plump female disciple expressed her wish. If only I had a skirt like that. Another chimed in, indeed. I heard that wearing that skirt can elevate one's cultivation by at least one level. Moreover, possessing such an item signifies the sect's regard for the disciple, which is an honor. A disciple named Xia Ping noted, I remember that Qingwen and Xia both have that skirt, yet they are not elite disciples. How did they acquire it? That remains unclear. Perhaps the Grand Elder gifted it to them privately? Pondered Lin Qi, the plump disciple. Chu Fan smiled at the three of them and asked, Xia Ping, Lin Qi, and Lu Yinyan, would you also like to receive that tights and skirt ensemble? He had yet to distribute the 4 sets he possessed, intending to reserve them for future encounters with appealing female disciples. Hearing their discussion, he smiled and inquired, would you like that? Xia Ping replied cheerfully, of course. However, we are merely outer sect disciples. How can we possibly obtain such treasures? Indeed, unless luck were to shine upon us, such an opportunity seems unlikely, Lin Qi added. Isn't it simple? I can give them to you, with the condition that you 3 will wear them and give me massages afterward. What do you say? Chu Fan grinned mischievously. Though these 3 beauties may not surpass Lu Qingyue and Lu Xia in looks, they were certainly not lacking, each possessing commendable figures. Regardless, the 4 outfits would remain unworn by me, so it would be better to gift them to the 3 of you. After all, we share the same roof. And having become familiar over these past few days, you have grown increasingly pleasing to the eye. Lin Qi could not help but exclaim, is that so? Can you really provide them? And 3 sets at that? Chu Ji, sure. You wouldn't be deceiving us, would you? Chu Fan raised an eyebrow and replied, why would I deceive you? If you do not wish for them, then so be it. Lu Yun, with a playful glint in her eyes, stepped forward and sweetly smiled. Chu Ji, sure, I believe in you. As long as you can truly present them to us, we guarantee to offer you a massage. How about it? Chu Fan chuckled. However, just a moment ago you were doubting me. Such an easy concession would not suffice. What then do you desire? Stammered Lin Qi, her cheeks flushing. I am a respectable young lady. You cannot expect me to accompany you merely for a set of clothing. Humph. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan found himself both amused and exasperated. It would be far easier to entice Lu Qingyue and Lu Xiyu rather than these 3, who were not nearly as captivating. Yet, he was not inclined to simply hand the outfits over. He grinned mischievously, no, you misunderstand. Just let me touch your faces, and that will suffice, haha. What do you say? Ah, if it is merely that, I suppose I could accept. Lin Qi pondered for a moment, biting her lip before softly responding. Lu Yun shot Lin Qi a disapproving glance. This is your fault for doubting Chu Jishi's ability to provide. Otherwise, we would not have to resort to this. After saying that, Lu Yun turned back to Chu Fan with a smile. Chu Jishi, I am also willing. It's just a matter of touching faces. It won't cost me anything. Indeed, Lu Yun displayed remarkable cleverness. If Chu Fan could deliver, the little they offered in return would be worth it. And if he could not, they would not lose anything. Therefore, she decided to treat this as a surety that Chu Fan would provide, and she agreed without hesitation. I have no objections. Summer Ping chimed in with a smile. Ahem, ladies, let us proceed to my room. It would not be proper if other disciples were to see us. Chu Fan smiled as he stood and walked inside, with the 3 women trailing behind him. Once inside, he waved his hand, closing the door behind them, before revealing 3 sets of short skirts and stockings. One for each of you. Please change in a bathroom at the back and come out to show me. Really, you do have them. Lin Qi's eyes widened in surprise. To simply help Chu Fan with a leg massage and allow him to touch her face without any further obligations was indeed a tremendous gain. Thank you, Chu Jishi. You are truly wonderful. Lu Yun rushed forward, selecting her favorite set before retreating to the inner room. This was a treasure that would enable her to defeat higher-level opponents. Had any other man offered such gifts, they would likely expect her to spend the night with them. However, Chu Jishi made no such demands. Soon, the 3 beauties emerged from the room, their faces slightly flushed and radiating a hint of shyness. Chu Fan beamed at the sight. Very nice, very nice. Come here, ladies. The three swiftly approached him, and he reveled in the experience of receiving massages while admiring their lovely legs. At that moment, he realized just how splendid this journey had been. Chu Fan indulged for an entire hour before finally allowing the three women to leave his room. Lu Yunyun, being the most considerate, leaned in to plant a soft kiss on his cheek before being the last to exit. How wonderful! We now possess such skirts. Yet, Chu Jishe requested we not disclose that he gifted them to us. Why is that? Lin Shi inquired, laughing as they stepped out of the room. Summer Ping replied, Lin Shi, how could you be so naive? Such treasures likely have no further use for Chu Jishe. If other female disciples were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly swarm him, seeking to curry favor in hopes of obtaining a set for themselves. Lu Yunyun nodded in agreement. Indeed, if that would happen, Chu Jishe would be quite overwhelmed, especially since he must also manage matters concerning the registered disciples. He surely does not wish to be disturbed. Did the three of you also receive such outfits? Lu Qingwei exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise. Lu Siyu questioned, that shouldn't be possible, right? Aren't they merely outer disciples like us? I heard this distribution was reserved for the more formidable elite disciples. Lu Qingwei pondered aloud. It seems that Chu Jishe must have bestowed them upon them. How astonishing that he possesses such treasures. Lu Yunyun, sharp as ever, quickly grasped the implication. Qingwei, based on what you just said, the outfits you two received were also gift from Chu Jishe, weren't they? Lu Qingwei nodded, but felt a tinge of disappointment. She had previously thought that the ancestors' gift indicated a special regard for her, as they were all part of the same courtyard. Chu Fan had not offered gifts to Summer Ping or Lin Shi. However, it seemed she had misinterpreted the situation, leading her to question her own allure. Was it truly due to her and her sister's insufficient cultivation that they failed to capture the ancestor's attention? Yet, if the ancestor bore no interest, why had he kissed her upon emerging from seclusion? That had been her first kiss, and it was now lost, leaving her feeling somewhat troubled. It felt as though Chu Fan had taken advantage of her without assuming any responsibility. Strange, could it be that I have developed feelings for the ancestor? Lu Qingwei soon realized something, shaking her head. What had happened to her these past few days? Why was she constantly preoccupied with thoughts of that old man? Although he appeared considerably younger and more handsome than before, he was still an ancient being who had lived for thousands of years. Summer Ping chuckled. Earlier, the three of us envied you for having such outfits. Now we too possess them. How splendid. Come, sisters. Let us go shopping in these skirts and see if we can attract the attention of any senior brothers or junior brothers. Lin Shi exclaimed with a cheerful smile. Yes, let us flaunt our newfound attire. Lu Yunyun laughed, her cheeks dimpled with delight. The three soon took flight. Alas, once the trio had departed, Lu Qingwei let out a soft sigh. Lu Siyu furrowed her brows and asked, Qingwei, why the sigh? You aren't developing feelings for Chu Jishe, are you? Lu Qingyue's eyes flickered, and she hastily replied, and no, how could that be? Our cultivation levels differ vastly. As you mentioned, the ancestor surely favors women like the sect leader and the elders. How could he possibly take an interest in me? Lu Siyu pressed further. Whether the ancestor likes you or not is his concern. My question is whether you like him. Observing Lu Qingyue's retreating figure, Lu Siyu couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed her sister had indeed developed feelings for the ancestor, but was simply too afraid to confront her own emotions. Lu Siyu glanced back at Chu Fan's room, pondering. Was it about this fellow that grants him such charm? Has he truly captured even my sister Qingyue's heart? Or is it simply that women are drawn to power, seeking a pillar of strength? Unexpectedly, as Lu Siyu prepared to enter the room, Chu Fan opened the door at that moment. Upon spotting Lu Xia outside, Chu Fan smiled and called out, Xia, could you come over for a moment? Lu Xia was taken aback, but quickly approached and entered Chu Fan's room, inquiring, Deacon Chu, is there something you need? Chu Fan chuckled softly. It's nothing significant. I merely wanted to ask how you've been managing the tasks I entrusted to you these past few days. I hope it hasn't been too overwhelming for you. Lu Xia smiled warmly, replying, Deacon Chu, you are too kind. If it weren't for you, my sister and I might have faced dire circumstances. I truly appreciate your assistance. She paused briefly before continuing, Moreover, the sect hasn't been recruiting many new disciples lately, so I find myself with ample free time. Chu Fan observed her closely, his eyes lighting up as he remarked, Ah, you've broken through to the second rank of Spirit Master. Well done. Lu Xia responded with a serene smile. My talent isn't particularly exceptional, My sister has already reached the 4th rank of Spirit Master. My recent breakthrough is largely thanks to your promotion of me to Vice Deacon, which allowed me access to some cultivation resources. Noticing Chu Fan's gaze lingering on her figure, Lucia felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Ding! The system detected that Lucia possesses the Tianyin sacred body, which is conducive to embracing cultivation. A friendly reminder. The host can strive to help Lucia enhance her cultivation and strengthen the Huan sect. Unexpectedly, the system's voice resounded in Chu Fan's mind. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he realized that Lucia was indeed a rare talent suitable for embracing cultivation. A most fortunate discovery. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "Sia, what do you think of me?" Lucia was startled by the suddenness of his question, stammering, You're quite remarkable. You've treated my sister and me very well. And with your impressive cultivation, the sect has undoubtedly grown stronger since your return. Many disciples have received the outfits you provided, and we need not fear the Liehua sect any longer." Chu Fan moved closer and shut the door, causing Lucia's heart to race even faster. Could it be that the venerable ancestor intended to take advantage of her in broad daylight? Chu Fan settled down and looked at Lucia, asking, "So, do you wish to grow stronger? To quickly break through to the rank of Spirit Sovereign, perhaps?" Lucia's current cultivation was still quite low, but given her unique physique, a single session of embracing cultivation using the Huan technique would yield substantial results. Chu Fan firmly believed that a significant breakthrough would soon follow. Huh? How could that be possible? Lucia gasped in shock, forcing a wry smile as she replied, "Deacon, please don't jest with me. Even with miraculous elixirs, it would be impossible to make such rapid progress." Chu Fan smiled calmly. "Just answer me. Do you wish for it?" Lucia sighed. "Of course I do. I dream of it. Who wouldn't want to advance in their cultivation more swiftly?" Hearing this, Chu Fan laughed heartily. "I have long desired to cultivate you and Qin Yue as my right and left hands. To be candid, you possess a special physique remarkably suited for my unique cultivation method. With my embracing technique, your cultivation could rise significantly in no time." Pausing for effect, he continued, "However, since we have only recently met, I shall give you time to ponder your decision." Me? I possess such a physique?" Lucia swallowed hard, astonished by the revelation. "Yes, your physique is not easily discerned, even by many powerful individuals. It took me considerable effort to see through it," Chu Fan explained with a grin. The system internally scoffed, noting that it was the one who had deciphered this information with great difficulty. Lucia felt a surge of joy. The sect's venerable ancestor had treated her and her sister with kindness, even providing them with outfits. Such fortune was undoubtedly welcome. Yet, she pondered whether agreeing immediately might seem too hasty or undignified. After some contemplation, she bit her lip and asked, "Deacon, may I have 3 or 4 days to consider? Once I have made my decision, I shall return. This is all rather sudden." Chu Fan smiled gently, nodding, "Very well, take your time to think it over." "All right, I will take my leave now." Chu Fan felt a sense of elation. Discovering Lucia's special physique was a delightful surprise. However, he wondered whether the so-called embracing cultivation was merely a simple embrace. What if, during such an embrace, he were to act upon other intentions? After all, how many men in this world are truly trustworthy? Chapter 46. Indeed, you are hiding here, heavens. Can one truly break through to the rank of Spirit Sovereign? Could the venerable ancestor be jesting? He was so handsome, held such high cultivation, and treated her with such care. She had often contemplated whether to cling to this great benefactor. Unexpectedly, the opportunity had arisen. The prospect of swiftly advancing from a second-rank Spirit Master to a Spirit Sovereign was an irresistible temptation. Lucia felt a thrill of excitement as she thought, "If I could indeed progress quickly, even if it takes a year or 2 to reach the Spirit Sovereign rank, I would gladly accept, given my originally modest talent. Such a leap would typically require years of arduous effort. This shortcut was one I must seize." Chu Fan glanced at his storage ring. Noting that he still possessed a set of stockings and a short skirt, he decided to wait for another opportunity to bestow them upon a beautiful woman. Just as he lay on his bed, daydreaming about a bright future, a soft knock echoed through the door. "Deacon Chu, are you home?" The voice from outside was unfamiliar, causing Chu Fan to feel a sudden unease. Could it be a named disciple seeking to curry favor with him? He He chuckled to himself, realizing that wielding a bit of authority in a sect filled with beautiful disciples made the pursuit of women rather effortless. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but think of the former Deacon Ichio, who had likely caused trouble for countless named female disciples. Upon opening the door, Chu Fan was taken aback. He did not recognize the young woman standing before him. A third-rank spirit master? Such cultivation signifies at least an elite disciple. What did she possibly want from me? After perceiving her cultivation, Chu Fan was even more astonished. Could it be that Xia Ping and the others had mentioned the outfits he gifted them, prompting this elite disciple to seek his favor? He felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Had Lu Yinyan and Xia Ping been so careless with their words? He had specifically instructed them not to disclose that the gifts were from him, and now, less than an hour had passed, and they had already betrayed him. Who are you? What is it you seek? Chu Fan asked, momentarily taken aback. Hello, I am Ma Xiaodai. By the way, the restaurant owned by Sun Sanyao is run by my mother. I brought you some dishes as a token of gratitude for your kindness. Deacon Chu. Oh, the restaurant that the sect leader enjoys visiting? Chu Fan smiled gently and invited her in. Miss Xiaodai, please, you're too gracious. I haven't done anything worthy of such thanks. Mxodi approached the table, retrieving several dishes and a jar of monkey wine from her storage ring. With a smile, she said, my cultivation isn't particularly high, but my talent is decent and my luck is good. Just yesterday, I obtained a set of silk stockings, a treasure that can aid in enhancing my strength. Thus, I came to express my gratitude to CHHSH. CHFN furrowed his brow and replied, Miss Xiodi, you are too courteous. That treasure was distributed by our revered sect leader. The fact that you were able to receive it indicates that you possess the requisite qualifications. You should be thanking the sect, not me. I feel unworthy of your gratitude. Mxodi smiled slightly and responded, Sefishisish, others may be foolish, but I am not. I know that you are certainly not ordinary. Those treasures might very well have come from you. CHFN, feeling a bit embarrassed, chuckled, What nonsense, my dear girl. I am merely a steward. My cultivation is even lower than yours. How could I possibly possess such extraordinary treasures, and not just one? Mxodi smiled brightly, because, as I understand, before those treasures were distributed a few days ago, the two outer disciples who were with you had already received them. Moreover, they reside in the same courtyard as you. Logically, they should not have had the qualifications to possess such items, so it stands to reason that they were given to them by you. At this point, Mxodi paused for a moment before continuing. Just now, my mother saw 3 other outer female disciples wearing similar attire while shopping. Upon inquiry, I found that they too live in the same courtyard as you. All the female disciples in your courtyard are wearing them. Surely this is not a coincidence? CHFN was taken aback by her keen observation, realizing that this girl was rather astute. He chuckled. In truth, it matters little who provided these items. What is crucial is that once you wear them, your strength may be enhanced. Mxodi insisted. No, knowing it could possibly be your influence is significant to me. At the very least, I can come and thank you. With a sweet smile, she added, So, why not join me for a couple drinks? CHFN smiled back. With so many dishes, I cannot finish them alone, can I? Very well, then I shall gladly accept. Mxodi said, not hesitating to take a seat as they began to eat. Mxodi was quite an attractive young woman, rare among the disciples of the sect, and many male disciples pursued her. However, she was deeply engrossed in her cultivation and had paid little attention to these suitors. In her view, the sect was currently too weak, having been bullied by the inferior Lihu sect. Only by becoming stronger could they avoid such humiliation, her goal being to enhance her own strength swiftly to contribute to the sect. Mxodi, what are you doing here? Just as they had enjoyed a few sips of wine, an angry voice rang out. A male cultivator barged in, pushing the door open and glaring at CHFN and Mxodi. Xiodi, so you are indeed hiding here? I wondered why you have rejected my advances for so long, only to find you drinking with this old man. Mxodi's expression darkened, and she stood to glare at him. Chinghu, what is wrong with you? I merely came to chat with CHZHSH and have a few drinks. What do you mean by hiding here? Our meeting is entirely above board. Do we need to conceal ourselves? Chinghu's face darkened as he retorted, Odi, you don't even know this man, yet you're drinking and chatting in his room? How can this be acceptable? He paused before continuing. In any case, I want to tolerate this. You know I have feelings for you. How can you be with another man, especially an old one? At this, CHFN's expression darkened as he stood up to face him. What is wrong with being an old man? Don't you understand that we cultivators cannot judge by appearances? He continued, if you call me an old man, then it is evident that Miss Odi prefers to drink with me rather than with you. Isn't that obvious? You're looking for trouble, aren't you? How dare you speak to me like that? Hu, furious, clenched his fists and glared at CHFN. You had better stay away from my junior sister, Odi. She is the one I have my eyes on, and if you dare to encroach upon that, don't blame me for taking action. Hu, have you had enough of this nonsense? CHZHSH is a steward of the sect. Who I drink with is none of your concern. I'm not your girlfriend or your cultivation partner. I'm free to drink and chat with whomever I please. Odi felt speechless, shocked that who would threaten CHFN. Afterward, she leaned closer to CHFN and whispered, I apologize. I never anticipated this situation. who is a 6th grade Lingzuan, a top-ranked genius among the elite disciples. It was evident that Odi held some trepidation towards who. While CHFN had a mysterious identity, she was unaware of his cultivation level. After all, he was merely a steward, and she had not heard much about him previously. who, smirking, addressed CHFN, Old man, did you hear that? I am a 6th grade Lingzuan. Though I hold no official position, that is merely because I do not wish to be entangled in trivial matters. If I wanted to, becoming a captain would be no issue. You just told me to stay away from Odi, right? CHFN raised an eyebrow and then smiled slightly, pulling Odi closer to him. I refuse to do so. What can you do about it? Odi was taken aback by CHFN's sudden action. Startled, yet simultaneously her heart raced. She realized that CHFN was fully aware of who's strength as a 6th grade Lingzuan. So how could he dare to embrace her? Could it be that his cultivation surpassed who's? However, why had she never heard of him before? It was as if CHFN had simply appeared out of thin air to become a steward. After all, any disciple with even slightly higher cultivation than hers would be known to her, unless CHFN was merely a 1st grade Lingzuan, in which case she would not have remembered him. But if that were the case, why was he unafraid? Fool, did you not hear what I just said? whose expression darkened as he spoke to CHFN. Do you think that just because you are a steward, I would hesitate to kill you? He paused, then continued, even if I do not dare to kill you, I could certainly beat you up, and the sect would not raise any objections. I am the direct disciple of the 5th elder, understand? Odi did not push CHFN's arm away. who had constantly pursued her, and she had grown increasingly weary of him, often deliberately avoiding him. She never anticipated that he would act so unreasonably today, threatening CHFN. After contemplating, Odi declared, who, you are correct. My relationship with CHHSH is indeed special. You should stop pursuing me. You're not my type. With that, she thought for a moment and decided to link her arm with CHFN's, saying, a man like CHHSH, with his few whiskers and mature masculinity, is the type I prefer. Look at you, with your delicate features. I'm not interested. In truth, these words had long been on Odi's lips, yet she had never summoned the courage to voice them. Today, with CHFN having taken advantage of her situation and sensing that he was no ordinary individual, she resolved to see if she could leverage CHFN to extricate herself from who's entanglement. If she did not seize the opportunity with CHFN, would she not be allowing who to embrace her without consequence? It is worth noting that Odi had never been held in such a manner before. This fellow did not even bother to inquire before taking liberties. How dare you? who fumed, pointing an accusatory finger at CHFN. You scoundrel. If it weren't for you, Odi would surely favor me. Have the audacity to challenge me outside if you possess any skill. CHFN merely chuckled, fully aware of Odi's intentions to utilize him in ridding herself of who. However, he was reluctant to engage in such a grand endeavor merely for a fleeting embrace. He turned to Odi and said, my dear Odi, did you not profess your affection for me? If I assist you in banishing this insufferable fellow, a kiss on my cheek would serve as a token of encouragement, would it not? He gestured to his left cheek, urging her, Now is the time to express your affection. Mshodi's lips twitched slightly. This man was indeed audacious, seeking to gain even more from her. Yet, she found herself trapped in a predicament where she had to make some display, lest Ing doubt her earlier declarations. If she failed to act, future opportunities to rid herself of him would be compromised. With an effort, she forced a smile and playfully shot a glance at CHFN, saying, "How vexing. He is watching. I feel so embarrassed." Despite her words, her body betrayed her as she leaned in to plant a kiss on CHFN's cheek. Feeling the sweet kiss from this enchanting woman, CHFN's heart swelled with joy. If she wished to utilize him, some price must be paid. "Come out, you brat. I shall break your legs today." Ing roared, his fury boiling over as he dashed outside. Chapter 48. What martial skill is this? What is happening? Li Qunju and Li Sy, hearing the commotion, emerged from their quarters. "Is someone jealous?" Li Qunju asked, stepping closer to her sister. "Impossible. Jealous of whom? Who is to be driven out?" Li Sy was taken aback, only to realize that the focus of Inghu's ire was CHFN's quarters. Her heart sank. Their ancestor had earlier expressed interest in her, granting her time to contemplate, yet now he seemed to have offended a formidable elite disciple due to some female apprentice. "It's Inghu. Sister, he is quite renowned as an elite disciple, possessing the cultivation of a 6th-rank spirit sovereign. He is no trivial matter." Li Qunju was equally startled. I wonder how CHFN incurred his wrath. At that moment, CHFN emerged, with Mshodi still entwined around his arm. Seeing Mshodi, Li Qunju's surprise deepened. She knew well that this alluring woman was not easily won over. Countless male apprentices had pursued her without success. Now, witnessing Mshodi so boldly linked to CHFN left Li Qunju astounded. How remarkable was this CHFN, whose charm could captivate such a stunning beauty in mere days? Mshodi had initially intended to make Inghu relent, and having been compelled to kiss CHFN, her cheeks still bore the flush of embarrassment. Spotting Li Qunju and Li Sy observing her, she hastily released CHFN's arm and said, "CHGSH, are you certain you can contend with Inghu, a 6th-rank spirit sovereign?" CHFN smiled nonchalantly at Li Qunju. "Fear not. Such arrogant individuals need to be shown their place. It is time for him to learn the extent of my capabilities." With that, he swiftly ascended, positioning himself directly before Inghu. "So, Inghu, today I shall teach you a lesson in humility. You insolent fool, you have no right to act so brazenly before me." Inghu had long desired to teach CHFN a lesson. Clenching his fist, he summoned his spiritual energy and charged at CHFN. "You may be a steward, and the sect forbids harm to fellow disciples, but sparring is permitted. Today, I shall ensure you lie incapacitated for half a month." "Such bravado," CHFN replied coolly. "In that case, I shall not hold back." With a resounding thud, their fists collided, and CHFN, opting not to employ his spiritual energy, relished the moment, keen not to squander the opportunity for display with 3 beautiful observers present. "What? He is not even using his spiritual energy?" Mshodi gasped, realizing the gravity of the situation. Even if CHFN surpassed Inghu by a rank, he would not dare act recklessly without his spiritual energy. Engaging in a direct confrontation without it could only mean he possessed a cultivation level significantly superior to his opponent. Could it be that he was at least an 8th or 9th rank spirit sovereign? If he were a 9th rank spirit sovereign, he would be on par with the elders. No wonder the sect leader had dined with him. Truly, this CHFN was extraordinary. Mshodi's astonishment peaked. Perhaps pursuing a friendship with CHFN was indeed a wise choice. If he triumphed in this confrontation, she could finally liberate herself from Inghu's grasp. "This is the first time I've seen our ancestor in action." Li Qunju and Li Sy exchanged excited glances, aware that opportunities to witness battles among the strong were rare for those of their lowly status. With a dull thud, Inghu was sent hurtling backward as if a kite with its strings severed, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, clearly injured. How is this possible? Inghu's face paled, shock etched in his eyes. Few disciples in Hunzing could rival him. Who was this formidable individual that he had never heard of before? Yet, he quickly regained his composure, soaring into the air once more, seething with indignation. I cannot believe you have forced my hand to reveal my martial skills. I underestimated you before. Now, witness my true power. With a clenched fist, Ing-Hu unleashed a punch, summoning a fierce, vividly realized tiger formed of spiritual energy before him. Roar! The tiger emanated an incredibly violent aura, as if it were alive. Old fool, I shall slay you. Ing-Hu's eyes burned with murderous intent. He had intended merely to teach Ch-F-N a lesson, but now, the stakes had dramatically escalated. He believed that as a direct disciple of an elder, even if he killed Ch-F-N, the sect would not punish him. After all, losing a genius disciple of the 6th-rank spirit sovereign would be a significant loss. Moreover, his master M.H.N. being would certainly advocate for him. You wish to kill me? Very well. Then I shall show no mercy. Ch-F-N replied coldly, knowing that slaying a 6th-rank spirit sovereign would likely expose his true identity. Yet, if his adversary sought his life, he would not hold back. Such a threat could not be allowed to linger. Furthermore, Ch-F-N's desire to conceal his identity hinged primarily on his comparatively low cultivation level, which rendered him weak. However, it is not only his cultivation that has significantly recovered, but his strength has also surpassed that of Yi Yinjie, even inciting feelings of affection from both Yi Yinjie and Shi Henzhuang towards him. With this in mind, he resolved to lay his cards on the table and cease the pretense. Is that so? Die, fierce tiger, descending the mountain. Cheng Hui let out a cold chuckle, pointing ahead as the colossal tiger lunged towards Chu Fan. Umph. Chu Fan sneered, raising his hand to conjure a gigantic spiritual energy hand before him. With the memories of the original owner at his disposal and his cultivation having notably recovered, executing some previously employed martial techniques was a trivial matter. What martial skill is this? I have never seen anything like it. Ma Xiaodai gasped in astonishment, murmuring to herself. The speed of this martial skill is astonishing, and the spiritual energy hand is exceptionally solid. Moreover, I can sense an incredibly violent aura within it. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed as the enormous spiritual energy tiger was instantly shattered by the mighty hand, reduced to dust. How is this possible? Mine is a mid-level Xian grade martial skill. Cheng Hui's pupils dilated in disbelief at the scene before him, while the massive hand merely dimmed slightly, emanating a terrifying wave as it surged towards him. Chapter 49. Is my lack of discipline swish, swish, swish? Upon hearing the sounds of battle, numerous disciples flocked over, eager to discern the situation. Yi Yinjie, Shi Henzhuang, and others also heard the commotion, realizing it was significant, and immediately soared into the air, heading in this direction. Bang! Cheng Hui was struck directly, hurtling backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing to the ground as he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ghastly pale. Who are you? How can you possess such strength? Cheng Hui, gritting his teeth against the pain, stood up again, blood surging forth once more. Chu Fan's strike had severely injured him. A man intent on taking your life. Chu Fan ziplit gun li. Cheng Hui couldn't help but let out a mocking laugh, arrogantly stating, Haha, how absurd. So many disciples are watching, and my master is on her way here. Do you dare to kill me? Truly laughable. Who do you think you are? At that moment, Shi Henzhuang, Yi Yinjie, and Mu Hanbing arrived on the scene. Cheng Hui immediately exclaimed, Sect Master, this scoundrel is taking advantage of junior sister Xiaodai in broad daylight, attempting to bully her. I intended to teach him a lesson, but unexpectedly. Yi Yinjie's expression darkened. Ma Xiaodai was indeed a rare beauty among the female disciples. But when did Chu Fan set his sights on her? The thought that she had previously been embraced by Chu Fan during cultivation stirred feelings of jealousy within Yi Yinjie. Though slightly perplexed, she believed Chu Fan was not the type to bully the weak and shot a cold glare at Cheng Hui, saying, Cheng Hui, do not speak recklessly. I am well aware of what kind of person Deacon Chu is. He is not that sort. Shi Henzhuang immediately added in anger, Cheng Hui, mind your words. You must understand the consequences of slandering Deacon Chu. The surrounding disciples frowned in confusion. What is going on? It is known that any elite disciple can apply to become a deacon. However, those with exceptional talent often disdain such roles, busy with their cultivation rather than wasting precious time managing sect affairs. Therefore, Those willing to take on such responsibilities are usually disciples of average aptitude. Chung Hui was renowned as a genius disciple. Why would the sect leader and elder support Deacon Chu? Moreover, how could Deacon Chu be so formidable as to defeat Chung Hui? Sect master, elder, Chung Hui is speaking nonsense. At this juncture, Ma Xiaodai paused before continuing. Deacon Chu is a genuinely good person and easy to get along with. He would never engage in such despicable acts. Sect master, you must believe me. Chung Hui's expression darkened, and his gaze shifted as he hastily said, This young lady Xiaodai must be under some form of coercion from Deacon Chu. Compelled to speak in his defense, he paused before adding, Indeed, Xiaodai must have realized that even I am no match for Deacon Chu, thus fearing retaliation, which is why she is aiding him. After saying this, Chung Hui looked towards Mu Hanbing, hoping she would support his claim. Sect master, Chung Hui is slandering Deacon Chu. We all heard him shouting for Deacon Chu to come out and die. He saw junior sister Xiaodai holding Deacon Chu's arm, and out of jealousy, he harbored ill will. Lucia contemplated for a moment and stepped forward to support Chu Fan. She understood well that Chu Fan was the ancestor. Even Yi Yinjie and the elder were on Chu Fan's side. For Chung Hui to attempt to slander him was akin to courting death. By standing up for him now, she was merely doing Chu Fan a favor, which was beneficial. Furthermore, she harbored a fondness for Chu Fan and was contemplating whether to accept his invitation to cultivate together. Yes, I can also vouch for Deacon Chu. Lu Qingwei stepped forward, addressing Yi Yinjie and the others. Chu Fan merely smiled slightly, pleasantly surprised that he did not even need to speak, as beautiful women were already coming forward to testify on his behalf. Ma Xiaodai instantly blushed, realizing that in front of several elders and the sect master, everyone knew she had been holding Chu Fan's arm, originally hoping he would help her shake off Chung Hui. Now, with the situation escalated, she felt as though she could not clear her name even if she jumped into the Yellow River. Who would believe that there was nothing between her and Chu Fan? My heavens, it turns out junior sister Ma actually likes Deacon Chu? This is a shocking revelation. Indeed, a female disciple quietly remarked to another nearby disciple. Another added, No wonder so many male disciples pursued Xiaodai without success. It turns out she already has someone she cares for. They must be a dual cultivation pair. Otherwise, why would she be seen emerging from a room holding his hand? Yes, look how flush Xiaodai is. They must have done something intimate. Another female disciple chimed in. These whispers were soft enough that most people likely could not hear them. However, Chu Fan perceived every word clearly. Hearing such talk, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. If this continued, it would not be long before Ma Xiaodai would be rumored to be pregnant. Master, no, it's not like that. They are lying. They're all in cahoots with Deacon Chu. Living under the same roof, of course, they would speak in his favor. You must not believe them. Chung Hui's heart raced with panic, urgently glancing at his master Mu Hanbing for support. Mu Hanbing's expression darkened. The ancestor had saved her and Ling Shuifei's lives, and they were contemplating when to personally express their gratitude. Yet, Chung Hui dared to offend the ancestor? Chung Hui, do you take me for a fool? I am well aware of Deacon Chu's character. He would never stoop to such behavior. Besides, while I might believe one person's accusation, how could so many testify for Deacon Chu? Are they all conspiring against you? Mu Hanbing's face darkened as she descended, bowing to Chu Fan and apologizing. Deacon Chu, I sincerely apologize. It is my lack of discipline that has allowed this wayward disciple to confront you. At this, Mu Hanbing paused before continuing. Please advise on how to rectify this situation. Chapter 50. He is still holding your waist. Many disciples were taken aback, sensing that the fifth elder's attitude towards Deacon Chu was unexpectedly respectful. Is this individual truly just a deacon? Chu Fan felt a surge of joy within his heart. He had originally thought that today he would inevitably reveal his identity as the ancestor. However, it seemed that such exposure was unnecessary. Moreover, it appeared that he could eliminate this Chung Hui without lifting a finger. A slight smile graced his lips as he clasped his hands together and said, Elder Wu, you are being overly modest. One must understand that knowing a person's face does not equate to knowing their heart. You cannot be blamed for this matter. Pausing momentarily, Chu Fan cast a fleeting glance at Chung Hui before continuing nonchalantly. Since he sought to take my life, I believe such a beast is best eradicated. What? Many listeners were momentarily taken aback. Some disciples were utterly astonished, thinking, is he joking? Would Elder Wu truly kill a genius of the sect over such a mere steward? After all, Cheng Hui was not only a six-rank spirit master, but also a direct disciple of Elder Wu. In the eyes of the crowd, this action by Chu Fan would undoubtedly offend Elder Wu, and one would think that he would at least show some courtesy. After all, a minor reprimand would suffice in such situations. Chu Fan, are you dreaming? I merely wish to spar with you, a trivial matter of jealousy, and you expect my master to kill me? What do you think of yourself? Cheng Hui scoffed coldly, thinking how foolish Chu Fan was. His master had likely only spoken kindly due to Chu Fan's considerable strength and his status as a steward, yet this fool took it seriously. However, to everyone's astonishment, Mu Hanbing simply clasped her hands and unleashed a stream of spiritual energy that struck Cheng Hui directly. Bang! Already gravely injured, Cheng Hui was sent flying and lay lifeless upon hitting the ground. He was truly dead. Some disciples were left utterly dumbfounded. While they knew that Elder Wu was decisive in her actions, was this not her own disciple? Furthermore, to kill him over a mere steward? Cheng Hui's high cultivation level represented a significant loss for the sect. Moreover, the root of today's incident stemmed from both Cheng Hui and Chu Fan being enamored with the same woman, leading to Cheng Hui's jealousy and desire to kill Chu Fan. How to come to this outcome? Someone, take this scoundrel's corpse and dispose of it in the mountains, commanded Mu Hanbing, removing Cheng Hui's storage ring before instructing two disciples to handle the body. At that moment, a protective elder could no longer contain his curiosity and approached the sect leader, inquiring, "Sect leader, why have I never heard of this Chu Fan before? He seems to have appeared out of thin air." Upon hearing this, Elder Lan paused before continuing. Moreover, Cheng Hui was a master of six-rank spirit master cultivation. Yet he was no match for him. With such a cultivation level, he could easily be a protector, right? Though I cannot discern his cultivation, it must be higher than Cheng Hui's. Yi Yinjie furrowed her brow. With such a commotion, several prominent disciples were present, along with over a dozen protective elders. Chu Fan smiled slightly, soaring into the air to stand beside Yi Yinjie. He then stated, "I was indeed not a member of your sect previously. I am an old acquaintance of your sect leader. Upon hearing that He Huan's sect is being bullied by Lai Hua's sect, I came to offer my assistance, hoping to strengthen He Huan's sect." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in understanding. So, he was an old acquaintance of sect leader Yi. Given this context, it was no wonder that Yi Yinjie did not refute Chu Fan's earlier statement about killing Cheng Hui. Their relationship must be quite amicable. Chu Fan paused before adding, "By the way, the silken skirt sets sent out by the sect recently were also brought by me to aid in strengthening He Huan's sect. There may be other treasures to follow, as I wish to contribute to Yanji." Goodness, he directly addressed the sect leader as Yanji. This form of address raised eyebrows. Could it be that he is a suitor of our sect leader? Some female disciples could not help but speculate. It must be so. Otherwise, how could he be so familiar? A male disciple also conjectured. Moreover, I suspect our sect leader harbors some affection for him, or else she would not have invited him to assist. Indeed, many have affections for our sect leader, and some leaders from other sects wish to pursue her as well. But alas, they lack the opportunity. This Chu Fan, who has never been heard of, is likely a formidable rogue cultivator, added another disciple, nodding in agreement. Yet, with such high cultivation, he ought to be a protector or an elder, and to serve as a steward seems rather humble. Yi Yinjie smiled faintly, surprised that the ancestor had concocted such a reason to conceal his identity. She chuckled and addressed the other disciples. Everyone disperse. Today's events conclude here. Cheng Hui brought this upon himself. Upon hearing this, the crowd gradually dispersed. The protective elders, reflecting on the situation, found her reasoning plausible and ceased further inquiries. After all, given Chu Fan's familiar address of the sect leader as Yanji, they understood that he was not to be trifled with. "Chu Stawat, I wish to speak with you privately," Yi Yinjie said, casting a final glance at Chu Fan before flying towards a nearby pavilion. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan followed her. Exhaling deeply, Ma Xiaodai felt a sense of relief and mused, "It seems he is indeed extraordinary. He must be a powerful rogue cultivator." However, recalling earlier events, her brow furrowed. This could lead to trouble, as everyone likely now knew of her connection with Chu Steward. Once the other elders departed, Lu Xiyu approached Ma Xiaodai with a gentle smile, saying, "Sister Xiaodai, you will soon realize how fortunate it would be to become Chu Fan's woman." Ma Xiaodai forced a smile, replying, "If I say you are all mistaken and that there is nothing between Chu Fan and me, would you believe me?" Lu Qingyue joined them, chuckling, "Sister, and I just witnessed you linking arms with him, and he even had his hands around your waist. You say there is nothing? We hardly believe that." Pausing for a moment, Lu Qingyue then added, "Chu Fan is a good person, and sister is right. If you can become his woman, rejoice in secret." Chapter 51. No cleansing in the Yellow River. Ma Xiaodai furrowed her brow, perplexed as to why these two sisters seemed envious of her. After all, they lived under the same roof as Chu Fan and surely knew him better. Could it be that he is truly as remarkable as they say? Is he worthy of her lifelong commitment? The crucial point was that many disciples were now aware of the situation, likely believing that she and Chu Fan had a romantic connection, which would certainly affect her reputation. In a secluded pavilion, only Yi Yinjie and Chu Fan remained. Turning to face him, Yi Yinjie inquired, "Chu Fan, after today's events, the others will at least assume your cultivation is at the 7th rank spirit master level. And with your claim of being my old acquaintance, many might think you are at the 8th or even 9th rank. Given this, no one would dare bully or offend you. Why then do you still hide your identity? Why not simply tell everyone that you're the ancestor of our sect?" Yi Yinjie nodded and said, "I naturally hope you can inform everyone, so that they know we have such an ancestor in our sect." With a wry smile, she continued, "After all, our Hahuan sect has been low in morale, and many sects have dared to bully our disciples. I wish to instill some confidence in our members." After contemplating for a moment, he replied to Yi Yinjie, "The recent release of those short skirts and stockings has indeed bolstered the confidence of our disciples. Once the emissary from the Lihua sect arrives, we should take them on first. You should showcase your cultivation skillfully, allowing the Grand Elder to also reveal his prowess, which will undoubtedly uplift the morale of our disciples." At this point, Chu Fan paused and continued, "By concealing my strength, I can observe which sects dare to covet our Hahuan sect, and I shall assist in dealing with them." Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjie's heart surged with joy. It seemed that the ancestor had indeed considered matters thoroughly. After all, if some sects that were only slightly more powerful than Hahuan's sect realized we had such an ancestor, they would likely hesitate to act against us. Chu Fan's intentions were evidently to root out those who sought to bully Hahuan's sect. Should they dare to come, they would certainly pay the price. Little did she know, Chu Fan had yet to disclose the identity of the ancestor because there were still many sects stronger than Hahuan's sect. Even the Hanling sect might not be reliable, and Chu Fan's cultivation was still somewhat lacking. Thus, he planned to bide his time, quietly enhance his abilities, and once he had improved sufficiently, he could showcase his prowess later. With a smile, Chu Fan addressed Yi Yinjie, "Beautiful Yinjie, when do you plan to come find me? I intend to elevate your cultivation sooner rather than later. Would it not be better for our sect if your strength as the sect leader increased?" Yi Yanjie's cheeks flushed, and she shyly replied, "But do we not agree that you would come to find me tomorrow night? Are you so eager?" Chu Fan smiled Li. "I hadn't intended to feel this way, but now that you, looking so lovely, have appeared before me, I cannot help but wish for you to seek me out tonight." As he spoke, Chu Fan feigned a sigh, alas. It seems that even a person of integrity, such as myself, cannot resist the allure of a beauty like you, Yinjie. Yi Yinjie's face turned red, and she shyly retorted, "Stop it. What nonsense are you saying? I have not tempted you at all. I see that your resolve is not as steadfast as you claim. You are simply enamored by beauty." Chu Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Such matters should be kept private. Why expose them openly? How would he maintain his status as the ancestor otherwise? In front of Chu Fan, Yi Yinjie displayed a hint of girlish demeanor, clearly indicating that her feelings for him had deepened over the days they had spent together. After some thought, Yi Yinjie said, "Did you not mention before that assisting in raising my cultivation would be quite the strain for you? I was merely concerned for your well-being, wanting you to rest a day to avoid exhausting yourself or causing any adverse effects." Hearing this, Chu Fan found it amusing. He had exaggerated the cost of his assistance to move her emotionally, yet here she was genuinely worried for his health and suggesting he rest. He chuckled. "In truth, it is not too taxing. The main challenge lies in the act of embracing you while cultivating, which is quite a significant test for me." Yi Yinjie could not help but laugh. "You, an ancient being of several millennia, cannot withstand such a test?" After sharing a laugh, she realized she had been deceived and shot a playful glare at Chu Fan. "Humph, you scoundrel. I was worried about you, and yet you were merely fooling me. It is hardly a strain for you, is it?" Chu Fan chuckled and said, "Cough, you've caught me. Yinjia, you are truly stunning. Not only beautiful, but also remarkably clever. If you continue like this, I fear I might fall hopelessly in love." Chu Fan spoke from the heart. Yi Yinjia, along with Shi Wan and Mo Ran, were all exquisite beauties. In the world of cultivation, women were often enchanting, but Yi Yinjia and her companions were truly exceptional. This was a temptation that Chu Fan, having traversed into this realm, could hardly resist. I bet you say the same to that, Ma Xiaodai. Yi Yinjia thought to herself, feeling a mix of joy and irritation. Chu Fan sighed. "I must clarify this. I pretended to be her partner only to help her escape the clutches of Cheng Hui. In truth, there is nothing between us." Yi Yinjia smiled. "All right, I believe you." Seeing Chu Fan's eager explanation warmed her heart. "By the way, Yinjia, since no one is around, how about a hug?" Chu Fan grinned at the beauty before him. Yi Yinjia rolled her eyes. "Get lost. It's broad daylight, and we are still in the pavilion. If a disciple sees us, even if there is nothing between us, they will surely gossip." Chu Fan chuckled. "Then let us not wash it away." Yi Yinjia shot him a playful glare, enough joking. "I will come find you tonight. Then you can embrace me while we cultivate, and you can hold me until dawn." After saying this, she felt her face heat up, wondering why her relationship with Chu Fan seemed to be growing increasingly intimate. Their banter resembled that of flirtatious lovers. "All right then, I shall come find you tonight." Yi Yinjia bit her lip and shyly uttered those words before soaring into the air, preparing to depart. Chu Fan, filled with joy, called out, "Good, make sure to come early. Do not keep me waiting." Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjia nearly lost her balance midair. Was he truly so eager to embrace her? Could it be that this ancestor had genuinely taken a liking to her? Chu Fan smiled, watching Yi Yinjia's graceful figure disappear into the distance, contemplating how fortunate he was to have such a stunning and aloof beauty in his embrace. If he could win her heart, it would be worth it. Laughing heartily, he flew towards his residence. After some thought, he called for Lu Xiyu and Lu Qingwei to join him in his room. Once inside, he closed the door, feeling that it would be unwise for others to witness their gathering. Seeing him shut the door, the two sisters exchanged wary glances, startled by the sudden action. Was he planning something peculiar? Chu Fan smiled and said, "Ladies, drinking alone is rather dull. Would you join me for a drink and some food? The dishes sent by Xiaodai are far too plentiful for me to consume alone." Lu Xiyu smiled softly, taking a seat. "All right, their food is quite delightful. It seems we are in for a treat today." The news of Cheng Hui's demise had spread quickly among the sect's disciples. In fact, the rumors surrounding the relationship between Ma Xiaodai and Chu Fan grew increasingly outrageous, with some claiming that they must have engaged in intimate activities long before. Or else why would they be alone together, drinking in a room? If it were merely a casual relationship, why not indulge in drinks at a tavern rather than in Chu Fan's room? That evening, Ma Xiaodai meticulously recounted the day's events to her mother, Sun Sanyang. Upon hearing this, Sun Sanyang remarked, "Xiaodai, this matter may tarnish your reputation. You are still a young maiden, yet I have heard rumors claiming you are with child. It infuriates me." Ma Xiaodai, momentarily at a loss for words, retorted, "How can these people spread such nonsense? It truly vexes me. Even if they mistakenly believe I am involved with that Chu Jishur, I find it absurd that they would suggest I am pregnant." At this point, Ma Xiaodai paused, her indignation rising as she exclaimed, "Do they not understand that cultivators, devoted to their practice, seldom bring forth children?" Sun Sanyang, taken aback by her daughter's reaction, realized that Ma Xiaodai was more upset by the pregnancy rumor than by the insinuation of an affair with Chu Jishur. This implied that her daughter held a rather favorable impression of Chu Fan. With a wry smile, Sun Sanyang inquired, "What do you think of this Chu Jishur?" After a moment's contemplation, Ma Xiaodai responded, "Although he is slightly older than I, we seem to connect well. He possesses an extraordinary demeanor. After all, Cheng Hui, a formidable 6th-rank Ling Zun, was severely injured by him with but a single strike. He appears unassuming, yet he may be concealing his true capabilities." Ma Xiaodai continued, "Moreover, it is astonishing that Elder Wu would execute her own disciple, Cheng Hui, without a hint of mercy for the sake of a mere Jishur. This is quite unexpected. Chu Fan claims to be an old acquaintance of our sect master, yet I sense that the relationship may be far more intricate." Sun Sanyang pondered this and remarked, "It seems that Chu Fan could be an exceptionally powerful loose cultivator, perhaps even at the level of a Qi Wang. The garments you mentioned that enhance combat ability are products of his craftsmanship. With his arrival, The Hehuan sect may indeed rise to prominence. Ma Xiaodai chuckled softly. Whether we rise or not, I cannot say. However, I have heard that the sect has decided against sending female disciples to the Lai Hua sect, not only this time, but indefinitely. Is that so? That is indeed good news, Sun Sanyang replied with a smile. Though Chu Fan appears a bit older, he is undoubtedly a strong individual with significant ties to our sect master. At this juncture, Sun Sanyang paused before continuing. Xiao Dai? Since your initial interaction with him was merely pretense, and now the entire sect is aware, rather than being misunderstood, it might be prudent to turn this act into reality. You could consider him your cultivation partner, thus securing a form of support, and I believe he is a commendable person. Ma Xiaodai was taken aback by this suggestion, her cheeks flushing as she stammered, Mother, what are you saying? Choosing a cultivation partner is a serious matter, not something to be trifled with. Sun Sanyang chuckled. Primarily, there are not many male disciples in your sect, and none of the young men who admire you seem to catch your eye. While Chu Fan may be older, in the realm of cultivation, age is often inconsequential. Some esteemed Ling Wang have lived for millennia and still appear remarkably youthful. She paused before adding, I have heard that those at the Ling Huang level can possess lifespans of up to 10,000 years. Ma Xiaodai quickly responded, Mother, that is not my point. Age is not the issue. It's just that today was my first encounter with Chu Zhishi. Though he seems like a good person, matters of the heart require careful consideration. I believe I should spend more time with him before making any decisions. Sun Sanyang nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are right. Matters of the heart should not be taken lightly. Choosing the wrong cultivation partner could ruin your life. Contemplating this, Ma Xiaodai could not help but inquire, Mother, what makes you think so highly of Chu Fan? In what aspects do you find him commendable? In Chapter 53, how could it possibly be ineffective, Ma Xiaodai? Having lost her father early and relying solely on her mother, held great respect for Sun Sanyang's judgment, honed through years of business acumen. Sun Sanyang smiled and replied, He assisted you without hesitation today, even going so far as to eliminate Cheng Hui, ensuring that he would no longer harass you. This demonstrates his willingness to help and his decisiveness. As for his appearance, he is quite handsome and possesses a strong masculine presence, coupled with significant cultivation prowess. I believe these attributes speak to his excellence. Ma Xiaodai, finding humor in the situation, jested. So, in your eyes, he has so many merits. Why not, Mother? Consider a relationship with him and let him become my father? Sun Sanyang shot her a disapproving look. You silly girl. What nonsense are you speaking? I am but an ordinary village woman, without any cultivation. I could never be worthy of such a person. It is you who must seize this opportunity. Ma Xiaodai waved her hand dismissively and departed from the inn. At that moment, Chu Fan opened the door and awaited the arrival of Yi Yanji. Why hasn't Yanji arrived yet? Did she not say she would come early? Surely she wouldn't stand me up? As Chu Fan contemplated Yi Yanji's alluring figure, he felt an overwhelming sense of anticipation. After waiting for over an hour, Yi Yanji finally appeared at his door. Upon entering, she seemed anxious not to be seen by the other disciples outside. With a swift motion, she unleashed a wave of invisible mental energy, closing the door behind her. Yanji, why have you arrived so late? Seeing Yi Yanji at last, Chu Fan feigned annoyance. I've been waiting so long. The flowers are withering. Yi Yanji, blushing, responded with a smile. Oh, ancestor, do you think I did not wish to come? The fourth elder and others had gathered some food and drink, insisting I join them. I could hardly tell them you were waiting for me, so I had to stay and chat until they dispersed. Chu Fan chuckled. Listening to you, it sounds as if you were sneaking around. Yi Yanji shot him an exasperated glance, playfully retorting, How rude, always making such jokes. She then continued, The mood was joyous. Our sect has been progressing well lately, and I indulged a bit more than usual. Well, it is getting late. Let us retire to our quarters and cultivate, Chu Fan suggested with a gentle smile. Taking her hand, Yi Yanji shyly nodded and climbed into bed, allowing Chu Fan to embrace her from behind as they commenced their cultivation practice. Chu Fan employed his techniques, channeling spiritual energy between them, enhancing both their cultivation levels at a rapid pace. Initially, Yi Yanji felt nervous being held by Chu Fan, her mind racing with thoughts. However, she soon found warmth and comfort in his embrace, ultimately drifting into a serene slumber. After a considerable time of cultivation, Chu Fan too closed his eyes, succumbing to sleep as they remained entwined until dawn. In Chapter 54, you truly have endured much. The following morning, Chu Fan was abruptly awakened by Yi Yanji's exuberant exclamations. Ah! Startled, Chu Fan inquired, "What is all this commotion so early in the morning?" Yi Yanji, already dressed, exclaimed with excitement, "I have reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Chu Fan, I have unexpectedly advanced from the 3rd rank to the 5th rank Ling Wang. It appears that the next breakthrough to the 6th rank is entirely within reach. Master, are you here?" Just at that moment, the voice of the second elder, Mo Ran, echoed from outside. "Could it be that so early in the morning he has come to my courtyard to find me?" Yi Yanji's face instantly turned anxious, and she hastily extricated herself from Chu Fan's embrace, nervously adjusting her clothing and hair. She and Chu Fan had done nothing inappropriate, but would this be misconstrued? What should I do? It is impossible to pretend I'm not here. Yi Yanji felt a wave of embarrassment. Being discovered by Mo Ran in Chu Fan's room, alone together, would undoubtedly lead to wild speculation. However, it was of no consequence, as he would eventually learn the truth. Chu Fan, with a faint smile, called out to the outside, "Second elder, the master is right here. Please come in." Yi Yanji was momentarily speechless, casting an exasperated glance at Chu Fan, who, as a man, felt no concern. She preferred to keep her relationship with Chu Fan private for the time being, especially since he had not yet disclosed his identity as an ancestor. To many disciples, Chu Fan was still merely a steward. Furthermore, most disciples were aware that Chu Fan had only recently joined the sect. If they were to misunderstand now, it would reflect poorly on her as the master, suggesting that she was involved with a steward who had just arrived. Wouldn't that tarnish her reputation, portraying her as a frivolous woman? Clearing her throat, she forced a smile and approached, opening the door. Chu Fan then clarified, "Second elder, do you need something? We were just discussing how to expand the sect." Mo Ran frowned slightly before addressing Yi Yanji. "Master, the envoy from the Liuhua sect has already arrived." Upon hearing this, Yi Yanji was taken aback, exclaiming, "What? They arrived so soon? I thought we still had a day." These rascals, arriving early, certainly displayed enthusiasm for this matter. The second elder echoed her indignation. "Indeed, 5 of them have come, all haughty and dismissive of our sect. The Grand Elder and Third Elder are currently attending to them. The Grand Elder sent me to find you and to inquire if the ancestor wishes to join us." Chu Fan smiled slightly and replied, "Of course. We must go and see the spectacle. It would be a shame to miss such an opportunity." Although Yi Yanji had already broken through to the peak of the 5th rank Spirit King, and the Hahuan sect was now far superior to the Liuhua sect, she still longed for Chu Fan's presence by her side, as it instilled a sense of security within her. Shortly thereafter, the 3 of them took to the skies, heading towards the main hall of the sect. How strange, despite the ancestor's high cultivation, why does it feel like he isn't as fast as I am? I have to slow down to keep pace with him. The second elder and Yi Yanji hastily soared toward the hall, but soon noticed that Chu Fan was lagging behind. Consequently, they had to reduce their speed to accommodate him. It seemed that Fango was not in a hurry. "Indeed, we have grown stronger, so why fear anything? Taking our time is perfectly acceptable." Chu Fan's leisurely pace only indicated that he was confident and unfazed. At this moment, Chu Fan found himself in a peculiar situation. Although he had just checked his cultivation and had broken through from the 9th rank Spirit Master to the 3rd rank Spirit Sovereign, he was quite satisfied with this advancement. However, the speed of a 3rd rank Spirit Sovereign, without the aid of flying talismans, could not match that of Mo Ran and the others. Of course, his true strength surpassed that of a mere 3rd rank Spirit Sovereign. His physical prowess was sufficient to easily slay those of Spirit King rank. Yet, this came with its drawbacks. He needed to engage his opponents in close combat, relying on his physical strength. If they maintained distance and used martial techniques, as a 3rd rank Spirit Sovereign would struggle to contend with them, even with advanced techniques and skills. He estimated that while he might have a chance to defeat a 1st rank Spirit King from a distance, taking down those of the 5th or 6th rank would be beyond his current capabilities. In essence, Chu Fan found himself in an awkward position, possessing great physical strength but a relatively low cultivation level. After a while, the trio arrived at the Grand Hall. Not only were Shi Hunruo and the 3rd elder present, but the 4th and 5th elders had also arrived. "You 5 are the envoys sent by the Liuhua sect?" Yi Yanji approached and cast a frosty glance at the individuals before her. Chu Fan discreetly assessed their cultivation levels. All 5 were not to be underestimated, each at the 6th rank Spirit Sovereign. "We greet Master Yi." The 5 men bowed respectfully upon seeing Yi Yinji. After their salutation, an elderly man stepped forward, feigning politeness, and began to speak slowly. Master Yi, is this not redundant? I visited just last month. You must have forgotten me so soon. Another middle-aged man chimed in, Master Yi, we are dressed in the attire of the Joyful sect, with our tokens at our waists. Surely, you recognize us as the envoys of the Joyful sect? Upon hearing this, Yi Yinji couldn't help but smirk. In the past, she would have hesitated to offend them for fear of their displeasure. However, circumstances had changed. Her cultivation was no longer what it used to be. With a cold smile, she responded, as the master of the Joyful sect, I meet countless individuals daily. You are merely insignificant figures of the Qi sovereign rank. Do you truly think I would remember your faces? Their faces turned green with anger at her words. What had transpired today? Why had her attitude shifted so dramatically? Who gave her the audacity? Chu Fan glanced at the 5 men and coldly remarked, Master Yi is absolutely right. They are merely 6th-rank spirit sovereigns. Do they dare to disregard the master of the Joyful sect? The elderly man sneered, Brat. Who are you to speak to us like that? I do not recall such an elder in the Joyful sect. Moreover, men cannot hold the position of elder in your sect. Are you merely a protector? How audacious for a protector to be so arrogant. Chu Fan smiled slightly and replied, I apologize, but I am not a protector. I am a steward of the Joyful sect. After a brief pause, he continued, though I am merely a steward. My presence here speaks volumes about my significance, does it not? If you're not a fool, you should understand. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's expression twitched. How could a steward be so arrogant? What weight could a mere steward possibly carry? The old man's face darkened, his eyes filled with disdain. It seems I have overestimated you. You are merely a steward. He laughed mockingly. Thank you for your high regard. This suggests I have the potential to become an elder or protector, does it not? Chu Fan grinned at him, leaving his opponent momentarily speechless. Brat, can't you tell I am mocking you? Do you think I am complimenting you? The elderly man's expression soured as he glared at Chu Fan. Enough of this jest. I will tell you plainly. Starting today, the Joyful sect will no longer send female disciples to your sect. Chu Fan stood, a playful glint in his eyes as he regarded his opponent. If you leave now and deliver a message for us, I might spare your life. The old man scowled, incredulous. You, a mere steward, think you have the authority to speak to me? How dare you? Even your sect leader would never utter such words as refusing to send the female disciples. Furious, the elder shifted his gaze to Yi Yinji, raising his voice. Sect leader Yi, control your dog. Don't let him bite anyone. If it weren't for your face, I would have slain him already. Chu Fan laughed coldly. This is Joyful sect, not your backyard. In a lighter mood, Sure Henzwang added, Indeed, Steward Chu is right. You dare to speak against him? Were you all to bark here? The elder's face darkened further as he turned to Yi Yinji. Sect leader Yi, what is the meaning of this? Are you going to let your dog bark freely before me? Do you know the consequences of provoking our sect? It appears you seek death. Chu Fan's expression turned grave. This old fool, despite his age, continued to prattle on. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Chu Fan dashed forward and struck the elder with a powerful punch. Bang! The elder was sent flying, lifeless upon hitting the ground, a surprised expression frozen on his face. Chu Fan smirked, a hint of malice curling his lips. Dare to call me a dog? You must have a death wish. The members of Lihua's sect were utterly stunned. What had just transpired? This young man moved with such speed and audacity to strike down one of their own. You dare to kill our Lihua sect members? One of them stammered, fear evident on their faces. They realized that this youth possessed considerable power, likely on par with their own. Another man, fuming, turned to Yi Yinji. Sect leader, surely you must provide an explanation for this. Sure Henzwang, equally incensed, added, Indeed, we have lost numerous named disciples, many of whom have suffered grievously at your hands. We kill one of yours today, and you are enraged? Have you considered our fury? The man scoffed. Fury? Sect leader Yi, do you think you can bully us just because we appear weaker? Have you thought about the repercussions? Sure Henzwang replied with an icy smile. Is that so? I am quite curious about what consequences you envision. Yi Yinji shrugged, her demeanor aloof and superior. You are on the brink of death. Tell me, if we slay you, what could possibly happen? As for explanations, go seek Yama for that. You still intend to kill us? Their faces turned ashen at her words. What was happening? When they last visited, These Hahuan sect members had not displayed such audacity. Were they in the wrong sect? Did they not routinely comply with demands? This month, however, they seemed more defiant than ever. Did they truly believe they could leave here alive? Having already killed one, what was one more? Sure, Henzhuang laughed. Akin to a cat playing with its prey. To be frank, we have endured your actions for too long. If we kill you four, and you dare to retaliate, it would be tantamount to seeking your own demise. Yi Yinjie joined in with a cold chuckle. What delight! Witnessing your fear brings me great satisfaction. Ling Shuefei laughed heartily, reveling in the triumphant atmosphere. You must consider your options carefully. The four were genuinely intimidated, for the elders of Hahuan sect seemed to have taken something that day to embolden them to threaten their lives. One man, after a moment of contemplation, asserted, "Let me inform you, Hanliang sect and Sanyue sect have sent disciples to fight in Mongshan, with each having 1,000 members. Our Lihue sect's talents have contributed significantly." He paused, then continued. As a result, Hanliang sect has rewarded us with several elixirs, and our sect leader has now advanced to the second rank of Spirit King. If you dare to kill us, they will come seeking retribution, and you, sect leader Yi, might not be able to protect your head. Another chimed in, indeed. You must think carefully. Our Lihue sect is stronger than ever. In a year or two, we could even ascend to a third-rate sect, no longer just a minor sect. Think about the consequences of our deaths. Your sect might face annihilation. You might find yourself reduced to mere fodder for our sect leader. Having made their declarations, they erupted in laughter, convinced that Yi Yinjie was unaware of Lihue sect's current standing and would be terrified if she knew. However, to their surprise, Yi Yanjimidili laughed coldly. Your sect has indeed progressed, relying on servitude to Hanliang sect for petty gains, yet you dare to bully us? Ridisigna tremonduora. She bore down on the four. Observe my cultivation level before you continue speaking. Boom, boom, boom. The overwhelming pressure forced the four to their knees, their legs buckling beneath the weight. What was this? How could her aura be so formidable? One man, drenched in cold sweat, looked at Yi Yinjie with sheer terror. 5th rank Spirit King. How is this possible? Another slapped himself in disbelief. It's true. I'm not dreaming. How has sect leader Yi reached the pinnacle of 5th rank Spirit King? That is almost 6th rank. Has she advanced so significantly? Sure, Henzhuang was also taken aback, realizing that Yi Yinjie must have sought Chu Fan's assistance. Yet, she hadn't anticipated such rapid progress to the peak of 5th rank Spirit King. Was this the result of their second or third embrace of cultivation? Indeed, Yi Yinjie possessed a unique constitution. The effects of their joint cultivation far surpassed her own. My heavens, the sect leader has reached such heights? Mo Ran gasped, astonished, unaware that Yi Yinjie's cultivation had indeed broken through to 5th rank Spirit King. My goodness, is this real? Wonderful. Hahuan sect is now comparable to a third-rate sect. 5th rank Spirit King, just a step away from 6th rank. A level some third-rate sect leaders might only achieve. Bai Ruyan was equally astounded. Ling Shuefei remarked, last time, Sure Henzhuang mentioned seeking Steward Chu's help to break through. It seems his abilities are indeed remarkable. With a gentle smile, Ling Shuefei continued, Steward Chu, perhaps you could assist me as well? I too wish to break through to Spirit King. I only request to reach the second rank. Chapter 57. Quite the player, haha. I am quite willing to partake in this, but we must discuss our strategies in detail when the time comes. Chu Fan Li. He certainly would not refuse such a lovely lady if she truly wished for it. Beside him, Sure Henshuang and Yi Yinjie exchanged knowing glances, sharing a tacit smile. They had not disclosed to Bai Ruyan that their cultivation levels had been significantly enhanced through embracing Chu Fan during their training sessions. Moreover, such training was not merely ambiguous. Both parties were required to wear as little clothing as possible, allowing their bodies to be in closer proximity, thereby enhancing the training's efficacy. Every time Sure Hen Shuang practiced with Chu Fan, she felt her heart race, her mind wandering uncontrollably. Additionally, she feared that one particular individual might not behave himself, leading her thoughts astray. Although Chu Fan was a man of integrity and had never crossed any lines, the circumstances were undeniably too intimate, making one blush at the mere thought. Bai Ruyan, oblivious to the truth, assumed their cultivation advancements were due to some other secret techniques, and, without hesitation, excitedly approached Chu Fan with a request. Upon hearing Chu Fan's enthusiastic agreement, Bai Ruyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Really? Are you truly agreeing? That's wonderful. Chu Ji, sure, you are such a good person. Thank you. I will definitely make time to discuss strategies with you." Ling Shuefei immediately chimed in, "Chu Ji, sure. I wanted to." And Mo Ren quickly followed suit, declaring, "Count me in as well, Chu Fan Ji, sure. I too wish to enhance my cultivation. I am relying on you." Such a splendid opportunity could not escape Mu Han Bing's notice, who stepped forward with a charming smile, saying, "Chu Ji, sure. You truly are a kind-hearted person. Don't forget about me. We are all good sisters here. You must not show favoritism." Chu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if these lovely ladies would still be so eager if they knew the true method behind the cultivation enhancement. He could only awkwardly chuckle and respond, "Ahem. As long as you are willing, I have no objections." "Of course we are willing," Muhan Bing exclaimed. "Who would be foolish enough to refuse such a great opportunity?" Ling Shuefei added, "Indeed, to rapidly break through to the spiritual king level, and not just any level, we would be silly to decline." Shi Shuang and Yi Ji stifled their laughter nearby, pondering how these women would react if they knew the true nature of Chu Fan's method for enhancing cultivation. This was disastrous. The peak of the 5th grade spiritual king. The leader of Hehuanzong had reached the pinnacle of the 5th grade spiritual king, implying that even their sect leader would not stand a chance against them. Moreover, did you hear? They claimed they could assist others in quickly enhancing their cultivation, even breaking through to the spiritual king level. How could such a miraculous occurrence exist in this world? The remaining 4 envoys from Lai Huazong were utterly dumbfounded. It was no wonder the members of Hehuanzong were so fearless. They already possessed a peak 5th grade spiritual king. Even if their 3 spiritual king powerhouses came, it would be futile. Yi Zhongzhu, we realize our mistakes. Please spare us." One elder immediately knelt in supplication, knowing there was no chance of escape. His only hope for survival lay in begging for mercy. "Yes, Yi Zhongzhu, please do not hold our past transgressions against us. We were blind. We are wretches. We implore you to let us go." The remaining 3 quickly followed suit, kneeling and sweating profusely. "Ha, spare you? Did you spare our named disciples?" Yi and Ji's face darkened as she recalled the deaths of their female disciples. She wasted no time. With a wave of her hand, several spiritual energy blades flew forth, slaying all 4 men. After some contemplation, Chu Fan suggested, "Let us have some of the named disciples handle the disposal of these 5 bodies. It is essential for them to witness our decisive action against these Lai Huazong envoys. Only then will they truly believe in our sect's resolve." Indeed, previously, they had merely stated they would not send any individuals to Lai Huazong, but many named disciples likely still harbored doubts. Their minds were not entirely at ease. Having a few named disciples involved in the disposal would be optimal, as they would swiftly spread the news. Upon hearing this, Shi Shuang regarded Chu Fan with appreciation and slowly spoke. Mo Ran approached and removed the storage rings from the fallen envoys, inspecting them for any valuable cultivation resources. After retrieving the contents, Mo Ran and the others could not help but feel a bit embarrassed. Aside from cultivation techniques, martial skills, some spiritual herbs, and a few swords, the storage rings contained rather peculiar items, such as ropes, women's undergarments, and various potions. There were even candles. Chu Fan could not help but exclaim, "These Lai Huazong fellows certainly have a peculiar taste." Before long, Ling Shuefei summoned a dozen named disciples to dispose of the bodies, instructing them to incinerate them without leaving a trace. Upon realizing the envoys were from Lai Huazong, the named disciples displayed unmistakable excitement on their faces. With this, the conflict between Hehuanzong and Lai Huazong had escalated significantly. The deaths of 5 6th grade spiritual venerables, some of whom might have been protectors or stewards, would undoubtedly cause considerable distress to Lai Huazong. Furthermore, according to Lai Huazong's temperament, they would not remain passive. Naturally, the disciples and protectors of the sect remained unaware of the current cultivation levels of Yi Yanji, Shi Shuang, and the others. They were likely curious as to why Hehuanzong had become so resolute. Could it be due to the alluring attire of silk stockings and short skirts? Or perhaps because of the enigmatic Chu Fan, an old acquaintance of the sect leader? Once the named disciples had carried the bodies away, Mo Ran remarked, This has truly severed all ties. Lai Huazong will likely come knocking soon. Upon hearing this, Shi Hen Shuang's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Oh, that sounds delightful. We can have some fun with them." Haha, indeed. Let's make this a joyful decision. Yi and Ji laughed in agreement, charmed by the playful spirit of their elder. Chapter 58. My preferred type by Ru Yin, being more cautious, pondered before addressing Chu Fan. Elder, what about Han Lingzong? If we truly annihilate Lai Huazong, will there be any repercussions? Chu Fan coldly smirked. What is there to fear? Am I not here? After a brief pause, he continued, moreover, Han Lingzong is not virtuous either. They turned a blind eye to the actions of Lai Huazong when they were stronger than us. Even if you informed them of our plight, they would ignore it entirely. Such a sect offers us no benefit. Yi and Ji contemplated this before nodding in agreement. Fear not, our elder's cultivation surely surpasses that of Han Lingzong's leader. There is nothing to worry about. Chu Fan felt a bit embarrassed. His current cultivation was not particularly high. However, he was confident that once he embraced beauties like Lu Xia or Bai Ru Yin during their training, his cultivation would see substantial improvement. Coupled with his already formidable physique, he felt there was little to fear. Indeed, a circumstance. He still possessed 5 powerful gauntlets capable of delivering a single devastating blow. At that moment, slaying 2 formidable opponents would surely instill terror in the hearts of the others. Although Chu Fan's current cultivation level was modest, he held several hidden cards up his sleeve. Furthermore, if the Han Lingzong was not foolish, they would hesitate to take action against their own disciples. After all, the loss of their subordinates from the Lai Huazong would not bode well for them. Should they eradicate the He Huanzong, it would be an exceedingly foolish decision. A wise individual would instead consider nurturing the He Huanzong. Rest assured, I have faith in our ancestor. I believe that the Han Lingzong would not dare to act against us after already losing a faction like the Lai Huazong. That would be detrimental to their interests, akin to a warrior severing his own arm. Yi and Ji smiled gently and added, Indeed, as we grow stronger, we can become a formidable ally to them. Chu Fan chuckled softly and soon departed from the scene. After his departure, Ling Shuefei excitedly approached Yi Yanji, grasping her hand and exclaiming, Yanji, you are simply remarkable. You have quietly achieved the pinnacle of the 5th-tier Spirit King. Previously, you struggled to break through to the 1st-tier Spirit King, yet now you have made such significant progress. Muhan Bing echoed her excitement. Indeed, if we could all reach the pinnacle of the 5th-tier Spirit King, our sect would rival even some of the 3rd-rate sections. Not just rival, Shi Hen Shuang interjected. We would undoubtedly be classified among them. Let us not forget our ensemble. With the prowess of 5th-tier Spirit Kings combined with the extraordinary capabilities of our attire, we could defeat a 6th-tier Spirit King. Our strength would surely be comparable to that of a 7th-tier Spirit King. 6 7th-tier Spirit Kings. Surely even some of the weaker 3rd-rate sects would struggle against us. Muhan Bing added, Moreover, we have an ancestor with unfathomable cultivation. He is our true trump card. Indeed, our ancestor is our greatest asset. His cultivation must be at least that of a spirit emperor, if not a spirit saint. Ling Shuefei pondered aloud. That makes sense with our ancestor's presence. The He Huanzong must become formidable. They all felt a surge of joy within. Mo Ran contemplated for a moment before stating, By the way, last time, Hen Shuang mentioned seeking our ancestor's assistance in elevating his cultivation. Given the considerable energy required, I think I will wait a few days before approaching him. Bai Ru Yin nodded in agreement. Oh, if Mo Ran and the others truly come to me for cultivation enhancement, it would be absolutely delightful. Chu Fan grinned mischievously, imagining a group of exquisite beauties lying beside him, practicing while dressed in minimal clothing. The thought alone was exhilarating. Just then, a knock echoed through the room. Chu Fan frowned. Who could possibly be knocking at this hour? After a moment's thought, he made his way to the door and opened it to find the gentle and beautiful Lu Xia standing outside, causing his heart to skip a beat. Is you Xia? Please come in. Lu Xia nodded, her heart racing. The question Chu Fan posed earlier had lingered in her mind, and she had resolved she would go for it. Being able to ally with the sect's ancestor was an extraordinary opportunity, perhaps her only chance for a turnaround in life. Why would she refuse? Besides, the ancestor had merely mentioned embracing during cultivation. What if it were true? What if there were no further obligations? Once inside, Lu Xia paused before feigning interest in another topic. By the way, Chu Ji Shi I heard that 5 envoys from the Lihua zone came, but they were all killed by the sect master and the others. Is that true? Chu Fan had initially thought she had come to discuss her cultivation advancement, but he felt a pang of disappointment upon realizing her inquiry was about this matter. Nevertheless, he smiled slightly and affirmed, "Yes, that is indeed true. You know, our ancestor is exceptionally powerful. The Lihua zone is nothing to be concerned about." Lucia contemplated before responding, "You are truly formidable, ancestor. By the way, that day you mentioned I possess a unique physique, and after one embrace for cultivation, I could break through to the spirit zone level. Could that possibly be true?" Chapter 59. Suitable to become an alchemist, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, exhilarated to discover that her visit was ultimately about this matter. He smiled and took Lucia's hand, saying, "See, of course it is true. I am no longer young enough to lie." With her hand grasped by Chu Fan, Lucia blushed, contemplating before finally nodding. "Ancestor, you don't look old at all. In fact, you are exactly my type, mature and composed. I am willing to embrace cultivation with you." At this point, Lucia hesitated before continuing. "What I need to do to assist you? I am entirely at your command." Chu Fan smiled gently. "What you need to do is quite simple. Wear minimal clothing, lie on the bed, and allow me to embrace you from behind or in front. After a few hours, you will surely enhance your cultivation." He paused momentarily before adding, "The less clothing you wear, the more effective the cultivation will be." Lucia felt a sense of shyness at the thought of wearing scant clothing and being embraced for cultivation. Though they would not engage in dual cultivation, the situation felt quite intimate. Her cheeks flushed, she nodded, "Perhaps from behind would be best. I feel a bit shy about facing you directly." After all, if she were to embrace him from the front, she feared she might lose herself in his handsome features. Embracing him from behind, she could close her eyes and treat him as mere air. "Very well, let us begin." Chu Fan smiled. Soon, they lay upon the bed, with Chu Fan embracing Lucia from behind. Time passed slowly, and before long, several hours had slipped away. After their cultivation session, they both felt fatigued and drifted off to sleep. The following morning, wonderful. After breaking through to the spirit zone level, the difficulty of further advancement has increased significantly, requiring much more energy. I managed to elevate my cultivation from the 3rd-tier spirit zone to the 8th-tier spirit zone. Chu Fan felt a rush of excitement as he assessed his cultivation. The sensation of power surging within him was unparalleled. It appeared that he was merely days away from achieving the Spirit King level. "Haha, splendid. Once I grow stronger, even a Hanling zone will be but a minor player before me." Chu Fan laughed heartily, feeling confident in the burgeoning power within. "Wait, did I really sleep for so long?" Upon waking, Lucia glanced outside to find daylight breaking, and she was momentarily startled. "What level have I broken through to? I must check immediately." Lucia quickly recalled, positioning herself cross-legged to assess her cultivation. Beside her, Chu Fan smiled knowingly, aware that an exhilarating moment awaited Lucia. He was confident that upon discovering her cultivation level, she would be overjoyed and flustered. Especially as a woman with a lower cultivation level in such tumultuous times, she yearned to grow stronger. Otherwise, she would lack any means of self-defense and risk being bullied by powerful male cultivators. Rest assured, Sia, we are now good friends, having embraced during cultivation. I will ensure your safety, and no one will dare to bully you or your sister. Chu Fan gazed at the other party, resolutely making a decision within his heart. In the next moment, Lucia was utterly astonished. "Thank you, Laozu, you are truly kind to me." Lucia shyly nodded, gazing at the handsome man before her. She bit her red lip, yearning to express her desire to become his Tao companion in cultivation. After checking her own cultivation level, she was taken aback. 8th grade Spirit Master. Heavens! Laozu, I must be seeing things. Have I truly broken through to the 8th grade Spirit Master level? Lucia was overwhelmed with excitement. She had previously been merely a 2nd grade Spirit Master, and now she had leaped to the 8th grade level. The speed of this breakthrough was akin to riding a rocket. It was astonishingly swift. "How do you feel? Are you satisfied?" Chu Fan smiled faintly, elated within. Lucia's face flushed crimson. Her head bowed as she said, "Laozu, I am now yours, and I will always be yours. I will heed your every command." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a strange sensation. They had merely embraced for cultivation, yet she claimed to belong to him. Could it be that this girl had developed feelings for him, and wished for him to take responsibility? If that were indeed the case, he would be quite pleased. Ahem, I am more than willing to assist you in enhancing your cultivation. However, in order to maintain the image of the venerable ancestor, Chu Fan spoke with utmost seriousness. Thank you, Laozu. Lucia replied bashfully. Chu Fan chuckled, saying, You may call me Fangu from now on. There is no need for such formality between us. Very well, Fangu, Lucia affectionately called out, her face reddening to the roots of her ears. Chu Fan placed his hand atop Lucia's hand and examined it, exclaiming, your previous cultivation talent was not particularly remarkable, yet it appears to have improved significantly. Most importantly, I have noticed that your mental fortitude has strengthened considerably compared to before. At this point, Chu Fan paused before continuing. This means, Sia, I believe your physique may be well suited for alchemy. You could potentially become an alchemist in the future. Upon hearing this, Lucia gasped, completely taken aback by Chu Fan's words. An alchemist is a rare profession, and the requirements to become one are exceedingly stringent. However, once one attains the status of an alchemist, they are prioritized for cultivation by the sect, holding a position of great esteem. To think that Laozu would suggest her physique is suitable for becoming an alchemist? After a considerable pause, Lucia could no longer suppress her disbelief and stammered, Laozu, you must be joking with me. Do I truly have the hope of becoming an alchemist? Chu Fan smiled gently, assuring her, there is no need for me to deceive you regarding this matter. Rest assured, as long as you're interested in this field, you may come to me in the future, and I will teach you alchemy. Becoming an alchemist will surely not be an issue. Chu Fan paused again before adding, your temperament is not one of impatience, which makes you well suited for being an alchemist. If you apply yourself diligently, you will undoubtedly achieve great success. Chapter 60. How long have they been together? This is wonderful, Laozu, truly wonderful. I absolutely wish to become an alchemist. Lucia exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. How could she not desire such an opportunity? Being an alchemist is a position of considerable nobility. If she were to attain the rank of a second or third grade alchemist, she would be highly sought after in various sections. Naturally, Lucia was not foolish enough to run to another sect, especially since Laozu had treated her so well and had cared for her and her sister. Unless she were a fool, she would not abandon the support of Laozu. With Laozu's protection and guidance in alchemy, her prospects within Hehuan's zone would undoubtedly be brighter than elsewhere. Moreover, Laozu had lived for thousands of years. His cultivation level must be immensely high. Although Hehuan's zone was somewhat weak currently, with Laozu's presence, its future was boundless. Chu Fan chuckled, saying, do not rush. Take your time. As long as you are willing to learn, I am more than happy to teach you, for you are indeed my person. Reflecting on Lucia's earlier words brought him delight. Yes, I am indeed Laozu's person. Lucia felt a surge of sweetness in her heart, as if they were confessing to one another. Having never experienced love, she felt an overwhelming sense of sweetness. Lucia noticed, perhaps due to her own perception, that the man before her appeared increasingly handsome, and his aura grew ever more extraordinary. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Fan's cultivation was also continuously ascending. He had swiftly broken through to the 8th grade spirit's sovereign level within a short span of time, and such growth would inevitably influence his demeanor. Furthermore, Chu Fan had always been a formidable individual, possessing the heart of a strong person, which manifested in his every gesture. It exuded a fearless, powerful presence, a testament to accumulation. Chu Fan smiled before saying, very well, rest for a few days to adapt to your newly acquired strength, and come find me another day. Just recalling the way he had embraced her tightly from behind last night, with one hand resting upon her abdomen, made her feel a wave of shyness. The ambiguity of that moment was almost overwhelming, especially since they had worn so little clothing, making it all the more electrifying. At that time, she felt a twinge of fear, worried that Laozu might take further liberties with her, and in her lowly position, she might not dare to resist, yielding to his intentions. Chu Fan nodded with a smile, adding, the effects of the previous 3 enhancements have been quite remarkable. You are now an 8th grade spirit master. I estimate that with just 2 more embraces for cultivation, reaching the 4th or 5th grade spirit sovereign level should pose no challenge. That would be simply marvelous. This is something I never even dared to dream of. Lucia was filled with exhilaration. When she first met Chu Fan, she was merely a 9th grade Qi practitioner, not even a spirit master. Now, she was on the verge of breaking through to the 4th or 5th grade spirit sovereign level. Such an enhancement in cultivation could only be described as extraordinary. For her, those at the spirit sovereign level had always been figures she could only look up to, and now she found herself so close to that realm. After contemplating for a moment, Lucia curiously asked, "What about the 4th and 5th times? Will there be no effects then?" Clearly, having tasted the sweetness, Lucia yearned for even more. After posing the question, she couldn't help but blush, feeling as though she rather enjoyed such matters. Observing her bashful expression, Chu Fan found her increasingly adorable. For him, last night had been a test. He had to focus intently on cultivating, fearing that he might inadvertently compromise her innocence. Chu Fan replied calmly, "Rest assured, there will still be effects. The enhancement may be less pronounced in the later instances, but coming to me for an embrace will undoubtedly yield better results than cultivating alone." "I understand now. Well then, Fango, I shall take my leave for now." Lucia shyly cast a glance at Chu Fan. Even now, she felt as though this entire experience was a dream. Her cultivation having advanced so significantly, Lucia shyly opened the door and, seeing that no one was outside, hurriedly departed. Her heart raced as everything felt unreal, like a dream. Lucia was suddenly startled, hastily patting her chest and exclaiming, "Qingwei, why are you in my room? You scared me without uttering a single word." Upon hearing this, Lucia's face flushed, and she hurriedly replied, No, you must be mistaken." Observing her sister's awkward demeanor, Lu Qingwei could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter. "I knew it. You must have a fondness for Lao Zu. You went to find him last night. Don't try to deceive me." Lucia immediately averted her gaze and said, "No, Qingwei, please don't say such things. How could I possibly deceive you? I truly went out for a walk early this morning. That is why you didn't see me when you arrived." Chapter 61. An unusual method of cultivation. Lucia smiled and said, "Qingwei, Lao Zu is a respectable person. He is not a lecher. Please do not misunderstand him." At this point, Lucia paused briefly and continued, "I admit I did go to his room last night, and we slept together until dawn. However, Lao Zu was using his method to help me enhance my cultivation, and he did not act inappropriately." After contemplating for a moment, Lucia added, "Lao Zu mentioned that this technique is called the embrace cultivation method. It is rather peculiar, to be honest, and it makes one feel somewhat embarrassed." The embrace cultivation method? It appears that Lao Zu is genuinely a good person. He did not take advantage of you, which indicates that he respects us and would not bully female disciples simply because of his superior cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingwei was astonished and began to find Lao Zu more reliable. Lucia, upon hearing her words, could not help but chuckle. With a flick of her mind, she released her spiritual energy, enveloping her palm. "Qingwei, you underestimate the prowess of Fange. Look at my current cultivation level." Lu Qingwei glanced over and was taken aback by the immense energy radiating from her sister. She instinctively took 2 steps back, her mouth agape in astonishment, then rubbed her eyes and scrutinized carefully before exclaiming, Is this real? My heavens, you've reached the 8th rank of Spirit Master? This can't be true. Wasn't he at just the 2nd rank of Spirit Master before? You've now ascended to the 8th rank, which means you've improved 6 ranks in just one night of embracing cultivation. If this is the case, who would want to toil through arduous training? Lucia smiled and replied, "Qingwei, Fange said that I possess a special constitution, allowing me to enhance my cultivation more effectively than the average person. He mentioned that my physique is particularly suited for this unusual method, and the initial 3 attempts would yield significant results, although subsequent attempts might produce diminishing returns." After reflecting on this, Lucia continued, "I still have 2 attempts left. Fango indicated that I should have no trouble breaking through to the 4th rank of Spirit Sect, and there is a possibility of reaching the 5th rank. My heavens, did I hear that correctly? You're saying breaking through to the 4th rank is a certainty, and possibly even the 5th rank? This means your rate of improvement is astonishingly rapid. For others, this could potentially save them a decade or 2 of hardship." Lu Qingwei was once again astounded and pondered aloud, such an incredible skill. Would it not take a significant toll on Lao Zu? Lucia furrowed her brow and mused, "I am not entirely certain. From his demeanor, it seems unlikely." Lu Qingwei reflected on her own cultivation level, then considered Lucia Yu's achievements, feeling a sense of lamentation. Alas, I possess such great talent and have devoted myself diligently to training. Yet I have only just now broken through to the 4th rank of Spirit Master, taking several months to transition from the 3rd rank. At this point, Lu Qingyue found the situation somewhat humorous and said, "You, on the other hand, have suddenly leaped to the 8th rank of Spirit Master, and you might soon break through to the 4th or even 5th rank of Spirit Sect. My heavens, this is quite disheartening. How can one endure such a disparity?" Lu Qingyue became despondent, lamenting, "I used to think that I would protect you due to your slightly inferior talent, but at this rate, it seems I will need you to protect me. The 4th rank of Spirit Sect is exalted in my presence, a status that is commendable even among inner disciples." Lucia pondered for a moment before adding, "By the way, it seems that ordinary women can also enhance their cultivation significantly during the initial 3 attempts, albeit the effects may be slightly less pronounced. Nevertheless, it is still quite impressive." After Lucia spoke, she glanced at Lu Qingyue and smiled gently. "How about I inquire on your behalf?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue's face flushed crimson, her eyes flickering as she cast her gaze downward, unable to meet Lucia's eyes. "What are you saying? That is inappropriate. It feels rather embarrassing to lie in the same bed, embracing one another. If anyone were to discover us, they would surely not believe that nothing happened, and my reputation would be tarnished." Finally, Lu Qingyue shyly lowered her head and said, "In this matter, I'll leave it to you. Please take charge. For the time being, I will refrain from tasks and will try this another day. I just wonder if Lao Zhu would be willing to assist me." After saying this, Lu Qingyue felt a surge of nervousness. Heaven help her, what was happening? Could it be that she harbored feelings for Lao Zhu as well? Otherwise, how could she have so impulsively agreed? Lucia chuckled, "Do not worry. You are quite charming. Lao Zhu will surely be willing to help you enhance your cultivation. I will speak to him soon." Chapter 62. The reward is extraordinary. All right, it's settled then. I will take charge and inquire with Fangge. Lucia smiled and added, "Qingyue, Ma Xiaodai is an intelligent person. She took the initiative to seek out Chu Fan for drinks. You must consider that perhaps she has an interest in Lao Zhu. Besides her, even the Grand Elder and the sect leader, both remarkably stunning women, are willing to be his companions. Therefore, if we could become Chu Fan's women, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile endeavor." At this moment, Lucia's fondness for Chu Fan had increased significantly after their embrace during cultivation yesterday, and she genuinely believed that Lao Zhu was a good person. Even if he were to act on his impulses, she would be amenable. "You call him Fangge?" Lu Qingyue shyly inquired. Lucia nodded. "Yes, he asked me to refrain from calling him Lao Zhu and simply refer to him as Fangge." Hee. Noticing Lucia's sweet smile, Lu Qingyue remarked, "Sister, it seems you have truly developed feelings for this Chu Fan, Lao Zhu. I can see it in your sweet smile." Lucia blushed and replied, "Oh, stop it. He is genuinely wonderful, treating us kindly. If he is willing, I would also be happy to be his woman." After contemplating, Lucia added, "How about this? I will soon ask him if he harbors any thoughts about you. If he is willing, you must not refuse." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue was taken aback and hurriedly replied, "Sister, wait. Let us discuss this in a few days. This is too sudden. I am not prepared mentally. Although I do believe Lao Zhu is a good person, this is all happening too quickly." Lucia contemplated for a moment before saying, "All right. However, I will give you a limited time. No more than 5 days to consider, understood?" Lu Qingyue sighed, feeling exasperated. "Sister, must we be so hasty? Can't you give me a few more days?" Lucia rolled her eyes at Lu Qingyue and said, "You silly girl. What do you know? The Hehuan sect is likely to engage in conflict with the Lihua sect in a few days. At that point, those with insufficient cultivation may find themselves as mere cannon fodder. When 2 sects go to war, the loss of life is unpredictable. It is imperative that we elevate our cultivation levels as soon as possible so that we may possess greater means of self-preservation when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue was immediately taken aback. "Is that true? The Lihua sect has a larger number of members and is thriving. Recently, they assisted the Hanling sect in battling the forces of the Zhangyu sect, likely earning some rewards. There may even be powerful figures at the Ling Wang level among them. If we truly clash with the Lihua sect, we might not stand a chance." At this point, Lu Qingyue furrowed her brows and asked, "Sister, is your information reliable? Did the ancestor inform you?" Lu Xiyu replied, "I need not be told by him. I am aware. Just yesterday, An envoy from the Joyful Sect came seeking individuals, only to be met with resistance from the Grand Elder and the Sect Master, who eliminated them. We even had some registered disciples handle the bodies. This incident will soon spread, firmly establishing our resolve. Lu Qingwen nodded in understanding. It appears that with the ancestor present, the Sect Master and the others are filled with confidence, allowing them to act boldly. With the ancestor here, we need not worry too much. Lu Xiyu smiled. Although the ancestor is formidable, he cannot possibly attend to us minor figures amidst a conflict between two sections. Therefore, it would be wise for you to enhance your cultivation swiftly for your own safety. Do you understand? I would not wish to see you perish. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Qingwen nodded. You are right. In this world, one must become strong. Chapter 63. Who would deceive a young child at that moment? Chu Fan sat in the courtyard, enjoying his tea, feeling quite content. Such days were truly comfortable. Engaging in somewhat intimate activities with beautiful women was tiring, yet allowed for rapid recovery of his cultivation. Once he regained more strength, the He-Huan sect would be secure. By the way, system, you mentioned my goal is to elevate the He-Huan sect to the status of the foremost sect. Surely, there must be rewards upon completion of this task. Chu Fan mused with a slight smile. To his surprise, the system responded, Host, this is your ultimate goal. Upon completion, there will indeed be rewards, and they will not be insignificant. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy and could not help but inquire, Is that so? Could you perhaps divulge what benefits await? The system, however, chose to remain cryptic, stating, Host, once you achieve this ultimate goal, rewards will be revealed in due time. Chu Fan was momentarily speechless, but since the system remained tight-lipped, he decided not to press further. Given its assurance of impressive rewards, he felt assured. After a night spent embracing Lu Xiyu during their cultivation, his own level had surged from the 3rd rank Lingzun to the 8th rank Lingzun, a remarkable feat within the sect. Moreover, it seemed that she had developed a fondness for him. With a few more embraces during cultivation and perhaps a romantic confession, he might engage in some mischievous activities with her. While lost in pleasant thoughts, he remarked to himself, At this rate, my cultivation will soon catch up to Yi Yinjia and the others. Not to mention, at least by cultivation standards, I shall be deemed a qualified ancestor. Just then, Lu Qingwen emerged from Lu Xiyu's room. Seeing Chu Fan looking at her, Lu Qingwen felt a pang of nervousness and nearly called out incorrectly. Regaining her composure, she smiled and greeted, Good day, Elder Chu. Chu Fan returned her smile. Ah, good morning, Qingwen. I have heard that your cultivation has improved. You have reached the 4th rank Lingshi. Your talent is indeed remarkable. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue's heart sank. What good was talent if her efforts yielded such disparity? In just one night, Lu Xiyu had surpassed her own cultivation significantly. Well, it's okay, she replied, though her enthusiasm was muted. Previously, compliments on her talent would have delighted her, but given her sister's situation, she found little joy in it now. At that moment, the 3rd elder by Riyun entered the courtyard. Lu Qingyue's brow furrowed slightly. These elders typically did not visit the outer disciples' quarters. Recently, not only the Grand Elder and Sect Master had come here. Now even the 3rd elder had sought Chu Fan out. Did they all wish to embrace cultivation with him? Lu Qingwen recalled her sister mentioning that such embraces required minimal clothing. As Bai Riyun approached, Lu Qingwen managed a smile. Greetings, 3rd elder. Bai Riyun nodded slowly before addressing the now standing Chu Fan. Elder Chu seems to be enjoying a leisurely day, taking time to bask in the sun and sip tea. Chu Fan smiled in return. Good morning, Elder Bai. It is indeed pleasant under the sun. The sect has not recruited new disciples recently, and with Miss Siyu's assistance, I find myself quite at ease. He paused briefly, then asked, May I inquire why the 3rd elder has sought me? Chu Fan had already surmised the reason. The 3rd elder and the other elders were likely eager for his assistance in enhancing their cultivation. He wondered if Shi Henrua and Yi Yinjia had shared how he had helped them. Bai Riyun smiled and glanced at Lu Qingwen. Once Lu Qingwen departed, Bai Riyun turned to Chu Fan and said, Elder Chu, shall we step inside to discuss this matter? Chu Fan nodded. Certainly. I agree that discussing it here may not be appropriate. Afterward, the two swiftly entered Chu Fan's room. Once inside, he closed the door. Bai Riyun glanced at the handsome ancestor, her gaze momentarily lost. There was something about him, a commanding presence absent in other men, that made him seem almost exalted. After a brief moment of daze, Bai Riyun addressed Chu Fan. Ancestor, Is it true that you can assist us in enhancing our cultivation? Chu Fan smiled and nodded, then straightened his posture, embodying the demeanor of a sage. When this ancestor speaks, my word is as solid as a rock. I would not deceive one as youthful as you. Wonderful. Ancestor, does this mean I can swiftly ascend to the rank of Ling Wang? Perhaps even the second or third rank? Bai Ruyun's eyes lit up with excitement. Chu Fan nodded. Reaching the third rank Ling Wang is certainly feasible. It is possible you may exceed that. At that moment, an unexpected notification from the system resonated. System detected. Bai Ruyun possesses a unique constitution, the Yin Han sacred body, which is exceptionally suited for embracing cultivation. This trait is typically difficult to discern. S. heart skipped a beat, and he was immediately filled with a surge of delight. If that were the case, wouldn't he, embracing Bai Ruyun for a moment of cultivation, yield even greater rewards? The Huan sect truly harbors hidden talents, for there are indeed numerous women possessing this unique physique that is conducive to such intimate cultivation. It must be said that such a physique is likely quite rare. At least, had never encountered it before, and it was only through great effort that the system had discovered it. System, are you certain? Thought, overwhelmed with joy. He realized he had struck a considerable fortune. Chapter 64. The ancestor need only refrain from speaking recklessly. The system's disdainful voice echoed. Host, this system cannot guarantee anything. Hence it would not make such a statement. If I claim it to be a special physique, and you later discover otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for this system. Felt a flush of embarrassment. This system was indeed rather proud and quite concerned about its reputation. Well, thank you then. This is certainly fortuitous, chuckled wickedly, reveling in his own satisfaction. Beside him, Bai Ruyun noticed mischievous grin and furrowed her brow, pondering what he could possibly be thinking. After a moment's contemplation, she addressed, Ancestor, such an extraordinary matter would undoubtedly require significant energy from you to aid us in enhancing our cultivation. This must be quite taxing, correct? At this juncture, Bai Ruyun paused briefly before continuing, I primarily came to inquire if you require rest after assisting the sect master of Yanjizong and the Grand Elder in their cultivation. There is no rush on my part. I can return in a few days. Upon hearing this, felt a wave of emotion wash over him. It is often said that like attracts like, and both Yi Yanjizong and Shi Henzhuang are truly commendable individuals. Bai Ruyun and Mo Ran likely share similar virtues. Although Bai Ruyun was eager to enhance her cultivation, her primary concern remained worried that he might be overwhelmed. With a gentle smile, reassured her, Fear not. I possess the Juyang divine body. My cultivation is profound. This minor expenditure is but a trifling matter for me. If you are willing, we can commence at once. Really? Bai Ruyun's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Ding! A system task notification chimed. Embrace Bai Ruyun for cultivation. Task completion time frame. Within 10 days. Assist Bai Ruyun in enhancing her cultivation. At that moment, the system's voice resonated once more, mechanically stating, upon successful completion of the task, 3 low-grade sacred treasures will be awarded. Do you accept the task? The system displayed a dialog box, evidently granting only 60 seconds to decide whether to accept the task. Accepting would yield rewards. Wow, system, these rewards are rather impressive. 3 low-grade sacred treasures, indeed. After some contemplation, decided to accept the task, especially since there were no penalties involved. Once the task was accepted, turned to Bai Ruyun, clearing his throat. Ahem, it is indeed true. However, I fear you may be reluctant. As he spoke, felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he and Bai Ruyun had only met a handful of times. And while he found her beauty captivating, there was still an element of nervousness. Bai Ruyun appeared to be a much more reserved individual than Shi Henzhuang, exuding a gentle and demure demeanor. Such a girl might blush even at the slightest touch, and the thought of lying together for several hours might make her feel even more bashful. The most critical aspect was the necessity of shedding garments, wearing only minimal attire. One would need to embrace her to facilitate their mutual cultivation. This cultivation method, indeed, seemed rather humorous even to. It was a true test of his willpower, especially for a man who had lived 2 lifetimes. I am willing, of course, Bai Ruyun replied without a moment's hesitation. After a moment's reflection, she added, Since the sect master and the Grand Elder have accepted, I naturally can as well. Shall we begin? How may I assist you? Bai Ruyun was still unaware of the specifics of this cultivation enhancement. She thought to herself that since Shi Henzhuang and Yi Yanzhizong had managed, she too could endure. After all, in terms of perseverance, she considered herself quite resilient. Seeing her eagerness, found himself both amused and exasperated. Our cultivation method is termed embracing cultivation, which requires you to remove your outer garments and wear as little as possible. I will embrace you from either the front or back for our practice. We need not engage in anything else. Simply being held by me will suffice for the enhancement. Of course, this process will take a considerable duration. A complete cycle of cultivation requires at least 3 to 4 hours, meaning we must lie together on the same bed for that time. With a smile, stepped forward and wrapped his arms around her waist. Such a small request, by elder. You can comply, yes? Bai Ruiyan's face turned a deep crimson, her shyness palpable as she involuntarily gasped. What was happening? This method of enhancing cultivation required such intimate gestures? After her exclamation, she swiftly pushed away, standing there in shock. Just moments ago, the ancestor had actually embraced her waist, something a girl would never permit lightly. She had never been held so before. Embrace cultivation? What a peculiar method. Moreover, it involved shedding clothing to wear so little. Bai Ruiyan's cheeks flushed as her mind buzzed, momentarily unable to process the situation. After all, she had only met a few times. Such an intimate action was most embarrassing. Furthermore, what if, while embracing her, the ancestor harbored ulterior motives? He was far more powerful. How could she resist if he chose to act against her will? Bai Ruiyan's mind raced, grappling with the unexpected nature of this cultivation method, which left her feeling bashful to the point of wishing to disappear. It was no wonder Shi Henzhuang had refrained from disclosing the details of her cultivation enhancement, merely stating it would demand considerable energy from the ancestor. Bai Ruiyan pondered, her brow furrowing. After all, the system had granted only 10 days. Any longer would be too risky. With a resigned smile, she remarked, "Ancestor, how could such a bizarre cultivation method exist in this world? Surely, you are not deceiving me?" After a moment of thought, she added, "So, does this mean that Shi Henzhuang and Yi Yanzhizong also cultivated in this manner to enhance their abilities?" Offered a slight smile and nodded. What else would you expect? Chapter 65. I truly am impressed by you. Bai Ruiyan's expression turned peculiar. She could hardly believe that the two previously reserved women had engaged in such practices. Considering this, she glanced at, inwardly reflecting that he was quite handsome and appeared to possess a noble character. Surely, he would not take advantage of their embrace to engage in improper behavior? At that moment, Bai Ruiyan could not suppress a strange thought that bubbled up within her. She regarded and, with an odd expression, asked to him, "Ancestor, may I pose a question?" Upon seeing her expression, felt a flicker of curiosity and replied, "Ask away." Bai Ruiyan cautiously ventured, "I hope you won't be angered by my inquiry." Could only chuckle at her apprehension. "Do you truly believe this ancestor is so petty?" Bai Ruiyan, feeling reassured, inquired, "I wish to ask about your peculiar cultivation method. If one were to embrace a man from behind during this practice, would it also enhance his cultivation?" Hearing this question, Chu Fan nearly fainted. This was the Hahuan divine art, which naturally required a man and a woman, the interplay of yin and yang. Moreover, as Chu Fan possessed the Jiang divine body, if the woman were to have a compatible physique for dual cultivation, the effects of such an embrace would undoubtedly be amplified. The mere thought of two men embracing left Chu Fan dizzy. Is it inappropriate to discuss? Chu Fan managed a wry smile. What are you thinking? You, my dear girl, harbor such strange notions. I am utterly bewildered. Bewildered? But have you not had any wine? Bai Ruiyan frowned, perplexed by her ancestor's state. Chu Fan shook his head in exasperation. What I mean is, that simply cannot work. My technique is exclusively for women. It requires one yin and one yang. Two men. Well, that simply won't do. Bai Ruiyan chuckled. Ah, I see. The universe is divided into yin and yang, and this technique must adhere to that principle. Reflecting on Chu Fan's earlier expression of exasperation, Bai Ruiyan found herself amused. She chuckled again and said, "Well, ancestor, this matter is rather sudden. Let me think it over, and I shall provide you with a response soon. Shall I?" Chu Fan smiled in reply, "Of course, but my time is limited. Please respond within 10 days. All right. Although Bai Ruiyan did not comprehend why Chu Fan only allowed her 10 days, she blushed as she exited. Once she departed, Chu Fan sighed. Indeed, women in this world were rather shy and held somewhat conservative views. However, according to the original owner's memories, while the women here were conservative. Once they set their hearts on a man, they would not easily waver, often resembling those who could not be driven away even if pursued. Unexpectedly, just minutes after Ryun left, Yi Yinjie came to find him. Yinjie, what brings you here? Chu Fan felt a surge of joy as he closed the door behind her and embraced her from behind. Yi Yinjie's cheeks flushed with shyness as she replied, "Oh, nothing much. I was just idle and thought to take you down to the town for a stroll. I wondered if you'd like to join me." Chu Fan smiled. "I would love to go, but first I wish to have another intimate embrace for cultivation. Afterward, we can head out." Again, Yi Yinjie blushed, feeling bashful about the situation. Chu Fan continued, "You have reached the pinnacle of the 5th rank. Do you not wish to break through to the 6th or even 7th rank Spirit King?" Yi Yinjie shot him a glance. "Well, if you insist, let us begin. But it's broad daylight. Are you not concerned someone might walk in?" Chu Fan chuckled. "What is there to fear? If anyone dares to intrude, you can simply shout, and they will think twice." "You rascal." Yi Yinjie glanced at Chu Fan, her heart a mix of shyness and sweetness. It seemed that the more she looked at him, the more handsome he appeared. Was it possible that she had truly developed feelings for him? Seeing Yi Yinjie's agreement, Chu Fan was elated as he embraced her slender, alluring waist, saying, "Yinjie, you are wonderful. If only you could be my cultivation partner, that would be splendid." Yi Yinjie bit her lip and finally said, "Chu Fan, let us discuss this later. It's not the right time now." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart soared with joy. Not the right time now? Does that not imply it will be possible in the future? With this thought, Chu Fan felt a wave of happiness and said, "Then let us commence our cultivation." Soon, they lay on the bed, with Chu Fan enveloping Yi Yinjie from behind. The notion that he had proposed the idea of her becoming his cultivation partner made Yi Yinjie's heart race with nervousness and shyness. The warmth of his embrace was unlike anything any man had ever given her. Yet, she felt everything was happening too quickly, which made her hesitant to agree to Chu Fan's proposition right away. Thus, she decided to spend more time with him before revisiting the topic. Before long, their cultivation came to an end, and the sky had darkened. Chu Fan assessed Yi Yinjie's cultivation and remarked, "Well done, Yinjie. You have broken through to the 7th rank Spirit King, in a mid-stage no less. This is quite an achievement." Yi Yinjie was slightly taken aback. "No way. I thought breaking through to the peak of the 6th rank would be impressive enough. I can't believe I have reached the mid-stage of the 7th rank Spirit King." She immediately checked her cultivation and, upon confirming her new rank, felt exhilarated. "I am truly at the mid-stage of the 7th rank Spirit King. Goodness, it feels like a dream. With this level of power, along with the outfit you provided, am I not comparable to an 8th or 9th rank Spirit King? I feel stronger than the leaders of some third-rate sects." Pausing, Yi Yinjie added, "It's a pity that Ryun and Xu Fa are still a bit behind. If only they could seek your help to enhance their cultivation, it would be wonderful. If they could break through, even without counting you, we would truly surpass many third-rate sects." Chu Fan joked, "You should have them come to me for cultivation. Then we need not worry about them developing feelings for me. Right? After all, such actions are quite intimate." Chapter 66. Just a relaxation. Yi Yinjie laughed, "Haha. If you have the charm to make them fall for you, I certainly wouldn't object." She paused before adding, "But they are not just any women. I understand that well. If you can win their hearts, it only reflects your allure." "That is hard to say. After all, it seems like you are falling for me too," Chu Fan replied with a smile, causing Yi Yinjie to blush further. Chu Fan also examined his own cultivation and was delighted to find that he had made substantial progress, breaking through from the 8th rank Spirit Venerable to the 2nd rank Spirit King. Spirit King, I am finally at the 2nd rank Spirit King level. What a delightful improvement. My power feels like it has surged several times. Overjoyed, Chu Fan considered himself quite formidable now. "Huh, I have not fallen for you." Yi Yinjie shot him a playful glance, exuding charm. "I never would have guessed you were so self-involved." Chu Fan chuckled. "This is not self-involvement. It is confidence. Cool, let's explore that town you mentioned, esteemed 7th rank Spirit King beauty. An evening stroll should be quite pleasant." Chu Fan smiled and added, "Let's cultivate our relationship first, shall we?" Yi Yinjie's face flushed. Every time Chu Fan embraced her for cultivation, she felt a mix of shyness and excitement. Especially during their recent session, her mind wandered to all sorts of thoughts, leading her to question whether she had truly fallen for him. This man was not only handsome, but also possessed a noble character. He had embraced her thrice without overstepping boundaries. If it were any other lecher, they would have likely made advances by now. During their cultivation, he simply held her from behind, his hand resting gently on her abdomen at her dantian. Although such actions may seem rather shy, at least Chu Fan did not act recklessly. Instead, he often left her feeling anxious, worrying that he might engage in inappropriate behavior. Sometimes she wondered, if Chu Fan truly misbehaved, being an elder, how should she respond? Should she yield to him? Well, let us go and stroll around. Greetings, Sect Master. Unexpectedly, Xia Ping, Lu Xia, Lin Shi, and others were gathered in the courtyard, chatting. Upon seeing Yi Yinjie and Chu Fan emerge from his room, they were all taken aback. The group immediately stood up, respectfully greeting them. Indeed, Yi Yinjie shyly nodded, then turned to Chu Fan, saying, Ahem, Chu Steward, shall we be on our way? Certainly, Sect Master. Chu Fan replied with a slight smile, and followed Yi Yinjie down the mountain. After they had departed, Lu Yunyun could no longer contain her thoughts, exclaiming, No way, why do I feel like the Sect Master is always seeking out Chu Steward? And this time, they came out of a closed room together. Isn't it inappropriate for a man and woman to be alone in such a way? Lin Shi interjected, Yunyun, that is the Sect Master. We must not make baseless speculations about her affairs. Understood? Lucia also smiled gently, saying, Indeed, Lin Shi is right. The Sect Master mentioned before that she and Chu Steward are old acquaintances. Surely they are good friends. It is normal for her to visit a friend for a chat. Although Lucia spoke thus, she could surmise what Chu Fan and Yi Yinjie had been doing in the room that afternoon. They must have been embracing each other in cultivation. Otherwise, the Sect Master would not frequently visit Chu Fan. As for whether they engaged in anything else, she was uncertain. Yi Yinjie and Chu Fan soon arrived at the outskirts of the town. The town was quite lively in the evening, with not only local residents, but also some disciples from the sect occasionally descending the mountain to explore, as it was not far from the sect. Yinjie, the townsfolk must all know you, right? Chu Fan smiled slightly as he walked alongside Yi Yinjie. Unexpectedly, Yi Yinjie chuckled lightly, saying, Hee, I mostly stay in my palace and seldom come down the mountain. The townspeople, in fact, do not recognize me. She paused for a moment before continuing. Some registered disciples or outer disciples might not even know who I am. No way. Even the outer disciples do not recognize you? Chu Fan was slightly astonished. Yi Yinjie explained, there are over 30,000 disciples in the sect. Although it is not a small number, some disciples, upon arriving with decent cultivation, become outer disciples. I rarely hold sect meetings, and when I do, it is usually to discuss matters with a few elders. Many disciples have never seen me, which is quite normal. Yi Yinjie smiled wryly, adding, especially in this past year, I have seldom shown my face. I hit a bottleneck and was eager to break through to the Spirit King level. After all, our sect lacks a Spirit King, which makes me uneasy. Only with more Spirit King experts can the sect gain more confidence. Unfortunately, despite several attempts this past year, I have failed each time, causing me to worry whether I would remain a 9th rank Spirit Venerable for life. After a moment, Yi Yinjie continued, Fortunately, I met you. Not only have you helped me break through to Spirit King, but now I am even at the 7th rank Spirit King level, which has greatly boosted my confidence for the future. Chu Fan smiled gently, reassuring her, Do not worry. Not only will you achieve Spirit King, but I believe you will also have the opportunity to break through to Spirit Emperor or even Spirit Saint in the future. Yi Yinjie could not help but cover her mouth and giggle, saying, Really? Spirit Saint level? That was a realm I once dared not even dream of. If I can break through to Spirit Emperor and become a strong Spirit Emperor, I would be very content. Chu Fan laughed, saying, You are already at 7th rank Spirit King, so Spirit Emperor is not far off. You must have confidence in yourself. In the future, I may even take you all to ascend to the immortal realm. Is that so? If you say so, then I will remember it. Yi Yinjie replied with a smile. By the way, Yinjie, didn't you say you rarely come to the town to shop? Why do you want to stroll today? Yi Yinjie chuckled, saying, Isn't it to accompany you? Moreover, now that I have broken through, the pressure from Lihua sect is gone, and I finally feel at ease. I just wanted to relax by coming down with you to explore the town. Chapter 67. Let us accompany this young master. First upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Yi Yinjie clearly wanted to have a private date with him, and now she was taking the initiative to walk with him and cultivate their relationship, which was a good thing. The snacks here smelled delightful. Shall we give them a try? After walking for a while, Chu Fan noticed a roadside stall and smiled slightly. Sure, let us give them a taste. Being with Chu Fan clearly made Yi Yinjia's heart joyful. It was not only the happiness from breaking through to the 7th-ranked Spirit King, but she also felt a sense of being in love. Observing Yi Yinjia's rare smile, Chu Fan could not help but say, "Yinjia, you should smile more often. You rarely smiled before, right? You have no idea how beautiful you look when you smile." Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjia's heart felt as sweet as honey, and she pursed her red lips, saying, "Really? Hee hee, I could never smile when I was in a bad mood. Now that the situation has changed, I can finally smile." Soon they had sampled some snacks, and Chu Fan discovered that the local delicacies were quite delicious. "Oh, young Master Long, that woman ahead is truly stunning." Before long, 4 individuals noticed Yi Yinjia and Chu Fan. One of them, a shifty-eyed fellow, stared at Yi Yinjia's appearance and figure, his eyes wide with admiration. Young Master Long immediately turned his gaze, utterly captivated, and exclaimed, "Wow, beautiful. Truly beautiful. I wonder which family's daughter she is. I haven't seen her around before." The earlier fellow smirked. "She must be the daughter of some wandering cultivator. She certainly isn't from any of the well-known families in our town. You would surely recognize those women." To accompany Chu Fan while shopping, Yi Yinjia had chosen not to wear her sect attire today. Both were dressed quite casually. Upon hearing the man's words, young Master Long felt a surge of delight. "As long as she's not a daughter of a noble family, we can have some fun with her. Hee, let us go." After saying this, Long Jincheng and his 3 subordinates moved toward Chu Fan and Yi Yinjia. In no time, they stood in front of Chu Fan and Yi Yinjia. Long Jincheng first offered Yi Yinjia a slight smile, then said, "Beautiful lady, are you out shopping? How about I accompany you? Let your friend leave, and I'll take you to a fun place." Upon noticing the implications in his words, as he shamelessly gazed at her chest and thighs, Yi Yinjia's expression darkened. Coldly, she replied, "Sorry, I'm not interested. Good dogs do not block the way. If you know what is good for you, please step aside." Had it not been for her pleasant mood today, Yi Yinjia's character would have led her to deal with such trash directly. However, with Chu Fan by her side and her spirits high, she did not wish to ruin their outing over such a nuisance. "You little girl, who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our young master like that? Do you know who he is? He is the young master of the Long family, one of the top families in town." An older man declared arrogantly. Long Jincheng, far from being angry, smiled faintly at Yi Yinjia and said, "Hee hee, beautiful lady, you may not be aware of the significance of the Long family in this town." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback and intervened, stopping the poised Long Jincheng from making a move. With a slight smile, he asked, "Oh really? What significance might that be? Please enlighten me." Long Jincheng shot Chu Fan an irritated glance and replied, "Mister, why don't you just leave? I intend to enjoy a stroll with this lovely lady, and your presence here is quite bothersome." After a brief pause, Long Jincheng continued, "My father is a private disciple of a protector from the Yuan sect. Miss, if you accompany me for a few days and make me happy, you could become my woman. Of course, if that doesn't appeal to you, I can use my father's connections to get you into the Yuan sect, provided your abilities aren't too low. Securing a position as an outer disciple shouldn't be an issue." Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjia was taken aback. She knew that sect members were strictly forbidden from accepting disciples privately. Long Jincheng's reference to that protector clearly indicated a breach of sect rules, as he seemed to be covertly recruiting disciples in the town to exploit them for personal gain. While her anger simmered beneath the surface, she managed to suppress it and smiled faintly, saying, "Is that so? However, I am aware that the criteria for female disciples in the Yuan sect are quite stringent, and I have yet to reach the rank of Spirit Master. Wouldn't I merely be a registered disciple, not an outer disciple?" Long Jincheng's heart leapt at her words, sensing a glimmer of hope. It was common knowledge that many loose cultivators in the town felt privileged to join a sect, and for members of family to enter a sect offered a path to strength. Should a young member of his family contribute to the sect and enhance their cultivation, it would also provide some protection for their family. In these tumultuous times, even the Yuan sect, while not a prestigious sect, was still a desirable affiliation. With a slight smile, Long Jincheng remarked, "What are you afraid of? I am the heir of a prominent family. If you please me, I can procure some top-grade elixirs for my father to help you break through to become a first-tier spirit master. It's not too difficult." He paused, then added with a frown, "However, that protector, while having considerable influence to help you bypass some of the sect's evaluations, is known to have a penchant for beautiful women. You might have to pay a certain price for that. Yi Yinjia's lips twitched slightly, and her expression darkened. Is that so? I would like to know which protector you speak of, as there are several responsible for recruiting disciples in the sect. Long Jinsheng, however, remained cautious and chuckled. You'll find out in due time. For now, why not accompany me? Otherwise, I can't guarantee that my father will introduce you to that esteemed protector of the Yuan sect. Haha, you're quite bold. Chu Fan laughed heartily and stepped forward, delivering a resounding slap to Long Jinsheng's face. Do you even know who she is to speak to her like that? You dare to hit me? Long Jinsheng, covering his face, looked incredulously at Chu Fan. He was the heir of a prestigious family, and even the registered disciples of the Yuan sect would treat him with respect. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Chu Fan and said, "Regardless of whether this woman is yours or not, hitting me is unacceptable. Don't you know that in this world, power is paramount?" Smack! In the next moment, Chu Fan struck him again, causing Long Jinsheng's face to swell. You hit my left cheek again? Long Jinsheng's rage boiled over. You're looking for death, aren't you? With that, Long Jinsheng waved his hand and commanded, "You three useless fools, why are you still standing there? Are you waiting to see me humiliated? Get over here." Chu Fan glanced at his own hand, reveling in the sensation of slapping someone. Before his reincarnation, he had often read novels depicting such confrontations, and now he was experiencing it firsthand. What a thrill it was. Fools. Three of you, what can you possibly do to me? Chu Fan Lao Get? Noting that Long Jinsheng's subordinates were merely at the 8th tier level. To him, they were akin to ants. With a swift kick, he sent all three tumbling to the ground. Lifeless. What? Long Jinsheng was taken aback, his face paling as he glared at Chu Fan. You think you can just wait here for me to call for help? Chu Fan responded nonchalantly. By all means, go ahead and call for help. But first, let me greet you with a few more punches. With that, he unleashed a couple of punches, breaking several of Long Jinsheng's ribs. You bastard! Long Jinsheng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he shot a venomous glare at Chu Fan before fleeing. Yi Yinjia smiled slightly and said to Chu Fan, "So, you wish to uproot that protector?" Yi Yinjia nodded in agreement. Indeed, I never expected such a parasite to exist within the Yuan sect. Chu Fan concurred indeed. The recruitment of disciples is no trivial matter, especially for new recruits. If such favoritism becomes prevalent, it would not bode well for the sect. Neither of them left, but instead chose to wait. Isn't that the sect master? A pair of outer disciples, upon witnessing the scene, were struck with astonishment. Yes. How did the sect master come to this town? It's my first time seeing this, the other female disciple commented. Upon noticing the lifeless bodies on the ground, she remarked, "Truly, there are those who lack foresight, daring to offend even our sect master. They must be tired of living. In this town, how often did people get the chance to see the sect master? Today, the sect master wore ordinary attire, making it natural that they wouldn't recognize her. Before long, Long Jinsheng returned with a middle-aged man and 5 elders. Father, grandfather, esteemed elders, it was that bastard who hit me, along with that woman. I want her to be mine." Seeing Chu Fan and Yi Yinjia still present, Long Jinsheng felt a surge of relief. He had feared they might escape, but their presence was fortuitous. The patriarch of the Long family, upon seeing Yi Yinjia's appearance, could not help but be momentarily captivated. He then turned and slapped Long Jinsheng across the face. Long Jinsheng was bewildered, looking at his father in disbelief. "Father, why did you hit me? Did you mistake me for someone else? I am your son." The patriarch of the Long family, glaring fiercely, retorted, "I see you have taken a liking to this young lady, which is why you deserve this punishment. You brought this upon yourself." Chu Fan and Yi Yinjia exchanged puzzled glances, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Could it be that the patriarch of the Long family was a man of discernment? Long Jinsheng was equally astonished. In the past, his father had never refrained from supporting him in such matters, so why was he acting so differently today? Unexpectedly, the head of the Long family suddenly addressed Chu Fan and his companion, saying, "Young man, although my son has acted somewhat tyrannically, you must understand that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Without power, everything is but an illusion, and one can only become a stepping stone for others." At this point, the Long family had declared with righteous indignation, "Since you have struck my son, I shall demand your life in retribution. Furthermore, as punishment for that woman by your side, I intend to make her suffer relentlessly, enduring my wrath daily." Long Jinsheng was utterly speechless, realizing that he was attacked because his father intended to seize the woman he admired. Chu Fan was equally taken aback. Initially, he thought this man was decent, only to discover that he aimed to usurp the woman his son desired. Truly, like father, like son, a mouse's offspring knows how to tunnel. Chu Fan chuka de sival, the making. Indeed, your son is no good, and neither are you. Seeking death. Do you have any notion of my prowess? The Long family head's expression darkened as he immediately unleashed his aura, revealing himself as a master of the 7th rank in the spirit realm. Huh, did you see that? My father is a 7th rank spirit realm expert, and my grandfather is an 8th rank spirit realm master. To offend us is to court death. Long Jinsheng boasted with pride. I admit you may possess some strength to defeat my inept subordinates, but compared to my father or grandfather, you are nothing more than an insignificant insect. Is that so? Such meager power does not warrant my attention. Chu Fan scoffed at the words of his opponent, a smirk playing on his lips. Young man, your arrogance is noteworthy. Allow me to show you the might of a spirit realm expert. The Long family head clenched his fist, and spiritual energy surged forth, enveloping his fist like a glove. In a flash, he appeared before Chu Fan, delivering a punch aimed directly at his face. Is that all? At that moment, the speed of the attack appeared painfully slow to Chu Fan. With a slight sidestep, he effortlessly evaded the strike, and, in a fluid motion, struck at an awkward angle to land a blow on the opponent's dantian. How is that possible? The Long family head missed his target and internally lamented the dire situation. Unfortunately, by the time he realized what transpired, it was too late. With a gentle clap, Chu Fan sent the Long family head hurtling backward, blood spewing from his mouth mid-air, his face turning a ghastly white. Damn it! You dare cripple my cultivation. The Long family head, enraged, struggled to his feet, his teeth clenched in fury. This boy, how can his speed be so incredible? Everyone attacked together. Noticing the dire turn of events, the Long family patriarch called upon several elders to join the fray. Chapter 69. Why do you call me master? This is truly courting death. As several individuals unleashed their martial techniques, Chu Fan merely smiled coldly, appearing utterly unfazed. With a simple wave of his hand, numerous blades of spiritual energy coalesced before him, their solidity akin to reality, as thin as a cicada's wing. Whoosh! With a flourish of his hand, the blade shot forth like lightning, swift and relentless. Thud! 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 The assailants, still poised to charge forward, were struck down, collapsing to the ground one after another. My heavens, Chu Jishi's martial prowess is remarkable. Observers had gathered, and several disciples from various sects recognized Chu Fan. Among them were 2 female disciples, Xiaoping and Lu Yunyun, who shared a roof with Chu Fan. Lu Yunyun exclaimed, Chu Jishi is so impressive. With a mere wave, he dispatched those old fools in an instant. Xiaoping gazed at him in admiration. Indeed, these townsfolk have no idea who they are up against. They're truly seeking their own demise. Pausing for a moment, Xiaoping continued. However, the sect master is shopping with him. It seems that their relationship is quite extraordinary. It's known that many male protectors are quite capable and have an admiration for the sect master or the grand elder. Has the sect master ever spared them a glance? No, that is impossible. How could this be? At this point, only the Long family head and Long Jinsheng remained standing. Gazing at the fallen bodies, Long Jinsheng shook his head repeatedly. The Long family patriarch was filled with rage and despair, realizing they had encountered a formidable spirit realm expert. The opponent was surely at least a first-rank spirit realm master. Otherwise, they could not have been so effortlessly dispatched. Moreover, the proficiency displayed suggested a level of mastery that could only be achieved after countless repetitions, an effortless finesse unattainable by ordinary individuals. Due to the incredible speed, many were unable to discern the true nature of the attack, leading some with lower cultivation levels to mistakenly believe he was employing a specific martial technique. Now, shall it be your turn? Chu Fan smiled coldly, directing his gaze at the Long family head and Long Jinsheng. The Long family head's expression darkened as he hastily exclaimed, Young man, you cannot kill me. I have powerful connections. A protector from the Huan sect is my master. If you dare to kill me, he will surely not let you off lightly. Chu Fan smiled faintly and replied, Do you think I would believe that? In a desperate bid for survival, the Long family head disregarded everything else and produced a jade token, crushing it in his palm. This is a distress signal from our sect. There are not many of them, and they are typically used only in life-threatening situations. By breaking it, the person who provided this token will immediately sense it. Yi Yinjie smiled slightly and spoke to Chu Fan. Chu Fan chuckled. The reason I have not killed these two is that I awaited this moment. I knew he would seek help from that protector when he felt his life was in danger. Yi Yinjie nodded in agreement. Indeed, there are several protectors responsible for disciple recruitment, with only 2 male protectors, Ning Hufa and Bai Hufa. I am curious to see who dares act in the name of our Hahuan sect, colluding with local powers to engage in despicable deeds. Why is this person seeking me out at night? Has he encountered some danger? An elder, preparing to meditate in his chamber, noticed the jade token at his waist vibrating incessantly, radiating a beam of light. Reluctantly, he stood up and swiftly flew down the mountain. Before long, he arrived at the location from which the disturbance emanated. Which fool dares to lay hands on my disciple? Ning Wuching arrived, anger etched across his face as he stood before the Long father and son. It's him, that boy, and that woman. The Long family head pointed accusingly at Chu Fan and Yi Yinjie. Courting death? Ning Wuching turned around, fury boiling within him. However, upon recognizing the two standing before him, he nearly turned to stone. Courting death? Do you know who they are? How dare you offend them? Ning Wuching sensed the gravity of the situation. This accursed Long Outyin dared to provoke them, and even 10 lives would not suffice for the price he would pay. Furthermore, although Chu Fan appeared to be a mere steward, he was in fact an old friend of the sect master, capable of easily dispatching those of 6th rank spirit realm cultivation. Though Ning Wuching served as a protector, his cultivation was merely at the peak of 6th rank spirit realm, still a step away from 7th rank. Master, who are they? Are they not someone we can afford to offend? Long Outyin inquired, bewildered and pale. Smack! In the next moment, Ning Wuk swiftly delivered a resounding slap to Long Outyin, expressing his indignation. Bold thief, how dare you impersonate my disciple? Ning Wukhue. Have no apprentices, so why do you call me master? His words were imbued with righteousness and fervor, radiating an aura of moral integrity. Long Outyin was taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, with his master now present, he needed to distance himself immediately. Could it be that this woman was one of the legendary 5 beautiful elders of the Huanzong? He had heard tales that the 5 elders of Huanzong were all stunningly beautiful, with features that could make fish sink and birds fall, and this woman, standing with a serene demeanor, perfectly matched those descriptions. If they had indeed provoked an elder from Huanzong, their lives would not suffice to atone for their transgressions. Beside them, Long Jinsheng wore a perplexed expression and quickly interjected. Ning Protector, what do you mean? Our family has treated you well. How can you turn your back on us? Long Outyin, with a twitch of his lips, frantically pulled his son close, knowing that if he aligned with Ning Wuk's perspective, perhaps Ning would, out of consideration for their master-disciple bond, plead for leniency and spare their lives. The elder might also, out of respect for Ning Wuk's contributions to the sect over the years, let the matter slide, minimizing their predicament. However, if he insisted on calling Ning Wuk his master, Ning would undoubtedly refuse to advocate for them, and they would face severe consequences. Given the current decline of Huanzong, it was unlikely that a 6th grade spirit master would be executed for such matters. Hence, Long Outyin had no choice but to disavow the relationship, hoping for a glimmer of hope. Chapter 70. Truly executed upon witnessing the scene, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. You two certainly excel in your act. With a calm smile, he addressed Ning Wuk. Ning Protector, neither I nor the sect master are fools. The young master here has boasted about your past actions, claiming you sheltered the Long family and facilitated the admission of subpar disciples into the sect. He has flaunted this before us. Long Outyin shot a fierce glare at Long Jinsheng, wishing he could tear his useless son apart. If it were merely a matter of a protector privately taking on a disciple, it would be a minor infraction against sect rules. However, if that protector conspired with local forces and abused their position to engage in actions that could jeopardize the sect's foundation, it would be utterly unforgivable. After all, recruiting new disciples is a significant matter for any sect, as these newcomers represent the lifeblood of the organization, potentially harboring future geniuses. Father, I didn't know they were from Huanzong. Long Jinsheng protested in frustration. Moreover, this woman is actually the sect master. How was I to know? I merely found her attractive and had thoughts of honoring you with her. You two can go to hell. Chu Fan declared, and with a wave of his hand. Both Long Outyin and Long Jincheng were slain. Sect Master, this is all a misunderstanding. They sought to sow discord between us and frame me. Ningwuk's forehead broke into a cold sweat, feeling utterly speechless. How could the sect master have the leisure to accompany Elder Chu on a nighttime excursion? And to encounter Long Jincheng, of all people, was a disaster for him. Heaven above. The head of the Long family had truly drawn the ire of the sect master and an elder. Onlookers were left in shock, wondering if this woman was indeed the sect master of Huanzong. Her figure was remarkable, voluptuous and alluring, likely to bear many children. If she were to become mine, I would never leave my home. One man, watching from a distance, could not help but swallow hard, understanding why the young master Long Jincheng had become enamored. Keep your voice down. She is the sect master, a figure of unfathomable strength. If she hears you, a mere finger could end your life. An elder warned from behind. The man, startled, quickly silenced himself. Frame you? Ning protector, if you had no connection to them, if you truly were just the master of the Long family. Why would they seek to frame you without reason? What benefit could it possibly bring? Chu Fan chuckled, observing Ning Wuk's nervous demeanor and cold sweat. Do you believe the sect master would buy into your fabrications? Mind your words. I wasn't speaking to you. You should remain silent, understand? Ning Wuk felt as though Chu Fan could see right through him. He hoped that perhaps the sect master would show him mercy due to his years of service. However, if Chu Fan continued to stoke the flames, the sect master might feel compelled to execute him for the sake of maintaining appearances. You should be the one to silence yourself. You made a mistake and still dare to let Elder Chu speak? Yi Yinjia, witnessing the audacity of the man, erupted with fury, her powerful aura radiating like a tiger whose tail had been stepped on. The intensity of her pressure caused Ning Wuk to kneel instantly. Gasping, Ning Wuk realized that such pressure could not be exerted by a mere first-grade Spirit King. Had the sect master not only broken through to the Spirit King realm, but surpassed it, perhaps reaching the second or third grade? Unfortunately, he had no time to utter another word, as Yinjia stepped forward and struck him on the forehead with a palm. With a resounding thud, Ning Wuk was sent reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he fell lifelessly to the ground. Truly executed? One disciple from Huanzong was left dumbfounded. This was a sixth-grade spirit master, a protector. Had he truly been killed without consulting the elders? After all, this would represent a significant loss for Huanzong. Just days prior, they had executed another sixth-grade spirit master, Cheng Hui, and now they had slain Ning Wuk? These individuals were the backbone of the sect. I can't shake the feeling that Ning Protector shouted at Elder Chu, prompting the sect master to execute him without hesitation, Xia Ping remarked, furrowing her brow as she spoke to several female disciples beside her. They must have treasures in their storage rings. Chu Fan approached, removing the storage rings from the slain and handing them to Yi Yinjia. I will take these to Ruyan. The third elder is responsible for managing the distribution of pills and spiritual herbs. Yinjia nodded, then glanced at several disciples in the crowd, instructing them, You 5, come here and help dispose of the bodies. Tomorrow morning, visit the third elder to collect the second-grade pills suitable for your cultivation level. Thank you, sect master. The 5 male disciples exchanged glances, their hearts filled with joy. As outer disciples, second-grade pills were a rare treasure that could aid in their cultivation. Soon, the crowd began to disperse. Chu Fan and Yi Yinji continued their journey forward. After walking for a while, Yi Yinji turned to Chu Fan and asked Chu Fan, Did what happened earlier affect your mood for shopping? Chu Fan smiled slightly and replied, Not in the slightest. In fact, I find that feeling of showing off and slapping faces rather exhilarating. Yi Yinji furrowed her brow and inquired, Showing off and slapping faces? Noticing her confusion, Chu Fan chuckled and explained, Essentially, it's about making others feel that you are exceptionally impressive, and as long as you find it enjoyable, that's all that matters. Yi Yinji pondered over his words, her brows slightly knitted, and soon her cheeks turned a faint shade of red. This rogue's choice of words was rather peculiar. Indeed, the thoughts of the old ancestor were rather unique, and she found it difficult to keep up. The two strolled for quite some time, indulging in some snacks, before they took flight towards the direction of the sect. Along the way, Chu Fan glanced at the radiant Yi Yinji beside him and remarked, Regarding the incident with Ning Hufa, I fear we may need to issue a notice tomorrow to clarify the situation. Yi Yinji nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, that's certain. However, How can we prevent such occurrences in the future? Positions like that of Ning Hufa are indeed susceptible to temptation. These male protectors may struggle to withstand such trials. Chu Fan also nodded, acknowledging her point. Indeed, the sect already has a considerable number of female disciples, and many of them are quite beautiful. Some may be willing to sacrifice their charm to join the sect, which poses a significant test of character. Not only Ning Hufa, but even Chu Fan himself would likely falter if faced with exquisite beauties like Yi Yinji or Mo Ran. Yi Yinji frowned and asked, "Old ancestor, do you have any solutions for this matter? After all, if someone else were to handle it, they may also fall prey to temptation." After a moment's thought, Chu Fan smiled and said, "Does the sect not have a law enforcement hall?" Yi Yinji replied with a smile, "Of course, the Grand Elder oversees this matter. However, they have only managed violations of sect rules before. This is the first time I have encountered such a situation." Chu Fan replied nonchalantly, "That makes it easier. When you issue the notice tomorrow, remember to add a regulation to restrict the actions of the protectors recruiting new disciples. If they violate sect rules by colluding with other forces or accepting bribes to admit unqualified disciples, they shall face severe punishment. Furthermore, let the law enforcement hall supervise this matter in the future." At this point, Chu Fan paused before continuing. "Moreover, the deaths of the Dragon Clan's patriarch and Ning Wux serve as a warning. I believe others will think twice before acting recklessly." Yi Yinji nodded in satisfaction and said, "Old ancestor, your plan is quite sound." After a moment's reflection, he added, "By the way, with the Dragon Clan's patriarch and others dead, what about the remaining members of the Dragon Clan? Is there no need to deal with them?" Yi Yinji chuckled. "In their eyes, our Hahuan sect is a colossal entity. With a few elders and the patriarch dead, those lower-ranked members will be left to fend for themselves, and other forces in the town will likely take action against them." She paused before continuing, "After all, the Dragon Clan is a first-rate family with many enemies. Young Master Long has always been arrogant and has offended many. When the wall falls, everyone will push it down. The Dragon Clan is finished. You need not worry about this, old ancestor." Chu Fan nodded slightly, realizing that as the old ancestor, his duty was to oversee the greater picture and strengthen the sect. As long as the sect grew stronger, he too would grow in power, rendering the so-called enemies mere ants. After some contemplation, he said to Yi Yinji, "Yinji, you could randomly select a few elite disciples to assist in recruiting new disciples instead of assigning specific protectors. This way, the power will not concentrate in a few hands, effectively preventing incidents like that of Ning Hufa from recurring." Yi Yinji's eyes lit up, and she exclaimed, "Fangu, your idea is truly excellent." As they conversed, they soon arrived near the courtyard where Chu Fan resided on the mountainside. Chu Fan smiled and suggested, "Beautiful Yinji, why not spend the night in my room tonight?" Yi Yinji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks flushing slightly as she responded, "Let's save that for another day. Do we not just meet this afternoon? I dare not casually enter your room. I fear you might embrace someone else at night." With that, she swiftly flew towards her own palace. Chu Fan was left both amused and exasperated. He merely wished to hold her for a night. Upon returning to his room, Chu Fan lay down and quickly fell asleep. The next day, in a plaza within the sect, many disciples gathered. I knew that Ning Hufa was up to no good. I never expected him to abuse his power and commit so many vile acts, even colluding with the Dragon Clan. He truly deserves his fate, remarked one female disciple as she glanced at the notice. Indeed, this parasite was no good. The sect leader is truly wise to have dealt with him. Another female disciple added, "Moreover, the new regulations will benefit the sect's future development." Many disciples were quite pleased. However, one female disciple mused, "I heard that it was yesterday evening when Chu Fan accompanied the sect leader shopping, which caught the attention of young Master Long, leading to the unearthing of Ning Wux's misdeeds." Another female disciple speculated, "I never imagined that the sect leader would go shopping with a man. Could it be that the sect leader and this Chu steward share a relationship beyond mere friendship? This Chu steward certainly has guts. Does he not know that a powerful rogue harbors affections for our sect leader, visiting every 10 years to profess his love? If that individual were to discover their relationship, Chu steward's life would be in grave danger." An elder chimed in, "I wonder if that is truly the case." A middle-aged man pondered aloud, "Surely not. I have heard that while that individual possesses great power, he also has a good temperament. Over the years, he has come to profess his feelings more than 10 times, stating he would wait until the sect leader consents. With such strength, he has not forced our sect leader. The elder, however, scoffed, you know nothing. Such a person is a superficial gentleman, but a villain at heart. He paused before continuing. Have you not noticed that several sect leaders from lesser sects have also pursued our sect leader? Why then, have we heard nothing from them recently? It is because I have heard that this individual went to another sect, killed 1 or 2 elders to establish his authority, and even threatened them, stating that if they dared to continue pursuing our sect leader, he would annihilate their sect. Wait, is that truly the case? This person aims to make the sect leader feel that no one else is pursuing her, leaving her with no choice but to select him? Truly, he is rather hypocritical. Several disciples murmured in disbelief. Ah, such a life is surely comfortable. At this moment, Chu Fan remained in his courtyard, basking in the sun and sipping tea, enjoying the blissful tranquility. The air in this world is delightful, and the sunlight radiates warmth, surrounded by the melodious chirping of birds and the fragrance of blooming flowers. A casual stroll reveals the enchanting disciples of H. Huizong, each a beauty in her own right. Daily, one is treated to the sight of stunning women, a pleasure that is undoubtedly enjoyable. Particularly captivating is Lu Si, whose figure is undeniably alluring. Upon reaching the cultivation level of Lingzuan, one gains a lifespan of a millennium. Chu Fan smiled faintly and remarked, I have now attained the 2nd rank of Ling Wang, granting me a lifespan of 5,000 years. Does that not imply I can revel in the delights of H. Huizong for many years to come? He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, 5,000 years is merely my starting point, not my terminus. At that moment, Lu Si entered the room, glanced at Chu Fan, and said, Chu Ji, sure. Shall we converse inside? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy, and he promptly stood up, replying, certainly. That is exactly my intention. Lu Si's cheeks flushed crimson as she followed him into the room. Once inside, Chu Fan closed the door and embraced Lu Si's slender waist from behind, grinning mischievously. See, I didn't expect you to desire a second encounter so soon. Fear not, the results of this embrace will surely be remarkable. After this session, you will undoubtedly break through to the realm of Lingzong. Unexpectedly, Lu Si blushed further and retorted, I invited you and not for that purpose. I merely wish to inform you that Qing Yue seeks your assistance in enhancing her cultivation. I wonder if you would be willing? Chu Fan was taken aback yet elated, responding, who would refuse the comfort of embracing a beautiful woman while sleeping? Of course, I am willing. Afterward, he realized his words could be misconstrued and chuckled. I meant embracing for the sake of cultivation, merely that. Lu Si smiled gently. Then I shall have her come to you in a few days. Thank you, Lao Zhu. Chu Fan laughed heartily. No problem. Just call me Fango. Spare me the Lao Zhu. Lu Si smiled slightly and added, it is primarily your charm that has captivated Qingwei. If it were another man, she would likely not agree. Chu Fan grinned broadly. Indeed, my charm is irresistible. Not to mention the sect master and the elder. Even the 2nd and 3rd elders will eventually succumb to my allure. Lu Si, hearing this, responded with a flirtatious smile. Is that so? I have never encountered such an unpretentious man. Lao Zhu, you are quite mischievous. After a brief pause, she continued, however, I quite enjoy it. I relish the wicked charm you possess, a quality not found in other men. Chu Fan, feeling invigorated, scooped Lu Si into his arms and strode towards the bed. Placing her gently down, with a playful grin, he declared, ha, then allow me to demonstrate just how wicked I can be. Now, let us commence our cultivation. How inappropriate! Lu Si exclaimed, her face flushed. Is it really suitable to do this in broad daylight? Perhaps I should come find you at night? What if someone seeks you out while we are engaged in cultivation? After all, it requires time to undress and dress again. Chu Fan chuckled, do not worry. Such coincidences are unlikely. Come now. Chu Ji, sure, are you there? Just then a familiar voice called from outside. Chu Fan froze, hastily standing up to adjust his clothing. Lu Si also blushed deeply, flustered as she scrambled to arrange her skirt, fearing that any sign of their encounter would be discovered. Despite their actions being innocent, misunderstandings could lead to irreversible consequences. Cough, Elder Second, what brings you here? Once at the door, Chu Fan opened it to reveal Mo Ran, who noticed Lu Si lingering in Chu Fan's room, her cheeks still flushed. She furrowed her brow. Am I interrupting something? Chu Fan quickly feigned nonchalance, addressing Lu Si. See, Feel free to seek my guidance whenever you encounter cultivation-related matters. Let today's lesson conclude here. Lucy, momentarily taken aback, quickly responded, "Thank you, Chu Fan, for your guidance. I shall take my leave now." Returning to her room, Lucy's heart raced, unable to calm down. It's all Fan Ji's fault for insisting on such matters in broad daylight. It felt like I was committing a crime. She patted her chest, recalling the events and unable to suppress a smile, realizing she had her own moment today. "Ah, so you were merely in a teaching session," Ran remarked with a slight smile as she entered the room. Once inside, Chu Fan closed the door and seated himself, inquiring elder second, "What might you require of me?" Chu Fan chuckled awkwardly. "I am quite ready, though I fear it may be inconvenient for you. Moreover, have you mentally prepared yourself?" Elder Ran smiled at Chu Fan. "Rest assured, Lao Zu, I am fully prepared to break through to the rank of Ling Wang in one go and beyond. Who wouldn't desire that?" She paused before continuing. "However, it may take a toll on you, correct?" Chu Fan reassured her, "Do not worry, my body can handle it." "Shall we commence now?" He thought to himself, "Isn't it merely an embrace for cultivation? There's hardly any consumption, just a test of willpower." Fearing I might wish to pursue other activities, Ran shrugged and replied, "Yes, we can begin now. I intended to come yesterday, but considering you had just assisted Yin Ji in her cultivation, I thought you might need rest. Such a formidable technique surely requires considerable energy. So I allowed you some time. Yet here I am, unable to resist the urge to seek you out. If it's inconvenient, you may take a few more days. I'm not in a hurry." Chu Fan found himself bemused by her words, realizing that her insistence on urgency was quite the opposite of her earlier claims. "Very well. Please remove your outer garments and wear only minimal undergarments. The less clothing, the better the effect." Ran was taken aback. "We need to undress? For enhancing cultivation. Why must we wear so little?" Chu Fan chuckled helplessly, realizing he had to clarify the nature of his cultivation method. "It appears that none of them informed you. But this method I employ is known as embrace cultivation." Ran stammered, "Lao Zu, I am not ready. I had no idea that it would involve undressing and lying on the bed." Ran nearly fainted, having only met Chu Fan a few times. And now he was suggesting such intimate actions. It felt utterly absurd. Yet the thought of Shi Hanru and Yi Yin G's significant breakthroughs made her envious and hesitant. After all, the esteemed Lao Zu before her appeared youthful and exuded a certain masculine allure, his enigmatic presence invoking a sense of admiration. She suspected that his cultivation level surpassed that of Ling Huang, reaching the heights of Ling Sheng. "Lao Zu, may I take some time to consider this? I'm still a bit apprehensive. Please grant me a few days." Ran lowered her head, unable to meet Chu Fan's gaze, fearing his displeasure. Chu Fan nodded slightly, expressing his understanding. "Of course, rest assured, I would never force you into this. After all, everyone has their own choices." They too needed time to ponder initially. Upon hearing this, Ran smiled and nodded, saying, "All right, I know that the ancestor is a good person with commendable character. I will consider it." After this, Ran continued, "It appears that both Jian Shuang and Yin Ji have already embraced the path of cultivation with you, ancestor. Their current cultivation levels must have made significant advancements, right?" Ran felt increasingly conflicted within her heart, as she envied the progress made by the Grand Elder and the Sect Master. Chapter 74. How should I respond? Chu Fan smiled gently before addressing Ran. "Jian Shuang has already broken through to the mid-stage of the 4th Great Spirit King, while Yin Ji is now a formidable presence at the mid-stage of the 7th Great Spirit King." Hiss. Upon hearing this, Ran gasped in astonishment. Yin Ji had actually advanced to the mid-stage of the 7th Grade Spirit King. The speed of her breakthrough was simply astonishing. She had initially thought that if Yin Ji could reach the 3rd or 4th Grade Spirit King like Jian Shuang, it would already be quite impressive. To her surprise, Yin Ji had surpassed those expectations. Ran could not help but feel a stirring within her. However, she ultimately concluded that she needed to take some time to consider her decision. "All right, I understand. I will go and think it over," she said, before promptly leaving Chu Fan's room. Once she departed, Chu Fan couldn't help but smile, remarking to himself, Ran is truly remarkable. Her fragrance is simply enchanting." Although Ran did not agree today, Chu Fan could tell that she harbored thoughts in that direction, as evident from her wavering demeanor. Later that evening, Chu Fan visited Lucia's room. Upon seeing him, Lucia chuckled. "You rascal, I told you not to act recklessly during the day, but you didn't listen." Fortunately, the second elder arrived before anything could start. Otherwise, that would have been quite awkward. Chu Fan replied with a slight smile, "It's evening now, and no one is here to disturb us. Shall we proceed with our business?" Lucia's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shyly nodded, "I'm all right." The following morning, Lucia checked her cultivation and was immediately astonished. "Oh my goodness, Fangu, I have actually broken through to the 4th grade spirit realm. Is this for real? My cultivation seems quite stable." Lucia was overwhelmed with excitement, akin to a child in delight. However, the magnitude of her achievement left her in shock. Chu Fan observed her cultivation and was equally pleased. "It appears that each feedback is quite distinct. Haha, your breakthrough exceeds my expectations by quite a margin." Afterward, Chu Fan could not resist checking his own cultivation. His breakthrough was modest, merely progressing from the 2nd grade Spirit King to the 4th grade Spirit King. Could it be that some of the feedback was directed towards Lucia? Or perhaps my own high cultivation makes it more challenging to advance? Chu Fan pondered, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Nevertheless, this improvement was still significant. How wonderful! Perhaps next time I could break through to the 7th or 8th grade spirit realm. My heavens, this is something I wouldn't have dared to dream of before. Lucia envisioned her future breakthroughs, filled with excitement. However, she soon furrowed her brow and said, "By the way, I am now a 4th grade spirit realm cultivator, which means I am considered an inner disciple, right? I can go and claim the attire and token of an inner disciple now." Chu Fan nodded. "That is undoubtedly the case." Chapter 75. Your rival in love. After hearing this, Chu Fan thought for a moment before addressing Lucia. There are 2 options. The first is to temporarily conceal your cultivation level. You can simply stay in the courtyard, accompany me for tea, sing, and even dance for me. How delightful would that be? After a few months, you can apply to become an inner disciple. This way, everyone will perceive your talent as exceptional, without suspecting that you advanced so rapidly within a few days. After pondering this, Lucia curiously inquired, "What about the second option you mentioned?" Chu Fan chuckled. "The second option is for you to apply to become an inner disciple right away. If anyone asks why your progress is so swift, you can choose not to disclose the truth. You could tell them that you had a dream that led to such a breakthrough. Even if they realize you're deceiving them, they would hesitate to press further." Lucia wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's neck and smiled sweetly. "Little do they know. Fangu, you are my great fortune." "Of course." Chu Fan laughed heartily, secretly wishing to express that she too was his fortune. Just then, a hearty laugh resonated from outside the sect. The voice was loud and echoed throughout the mountain gate. This was a sound projected through spiritual energy, using chi to convey the message across the mountain gate. Who dared to shout so boldly at the mountain gate? Chu Fan was taken aback, and then released Lucia, saying, "Let us go outside and take a look." The 2 quickly stepped outside. Chu Fan gazed up at the sky above the sect, where stood a short, plump, and unappealing man in his 40s. Beside him were several unattractive women, hired from somewhere, who were tossing rose petals from baskets with expressions of apparent reluctance. "Young master, remember the agreement of 50 spirit stones for an hour of scattering petals," a wrinkled old woman reminded him as she continued to throw flowers. "I know. It's just 50 spirit stones. Can you please stop reminding me? This is the 3rd time." The previously jovial man now wore a look of exasperation. Had it not been for his good mood, as he was here to meet his dream woman, Yanji, he would have slapped her. Naturally, he had hired these unattractive women as a strategy. After all, if he surrounded himself with beautiful women, it would only highlight his own lack of appeal. He considered himself not overly unattractive, and having plainer women around him might make him appear more appealing to Yanji. Delighted by this cunning plan, Zhu Dachong felt quite pleased with himself. It's important to reiterate key points, after all. We must first receive the spirit stones before proceeding, the woman stated discontentedly. "Take it. Do I look like I would be short of this little amount?" Zhu Dachong replied, handing over the spirit stones. Many disciples began to take flight, some exiting their rooms to see what was happening. Among them, Ma Xiaodai flew over to Chu Fan. "Elder Chu, do you recognize this person?" she asked with a smile. "This fellow has certainly made quite a commotion," Ma Xiaodai remarked. Chu Fan shook his head. "I don't know who this person is. Is he here for Yanji? Given his appearance, I fear he is no good." Ma Xiaodai chuckled. "He is your rival in love." "Huh. After pausing for effect, she continued. This person is named Zhu Dachong. Every 10 years, he comes to confess his feelings to the sect master. However, as you can see, with such a visage, even the more ordinary female disciples of our sect would likely not be interested in him. Felt a sense of embarrassment. Indeed, this fellow, with his protruding beer belly and short stature, bore an uncanny resemblance to Tai Yizhenren. How could such a person dare to pursue Yanji? Would she ever agree to it? Ma Xiaodai added, however, that this individual possessed formidable cultivation, being an 8th-rank spirit king. Such prowess rendered even our sect master utterly unable to contend with him. Each time, the sect master refrained from speaking harshly, compelled to invite him into the residence for a chat. Yet, this man had not forced the sect master, claiming he would profess his feelings every decade, seeking to win her over with sincerity until she consented. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but regard the man with newfound respect. It seemed he was indeed a person of deep feelings, with a commendable worldview. Should he choose to impose himself upon Yanji or any other elders, the He-Huan sect would stand utterly powerless to resist. Lucia could not restrain her curiosity, inquiring, Chu Ji, sure, what does worldview mean? Lu Qingyu looked at Chu Fan with a puzzled expression, clearly not understanding. Chu Fan felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that the people of this world were unfamiliar with such terminology. He then patiently elaborated, eliciting faint nods of comprehension from the group. Ha ha, Zhu Zici, you truly are humorous, inventing such fresh terminology. Ma Xiaodai chuckled at the side. That fellow had returned once more. It was time to reject him and let him abandon his hopes. In the palace of the sect master, upon hearing the man's voice, Yi and Ji couldn't help but sigh, then soared into the air with Shurhen Shuang and the others. Ha ha, Yinji, it has been a decade since we last met, and you remain as beautiful as ever. You show no signs of aging, looking even more youthful and alluring. Zhu Dachong exclaimed with a hearty laugh, gazing at Yi Yanji and the 5 enchanting elder women beside her. He thought to himself that once he won over Yi Yanji, these beautiful elders would inevitably fall under his charismatic spell as well. He firmly believed that love was not merely a matter of outward appearance, but rather an appreciation of inner beauty, which encompassed cultivation, strength, and his unique charm. In the courtyard where Chu Fan resided, Ma Xiaodai contemplated and spoke. This person indeed possesses the audacity to act recklessly, holding significant cultivation. However, he still wishes to win over our sect master with his so-called romantic gestures. Pausing for a moment, she continued, of course, he may also harbor some reservations regarding our backing from Hanling sect, a second-tier sect with formidable spirit emperor forces stationed within. Should he force our sect master, and should she suffer grievous losses in a struggle against him, it could provoke Hanling's sect to take action against him. Xiaoping nodded in agreement, stating, so it follows that this fellow would not compel our sect master to do anything against her, will unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, in the air, several elders and Yi and Ji stood facing the man before them. Some protectors and stewards flew over, positioning themselves behind Yi Yanji and the others. Chu Fan contemplated for a moment before swiftly soaring upward, joining Yi Yanji's side. Zhu Dachong, you might as well give up on this idea. After all these years, can you not see how our Yanji feels about you? Shurhen Shuang, aware of Yi Yanji's sentiments, bluntly addressed Zhu Dachong, saying, if you consider us friends, we can invite you in for tea and conversation, but if you wish to continue pursuing our Yanji to make her your cultivation partner, I suggest you reconsider. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dachong felt a surge of anger. In the past, the women of the He-Huan sect would not have spoken to him in such a manner. Yet, to demonstrate his magnanimity, he replied with a smile, Grand Elder, I see your temperament remains as straightforward as ever, and I quite admire that. Shurhen Shuang, taken aback, retorted, stop with the pleasantries. Where did you find these old scallions to scatter flowers here? Zhu Dacheng's lips twitched slightly before he replied, do you not find this romantic? Many female disciples could not help but laugh upon hearing his words. While they were unsure of his romantic flair, his comedic talent was undeniable. Zhu Dachong, uninterested in further banter, directly addressed Yi Yanji, Shurhen Shuang, I did not come here to profess to you. I am here to declare my feelings to the goddess of my heart. Yanji, are you not moved by the arrangements I have made today? After this, Zhu Dachong gazed deeply into her eyes, asking, are these rose petals not beautiful? Do they not please your eyes? This time, I implore you to accept my sentiments. However, his expression darkened as he confronted Yi Yanji. Yanji, do you dare to speak to me in such a manner? Have you forgotten my cultivation level? Yi Yanji did not anticipate his sudden shift in demeanor and retorted, Zhu Dachong, I advise you to think carefully. I have made it clear that you are not my type. Is that not sufficiently clear? I will never become your dual cultivation partner. Stop this nonsense. Why continue? Noticing the older women still scattering petals, Zhu Dachong bellowed, You four leave at once. The four women, realizing his anger was genuine, promptly took off. Zhu Dachong glared at Yi Yanji, fury blazing in his eyes. Yi Yanji, how dare you reject me? Yi Yanji koldi replied, apologize. But I reject you. I will not force myself to love someone I do not like. After a moment's thought, Yi Yanji glanced at Chu Fan and, in a bid to dissuade Zhu Dachong, couldn't help but add, moreover, I already have someone I like. I have a cultivation partner. Upon hearing this, Zhu Dachong nearly exploded with rage. Fists clenched, he gritted his teeth. You dare to seek another man behind my back? Who is he? That scoundrel is courting death. My heavens, the sect master truly has a man? Who could it be? Many female disciples standing in their courtyards or watching the spectacle in the plaza were utterly shocked. What had the sect master just said? She already had a cultivation partner? This was a tremendous loss. Many male disciples, who considered themselves talented and handsome, had hoped to catch the sect master's eye. Now, Yi Yanji's words extinguished any flicker of hope they harbored. Chu Fan smiled faintly, feeling delighted. For Yi Yanji to reject Zhu Dachong so firmly and to assert that she had a man, how many men's fantasies would that shatter? Yet, when Yi Yanji lied, she glanced at him. Could it be that she was referring to him? This thought sent waves of joy through Chu Fan. It seemed that the man in question must indeed be Chu Zhi. Ma Xiao Dai, observing Chu Fan's silhouette, felt a mix of shock yet remained relatively composed. Having already suspected the nature of their relationship, the sect master has a man? Could be Chu Zhi. It must be him. Just the other day, we saw them strolling together in town. Xiaoping was also taken aback, exclaiming, This Chu Zhi is certainly extraordinary, having captured our sect master's heart. It appears his cultivation must be at least 9th-rank spirit master, if not a spirit king. Yi Yanji, who is that man? It cannot be. You must be deceiving me. Zhu Dachong roared in frustration. The scattered cultivators who like you have all been dealt with by me, and the leaders of smaller sects who pursued you have all been threatened by me. Who would still dare to pursue you? Since no one is pursuing you, you can only harbor feelings for me. It seems the rumors hold some truth. Yi Yan's expression darkened as she said, Zhu Dachong, you truly are a madman. Anyone who fancies me, you would kill. Ha! With such insanity, it is utterly impossible for me to have any feelings for you. Zhu Dachong retorted angrily, Is that so? If that is the case, I shall abandon all notions of romance and desire for your sincerity. Today, I will make you my woman. He clenched his fists and declared, Even if you have a cultivation partner, what of it? I will claim you as mine, and we shall see what he could do about it. Yi Yanji turned and glanced at Chu Fan, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope, clearly wishing for him to step forward and dispel Zhu Dachong's advances. Yet, she feared that her feelings were unfounded, worried that Chu Fan might not reciprocate her affection, and the embarrassment would be unbearable. Therefore, she hoped Chu Fan would reveal himself. Observing the look in her eyes, Chu Fan quickly comprehended her thoughts and stepped forward, asserting, You dare to touch my woman? Do you seek death? I shall no longer feign indifference. I am the cultivation partner of the Zone Master Yi Yanji. Upon seeing Chu Fan stand forth, Yi Yanji felt a sweet rush in her heart. After all, even if this was merely a pretense to dissuade Zhu Dachong, it gave her a sense of being protected. A gentle smile graced her lips as she approached Chu Fan, linking her arm with his, and addressed Zhu Dachong, Yes, it is he, my cultivation partner, the man Yi Yanji will have in the future. Zhu Dachong, you can give up now. Heavens, it truly is him. Many disciples had their suspicions, but when Chu Fan stepped forward, they were astounded. Zhu Dachong was a formidable figure, a practitioner of the 8th-rank spirit king. Did he dare to confront him? Was this not courting death? A female disciple sighed. Chu Zhi is quite bold. He dares to stand against such a powerful adversary. A male disciple chuckled. If one lacks strength, it is best not to draw attention. Otherwise, if he is killed, he has only himself to blame. Another female disciple remarked, regardless of his cultivation level, Standing up and claiming his identity shows he is a man of courage. It is no wonder our zone master has taken notice of him. Many men would have already hidden away instead of admitting to being our zone master's partner. Indeed, men with such audacity are rare. Several female disciples echoed their agreement. "Haha, so it is you." Zhu Dachong laughed uproariously upon seeing Chu Fan's boldness. "Kid, you have some guts to admit it. Do you not realize that this could lead to your demise?" Chu Fan smiled slightly. "I do not believe I will perish, for I am confident that Yanj will protect me." "Right? My Yanj." At this declaration, the crowd was left speechless. This fellow had an audacity that was quite remarkable, spinning the notion of living off a woman into something refreshingly unique. Yi Yanj blushed at being addressed in such a manner, pondering, what does he mean by my Yanj? She chuckled. "You are insufferable. His cultivation is quite high, and I fear I may not be his match." "Senior, what is your cultivation level? Perhaps you should step in? Our zone master has yet to reach the first-rank Spirit King. How could she possibly contend with Zhu Dachong, who is an 8th-rank Spirit King?" A protective elder stepped forward, a middle-aged beauty, concern etched on her face as she looked at Chu Fan. "Indeed, Senior, if our zone master can be with you, you must possess significant strength. If you do not intervene, our sect may face trouble today," echoed several other guards. Many disciples were left speechless. This fellow had previously appeared so imposing, yet now he was suggesting their zone master intervene? "Haha, no ruse, no ruse." Chu Fan laughed heartily, then continued, "If Yanj cannot defeat him, I shall step in afterward." With that, he patted Yi Yanj's shoulder and assumed a lofty demeanor. "Yanj, it is time to showcase your prowess and instill confidence in the disciples of our sect." Yi Yan nodded, recognizing that she had now reached the mid-stage of the 7th-rank Spirit King. Despite Zhu Dachong being an 8th-rank Spirit King, she still had a fighting chance. However, her confidence was wavering. Meanwhile, Zhu Dachong was doubled over with laughter. "Ha, Yanj, what kind of man have you found? Does he not realize you have yet to break through to the Spirit King level? How could someone of your status be my opponent?" After a moment's thought, Yi Yanj coldly smiled at Zhu Dachong. "Zhu Dachong, do you dare to wait a moment? I will prepare and return." "Very well, I shall wait. After all, you cannot escape." Zhu Dachong laughed heartily. "If you dare to run, I shall obliterate your Hawan sect, and I shall do as I please with those female disciples." Chu Fan was taken aback, then chuckled. It seemed Yi Yanj, this beauty, had not donned her battle attire, thus lacking confidence, especially considering her opponent's superior cultivation. Perhaps she was merely going to change her clothes. Many disciples were puzzled, their expressions grave. "Heavens, Zone Master, that outfit is simply stunning." Some disciples were entranced, exclaiming how alluring it was. Indeed, so seductive and captivating. Several male disciples were left speechless, having never seen their zone master in such attire before. Yet, upon remembering that their zone master already had a partner, their hearts ached. "Am I not bad at all?" Zhu Dachong nearly drooled, addressing Yi Yanj. "Yanj, you changed into such an outfit for our battle? Do you think this will deter me from attacking you?" At this point, Zhu Dachong paused before continuing. "However, considering how provocatively you are dressed, if you simply come over, apologize, and eliminate that brat, I might let the matter rest and allow you to be my woman. Otherwise, should I injure you and then take advantage, would that not be a poor bargain for you? Zhu Dachong, is it? Let me see your strength first. Do not merely spout bravado." Yi Yanj darted forward, releasing a powerful aura. "What? Impossible! How could your cultivation have reached the mid-stage of the 7th-rank Spirit King?" Zhu Dachong was taken aback, though he had not visited in a decade. He had kept himself informed, and knew Yi Yanj had yet to break through to the Spirit King level. Thus, he had never regarded the Hahuan sect seriously or considered Yi Yanj a threat. Yet, today, he was astonished to discover her cultivation had ascended so high. What transpired? The zone master has reached the 7th-rank Spirit King? The guards, leaders, and all sect disciples were left dumbfounded. When had their zone master become so formidable? They had been completely unaware. The 7th-rank Spirit King, astonishingly, she had reached the mid-stage of the 7th-rank Spirit King. Bai Ruyan and Mo ran exchanged glances. Feeling the terrifying energy, their hearts filled with envy. The two, who had been contemplating when to approach Chu Fan, now felt their resolve solidify. Yi Yanj's cultivation had indeed soared to such heights. Ling Xuefei and Mu Hanbing had only known the zone master sought the ancestor to enhance her cultivation. estimating it to be at the 3rd or 4th rank Spirit King level at most. Yet, to their shock, she had already achieved the mid-stage of the 7th rank Spirit King. This was simply extraordinary. Chapter 78. Do you possess such capability? Zhongzhu, keep going. Some disciples, upon witnessing the elevated cultivation of their leader, felt a surge of confidence. Although they could not comprehend how the Zhongzhu had achieved such a remarkable breakthrough at that moment, it seemed inconsequential. If the Zhongzhu donned the battle attire and truly vanquished Zhu Dachong, it would indeed be a testament to the suit's formidable power. Yi Yinjie, you have genuinely taken me by surprise, Zhu Dachong exclaimed, but soon reverted to a lecherous grin. However, your cultivation is still too low. If you were at the 8th tier Spirit King level, perhaps you could contend with me. Unfortunately, your current prowess renders such aspirations a mere folly. With a cold smile, Yi Yinjie flipped her palm, revealing a red sword grasped firmly within her hand. Is that so? Zhu Dachong, considering you have not harmed me or my disciples in the past, if you depart now, we can remain as ordinary friends. Should you choose to force the issue, we'll become enemies. Zhu Dachong laughed heartily. I have invested so much and waited for you for an eternity. I have even slain several rogue cultivators for you. Do you truly believe I would simply walk away without obtaining what I desire? He then reached into the void before him and bellowed, Behold my 9-infant dragon claw. Instantly, a colossal hand materialized before Zhu Dachong, an eerie creation composed of 999 infant heads, presenting a somewhat sinister visage. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would realize it was merely a manifestation of condensed spiritual energy, not genuine infant heads. This martial technique was undeniably intimidating. Chu Fan observed with a cold smirk, lamenting that while fearsome in appearance, the true extent of its power remained uncertain. Flame slash. Yi Yinjie regarded the enormous hand before her, gritting her teeth as she infused her spiritual energy into her inferior spiritual treasure and swung her sword forward. Whoosh! A massive wave of sword energy surged forth, blazing with a fiery crimson hue, a comet-like streak that spanned several hundred zhong, propelled by the fusion of spiritual energy. Boom! The two forces clashed, unleashing a blinding white light that caused the space around them to tremble violently. Boom! As the white light dissipated, the gigantic hand was ultimately destroyed. What? You actually managed to counter my martial technique? Zhu Dachong was taken aback. Was Yi Yinjie not merely at the mid-stage of the 7th tier Spirit King level? His technique could scarcely be withstood even by an early-stage 9th tier Spirit King, yet Yi Yinjie had withstood it. Indeed, the battle attire had significantly enhanced her capabilities, allowing her to withstand the earlier attack with ease, resulting in a stalemate. It appeared she could indeed challenge opponents of a higher tier. Yi Yinjie felt a surge of joy, but her brow soon furrowed. Did Chu Fan not claim one could defeat foes of a higher tier? The enhancement does not seem as profound as expected. Fortunately, I donned the battle attire. Otherwise, I would have stood no chance. How splendid. The Zhongzhu, with merely the mid-level cultivation of a 7th tier Spirit King, managed to hold her own against Zhu Dachong, an 8th tier Spirit King. It seems she has a fighting chance. Many female disciples were exhilarated, recognizing the influence of the battle attire in this outcome. Shi Henzhuang furrowed her brow and addressed Chu Fan. Chu Fan, did you not claim one could defeat foes of a higher tier? It appears this is merely a challenge against a higher tier. However, achieving such an effect is already commendable. Chu Fan smiled and replied, Indeed, Henzhuang, did you not observe Zhu Dachong's current cultivation level? He is not a mere 8th tier Spirit King. It became evident that Zhu Dachong had previously been at the mid-level of the 8th tier Spirit King, and now everyone assumed he maintained that level. Neither Shi Henzhuang nor Yi Yinjie had investigated his true cultivation. Yinjie, look at his cultivation. He is at the initial stage of the 9th tier Spirit King. Shi Henzhuang gasped, realizing that Yi Yinjie's prior defense was not against an 8th tier opponent, but rather a 9th tier one. And Mo Ran also expressed her astonishment. Goodness, he truly is at the initial stage of the 9th tier Spirit King. It seems this fellow has made considerable advancements. Yi Yinjie swiftly assessed Zhu Dachong's cultivation and confirmed he was indeed at the initial stage of the 9th tier Spirit King, leaving her utterly astounded. How could I, a mid-level 7th tier Spirit King, stand toe-to-toe with an initial level 9th tier Spirit King? My heavens! even though my cultivation technique is formidable. Zhu Dachong has been a spirit king for many years. His technique must be equally remarkable. Moreover, his martial technique must be of at least low-grade Xian level. Contemplating this, a tumultuous wave of realization washed over Yi Yinjie. It seemed her ability to contend with Zhu Dachong stemmed from the battle attire, which was astonishing. This implied that if her opponent were merely at the peak of the 8th tier or late-stage 8th tier, he would undoubtedly not stand a chance against her. Yi Yinjie felt a rush of delight. The battle attire was indeed extraordinary, a true treasure bestowed by her ancestor. Impossible. I am at the initial stage of the 9th tier Spirit King. How could you withstand my attack? My martial technique is not to be trifled with. Zhu Dachong shook his head repeatedly, incredulous. Yi Yinjie, what is the meaning of this? How have you elevated your cultivation so dramatically, enabling you to challenge me? I am a 9th tier Spirit King. Indeed, while Zhu Dachong had eliminated some rivals to prevent them from pursuing Yi Yinjie, deaths that could be deemed unjust, Yi Yinjie was no saint. Those individuals had not been of her liking, and their demise was inconsequential. Zhu Dachong had never forced her. Every decade, he expressed his affections, and although she did not reciprocate, she felt a flicker of gratitude for his character. Now, she merely wished to part ways as strangers, each following their own path. Do you wish for my demise? Huh, how laughable. Do you possess the capability? Yet, Zhu Dachong seemed to have lost his sanity. Yi Yinjie, today I shall make you aware that I am not to be trifled with. You dare to reject me? I shall ensure you pay a harrowing price. You and your elder sisters will become my vessels for amusement. Zhu Dachong, if you dare to lay a hand on my sisters, I, Yi Yinjie, will not hesitate to end your life. Hearing his words ignited a blaze of fury within Yi Yinjie. Chapter 79. I present you with another treasure, huh? Kill me? With your abilities? Zhu Dachong erupted into laughter, addressing Yi Yinjie. Do you think that a mere glimpse of sunshine will blind me with radiance? Pausing momentarily, he continued, I merely hesitated earlier, fearing my strength might inadvertently extinguish your life, for I do not wish for your demise. Hence, I refrained from unleashing my full power. With that, Zhu Dachong fervently channeled his internal spiritual energy once more, conjuring a massive claw directed toward Yi Yinjie. Zhu Dachong coldly chuckled. It's still the same Jiao Yinglong Zhua show, but let's see if you can withstand my full force strike this time. If I injure you, you cannot blame me. Ah! As he gazed at the enormous claw, now at least 1/3 larger and emanating a chilling aura of condensed spiritual energy, Yi Yinjie gritted her teeth and infused all her energy into her sword, once again slicing forward. Chu Fan observed the scene intently, curious to see how the combination of a short skirt and stockings would enhance Yi Yinjie's combat prowess. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of intervening, for Yi Yinjie's display of strength should instill great confidence within their sect. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, and a powerful shockwave radiated from the point of impact. Boom! 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 The two immense energies were clashing, with Yi Yinjie's expression growing increasingly grave. This is bad. I fear I may not withstand this attack. Soon, she realized something was amiss. Her strike's energy had been completely obliterated, while the opponent's claw still retained some residual power. Though not significant, it was still barreling toward her. Whoosh! At that moment, a sword aura surged forward, shattering the remaining energy. It was the Grand Elder who had intervened. Upon seeing, it was Shi Henzhuang who had emerged. Striking forward with a sword to deflect the attack, Zhu Dachong frowned, questioning how a mere 9th-rank Lingzuan could negate the remnants of his assault. Zhu Dachong furrowed his brow and quickly assessed Shi Henzhuang's cultivation. Even the remnants of his attack could not be stopped without at least a 3rd or 4th-rank Lingwang strength. Had the opponent not intervened, and Yi Yinjie been unable to muster her energy to execute another technique, she would likely have been injured by now. You actually possess mid-4th rank Lingwang cultivation. How is that possible? Realizing this, Zhu Dachong's heart brimmed with greed, though it surprised him. It seemed everything was still within his control. He firmly believed that even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be his match. Once he defeated them, he would extract the secrets of their fortuitous encounters from them, even if it required severe torture. If there were treasures involved, they would be his. Perhaps, utilizing such items would allow him to swiftly break through to the coveted Ling Huang cultivation he had long desired. Contemplating this, Zhu Dachong felt a surge of delight. Haha. It seems you two women still possess valuable items. What secrets do you hold? Just wait and see how I deal with you. Zhu Dachong laughed heartily. Bai Ruyan furrowed her brow and said to Chu Fan, Chu Ji, sure, perhaps you should intervene? Although the Grand Elder and the Sect Master had significantly improved their cultivation, they were still no match for that old fiend. And Mo Ran, equally concerned, urged Chu Fan, indeed, Chu Ji, sure, if you do not step in, they may not stand a chance. What if they fall and perish? Surely you do not wish to witness their demise? Ling Xuefei bit her red lip, gazing expectantly at Chu Fan. Why had the ancestor not intervened yet? To bolster the disciples' confidence, the Sect Master and Grand Elder had already revealed their strengths. Wasn't that enough? The Grand Elder had even reached 4th rank Lingwang. My goodness, does our sect now possess 2 Lingwang experts? Some disciples were stirred, recalling that they had previously had none. Why did they suddenly have 2? Moreover, one was a 4th rank Lingwang, while the other was a 7th rank Lingwang, instantly elevating their sect strength. What good is that? Even though we are not afraid of Liuhua's sect, we cannot resolve the current crisis. Yi Yinjie frowned, sensing that she was likely not a match for her opponent. At that moment, Chu Fan finally spoke, addressing Yi Yinjie. Yinjie, allow me to gift you a treasure. Your sword lacks sufficient rank. Use this gift of mine in battle, and you shall surely defeat your foe. As Chu Fan's voice fell, he flew to Yi Yinjie's side. What on earth is Chu Ji sure up to? What other treasures does he possess? Many were puzzled. I mean, our sect master possesses a low-grade spiritual treasure. Could he possibly offer a mid-grade one to our sect master? However, even if it is a sect treasure, its enhancement would not be substantial enough to rival Zhu Dachong. Bai Ruyan furrowed her brow, uncertain of Chu Fan's confidence. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjie smiled slightly and replied, Oh really? Then show it to me. She had no doubts about Chu Fan. For earlier he had presented a combat outfit that was anything but ordinary. Perhaps the ancestor truly had some treasures. With a flick of his wrist, Chu Fan produced a low-grade holy treasure sword and handed it to Yi Yinjie, stating, This is for you. Use this sword to slay that scoundrel. This is a holy treasure? My goodness, a low-grade holy treasure. Yi Yinjie gasped, staring at the sword in her hand. Such a treasure was something she had never dared to dream of. Even the sect master of Hanling sect might not wield such an item. Chapter 80. Slaying the mid-9th rank Lingwang expert. My heavens, what a treasure. It appears to be a holy treasure. Bai Ruyan gasped upon seeing the item in Yi Yinjie's hand. With such a treasure, defeating an opponent of a higher rank is entirely feasible. After all, Zhu Dachong would never possess such a weapon. Who is Chu Ji sure? How can he so casually produce a holy treasure? Ma Xiaodai, in Chu Fan's courtyard, was left speechless. One must understand that such treasures would cause a sensation if revealed. Who would have thought Chu Fan could summon one? Indeed, Chu Fan is truly remarkable. Otherwise, how could the sect master be willing to take him as her cultivation partner? Ling Xuefei felt a surge of excitement. Such a treasure. The ancestor had declared it a gift for Yi Yinjie, not merely alone. My goodness, this is quite extravagant. The ancestor is truly impressive. Haha, Zhu Dachong. Today marks your demise. I previously offered you a chance to escape, but you did not cherish it. Now, you have no opportunity left. Remembering Zhu Dachong's earlier intentions toward Bai Ruyan and Ling Xuefei, a flame of fury ignited within Yi Yinjie. She tightened her grip on the sword, channeling her spiritual energy into it. The sword immediately radiated brilliance, emitting a series of resonating sounds that instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. The demon dragon emerges from a sea. Zhu Dachong finally sensed fear as his complexion darkened. At that moment, the aura emanating from Yi Yinjie surpassed even his own. With an enraged roar, he unleashed an even more formidable technique. As he punched forward, a massive spiritual energy demon dragon, hundreds of feet long, burst forth. The dragon exuded an imposing presence, evoking a sense of malevolence. Roar. The dragon released a tremendous roar and charged forward in fury. Fire Phoenix Slash. Yi Yinjie infused her spiritual energy into the sword and, with a swift slash, unleashed a colossal fire phoenix. The phoenix, a fusion of spiritual energy and sword aura, appeared ferocious, seemingly intent on obliterating everything in its path. As the fiery phoenix emerged, the sky ahead became blindingly bright. The outcome of this confrontation hinged entirely on this moment. Ling Shuifei, Mu Hanbing, and the others could not help but clench their fists. Although Chu Fan had bestowed upon Yi Yinjia a formidable treasure that significantly enhanced her combat prowess, it was their first encounter with someone wielding a sacred artifact. The uncertainty of whether they could vanquish Zhu Dachong lingered in their minds. With a thunderous roar, the demonic dragon was forcefully scattered by the phoenix, reduced to mere dust that swiftly dissipated. The phoenix, still radiating immense power, charged directly towards Zhu Dachong. No, Yinjia, I realize my mistakes. I will never dare again. Zhu Dachong, witnessing the unfolding chaos, was drenched in cold sweat. His previous arrogance vanished, desperately hoping for Yi Yinjia's mercy. Too late to repent. Yi Yinjia's gaze was icy as the phoenix collided with Zhu Dachong, obliterating him entirely. We have triumphed. Unbelievably, our sect leader has slain Zhu Dachong, a mid-stage 9th grade spirit king. Many disciples were ecstatic at this sight. After all, a mid-stage 9th grade spirit king was a formidable opponent, rare even among third-rate sects. Yet he had been defeated. Furthermore, with Shi Henchuang's cultivation at 4th grade spirit king, donning a battle outfit would elevate her strength to rival that of a 6th grade spirit king. In such a scenario, the so-called Liehua sect would appear insignificant in their eyes. Fantastic! Our sect is on a rise. Some disciples cheered with unrestrained joy. It was no wonder the sect leader was willing to associate with Chu Zhishir. His cultivation must be remarkable, likely at least that of a spirit king. Otherwise, how could he present such a low-grade sacred artifact to our sect leader? Some female disciples were particularly exhilarated. It is certainly true, although Chu Fan did not personally intervene. I can tell from his generosity that his cultivation must be considerable. After all, how could our discerning sect leader take an interest in him otherwise? The elite disciples were equally thrilled. It became clear why the sect had previously been so assertive, declaring they would no longer send people to the Liehua sect and had even eliminated several of their envoys. It was evident that their sect leader had grown immensely powerful. The registered disciples were equally animated, secure in the knowledge that they would no longer have to fear being sent to the Liehua sect. They could now devote themselves to their cultivation, and once they advanced to the rank of spirit master, they would become outer disciples, enjoying the privileges of sect members. Yi Yinjia nodded and smiled at Chu Fan, saying, Chu Fan, you have given me a low-grade sacred artifact. Are you certain it is for me? Chu Fan chuckled, replying, Is that even a question? You just declare that you are my cultivation partner. Bestowing such a treasure upon you is the least I can do. Yi Yinjia's face flushed with embarrassment. Her previous remark had simply been a ploy to provoke him into retreating. She had not anticipated that a confrontation would ensue, leading to Zhu Dachong's demise with Chu Fan's assistance. Now, upon hearing his words, she felt even more bashful, tacitly acknowledging his statement. What is it? As a sect leader, you wouldn't renege on your word, would you? Chu Fan remarked with a smile. Yi Yinjia quickly affirmed, What I said holds true. She shot him a playful glare before turning to communicate with the sect. Disciples, heed my words. Do not divulge the details of my and the great elder's cultivation levels. The Liehua sect will undoubtedly come to investigate soon. Once we eradicate them, the strength of our Huanhe sect will become apparent to all other sections. Yi Yinjia preferred to avoid unnecessary attention and continued, however, for the sake of future recruitment. You may disclose that both the Great Elder and I have reached the rank of Spirit King. As for our exact grades, that shall remain undisclosed. Everyone should focus on their cultivation. Our sect will not be easily bullied by nearby sects, especially those disciples who possess battle outfits. When encountering disciples from other sects, do not hesitate to assert your strength. How wonderful! The disciples erupted with excitement, as if invigorated by a surge of energy. Chu Fan glanced at Shi Henchuang, smiling. Henchuang, would you like a low-grade sacred artifact? Shi Henchuang, caught between laughter and exasperation, shot him a look. Of course I want it. Who wouldn't desire such a treasure? Do you have any doubts? Chu Fan chuckled. Come find me tonight, and I shall present it to you. You truly have one. Shi Henchuang's cheeks flushed. Chu Fan's invitation, made in the presence of other elders and protectors, could easily be misconstrued. This fellow, while the night was suitable, was it necessary to announce it before everyone? Bai Ruyan and M.O. ran exchanged glances, unable to stifle their laughter. Of course, Chu Fan laughed heartily. Your cultivation has improved significantly. What you deserve will certainly be given to you. After saying this, He raised an eyebrow at Chu Fan. She retorted, "Then why not give it to me now? Why must I wait until tonight?" Chu Fan replied with a smile, "It isn't a problem for us to hear about it, but if I present such a treasure openly, all the disciples of the sect will see it. That wouldn't be ideal. The fewer who know about it, the better. After all, this is your trump card." Her reasoning was sound. Chu Fan smiled knowingly. "All right, everyone disperse." Yi Yinjie glanced at the other protectors and waved her hand. The crowd, filled with excitement, took flight. In the air, only Chu Fan, Yi Yinjie, and 5 beautiful elders remained. "So, beautiful Yinjie, I told you, you could defeat the opponent without my intervention. Was I mistaken?" Chu Fan grinned, recalling how stunning Yi Yinjie had looked in her battle attire. What delighted Chu Fan the most was that Yi Yinjie publicly acknowledged him as her cultivation partner, suggesting she had fully accepted him in her heart. Though they had yet to share a more intimate bond, this was enough to fill him with excitement. "Thanks to the low-grade, sacred artifact you provided, without it, I fear I would not have been a match for my opponent." Yi Yinjie smiled lightly, feeling a sense of surrealism wash over her. Just days prior, she had been troubled by the matters concerning the Liahua sect, and now, thanks to Chu Fan's intervention, her cultivation had surged, allowing her to slay a 9th-grade spirit king, something she had never dared to imagine before. "Let us depart for now. You all can chat." Bai Ruyan and Chu Fan exchanged glances and discreetly took their leave. "Would you care to join me in my chamber?" Chu Fan smiled invitingly at Yi Yinjie. She nodded with a slight smile and followed him down. Soon, they arrived at Chu Fan's room. Once inside, he closed the door and smiled at Yi Yinjie, saying, "Yinjie, what you just declared is now known throughout the sect. You must take responsibility for it. From this point forward, we shall be cultivation partners." As she spoke, Yi Yinjie paused momentarily before continuing. "The main reason is that you have embraced me 3 times during our cultivation. I know you must have had certain thoughts during each embrace. However, you have restrained yourself and never acted inappropriately. I feel that you are different from other men." Chu Fan forced a smile and replied, "But Ru Yin and the others also wish to cultivate with me. What if they end up falling for me because of this? What then?" Yi Yinjie chuckled softly. "Do not worry. We are good sisters. If they are willing to be your cultivation partners and companions, I would not mind at all." A flicker of joy lit up Chu Fan's heart as he realized that women in this world seemed quite unperturbed by the notion of a man having multiple wives or concubines. After pondering for a moment, he inquired, "Then, since we are now cultivation partners, might we engage in something more intimate?" Yi Yinjie's face flushed crimson, and she hurriedly covered her chest, exclaiming, "What do you intend to do?" "I merely wish to be your cultivation partner. I never implied that I wanted to engage in dual cultivation. Please do not misunderstand. I am not ready for such things." She paused for a moment before adding, "Chu Fan, although you are an elder and possess great cultivation, and despite your kindness towards me, matters between men and women should naturally evolve. You cannot force me." Seeing her blushing face, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "What are you thinking?" "I meant, could we perhaps share a kiss?" "Well, I could reluctantly agree to that." Yi Yinjie responded bashfully after a moment of contemplation. "Considering you gifted me a low-grade sacred treasure today and helped me resolve the issue with Zhu Dachong, I suppose it could be regarded as a reward. This will be my first kiss." Upon hearing her acquiescence, Chu Fan's heart soared with joy. He stepped forward, embraced Yi Yinjie, and pressed his lips against her alluring red ones. Yi Yinjie's heart raced as her first kiss was boldly claimed by Chu Fan. She closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around him, feeling no resistance but rather an overwhelming sweetness. In that moment, she realized she had indeed fallen for this man. The kiss lingered for quite some time before Yi Yinjie finally pushed Chu Fan away. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly remarked, "All right, that's enough. How long do you plan to keep kissing? You're quite the chatterbox." She shot him a teasing glance, exuding an enchanting charm. Chu Fan held Yi Yinjie close, gazing at the beautiful woman before him, feeling an immense sense of happiness. After chatting for a while longer, Yi Yinjie then asked, "By the way, when do you plan to move into that palace?" Chu Fan chuckled and replied, "Haha, I think living here is quite nice. After all, it would be convenient for you and Hen Shuang to visit me whenever you wish." "Very well, the room is reserved for you. You can stay there whenever you like, and it's no problem if you want to live here instead," she responded. "That's fine. Although your 3 embraces have been fully utilized, you can still come to find me. After all, we only need to embrace during cultivation, and that will undoubtedly accelerate your progress far more than cultivating alone," Chu Fan said with a smile. All right, Yi Yinjie replied, her cheeks still flushed as she turned and shyly departed. Chapter 82. No skin off my nose soon. Nightfall enveloped the world. Chu Fan prepared some fine wine and a few dishes. After a while, Shi Henshuang arrived. Seeing her, Chu Fan smiled and said, Henshuang, how about joining me for a few drinks tonight? After entering the room, Shi Henshuang closed the door, concerned about being seen by other disciples. Once the door was secured, she approached and sat at the table, saying, as long as you can truly give me a low-grade sacred treasure, I wouldn't mind downing dozens of cups. Chu Fan laughed heartily. Haha, it's just a low-grade sacred treasure. It's nothing extraordinary. Do you really think I wouldn't get it to you? Without further ado, he flipped his hand and placed a sword on the table, stating, your straightforward nature is well known. I heard you are quite fierce. This red sacred treasure should suit you well. Wow, this is truly a sacred treasure, a low-grade sacred treasure. Shi Henshuang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she picked it up and examined it, her delight evident. Elder, it seems you really know me well. The color is indeed beautiful. I like it. However, her expression soon turned serious as she furrowed her brow. But Elder, are you certain you want to give this treasure to me? Chu Fan chuckled. Do you think I'm joking? You are one of the women who embraced me during cultivation 3 times. We've shared those intimate moments. Is it unreasonable for me to give you a weapon to enhance your combat prowess? Shi Henshuang blushed and shot him a playful glare. But even though we've embraced during cultivation, we haven't done anything beyond that. You and Yinji are already cultivation partners, and I am not your partner. So, I feel a bit embarrassed accepting something so precious. Chu Fan smiled slightly, appreciating Shi Henshuang's candidness. She spoke her mind without hesitation and was quite sincere. To him, such treasures were easily attainable once he completed the task with Bai Ruyan, allowing him to acquire 3 similar items. However, for Shi Henshuang, such a treasure was something rare that even third-rate sects could hardly possess, let alone second-rate sect leaders. Thus, being gifted such a treasure left her both surprised and flattered. If you don't want it, I can just give it to Ruyan. How's that sound? Upon hearing this, Shi Henshuang immediately clutched the sword tightly, exclaiming, that won't do. While Ruyan is indeed beautiful, this sword is much more suited to me. Seeing her protective demeanor regarding the treasure, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Really? Then tell me, why do you think you are more suited to it? I think Ruyan has a lovely figure too. Shi Henshuang blushed and stammered because my chest is bigger than hers. Also, I am one of the women who embraced you during cultivation 3 times. Ruyan may also wish to seek your help in enhancing her cultivation, but she hasn't even asked for your assistance once. Therefore, our bond is stronger, right? After a moment's thought, Shi Henshuang added, moreover, Ruyan hasn't even broken through to the Spirit King level yet. Such a treasure in her hands wouldn't be as secure as it would be in mine. If some third-rate sect members learned about it, they might come to seize it. So, it's better for someone with higher cultivation to possess it. Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh again, advising her. Then you'd better keep it safe. Don't flaunt such a treasure unless absolutely necessary. Realizing he was teasing her, Shi Henshuang put the sword away and shot him a playful glare. Elder, you've lived for thousands of years. Do you find it amusing to tease us younger girls? Chu Fan replied with a grin. I find it quite entertaining. By the way, you mentioned that you aren't my cultivation partner, so you felt embarrassed about accepting the sacred treasure. Yet here you are, holding on to it. Shi Henshuang, feeling a playful spirit, said, but you just mentioned giving it to Ruyan. Ruyan is not your cultivation partner, so why would you offer it to her? After pondering for a moment, she added, somewhat shyly, but I think you're quite agreeable, so perhaps I could consider being your cultivation partner, right? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart surged with joy, and he responded eagerly, really? Then come over and kiss me to show your sincerity, so I can see if you truly have this intention. Shi Henshuang, feeling bashful, replied, isn't that a bit too fast? I haven't even thought about it. Chu Fan immediately teased, it appears you are one who dares to act, but not to follow through. Offended by his words, Shi Henshuang retorted, that's not true. It's just a kiss, right? A kiss is just a kiss. It won't cost me anything. As she spoke, her cheeks flushed, and she walked over to Chu Fan, bending down to plant a kiss on his cheek. However, just as her lips were about to touch his cheek, Chu Fan suddenly turned and kissed her on the lips, his hand pressing gently on her head. Shi Henshuang's face turned crimson. This audacious ancestor had actually executed a surprise attack. Caught off guard, she couldn't evade, as Chu Fan held her head in place. Her heart raced, and she realized her first kiss had slipped away just like that. How could this happen? In her sect, she was always the one in control, intimidating others. Never had anyone dared to intimidate her. Chu Fan savored the sweetness of the kiss before releasing her head. Ahem, that was more like it. Great elder, you truly keep your promises. You cheated. Shi Hen Shuang stamped her foot in indignation, pouting with a flushed face. You old rascal. Bullying me at your age. Chu Fan chuckled. You just said you could consider being my cultivation partner. So, a kiss to solidify that idea, what do you think? I was just joking. You rascal, kissing me without my consent. I refuse to be your cultivation partner. Shi Hen Shuang said, playfully pouting. The normally aloof and domineering great elder, who made many disciples tremble, appeared utterly adorable in that moment. Chapter 83. You truly are righteous. What? As a great elder, you dare to make such jokes? Chu Fan feigned sorrow, saying, Alas, you have truly wounded my heart. I think I shall just drink. Shi Hen Shuang couldn't help but smile slightly, pouring herself a cup of wine. All right, I was just teasing you. Now that you have kissed me, I must take responsibility. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Shi Hen Shuang's personality indeed had a touch of a domineering nature. Why was she saying she had to take responsibility? I believe it is I who should take responsibility for you, huh? Laughing heartily, he clinked his cup against Shi Hen Shuang's. You know, I find you increasingly beautiful. A wave of sweetness washed over Shi Hen Shuang as she lay beside Chu Fan, embracing him while cultivating. This experience only made her appreciate him more. After all, with her stunning figure, he had never overstepped boundaries, which made her feel that he was indeed different from those lecherous men. For instance, there was Zhu Dechang today, who claimed to pursue Yi but looked at Shi Hen Shuang as if he wanted to devour her whole. His gaze made her extremely uncomfortable. In contrast, Chu Fan's gaze, while sometimes humorous, radiated righteousness. Unbeknownst to Shi Hen Shuang, this demeanor stemmed from the original owner's nature, a powerful figure who had once been engrossed in cultivation and remained unaffected even by the advances of beautiful women. He was a cultivation fanatic, believing that women would only hinder his progress, and thus he had little interest in them, embodying an air of righteousness. Old ancestor, are you truly serious? Shi Hen Shuang couldn't bear to look into Chu Fan's eyes, lowering her head as she said, I too have noticed that you are becoming more and more handsome. It's an indescribable feeling. Seeing her bashful expression, Chu Fan laughed heartily. Ha! That can only mean you have truly fallen for me. Otherwise, would you even consider being my cultivation partner? Shi Hen Shuang, feeling increasingly shy, suggested, let's just drink. I can't wait for the people from the Lihua sect to arrive and see their furious expressions. Chu Fan smiled and said, indeed, if we can eliminate the Lihua sect, it would serve as vengeance for Qingyu and Siya. Shi Hen Shuang paused upon hearing this. Vengeance for them? Chu Fan note that how says Li. Siya mentioned that when she and Qingyu were young, they witnessed the Lihua sect's disciples slaughter their families. Their mother was also tormented to death by the beasts of the Lihua sect. Shi Hen Shuang sighed deeply at this revelation. Now, many lone cultivators and ordinary people are often bullied by the disciples of various sects, especially those of smaller sections. Their management is lax, allowing their disciples to run rampant, treating the weak as mere grass. Continuing her thoughts, Shi Hen Shuang explained, currently, there are countless factions and conflicts frequently arise among smaller forces. It is commonplace for factions to be destroyed or absorbed. It can truly be described as a chaotic world. Raising her cup, she downed its contents and continued, years ago, my parents were killed by a few rogue cultivators, and I nearly perished as well. Fortunately, my master happened to see me in the end and killed those beasts to save me. Recalling the kindness of her late master, Ling Shui, Shi Hen Shuang clenched her fists. Later, my master took me as her disciple, and I trained alongside Yanji and the others, growing together. Unfortunately, in the end, the sect leader was killed in battle against the Tsonglang sect. I have never forgotten this death. Although the leader of the Tsonglang sect perished alongside my master in a final explosion, we have always wished for an opportunity to eradicate the Tsonglang sect. Chu Fan was taken aback, realizing that Shi Hen Shuang carried many unforgettable memories. He couldn't help but smile wryly. Hen Shuang, I thought you were always cheerful. I assumed you were carefree. Shi Hen Shuang paused before saying, Moreover, if my master were still alive, she would surely wish for us to live happily and bravely face challenges, hoping we could grow and strengthen our Huan sect. She couldn't help but clench her fists again. It's frustrating that our disciples have always adhered to the rules, never committing any heinous acts. We do not provoke others, nor do we wish to be provoked. Yet some self-righteous sects constantly target us, bullying our disciples, all the while calling us heretics and claiming we are not on the righteous path. It truly infuriates us. We wish to vindicate our sect. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was filled with deep emotion. What exactly is righteousness, and what is wickedness? Some people, who consider themselves righteous, engage in the most despicable acts. What kind of righteousness can be found in such individuals? Chu Fan, with a confident demeanor, addressed Shi Shuang, stating, "Rest assured, the power of discourse in this world will always lie in the hands of the strong. When our sect becomes sufficiently powerful, who among them would dare to claim we are not the righteous path? What defines righteousness and wickedness is certainly not for them to decide. I believe that the will of the heavens resides within the hearts of people. If we conduct ourselves with integrity and remain true to our conscience, that is all that matters." Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Shi Shuang felt a wave of enlightenment wash over her and remarked, "Ancestor, you truly embody righteousness. I must admit, while we embraced during our cultivation, I wondered if you might engage in some nefarious activities. Reflecting on it now, I realize I've been rather petty in my assumptions." Chu Fan, nearly choking on his drink, was taken aback by Shi Shuang's lively imagination, wondering how she could connect their embrace to such thoughts. With a chuckle, he replied, "Ahem, in truth, with someone as lovely as you in my arms, it is only natural for thoughts to arise. However, you are not my cultivation partner in the traditional sense, and I would never force my will upon you." He paused for a moment before continuing, "To be honest, while embracing you, such thoughts did cross my mind, but merely as fleeting notions." Shi Shuang's face flushed crimson at his audacious words, feeling a mix of embarrassment and delight. Strangely, she found herself amused rather than offended by his flirtation. After their 3 sessions of embracing cultivation, she had developed unwavering trust in his character, convinced of his integrity. It was remarkable that he had maintained decorum, resisting temptation despite the intimacy of their encounters. Such a man was indeed rare, almost impossible to find. She surmised that it was precisely Chu Fan's sincerity and dependability that made even the sect leader, Yi Yanji, willing to accept him as a cultivation partner. "How inappropriate for you to speak like that at your age," she playfully chided, though her heart brimmed with sweetness, far exceeding the taste of honey. At that moment, the smile on Shi Shuang's lips was utterly radiant, a sweetness that could not be contained. Observing her reaction, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy, realizing that the cultivation method indeed claimed that such embraces would foster affection, and with repetition, that affection could blossom into love. It appeared that Shi Shuang was undeniably enchanted by his charm. Yet, the method had its drawbacks. Once the embrace commenced, any thoughts of engaging in more intimate activities would negate the effects of their cultivation and could even lead to a depletion of spiritual energy. This explained Chu Fan's remarkable self-restraint. Of course, if both parties consented, it was permissible to conclude the cultivation before pursuing anything further. "Let us ease the awkwardness with some food," Chu Fan suggested with a grin as he playfully served her some dishes. Shi Shuang, touched by his thoughtful gesture, reciprocated and urged him to eat more. They both indulged in the meal, their spirits high as they consumed copious amounts of wine. However, the potency of the drink soon took effect, and Shi Shuang began to feel lightheaded. Her naturally carefree personality became even more exuberant as she boldly perched herself on Chu Fan's lap, smiling mischievously. "Ancestor, I've noticed you grow increasingly handsome." Unable to resist the allure of the beautiful woman before him, Chu Fan swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed by temptation. He chuckled awkwardly. "Hen Shuang, your words are delightful, but I fear I might not withstand such allure, especially with you sitting atop me after a few drinks." Indeed, maintaining composure during their previous embraces was a testament to his inner turmoil. Now, under the influence of alcohol, the desire for beauty became even more pronounced, particularly with her advancing toward him. Shi Shuang, despite her inebriation, was acutely aware of her actions. She found it endearing that Chu Fan, instead of taking advantage of the moment, was still considerate. Ancestor, in my heart, you are already my cultivation partner, she whispered seductively into his ear. Shall we engage in what cultivation partners are meant to do? Chu Fan's eyes widened in surprise. His throat suddenly parched as he stammered. What do you mean? This is quite sudden. To his astonishment, Shi Hen Shuang gazed at him with a sweet smile, cupping his face and leaning in for a kiss. Is this really happening? This is inappropriate, he thought, his eyes widening as he questioned if he was dreaming, though they had grown familiar through their encounters. The span of their acquaintance had barely reached half a month. With this realization, Chu Fan, having restrained himself for so long, finally succumbed to the moment. He initiated a kiss, and they became lost in each other. Before long, he swept Shi Hen Shuang into his arms, carrying her toward the bed, and the room erupted into chaos, as if the heavens themselves were responding to their fervor. The following morning, Shi Hen Shuang awoke feeling somewhat fatigued. As she glanced at the slumbering Chu Fan, she rubbed her temples, reflecting, "Oh dear, did I really engage with the ancestor last night after drinking too much?" At that moment, a pang of regret struck her. It all felt too hasty, and she lamented the loss of her innocence in such a muddled manner. The thought of Chu Fan's extensive experience, having lived for thousands of years, made her feel somewhat apprehensive. How unfortunate. I'd hoped to wait a few more days, she mused, feeling overwhelmed by the unexpected turn of events. Just then, Chu Fan stirred awake and overheard her murmuring, finding her sentiment rather amusing. He sat up and said, "What are you worried about? You've gained tremendously. It was my first time too." "Really?" Shi Hen Shuang asked, skepticism evident in her gaze as she regarded him. Surely a powerful being with millennia of life experience would not still be a novice. "To deceive you would be beneath me," Chu Fan replied with a smirk, raising his hand in mock solemnity. "Hey, don't make light of such matters. Cultivators should not make frivolous oaths," she retorted, her tone teasing yet earnest. Shi Shuang hurriedly removed CHFN's hand and said to him, "I believe in you. I just never imagined that after all these years. This would be my first time." CHFN wrapped his arms around her waist and replied, "Wasn't I just waiting for you?" "Ah, that sounds too cheesy." SHN Shuang blushed profusely upon hearing this. Was he just joking? Yet, such words filled her heart with immense joy. Observing SHN Shuang's reaction, CHFN earnestly took her hand and declared, "HN Shuang, from now on, you shall be my woman. Rest assured, I will treat you sincerely, and no one will dare to bully you." Chapter 85. Let us discuss it in detail, gazing into CHFN's sincere eyes. SHN Shuang felt a wave of emotion and responded, "Yes, FNG, I will be your woman from now on, and I will love only you. I will listen to you in everything." CHFN was elated. He had not anticipated that after YY New Jersey had just agreed to be his cultivation partner, he would also win over the enchanting SHN Shuang that very night. At that moment, CHFN felt a sense of triumph and exhilaration. SHN Shuang, still somewhat shy, donned her clothes and said to CHFN, "Well, aren't you going to stay in the palace above us?" CHFN chuckled awkwardly and replied, "The thing is, SY is a teen New York N's sacred body, and she's also quite suited for embracing cultivation. I think I will stay here. The scenery is quite nice, and if she wants to find me for cultivation, it will be more convenient." Upon hearing this, SHN Shuang couldn't help but laugh and said, "SY is a beautiful girl. If you embrace her for a long time, you might develop feelings for her." CHFN chuckled and asked, "Would that make you unhappy?" SHN Shuang smiled and replied, "Not at all. As long as you care for me. Well, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for the low-grade holy treasure you gifted me." CHFN smiled slightly, saying, "No need for thanks. You are my woman, after all. All right, I'll come to find you another day." As SHN Shuang recalled the blissful and exhilarating events of the previous night, she shyly exited, taking flight. "YY New Jersey, what brings you here?" SHN Shuang's face still bore a spring-like smile. It was indeed a fortunate thing to become the woman of the old ancestor. YY New Jersey smiled and inquired, "HN Shuang, did you spend the night embracing cultivation with the old ancestor again?" SHN Shuang, feeling embarrassed, replied, Sort of." YY New Jersey chuckled and asked, "Sort of? What does that mean?" When she pressed further, She noticed SHH in Shu Eng's eyes flicker with evasion. She approached, grasped SHH in Shu Eng's left hand, and pulled back her sleeve, exclaiming, "I remember you had a marking. Why is it gone now?" "You just said sort of. Does that mean you and the old ancestor didn't just embrace cultivation, but did something else?" SHH in Shu Eng frowned and exclaimed, "Oh dear, why New Jersey? You are far too perceptive." Sitting on the edge of the bed, she continued, "Now that you mention it, I feel incredibly shy. You want to hold it against me, will you? I am now FNG's cultivation partner." YY New Jersey chuckled. "In this world, it is quite normal for powerful individuals to have multiple partners. How could I ever blame you? As long as it was not forced upon you. That is all that matters." Seeing the sweet smile on SHH in Shu Eng's face, she added, "Seeing that smile, I know it was your choice. You have long since developed feelings for the old ancestor, Haven to you?" SHH in Shu Eng nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, rest assured, he did not force me. He is such a wonderful man. How could he possibly do that?" YY New Jersey smiled and speculated, "Since he did not force you, it must mean that during your embrace of cultivation, he couldn't resist, and you agreed, right?" SHH in Shu Eng's face turned crimson at YY New Jersey's words. She shyly laughed and said, "Could we not discuss this?" YY New Jersey, growing more curious, urged, "Oh, come on. H in Shu Eng, we are good sisters. Just tell me. I could bear it if I didn't know, but now that I do, you must share the details. My curiosity is unbearable." Finally, SHH in Shu Eng admitted, "Well, to put it broadly, I was the one who took the initiative. I was the one who seduced him." "What? You took the initiative? I never would have guessed. You're usually so aloof and dominant. Other men might think you are uninterested in them. I never imagined you would be the one to take the lead." "Inuyasi exclaimed in surprise, quickly. Tell me everything." Coughing lightly, SHH in Shu Eng began, "It all started when I visited him. And CHF and had prepared some fine food and wine for us. We chatted, and then, soon, SHH in Shu Eng recounted the entire story to YY New Jersey in detail. After listening, YY New Jersey couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that the atmosphere was right, and it naturally led to that moment. You two were like kindling, igniting a flame after a few drinks. She added, "Actually, this is quite good. After all, we are good sisters. With you and CHFN together, we can all get along well since we know each other so well. Right?" SHH in Shu Eng pondered for a moment and smiled. "Yes, in that case, we could say that the good water flows to the right people." YY New Jersey laughed in response. "I suppose that is one way to put it." SHH in Shu Eng continued. "The main thing is that FNG is handsome, has a high cultivation level, and can casually produce treasures like holy artifacts. He treats people well. Aside from being a bit older, he has only merits. I am increasingly fond of him. Inuyasi Chekev. Being embraced for cultivation without too many clothes for hours can be quite comfortable, and it's easy to develop feelings in such situations." SHH in Shu Eng nodded in agreement. "Indeed, although embracing cultivation does not require anything more. Lying on the same bed as a man does make me nervous and shy. Sometimes, I can't help but think of other things. It's no surprise that feelings would develop. I suspect that both Lee Kyun-ju and Lee S.Y. are also embracing cultivation with CHFN. YY New Jersey sighed. "I suspect so too. When the old ancestor stayed in that courtyard, it was surely for Lee Kyun-ju. He even kissed her when he emerged from seclusion." SHH in Shu Eng laughed. "The old ancestor just hasn't said anything yet. It seems we might soon have two more good sisters." Chapter 86. "I will come to find you again in a few days." YY New Jersey contemplated for a moment and remarked, "No need to worry about that. Those two sisters are quite decent. What I am curious about is whether Sue F.I. and the others have sought out CHFN. They mentioned wanting to find him to enhance their cultivation." SHH in Shu Eng replied, "Sue F.I. has a cheerful personality. And since the old ancestor saved her life before, if he suggests embracing cultivation to enhance her skills, I believe she will certainly agree." Upon reaching this point, Sure Hens Huang paused for a moment, then furrowed his brow and remarked, "However, Ru Yin and Mo Ran are not only rather reserved, but also somewhat hesitant. I suspect that even if they agree, it will take them quite some time to come to a decision." Yi Yinji offered a wry smile and replied, "I estimate they will indeed hesitate. As for Han Bing, I am uncertain. After all, Chu Fan has saved her life. so she might just agree, especially since he did not demand anything in return. After pondering for a moment, Yi Yinji continued, I believe that for the rise of our sect, Ru Yin and Mo Ran will certainly seek out Chu Fan to cultivate stronger spirit kings for our sect. They simply need some time to convince themselves. At this moment, Chu Fan felt a surge of delight within him. He had not only broken through to the 4th rank of Spirit King, but also acquired 2 enchanting Dao partners, one a Grand Elder and the other the sect leader. Just imagining this would undoubtedly evoke envy among the other disciples. It was truly a pleasurable experience. Last night had been exhilarating and wild. Her figure was simply exquisite. As he reminisced about the delightful events of the previous night, Chu Fan felt a sense of fulfillment, finally considering himself a true man. Unexpectedly, at that moment, a gentle knocking was heard. Fango, are you there? Upon hearing the voice of Lu Xiu, Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy. He promptly walked over and opened the door, greeting her with, Xiu, is there something you need? Lu Xiu smiled and stepped inside, then said to Chu Fan, I have spoken to Qing Wei regarding your cultivation enhancement, and she has agreed. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan chuckled, of course. It's nothing scandalous, just a matter of embracing cultivation. There's no need for any awkwardness. Lu Xiu rolled her eyes at him and replied, Fan Ge, you make it sound easy, but for a girl, a little modesty is quite normal. Don't you think? She said she would come back in a couple of days. That's true. Chu Fan Lao Get. However, the next moment, Lu Xiu added, Fan Ge, by the way, the Grand Elder is also your cultivation partner, right? Chu Fan's heart skipped a beat as confusion washed over him. Oh, how do you know that? Lu Xiu's cheeks flushed as she replied, did you forget that your room is next to mine? You and Shi Henzhuang were quite lively last night. Even though this house has good soundproofing, I still heard some commotion. At this point, Lu Xiu lowered her head, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Last night, she had struggled to sleep in the adjacent room, as Chu Fan's room was the farthest to the right, with only her room next to his. Both he and Shi Henzhuang had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol, and in such a state, they had forgotten about the volume of their voices, allowing Lu Xiu to hear their antics. Chu Fan felt a bit awkward and said, well, I suppose you didn't sleep well last night? Lu Xiu laughed lightly. Not really. After embracing cultivation with you twice before, I have broken through to the 4th rank of Spirit Disciple. So even if I were to go without sleep for 10 days, I would still feel quite energized. Chu Fan felt embarrassed, realizing that her statement implied she hadn't slept at all last night. Do you have time tonight? Lu Xiu pondered for a moment, biting her red lip, and said, if I have time, I would like to come find you to try the 3rd embrace of cultivation. After all, I wish to make further progress as well. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Cough. Unless something unexpected occurs, I will definitely be free tonight. If Yinji and Henzhuang don't come looking for me, I will come to your room to call for you. Chu Fan was uncertain if those 2 beauties would suddenly seek him out. All right. Lu Xiu smiled gently and nodded. Just then, the system's voice chimed in. Host. A friendly reminder. This embrace cultivation will yield significant feedback, especially for individuals with special physiques. Of course, those like Lu Xiu, who are suitable for dual cultivation, will also receive feedback from the heavens during their first attempt. Hearing this, Chu Fan was taken aback, realizing that besides Lu Xiu, the system had detected that Bai Ruyin and Yi Yinji also possessed special physiques. Lu Xiu was a Tianyin sacred body, Bai Ruyin a Yin-hanching body, and Yi Yinji possessed the Jiuyin Meidi. It was astounding that all 3 beauties had special physiques and were suitable for dual cultivation. The Huan sect truly harbored hidden talents. Cough, understood system. While your voice is that of a cute girl, why do I feel like you are an old lecher? Chu Fan Gao Get like the host. If you keep saying such things, I might not inform you the next time I encounter a beautiful girl with a special physique. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Perhaps you want them to become your cultivation partners. The system replied with a hint of pride. Chu Fan immediately retorted, don't speak carelessly. I am a person of integrity. How could I entertain such frivolous thoughts? I understand, huh? The system girl unexpectedly laughed. Meanwhile, on the side of the Lihua sect, they finally sensed that something was amiss. Chapter 87. Why are you crying? Lu Xiu smiled slightly and said, Ding, system mission. Confess to Lu Xiu. If she agrees to your confession, you will be rewarded with 5 low-grade sacred treasures. Do you accept the mission? To Chu Fan's surprise, just as Lu Xiu turned to leave, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. 5 low-grade sacred treasures? Those are sacred treasures. I still Haven T acquired the 3 from Ruyan, and now there are 5 more. If I obtain these 5, wouldn't Ruyan and Han Bing also have sacred treasures to use? Perhaps even more to spare. With this thought, Chu Fan felt a rush of excitement and immediately chose to accept the mission. He felt quite confident about this task. Based on the days spent with Lu Xiyu, it was evident that this young girl had an interest in him. Wait, Chu Fan, fearing she might stumble, instinctively wrapped his arms around her. Lu Xiyu's heart raced as she looked up at the handsome man before her, feeling his firm chest and the unique masculine aura he exuded, making her feel somewhat dazed. Fangirl, do you need something? After all, last night, Chu Fan and Shi Henzhuang had engaged in some activities not suitable for children. Could it be that after tasting sweetness, he intended to take advantage of her in broad daylight? With this thought, Lu Xiyu's heart raced even faster, for she harbored a fondness for her ancestor. If he truly desired her, she would have no choice but to surrender. Even if he did not intend to give her a title, she would still be willing, as long as she could be his woman. Whether he would publicly acknowledge her as his Dao partner was inconsequential. Unbeknownst to her, in just a few seconds, Lu Xiyu's mind had spiraled into a myriad of internal dialogues. Xiyu, there is something I wanted to tell you for a long time, but I found it difficult to express. It was Chu Fan's first time embracing a beauty like this. Their gazes locked, and the moment felt reminiscent of scenes from various novels. What is it? Seeing Chu Fan's demeanor, Lu Xiyu felt even more nervous. Did he want to say he wished to cultivate with her? It certainly seemed inappropriate in broad daylight. What if an elder or the sect leader happened to walk in? That would be incredibly awkward. After contemplating, Chu Fan finally said, I like you. I wonder if you would be willing to be my cultivation partner? After expressing his feelings, Chu Fan still felt a twinge of anxiety. What if Lu Xia rejected him? Would that mean the mission would end in failure? Fortunately, this task bore no severe penalties. He had successfully acquired 5 low-grade sacred treasures, and failing would simply mean a loss of face, especially as no one else was present to witness it. Lu Xia, he presumed, would not dare to spread rumors. Overall, Chu Fan's confession, regardless of the outcome, was not a loss. Do you truly have affections for me? Lu Xia's heart soared with joy. She had been anticipating this moment for several days, especially over the past 2 days, consumed by thoughts of Chu Fan to the point of neglecting food and drink, pondering whether he might harbor feelings for her. Now, the esteemed ancestor had confessed his feelings. It felt surreal, akin to a dream. Am I not dreaming? Lu Xia pinched her thigh discreetly and felt the sting, her excitement making it challenging to suppress her smile. I also have feelings for you, esteemed ancestor. You have treated us so kindly. Not just me. Even Lu Qingwei admires you. Lu Xia's cheeks flushed with shyness. After a moment's thought, she added, as long as you like me, that is sufficient. Please promise me you will be my Dao partner in cultivating immortality. Do not say just. Here, there is no just. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan hurriedly responded. He feared Lu Xia might say something that would lead the system to deem the mission a failure, which would be a significant loss. All right, I like you, and I am willing to be your Dao partner. Lu Xia swallowed hard, lowering her head shyly as she spoke softly. Ding. Confession to Lu Xia successful. Host receives 5 low-grade sacred treasures. The treasures have been placed into the host's storage ring. Please check. The system's voice finally rang out at that moment. Upon hearing it, Chu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, if the system had not announced success, the situation would have been precarious. What if Lu Xia had been modest and let the treasure slip away? Of course, Chu Fan felt immense joy. After all, such a beautiful woman had accepted him. And she even mentioned that Lu Qingwei liked him too, which made his heart swell with delight, a sensation of triple joy. After all, securing 5 sacred treasures was indeed a cause for celebration. Xia, what were you going to say just about earlier? Now that the task was accomplished and the treasure secured, Chu Fan felt curious. Lu Xia, feeling a bit bashful, replied, It's just that my talent isn't exceptional. I feel unworthy of you due to my low cultivation level and humble background. You are a revered ancestor, and my status pales in comparison. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan instinctively tightened his embrace. Foolish girl, that is inconsequential. Your cultivation has progressed rapidly. How can you claim to have poor talent? Rest assured, even if your talent is not the best, I will find treasures to enhance your cultivation abilities. Pausing for a moment, he continued, besides, you only need to reach a certain level of cultivation. Why strive for greatness? I am your man, and it is my duty to protect you. Do you wish to cultivate to protect me? Hearing such heartwarming words, Lucia felt as though she were basking in honeyed sweetness. Looking at Chu Fan, her eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. Why are you crying? Seeing the beautiful woman in tears tugged at Chu Fan's heartstrings. He could not bear such sights and felt a strong urge to protect her. Lucia hurriedly wiped her tears from the corners of her eyes. I am overwhelmed with happiness. My sister and I lost our family when we were young, witnessing their murder by the people of the Lihua sect. We barely survived by jumping into the river, enduring hardships, and living off tree roots. After a long struggle, we finally grew up and embarked on the path of immortality, only to face threats from the likes of Yi Qiu and Bu Yaolian. We lived in constant fear. After a brief pause, Lucia added, you, as our sect's ancestor, have not looked down on my sister and me for our humble origins, and you have treated us with such kindness. I am deeply moved. Chapter 88. Unable to resist temptation, Chu Fan felt a wave of emotions wash over him, realizing how much sorrow Lucia and Lu Qingwei had endured. With a determined expression, he declared, fear not, the wretched Lihua sect will soon pay for their sins. I shall eradicate their sect and avenge you and the other female disciples. Lucia nodded. As long as you do not despise me, I am willing to be your woman in private. You need not make our relationship public. I am already content. Chu Fan immediately adopted a serious demeanor. What are you saying? My woman is my woman, regardless of status. We must uphold principles of fairness and transparency. Understood? At this, Chu Fan gazed at her alluring red lips and gently pressed a kiss upon them before continuing. Remember, from now on, you shall call me Fan Gu, not ancestor. However, regarding our relationship, I will reveal it when the time is right. I am currently with the Grand Elder, and I fear she might feel displeased if she discovers our connection too soon. Once the moment is appropriate, I will tell her. Yes, I will follow your lead. I already feel so happy. As long as I can be your woman, Fan Gu, nothing else matters. Lucia smiled sweetly, her expression radiating joy. After all, you are the man I admire. Being able to cultivate alongside the one I love is the greatest happiness. Chu Fan chuckled, and after a moment of contemplation, he could not help but ask, by the way, you mentioned earlier that Qingwei also has feelings for me? Is that true? Lucia smiled brightly. Of course, it is true. No one understands her better than I do. Initially, when you emerged from seclusion and kissed her, she felt a bit upset. However, after you helped us, all that remained was gratitude. Gradually, I noticed that Qingwei indeed has feelings for you. However, she is shy and finds it difficult to confront her emotions. At this point, Lucia paused before continuing. Moreover, she likely harbors the same concerns I do, believing that only powerful figures like the Grand Elder or the sect leader are worthy of you. Our cultivation is too low to be a match for someone as esteemed as you, who is far superior to the sect leader. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt reassured. After mulling over it, Lucia asked, so, does Fan Gu like Qingwei? If you do not, it might hurt her feelings. With a gentle smile, Chu Fan replied, how could I not like someone as enchanting as Qingwei? If I did not have feelings for her, why would I have kissed her upon emerging from seclusion? I fell for her at first sight. Really? That is wonderful. I knew you would like her. Lucia's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile brightening her face like a crescent moon. This matter should remain confidential for now. Do not tell her. After all, she will come to me for guidance in cultivation, and I will tell her in person later. Chu Fan suggested. All right, hee. We will serve you well as your women. Lucia exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan embraced her waist and could not help but laugh. So, now that you have accepted my confession, we are officially in a relationship as Dao partners. May I kiss you? Lucia's face flushed crimson. Have they not just kissed? Yes. Lucia nodded slightly, her voice as delicate as a whisper, almost inaudible unless one possessed the cultivation of a Lingwan. Chu Fan promptly lifted her chin with a finger, while Lucia blushed, pouting her lips, her heart racing. After all, this was their first genuine kiss. What had occurred earlier was merely a brief contact. Gazing at her exquisite visage, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement and leaned in to kiss her. Just as his lips were about to meet Lucia's rosy ones, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Lucia was startled and hurriedly took a few steps back. Chu Fan, at a loss for words, thought, Mo Ran truly has impeccable timing. It must be deliberate. Nevertheless, considering Mo Ran's beauty, he chose not to hold a grudge against the girl. Yes. Chu Fan reluctantly concluded the romantic moment and opened the door. Chuji, sure. I'll take my leave now and won't disturb you any longer. Lucia, still blushing, pretended to be composed as she uttered those words and departed hastily. Mo Ran furrowed her brow. During the day, she wondered why Lucia sought Chu Fan and why she had appeared so flustered just moments ago. Both Lucia and Lu Qingyue possessed the charm of rare beauties, and now that they resided under the same roof as the ancestor, could it be that they had already engaged in close cultivation together? It seemed the ancestor had developed a special bond with these two girls. After all, he had specifically chosen to stay here, likely drawn to them, and had even gifted them combat outfits. One could only speculate that their relationship had progressed significantly. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Mo Ran concluded that the ancestor was rather flirtatious. Indeed, all men were inherently drawn to beauty. Closing the door behind him, Chu Fan presumed Mo Ran had come to seek him for close cultivation, which would be awkward to propose without closing the door first. Noticing her deep in thought, Chu Fan smiled and asked, Second Elder, what brings you here? Are you here for close cultivation? At this, Mo Ran paused before responding earnestly. The Grand Elder and the Sect Master, Yin Ji, can embrace cultivation for the growth of the sect alongside you, Ancestor. As the Second Elder, I also bear the responsibility of strengthening our sect. Hence, I have resolved to strive for a breakthrough to the Ling Wang level. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy. Indeed, whether it was by Ruyin or Mo Ran, they could not resist such temptation. How many women could withstand such a lure? Mo Ran smiled gently, adding, especially after witnessing Yin Ji and the Grand Elder participating in battle yesterday. Both of their cultivations are so advanced, while I, as the Second Elder, could only watch in worry and anxiety, realizing the importance of breaking through to Ling Wang level sooner rather than later. Chu Fan chuckled. Mo Ran, rest assured, despite my fondness for beautiful women, like yourself, I would never coerce anyone into doing something against their will. Thus, when it comes to close cultivation, you need not worry about anything beyond that. Mo Ran felt touched by his sincerity. At least she knew the ancestor was genuine. With a slight smile and a nod, she replied, Very well. I trust you, Ancestor. You are certainly not that kind of petty person. Chu Fan felt a bit embarrassed. Was she hinting at something? If he were to lose control later, would he not become the very petty person she spoke of? That seemed inevitable. Mo Ran, noticing his awkwardness, couldn't help but giggle. All right, Ancestor. When shall we commence? How long will it take? Can we start now? Chu Fan, internally amused, wished to embrace this beauty and cultivate in bed right away. However, it was broad daylight, an inappropriate time. Once they began, it would require at least 3 to 4 hours and ideally 5 to 6 hours for optimal results. After all, they had been interrupted just as he was about to kiss her, and he feared another interruption would occur if they started now. Moreover, he had already arranged a third close cultivation session with Lucia for that night, and she seemed eager to utilize its effects for another breakthrough. After pondering for a moment, he said, Cough, Second Elder, we need to clarify something. Daytime isn't suitable for this. For effective results, once we start, it's best not to stop. If we interrupt the process before completing a full cycle, it would be ineffective, and if we were disturbed, it could even backfire. He paused before continuing. Once we begin, it will take several hours for optimal results. Thus, daytime cultivation is risky. If someone were to seek me out, it could be problematic. Given the duration, you may need to stay overnight. Overnight? Mo Ran frowned, wondering if this flirtatious ancestor was trying to deceive her. Chu Fan chuckled. I have no alternative. This is how my cultivation method works. It's its unique characteristic. Moreover, dedicating a few hours could elevate your cultivation by more than one rank. Isn't that worth it? How long would it take for you to achieve a breakthrough to the first rank of Ling Wang on your own? Mo Ran nodded slowly, recognizing her own greed. Close cultivation was indeed an extraordinary opportunity. Did she truly expect to elevate her cultivation in mere moments? That was simply unrealistic. Mo Ran nodded thoughtfully. Then, which night will be most suitable? I heard from the Grand Elder that at least 3 sessions are required, and the effects of the first 3 are excellent, correct? Chu Fan affirmed. At least 3 sessions, of course. If you seek a 4th or 5th, I would not refuse. Considering we are from the same sect and are quite familiar. Mo Ran nearly fainted. As a pure maiden who had never been touched by any man, not even holding hands, the thought of shedding her outer garments and laying on the same bed with the ancestor for several hours was overwhelmingly embarrassing. She could only imagine how he would look forward to a 4th or 5th session. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Fan added the 4th and 5th sessions, or any subsequent close cultivation, will still be effective, though not as impactful as the first 3. Furthermore, if your cultivation reaches the Ling Sheng level, the effects will undoubtedly diminish, as it is inherently challenging for such strong practitioners to break through. Mo Ran nodded with a smile. I see. In that case, it will be best for me to come to you at night, after everyone has gone to sleep, to avoid being discovered. It wouldn't be good otherwise. After contemplating, Chu Fan concluded, let us settle on that. You may come to me tomorrow night for our first close cultivation session. Very well. I shall take my leave for now, smiled softly and said, all right, see you tomorrow night. As Chu Fan gazed at its slightly voluptuous figure, anticipation began to stir within him. Unexpectedly, as opened the door, Bai Ru Yin stood outside, her hand raised, ready to knock. Ah, second elder, you're inside? Bai Ru Yin exclaimed, startled upon seeing. Instantly, S cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, yes, I was looking for the ancestor regarding something, so I shall take my leave. Feeling a bit embarrassed, swiftly flew away. After Bai Ru Yin entered the room, she casually closed the door behind her and couldn't help but chuckle. Ancestor, if I'm not mistaken, the second elder must have come to discuss the matter of embracing cultivation with you, right? Chu Fan smiled faintly and nodded. Indeed, previously she, like you, felt a bit shy and said she needed a few days to consider. Now, she has made up her mind. Upon hearing this, Bai Ru Yin exclaimed, she agreed? Chu Fan chuckled. Of course, it is merely an embrace for cultivation, not something that would tarnish her virtue. It is actually quite harmless. Rest assured, I would never force her into anything against her will. Bai Ru Yin smiled in satisfaction. As for me, I also intend to have you assist me in enhancing my cultivation. After witnessing the splendid battles of Shi Hen Shuang and others yesterday, I truly understand that our sect's weakness makes us vulnerable to bullying. Here, Bai Ru Yin paused before continuing. If it weren't for the ancestor being here, and if you hadn't helped them both elevate their cultivation, our sect would have likely faced dire consequences yesterday. My sisters and I would have certainly been bullied by that old fellow, Zhu Dechong. Clenching her fist, Bai Ru Yin declared, I too wish to become stronger. I must break through to the 3rd or 4th rank Ling Wang as soon as possible. Chu Fan chuckled in response. I believe your potential exceeds merely the 3rd or 4th rank Ling Wang. Bai Ru Yin was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Could it be that she could surpass Shi Hen Shuang's cultivation? After all, she was already envious of Shi Hen Shuang's current prowess. The 4th rank Ling Wang, combined with the enhancements from her battle gear, and with the low-grade holy treasure Chu Fan had bestowed upon Shi Hen Shuang, she imagined Shi Hen Shuang could easily vanquish a 6th rank Ling Wang. With a gentle smile, Chu Fan continued, to be frank, both you and Yin Ji possess special physiques, while Hen Shuang does not. Thus, you're more suited for embracing cultivation, which will yield even better results. Bai Ru Yin, curious, asked, what special physique do I possess? Overjoyed, she pressed on for more information. You possess the Yin Han sacred body, which is particularly suitable for dual cultivation. Not only will the enhancements from embracing cultivation be significant, but if you were to engage in dual cultivation with a man for the first time, your cultivation would rise considerably as well. This is the response from the heavens to such a unique physique, Chu Fan explained candidly. Upon hearing this, Bai Ru Yin's heart raced. The realization that she was suited for dual cultivation made her cheeks flush. Well, that has something to discuss later. For now, I think I should first try embracing cultivation to see how it goes, she replied with a shy smile. Chu Fan nodded. No problem. However, this process will require considerable time, as I explained before. Therefore, we can only embark on this endeavor at night to avoid any interruptions during the day. If it takes a long time, you may stay overnight at my place. A night will provide ample time. The mere thought of staying overnight made Bai Ru Yin feel a wave of shyness. The situation was already quite ambiguous, and the idea of lying down together for an entire night made her feel bashful. Yet, recalling the stunning display of prowess by Shi Hen Shuang and Yi Yin Ji yesterday, and feeling powerless for not being able to contribute, She finally nodded. All right. How about I come to find you tomorrow night? Chu Fan raised an eyebrow. Tomorrow night might not be suitable. Let's make it the night after. I have already promised for tomorrow night. This cultivation is one-on-one, and it wouldn't be appropriate to embrace two at once. I understand. Bai Ru Yin smiled, nodding in agreement. By the way, I heard from the sect master that you're also an alchemist? Chu Fan smiled, yes. I have heard that you're the most skilled alchemist in our sect. When you have some free time, I'll be glad to offer you some guidance. That sounds wonderful. Bai Ru Yin beamed with joy. She had always loved alchemy, but had recently felt a bit stuck, as if she had hit a bottleneck. The prospect of receiving guidance from the ancestor thrilled her. Then I shall take my leave, Bai Ru Yin said, her heart feeling lighter now that the decision was made. Previously indecisive, she felt a sense of relief now that the time was set. Go ahead. Chu Fan waved his hand. Soon, Bai Ru Yin opened the door and flew away. Not far from her departure, she encountered Ling Shuefei and Mu Hanbing, who were flying towards her. Shuefei, Hanbing, are you two looking for the ancestor? Bai Ru Yin inquired upon seeing them approach. You aren't trying to ask him for help in enhancing your cultivation, are you? Ling Shuefei smiled slightly, of course. Hanbing and I happen to have some free time these days, so we plan to seek the ancestor's assistance together. After saying this, Ling Shuefei recalled that Bai Ru Yin seemed to have just come from Chu Fan's direction and frowned. You also just went to him for help in enhancing your cultivation, didn't you? Bai Ru Yin nodded shyly. Both and I just visited him. We've arranged to meet him tomorrow and the day after. However, I wonder if it will be too taxing for the ancestor to engage in embracing cultivation for 2 consecutive days. If you're heading to find him now, you may need a schedule for a later time. Ling Shuefei chuckled. It seems we all had the same thought to seek him today. Haha, in that case, Hanbing and I should hold off. We don't want to tire the ancestor out. We'll wait a few days until he has had a chance to rest before seeking him. Mu Hanbing nodded in agreement. Yes. If we all go to find him together, the ancestor will surely be overwhelmed. I heard from Hen Shuang that one needs to cultivate 3 times before reaching her level. So we should wait. There's no need to rush. Bai Ru Yin nodded. Anyway, now that Yin Ji has already reached the 7th rank Ling Wang, having even slain Zhu Dechang, who is a 9th rank Ling Wang, we truly have no need to worry. At this moment, on the side of the Lai Hua sect, they indeed could no longer sit still. The conflict between the Hanling sect and the Cangyu sect had essentially come to an end. However, it was not a life-or-death struggle between the 2 sects, but rather a contest of strength. Both sides were cautious, knowing that a true battle could leave them severely weakened, even if they were to emerge victorious. Thus, they refrained from direct confrontation. The recent skirmish primarily involved several affiliated sects from both sides, each sending a comparable number of disciples or elders to engage in a mutual slaughter within the forest. Ultimately, the Cangyu sect suffered significant losses, while the Hanling sect emerged victorious, acquiring some cultivation resources that the Cangyu sect had conceded. After compensating with some treasures, the Cangyu sect agreed not to seek treasures in the forest that belonged to the Hanling sect in the future. His face was adorned with a broad smile. For the Li Hu Ziying had rendered considerable assistance to the HNL Nji Ziying this time, thereby reaping substantial rewards. He had also ascended to the rank of a 2nd-rank Spirit King, and the sect had welcomed several 1st-rank Spirit Kings, which greatly bolstered his confidence in the future of their sect. Esteemed colleagues, we have received quite a bounty this time. During my absence from the sect, nothing of great consequence occurred, did it? The leader of Li Hu Ziying inquired jovially. Chapter 91. The inability to annihilate the HNZ the leader of Li Hu Ziying, known as HNDDO, with his striking red hair, exuded an impressive presence. An elder furrowed his brow and speculated, Leader, do you think something might have gone awry? Over the past few months, we have demanded 100 female disciples from the HNZ, yet they stubbornly refused, offering only 50. Could it be that they are now unwilling to part with even 50? ZHNDD let out a derisive chuckle, huh? Those women from the HNZ are nothing but cowards. They lack the audacity to refuse our demands, even if they are reluctant. They would not dare harm anyone from our sect. As he continued, ZHNDD spoke with fervor. Recently, the 3rd elder, the 4th elder, and the 5th elder have all achieved breakthroughs due to the elixirs provided by HNL Nji Ziying, ascending to the rank of 1st-rank Spirit Kings. Now, with myself, the Grand Elder, and the 2nd Elder, our sect boasts 6 formidable Spirit Kings, a significant leap from the previous three. The other protectors, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of unrestrained joy. The third elder, brimming with pride, declared, Our sect now possesses 6 spirit kings. In a few years, should we all achieve breakthroughs, we may well rival some third-rate sections. The fourth elder chimed in with a smile. Indeed, the women of the H and Z Ing are merely 9th-rank spirit venerates. If we were to dispatch even one of our spirit king elders, they would surely tremble in fear. They would not dare to harm our emissaries. Clearly, all present believe that even if the H and Z Ing were granted 10-fold courage, they would not dare to act against their emissaries. The fifth elder, upon hearing this, stepped forward eagerly. Leader, allow me to go. I have yet to visit the H and Z Ing. I have heard tales of their leader and several elders being exquisite beauties. I must see if the legends are true. The fourth elder, initially wishing to go, felt a twinge of disdain as he observed how swiftly the fifth elder had moved. This old lecher was undoubtedly hoping to catch a glimpse of the H and Z Ing's beauties. After all, the fifth elder, being a spirit king, could easily intimidate those women into submission. ZHDDO laughed heartily. Excellent. Once you arrive, showcase your prowess, so they understand that our Li Hu Z Ing has transformed. Teach those women a lesson, making it clear that should they dare to defy our sect, even if we are on friendly terms, I could find a reason to eradicate the H and Z Ing. Pausing momentarily, he continued, regardless, our sect is thriving. With our recent achievements before H and Z Ing, they will likely turn a blind eye should we decide to eliminate the diminutive H and Z Ing. The fifth elder, chuckling, responded, Rest assured, if they have indeed detained our emissaries, I shall ensure they understand what it means to face consequences. Tomorrow, I will take 20 elite disciples along, merely to instill a sense of fear. The Grand Elder, contemplating, addressed HDDO leader. I believe that even if the H and Z Ing were to harm our emissaries, we must refrain from annihilating their sect. Taken aback, ZHDDO queried, What do you mean by that? The Grand Elder sighed, then explained, First, if we were to destroy the H and Z Ing, even if Z Ing were to overlook it, we would still be viewed as a subordinate force. Such actions would inevitably displease them. He paused, then continued, Second, should the H and Z Ing offend us, we could still exploit them. We could compel them to send more female disciples to serve us. The leader and several elders could occasionally visit us to provide companionship. I believe they would comply to protect their sect. If we were to eliminate them entirely, our source of amusement would vanish. The second elder quickly interjected, Indeed, leader, a fleeting moment of pleasure cannot compare to a sustained source of enjoyment. The latter is far more favorable. The third elder nodded in agreement. As long as the H and Z Ing remains, they will continue to recruit female disciples, ensuring a steady influx for our enjoyment. Should they dare to threaten our emissaries or detain them, we could still extract resources from them monthly, thus stifling their development while securing cultivation materials for our sect, a truly advantageous arrangement. Chapter 92. Rectifying matters. Now hearing this, ZHDDO nodded slowly, then raised his thumb to the Grand Elder. You truly are the strategist of our sect. A genius indeed. The Grand Elder smiled, but remained silent, inwardly thinking that was rather foolish of ZHDDO. Given the beauty of Yi, New Jersey, and others, should they destroy the sect? Eliminating Yi, New Jersey, and SHH and Chu Ing would eliminate their future sources of enjoyment. Ultimately, ZHDDO waved his hand dismissively. That evening, as CHF noted the hour had grown late and no beauty sought him, he felt a sense of calm wash over him. He then proceeded to Li SY's chamber, where he found her. SY, are you free now? Come, let us retire to my room, CHFN said with a cheerful smile. Li SY, having long awaited this moment, shyly nodded and followed CHFN to his room. Upon entering, CHFN closed the door behind them and embraced Li SY from behind, saying, SY, remember when we attempted to kiss at noon and were interrupted? Shall we continue? Upon hearing this, Li SY found herself both amused and perplexed. Did not the old ancestor already possess a leader? Moreover, she had overheard SHH and Chu Eng's voice next door, clearly indicating that she too was one of CHFN's women. With 2 women already involved, why was CHFN so eager? As CHFN held her, Li Sy couldn't help but feel her heart race. Turning to face him, she suggested, "It is getting late. Perhaps we should prioritize our cultivation first? After we finish, I shall allow you to kiss me. What do you think?" CHFN. Upon hearing this, felt elated. The thought of the ensuing heat after cultivation, combined with the intimate atmosphere, made him ponder the possibilities. Thus, he eagerly nodded, "All right, let us cultivate first, and after we conclude, we shall kiss." Lucia shyly nodded her head. When Chu Fan finally released her, she swiftly removed her outer garments, donning only a scanty attire to shield her modesty before burrowing into Chu Fan's warm bed. Observing the alluring silhouette of Lucia, Chu Fan felt a surge of heat within him and soon followed suit, clad in merely a fragment of clothing as he joined her beneath the covers. Although this marked their third embrace during their cultivation, Lucia still felt an overwhelming sense of nervousness when Chu Fan wrapped his arms around her from behind. Especially when his hand ventured to rest upon her lower abdomen, a shiver coursed through her body, her heart racing as if it might leap from her chest. Chu Fan was taken aback by her reaction, pondering whether it stemmed from her unique constitution. Taking a deep breath, Chu Fan endeavored to quell his wandering thoughts. However, being so closely entwined, maintaining a tranquil mind proved to be a formidable challenge. He silently recited a calming mantra, allowing him to channel his Xie Huan divine technique. Gradually, the spiritual energy in the air began to swirl, circulating between their bodies to form an inner cycle. As time passed, Lucia soon discovered a delightful warmth enveloping her entire being, a sensation so exquisite that it was utterly unparalleled. It rendered her entirely relaxed, akin to an infant cradled in a mother's embrace, sheltered by maternal love, instilling a profound sense of security. Nonetheless, she could not shake the peculiar feeling of something pressing against her. In a drowsy haze, Lucia unexpectedly drifted off to sleep. After more than 4 hours of cultivation, Chu Fan concluded his practice, finding the results quite satisfactory. With a mischievous grin, he thought it was finally time for a kiss. Given their scant attire, he anticipated that the moment of intimacy would naturally unfold. However, as he turned to face Lucia, he was surprised to find her fast asleep, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Could it be that luck was not on his side? How could she have fallen asleep so quickly? Chu Fan was left speechless, lamenting his unfortunate timing, as he had hoped for something more intimate with Lucia that evening. Yet, gazing at her serene countenance, he refrained from waking her. Instead, he lay back, embracing her from behind and closing his eyes. It must be said that Lucia possessed an extraordinary physique. When Chu Fan awakened the following morning, she was still in slumber. He chuckled softly before sitting up and dressing himself. Upon waking, Lucia found Chu Fan gazing at her, and a blush crept across her cheeks as she hurriedly donned her clothes. "Chu Fan, I'm truly sorry. I felt so comfortable last night that I fell asleep. You don't hold it against me for not kissing you, do you?" she said, her voice laced with embarrassment. Chu Fan offered a wry smile, reassuring her. "It's perfectly fine. As long as you slept well, that is all that matters. After all, you are my cultivation partner now. It is merely a matter of time." Lucia approached, resting her hands on Chu Fan's shoulders, and smiled sweetly. "Well then, we can make up for it now." "All right, that is your promise." Chu Fan replied with a playful smile before leaning down to kiss Lucia's rosy lips. With the early hour and no interruptions, they finally experienced the sweetness of each other's kiss. Both engaged in the kiss with earnestness and enjoyment. Lucia's heart raced, overwhelmed by happiness. Although they refrained from crossing any lines, Chu Fan held her tightly, savoring her almost perfect form. After a prolonged kiss, Lucia shyly pulled away, feeling that they could not continue lest they succumb to further temptations. "That's enough for now. If we continue, my lips might swell," she said, her gaze lowered in bashfulness. Chu Fan chuckled, soon recalling something important. "By the way, tonight, Mo Ran will be coming to find me for cultivation, and tomorrow evening, Ruyan will also seek me out. You should inform Qingyu that I will be unavailable these 2 nights. I fear she might not know and come looking for me." After all, Lucia had previously mentioned that Lu Qingyu agreed to let Chu Fan help her enhance her cultivation, but she had not specified when. It would be rather inappropriate if she were to arrive tonight. Upon hearing this, Lucia chuckled lightly. "It seems, Fangu, you have quite the fortune with the ladies." "Of course, who wouldn't he, given my imposing stature and striking handsomeness?" Chu Fan laughed heartily, his confidence unabashed. By the way, let me check my current cultivation level. Lucia quickly recalled something and began to assess her own cultivation. Wow, I have already reached the first rank of Ling Zun. This must be a joke. I have made such significant progress. This is fantastic. I am now considered an elite disciple. After examining her progress, Lucia felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. The results exceeded her expectations. She had not anticipated such remarkable outcomes from her third embrace with Chu Fan. Chu Fan also checked his cultivation. Having advanced from the 4th rank of Ling Wang to the initial stage of the 7th rank of Ling Wang, an acceptable outcome. While his rank was merely 7th, the martial techniques he remembered were anything but trivial. He was confident that even those at the 2nd or 3rd rank of Ling Huang would not stand a chance against him. Moreover, he had yet to utilize his secret weapon, the fist that could instantaneously defeat opponents. This was his trump card. Chu Fan felt elated, believing that to elevate the He Huan sect and forge it into the strongest sect, he must first strengthen himself. Only after achieving personal strength could he procure greater resources. Sia, I have a low-grade holy treasure. How about I gift you one? Chu Fan suggested after some contemplation, although Lucia's cultivation was slightly lower. After confessing his feelings to her, he had received 5 low-grade holy treasures as a reward for her agreeing to be his cultivation partner. Thus, it would weigh on his conscience not to give her one. Upon hearing this, Lucia was taken aback. Fanga, you possess such treasures? They are low-grade holy treasures. Even the leaders of sects like Hanling Zong would envy such items. You truly have one? Such treasures were coveted by all. However, after a moment of astonishment, Lucia smiled wryly, saying, Fangu, it would be best to reserve such treasures for the elders. While I have advanced to the 1st rank of Ling Zun, my cultivation is still too low to compare with them. I would not be able to maximize its potential, and it could even attract unwanted danger. Such treasures are better suited for the elders, who can wield their true power. Chu Fan was surprised by Lucia's humble refusal of such a precious gift. He knew that most would leap for joy at the prospect of receiving such a treasure, eager to claim it immediately. Indeed, possessing a low-grade sacred treasure renders the prospect of defeating enemies of a higher level utterly feasible. However, at this moment, Lucia's primary concern remained the greater picture. Chu Fan smiled gently and reassured her, Rest assured, the other elders will receive one as well. I shall provide for them. After a brief pause, he continued, You have already attained the cultivation of a spirit sovereign, which is quite commendable. Take this. Unless absolutely necessary, do not reveal it. Keep it in your storage ring. No one will know you possess such a treasure. Is it truly possible for them to all possess such a valuable treasure? Lucia was once again taken aback by Chu Fan's words. How could he speak of such an exquisite item as if it were mere cabbage? Therefore, you should keep it, Chu Fan said with a smile as he presented a low-grade sacred sword into Lucia's hands. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Lucia exclaimed, Fangu, you are too kind to me. Chu Fan replied with a gentle smile, You are my woman. Is it not natural for me to treat you well? But this is a sacred treasure, Lucia protested. Typically, many cultivators only utilize magical artifacts. Possessing a spiritual treasure is already commendable. Yet you present me with a sacred one. Chu Fan affectionately patted her head and said, All right, put away for now. Lucia nodded in agreement and carefully stored the item. She then kissed Chu Fan, her face beaming with happiness. The fact that he could bestow such a precious treasure upon her indicated his genuine affection, which deeply moved Lucia. After all, Lucia had always been a woman plagued by insecurity, even though Chu Fan had professed his feelings for her just the previous day. Offering her the role of his cultivation partner, a lingering doubt remained in her heart. She worried that he might only be enamored by her beauty, and that his affections would wane in time. However, his gift of such a valuable artifact spoke volumes about his sincerity. Soon, Lucia left with an elated spirit, her smile unwavering as she stepped outside. The thought that she had fallen asleep the previous night made her chuckle. Fanga knew I was asleep, and didn't he wake me up just to kiss me? What a considerate man he is. Being his woman is truly a blessing. Upon returning to her room, Lucia's heart swelled with joy as she reminisced about Chu Fan's kindness. By midday, Lu Qingwei approached her, inquiring, Sister, how did it go? Did you speak with the ancestor? Is he willing to assist me in enhancing my cultivation? Lucia couldn't help but smile. The ancestor was not merely willing to help her sister, but was evidently fond of Lu Qingyue. Had the ancestor not explicitly stated his intentions to speak with Lu Qingyue himself, she would have already shared this insight with her sister. Sister, stop smiling foolishly. It seems you sought the ancestor's help for your cultivation last night, didn't you? You look overjoyed. Did you experience a significant breakthrough? Or has your relationship with the ancestor taken a substantial turn? Lu Qingyue speculated, noticing the sweet smile on Lucia's face. Lucia nodded with a smile. Indeed, the progress has been remarkable. Surprisingly, the ancestor even confessed his feelings to me, asking if I liked him. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue's expression became animated. Recognizing that Lucia's feelings for Chu Fan were not superficial, the sisters understood each other's sentiments, yet had been reluctant to acknowledge them openly. Of course, I spoke the truth. I accepted his feelings. He treats me so well, Lucia said with a hint of glee. That's wonderful. As long as you're happy. With the ancestor watching over us, we should face no bullying within the Huan sect. Lu Qingyue responded, sharing in her sister's joy. After pondering for a moment, she couldn't resist asking, by the way, how is your cultivation progressing? What level have you achieved? Lucia smiled faintly. The feedback seems rather random. It varies each time. Last night, I don't know if it was due to the prolonged embrace during our training, but the effects were exceptional. Could it be that you've reached the 8th rank of the Spirit Sovereign? Lu Qingyue eagerly inquired, anxious to know the extent of her sister's progress. Before meeting the ancestor, Lucia had not even been a spirit master, merely a 9th grade Qi practitioner. Now, judging by her demeanor, she likely had reached the 8th or 9th rank of the Spirit Sovereign. Otherwise, Lucia would not be so ecstatic and animated. Lucia released her spiritual energy, revealing her cultivation level to Lu Qingyue. Look, what rank am I? Your aura has surpassed the Spirit Sovereign realm, achieving the 1st rank of the Spirit Sovereign. Lu Qingyue gasped, her lips parting in disbelief. Some disciples, even after decades or centuries of cultivation, might not attain such status. Yet, after merely 3 embraces of training with the ancestor, her sister had experienced such a miraculous breakthrough. Lucia dispersed her spiritual energy and smiled. Yes, I am now a 1st-rank Spirit Sovereign. It feels surreal. Those elite disciples I once admired now seem within my reach. I never anticipated achieving such a breakthrough so swiftly. I am truly envious of you, sister. You are remarkable. Lu Qingyue expressed, filled with admiration. Lucia chuckled softly. Chu Fan mentioned I possess a special physique, conducive to dual cultivation, which is why the effects are so pronounced. However, he also mentioned that if I engage in dual cultivation, I could receive feedback from the heavens during my first time, enabling a significant breakthrough. Lu Qingyue laughed, sister. Now that you and the ancestor have established your relationship as cultivation partners, why not engage in dual cultivation and see if it truly works? If you were to experience several more breakthroughs, you would certainly be among the elite disciples. Lucia's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she shyly replied, You silly girl. Why do you speak such things? Although our relationship is developing well, it is still new. Rushing into such matters would be inappropriate. He might think of me as a frivolous woman. Lu Qingyue laughed. Your first time remains intact. How could he possibly think that of you? Sister, just follow your feelings. Seeing your blissful smile brings me joy. After a moment of contemplation, Lucia hinted, I believe you, too, will find happiness with the one you adore. I know you have feelings for him, correct? Of course not. Why must you always drag me into your matters? Lu Qingyue blushed and then said, Perhaps I will seek him out tonight. Seeing your cultivation soar has inspired me. I cannot only envy you. To her surprise, Lucia smiled and said, Qingyue, tonight might not be suitable. What? Lu Qingyue was taken aback, asking, Is it that the ancestor does not wish to assist me in enhancing my cultivation? Or perhaps, having just embraced you in training, he is too drained to engage with another woman immediately? Lucia couldn't help but chuckle. It's not that. The main reason is that tonight, Elder Mo Ran will be looking for him, and tomorrow night, Elder Bai Rian will also seek out the ancestor. The ancestor is simply too busy. Perhaps we should wait a few days to discuss your matter. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue felt a sense of relief wash over her. She had previously feared that Chu Fan would be unwilling to assist her in enhancing her cultivation. However, considering the circumstances, it was understandable. The sect master and the grand elder had both significantly improved their cultivation levels, and the second and third elders must have noticed, stirring their own impatience. After all, who wouldn't desire to break through to the Spirit King level? Moreover, it wasn't merely a single breakthrough. It was a leap of several ranks. Indeed, I suppose I shall wait a little longer. After all, having a few more powerful Spirit Kings emerge from our sect is of utmost importance. Lu Qingwen mused with a slight smile. She was acutely aware that the He Huan sect was in dire need of Spirit King level experts. Although the sect master had already reached the 7th rank Spirit King and even defeated a 9th rank Spirit King in his early stage, the number of Spirit Kings in the He Huan sect remained insufficient. If only a few more formidable Spirit Kings like Shi Hen Shuang could establish their presence, the overall strength of the sect would see a considerable boost. At that juncture, not only would the Lai Hui sect be no match, but even third-rate sects would struggle against the Huan sect. Meanwhile, on the side of the Lai Hui sect, the 5th elder had gathered 20 elite disciples with commendable cultivation levels to accompany him on his journey. These elite disciples were filled with excitement at the prospect of causing trouble for the He Huan sect, which was renowned for its beauty. Although they had sent female disciples over in recent months, these had all been selected from among the registered disciples. Some beauties had already ascended to outer or inner sect disciples, leaving them with no opportunity to indulge. The intention of this journey was indeed to create a disturbance. Perhaps a slight threat would persuade the He Huan sect to allow them to select some female disciples for their enjoyment. With this thought in mind, the selected male disciples were naturally thrilled. The 5th elder wore a proud expression, having broken through to Spirit King level. The prospect of showcasing his prowess in a sect filled with stunning women was a source of great satisfaction. Even if the sect master would not accompany him, he was determined to have at least one of the elders select someone to keep him company. Although the two sects were not far apart, traveling with such a large group would still require 2 days of leisurely flight. Ah, He Huan sect, here I come. The 5th elder chuckled, stroking his beard in delight. As night descended, while the 5th elder and his companions were still en route, Chu Fan remained in his chamber, patiently awaiting the arrival of certain beauty. Concerned that she might feel shy upon arrival, he had prepared some food and drink on the table, quietly anticipating her. As time passed, when it grew somewhat late, a shadow darted in, and the door swiftly closed behind her. Upon seeing Mo Ran in her black dress, Chu Fan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Elder, is that attire specifically for tonight? Mo Ran shyly nodded. Not exactly. I just thought it was suitable for the occasion. Chu Fan smiled. How about we enjoy a few drinks first? I fear you may feel too bashful otherwise. Mo Ran was taken aback by Chu Fan's consideration. He was indeed quite thoughtful, which explained why Yin Ji willingly chose him as her cultivation partner. Thank you, ancestor, she said as she sat down, her heart lightening at the sight of the handsome man before her. Please, just call me Chu Fan or Fanga. Referring to me as ancestor feels too formal, he responded with a smile. Mo Ran chuckled shyly. It's just that in my heart, you are a revered figure. Adjusting to calling you something else feels a bit strange. Haha. Well, let us drink then. There is nothing odd about that. I certainly don't find it strange. He teased. After all, you just mentioned that you want to embrace from behind. Chu Fan laughed heartily, finding her adorable demeanor endearing. After sharing a few drinks, Mo Ran stood up and declared, All right, ancestor, I am ready. Rest assured, just think of it as a cozy sleep beside me. By morning, you will surely have attained your Spirit King level, Chu Fan assured her. As he gazed at her figure and her alluring long legs, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Mo Ran shed her black dress, revealing scanty garments underneath. Her heart raced with anxiety, yet she reminded herself of the need for her contribution to the sect's rise. Leading her to obediently climb into Chu Fan's bed, her cheeks flushed. Soon, Chu Fan also removed his clothing, clad only in a pair of shorts, and nestled in beside her, wrapping his arms around her from behind. As his hand rested on her abdomen, Mo Ran quivered, startled by the sensation. Her heart raced with heightened nervousness, yet she refrained from moving, fearing it might disrupt the cultivation process and draw Chu Fan's ire. You need not be so tense. Just relax, he soothed from behind, inhaling her subtle fragrance, which brought a sense of comfort. Mo Ran appeared slender, yet possessed the right curves in all the right places. A sight to behold. Chu Fan pressed closer, striving to keep his thoughts at bay, and began to channel his energy for cultivation. Before long, Mo Ran felt a warm current circulating within her, an incredibly pleasant sensation. Coupled with Chu Fan's presence beside her, she nearly let out an involuntary sound of delight. Although they were merely embracing while cultivating, the atmosphere was undeniably intimate. As time passed, Mo Ran noticed that Chu Fan did not initiate any other actions, allowing her heart to settle somewhat. The ancestor truly seems like a remarkable person. He is handsome and considerate. He promised not to act inappropriately, and he has kept his word. Where can one find such a good man? Lying on the bed, Mo Ran's thoughts began to wander. It was evident that Rui Shuang had already claimed her status as Chu Fan's cultivation partner. Seeing her so joyful today, could it be that being with someone one likes truly brings such happiness? Was unaware of when she had fallen asleep, as the sensation of being embraced by Chu Fan during their cultivation was exceedingly relaxing. Upon awakening to the daylight, she momentarily forgot that she was still in Chu Fan's bed and sat up, stretching lazily. Upon observing her, Chu Fan could not suppress a gulp. It seemed that possessed a rather impressive figure. While her outer dress concealed her form, it was only when she donned the inner garment that her true shape became apparent. Noticing Chu Fan's gaze fixed upon her, as cheeks flushed crimson, and she hurriedly turned to cover her chest, exclaiming, "Old ancestor, why are you looking so indiscreetly?" Caught in the act, Chu Fan felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly turned away, saying, "It's nothing, just a glance. It won't cost you a piece of flesh." He added with a smile, "Since your cultivation has advanced so significantly, consider it a reward from me, a benefit." Was left speechless. What did he mean by just a glance? If she had been dressed more modestly, it would have been inconsequential. However, now that she wore so little, his gaze was anything but innocent. Moreover, the notion of a benefit seemed rather extravagant. "You don't turn around." With her face still flushed, she hastily donned her attire. Once dressed, she declared, "All right, you are right. Let us consider it a benefit." Upon leaving the bed, remembered to assess her cultivation and was taken aback with joy. "Wow, I've reached the pinnacle of the second-rank Spirit King, on the verge of breaking through to the third rank. My heavens, old ancestor, this is remarkable. I truly have made a breakthrough, and it feels entirely solid." Seeing her excitement, Chu Fan chuckled. "Is that so? If you are so pleased, why not give my cheek a kiss as thanks? What do you say?" S face turned an even deeper shade of red, and she shot him an exasperated glance, playfully scolding. "Umph, for someone your age, you are quite shameless." Chu Fan responded with a grin. "They say those with thick skin enjoy life to the fullest. Since you mention my age, I must indeed have thick skin, and thus I am not embarrassed." Was amused by his words. Realizing that the man before her was not only handsome, but also possessed a delightful sense of humor. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Aren't you worried that Yin Ji might be displeased if she finds out?" Chu Fan simply laughed. "What is there to fear? Yin Ji has already said that it would be splendid if I could make you all fall for me. You are, after all, sisters. And if you all became my cultivation partners, that would only strengthen your bond. Good things are meant to be shared." Chuckled again, recalling her initial assumption that Chu Fan, being so ancient, would carry archaic views. She was surprised to find him approachable, caring, and amusing. No wonder even Yin Ji and Shi Hen were smitten with him. "I'll think about it. This doesn't seem like the right time." After a moment, realizing she could not outright refuse, she laughed and said, "However, if you kiss me, I might grant you a low-grade holy treasure." "How's that sound? Do you need time to consider? A low-grade holy treasure? Are you jesting?" Gasped, recalling that Yin Ji and Shi Hen had recently acquired one. "Would I lie to you?" Chu Fan replied with a smile. "If you don't want it, so be it. I want it." The prospect of a holy treasure was exhilarating. Previously, when Yin Ji faced Jude Chong without one, she struggled, but with the treasure, she had triumphed decisively. Such artifacts significantly enhance combat prowess. Before visiting Chu Fan, had envied Yin Ji and Shi Hen for their acquisitions, wishing she could possess one. Now, to think such a treasure was within Chu Fan's reach. "All right, I trust you. I believe you won't deceive me," said shyly, but after reflecting on the matter, she agreed. After all, Chu Fan had helped her elevate her cultivation without overstepping boundaries, which endeared him to her. Moreover, their light-hearted conversation this morning had fostered a sense of ease and fondness towards him. Thus, if she were to kiss him and he failed to deliver the treasure, she could still regard it as gratitude for his assistance. Conversely, If he did produce it, she would have gained immensely. Ultimately, her modest request seemed a small price to pay. Really? To her surprise, he had taken her response positively, as heart raced as she gazed at Chu Fan, biting her alluring red lip, and softly said, "Of course it's genuine. I always keep my word. Besides, if the female disciples of the sect learned that a kiss could yield a holy treasure, they would be lining up for miles." After a pause, she added, "In fact, some might even offer themselves to you, given the allure of such a treasure." Chu Fan feigned a frown. "Oh dear, if that is the case. Wouldn't I be at a loss?" Fearful that he might retract his offer, stepped closer, shyly planting a kiss on his cheek before retreating. "I have kissed you now. Where's my treasure?" Seeing her bashful demeanor, Chu Fan's heart leapt with joy. It seemed their relationship had progressed further. If this continued, she would inevitably become his woman. With that thought in mind, he promptly produced a black low-grade holy treasure sword and presented it to her. "I noticed you seem to prefer black. Thus, this black sword is yours." Upon seeing the sword, could hardly contain her excitement, jumping in place. "Goodness, you truly have one. I thought you were joking, but you really possess it, and it's in my favorite color, black. Old ancestor, you are too generous." As she held the sword, the intricate patterns and the black blade and hilt resonated with her preferences, making her feel a profound attachment to it. "Old ancestor, you are wonderful. You even guessed my fondness for black. I adore this sword." Overwhelmed with joy, she exclaimed, "No, I suddenly feel that just one kiss is insufficient to earn this sword. I must kiss you again." Perhaps in her exuberance, she pouted and leaned in to kiss Chu Fan's cheek once more. Yet this time, Chu Fan would not let the opportunity slip by. He turned and captured her lips instead. After she pulled away, was momentarily stunned, her face flushed as she exclaimed, "You, how could you be so mischievous?" "I merely wanted to kiss your cheek," Chu Fan replied. "Ahem, you didn't clarify, so I assumed you were aiming for a kiss." Found herself both exasperated and amused. Clearly, Chu Fan had taken advantage of the situation, and she had no grounds to contest it. With a blush on her cheeks, shot a glance at Chu Fan and said, "You mustn't let this slip out, or I shall be quite upset." Observing her irritated demeanor, Chu Fan couldn't help but chuckle. "Haha, although your anger is of no consequence, rest assured, I shall not speak of it indiscriminately." This was more like it. A hint of sweetness blossomed in his heart as she experienced a remarkable surge in her cultivation, not to mention receiving a low-grade sacred treasure. "Wait, you don't have another sacred treasure on you, do you? You mentioned leaving me the black one. Could there be others of different colors?" Soon seemed to ponder something, looking at Chu Fan with a hint of suspicion. Chapter 97. As long as you perform well, Chu Fan smiled. "One is sufficient. Why inquire further?" "Indeed, you have a point," replied with a grin, elated by the precious gift. Her usual reserved nature was replaced by the exuberance of a child. For this was no ordinary treasure. "All right, I shall take my leave for now. Once I adapt to my newfound strength, I will visit you again," said cheerfully. Chu Fan chuckled, "Just ensure you don't come tonight. I have made plans with Ru Yen." Upon hearing this, felt a twinge of jealousy. What did he mean by not coming tonight? Did he not wish for her presence? After a moment's thought, she boldly asked, "Who do you think is more beautiful, Ru Yen or I?" Chu Fan was momentarily speechless. Such a question was indeed a perilous one. Regardless of his answer, he would undoubtedly offend one of the two beauties. However, after some contemplation, he smiled and replied, "Well, it depends on who becomes my cultivation partner first. Whosoever achieves, that will appear more attractive to me. If not, then they shall seem less so." Was at once amused and exasperated, rolling her eyes at Chu Fan. "What kind of reasoning is that? Isn't beauty evident?" Chu Fan then explained, "Have you not heard the adage, beauty is in the eye of the beholder? Essentially, a man finds his beloved increasingly beautiful. As long as it is someone he cherishes, they shall always be lovely in his eyes. Do you understand?" "I think I grasp it," nodded, seemingly enlightened, but then added, "Humph, what if we both become your cultivation partners?" "What then?" Chu Fan laughed. "In that case, you would both be equally beautiful in my eyes. For to me, all my women are treated as sisters, without hierarchy. I shall regard you all equally." After saying this, Chu Fan raised an eyebrow at, "So, what do you say, beauty? Care to join? After all, good things are meant to be shared, and you and Yin are already good friends, aren't you?" Was flustered by his words, her cheeks warming and her heart racing, a sensation she had never experienced before. "Ha! I await you through wind and rain." In my room, as reached the door, she heard Chu Fan's voice behind her. She opened the door and flew out, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. This old ancestor is indeed quite amusing. At this point, paused and thought, why do I feel as though I might actually have feelings for him? How absurd. How could I like a creature that has lived for millennia? Shaking her head, she flew joyfully towards the palace atop the mountain. However, unexpectedly, a lady in a flowing white dress swooped down and called out to her. The two landed in a pavilion, where Bai Ruyin could no longer contain her curiosity. How did it go? Have you made a breakthrough in your cultivation? With a cheerful demeanor, replied, indeed, I have made a breakthrough. Moreover, I discovered that this old ancestor is quite entertaining and approachable, not at all the aloof type. Seeing joyful expression, Bai Ruyin felt a weight lift from her heart. After all, tonight was her turn, and she felt somewhat anxious. Earlier that morning, she had come to inquire about situation. He hasn't been inappropriate or crossed any lines. Has he? Bai Ruyin asked, her worry apparent. Not all. Rest assured, Ruyin, the old ancestor, is genuinely a good person. However, I suspect he might be rather pent up, said with a subtle smile, clearly having developed a fondness for Chu Fan after their interactions. Otherwise, she wouldn't have initiated a second kiss with him. Yet, she had not anticipated that Chu Fan would resort to trickery, allowing her to kiss his lips directly, a thought that still made her blush. After all, it was her first kiss, which had been playfully snatched away by the old ancestor. How do you know he is pent up? Bai Ruyin asked, intrigued, glanced around before leaning closer to Bai Ruyin's ear and whispering something. After she finished, her face flushed. Bai Ruyin, too, felt her heart race upon hearing's words. So, have you now reached the first-tier Spirit King? Replied, not merely the first tier. I am at the pinnacle of the second-tier Spirit King, only a step away from the third tier. Next time, I'm certain to break through. Wonderful. Congratulations. You shall surely reach at least the fourth-tier Spirit King, given that you have 2 more opportunities for breakthroughs, Bai Ruyin said, a twinge of envy in her heart. To her surprise, smiled and said, Ruyin, the effects of cultivation seem to vary from person to person, each experience being unique. Regardless, breaking through to the Spirit King level is undoubtedly within reach. And if you go tonight, you might just encounter unexpected delights. Unexpected delights? What sort of surprises? Bai Ruyin inquired, puzzled. Grinned, oh, the old ancestor gifted me a low-grade sacred treasure sword, and it happens to be in my favorite black color. I adore its design. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruyin's heart fluttered with envy. Ah, you too have received a sacred treasure. How marvelous. I never imagined the old ancestor possessed such treasures. I am so envious. After a moment, she couldn't help but ask, you mentioned surprises? Could he possibly have more? Might he gift me something? Responded with a mysterious smile. As long as you perform well, if the old ancestor is pleased, he will surely bestow upon you something. All right, I understand. Bai Ruyin smiled faintly. Yet internally, she pondered what it meant to perform well. Was it not unnecessary to engage in certain actions? Perhaps it meant to be obedient? Chapter 98. I get nervous when I see you, chuckled and patted Bai Ruyin's shoulder. Indeed, Bai Ruyin nodded and followed as they soared into the sky. Ling Shuefei and Mu Hanbing immediately stood up, their faces brimming with anticipation as they regarded. Smiled gently. I have reached the pinnacle of the second-tier Spirit King. And look, what is this? Since they were among friends. Revealed the low-grade sacred treasure gifted by Chu Fan. It is in my favorite color and style. Such a beautiful black sword. My goodness, a low-grade sacred treasure. This is a sacred treasure. Ling Shuefei, upon witnessing the scene, dashed over and exclaimed, Wow, Mo Ran, you have struck gold. It seems you have garnered the favor of the ancestor, receiving such a precious item. She was astonished, realizing that the ancestor still possessed hidden treasures. Mo Ran chuckled, however. Whether he has more such items, I cannot ascertain. If there are more, that would be splendid. Bai Ruyin's eyes sparkled with desire. After all, she had witnessed the item's formidable power firsthand, and it was truly impressive. The ancestor is magnificent. The ancestor is formidable. Mu Hanbing echoed, brimming with excitement. Fantastic. Now our sect boasts 3 formidable warriors at the Spirit King level. Once Rian ascends to Spirit King tomorrow, we will have 4. Not merely any Spirit Kings, but formidable ones. In that case, the so-called Lihua sect would stand no chance against us, even without the ancestor's intervention. Yi Yinjia had long shed her previous gloom and worry. With the ancestor's assistance, Her hope for the sect was rekindled, and confidence blossomed within her. Indeed, let us strive to elevate ourselves to a third-rate sect as soon as possible. Sure, Hunruo clenched his fist, filled with determination. Unexpectedly, Yi Yinjia laughed and remarked, Hunruo, the ancestors' ambitions are grand. He stated he intends to cultivate Hahuan's sect into the mightiest force across the entire continent. Upon hearing this, the elders were left dumbfounded. Was such an aspiration not overly ambitious? Forget about being the greatest force. Merely becoming a first-rate sect within the Dying Kingdom was a dream they deeply yearned for. Bai Ruyan could not help but stroke her chin, incredulous. Yinjia, are you certain this is the ancestors' goal? Not just for the Dying Kingdom, but for the entire continent? Yinjia nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. The ancestor said so. Wow. I hope that day truly arrives, Ling Shuifei remarked, somewhat excited. If that day comes, we would be companions of the ancestor, the greatest contributors. Mo Ran, however, smiled wryly. Could it be that the ancestor is merely painting a grand vision for us? I remained skeptical of his words. I believe we should first address the crisis of the Liuhua sect. Yi Yinjia nodded in agreement, adding, well, this is merely one of the ancestor's aspirations. Let's take it step by step. After all, since the ancestor emerged from seclusion, it has been nearly half a month, and we have all made significant progress. The overall strength of our sect has also improved considerably. At this juncture, Yi Yinjia paused before continuing. I estimate that the Liuhua sect may soon send someone our way. Perhaps they are already en route. Sure Henruo pondered briefly before suggesting, Yinjia, our current strength surpasses that of the Liuhua sect by a considerable margin. Why not strike first? Yi Yinjia replied with a smile. I have inquired with Fangu about this. He suggested that we should adopt a strategy of waiting for them to tire themselves out. We should quietly enhance our own strength and await their arrival to present themselves to us. This would serve as a justification for our actions against the Hanling sect. Our retaliation stems from the need to protect our sect, thus putting us in the right. Sure Henruo and the others exchanged glances, each nodding in agreement. After all, the Hanling sect was a second-rate sect, a true behemoth with multiple Qi Emperor-level experts within. Moreover, several sects, including 3 or 4 third-rate sects, were affiliated with the Hanling sect. It was prudent to avoid offending such a formidable entity. Even though the ancestor possessed profound cultivation and might contend with their experts, the sheer number of adversaries would make it impossible for him to fend them all off. In a true conflict, those of lower cultivation, like themselves, would be hard-pressed to ensure their own safety. The current strength of Hahuan's sect was not yet sufficient to contend against such a formidable sect. Yi Yinjia contemplated for a moment before walking up to Bai Ruyan. Smiling as she said, Ruyan, tonight is your night. How do you feel? Excited? Bai Ruyan shyly smiled a bit. After all, who would want to break through to the Spirit King level and become a strong Spirit King? As time slowly passed, nightfall soon descended. With excitement coursing through her, Bai Ruyan finally made her way to Chu Fan's chamber under the cover of darkness. Upon seeing him close the door, her heart raced. Ruyan, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for so long. Chu Fan gazed at Bai Ruyan, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Bai Ruyan, often clad in a white dress, exuded an aura of purity, her slightly plump cheeks adding to her charm. It could be said that she possessed the ethereal quality of a holy maiden, a paragon of the slightly plump ideal. To embrace such a beauty while cultivating was a dream for countless men. Not that Chu Fan would harbor any improper thoughts. He was a man of integrity, after all. Ancestor, I feel a bit nervous. I wasn't nervous before, but now that I see you, I am somewhat anxious. Bai Ruyan's brows knitted slightly, making her speech falter. Chu Fan, bemused, replied, Am I truly that intimidating? You make it sound as if I intend to devour you. Bai Ruyan chuckled awkwardly. It's just that I have never been touched by a man before. The thought of lying on the bed with you and embracing you naturally makes me a bit nervous. With a wave of his hand, Chu Fan summoned some wine and dishes onto the table. To ease your nerves, let's share a few drinks first. What do you think? Chapter 99. I am quite experienced. Bai Ruyan smiled gently, addressing Chu Fan. All right, thank you, ancestor. Remembering Mo Rant's words, she eagerly approached to seize the wine bottle, saying, Ancestor, allow me to pour the wine for you. Seeing Bai Ruyan's thoughtful gesture, Chu Fan smiled slightly and initiated a conversation. You needn't be so reserved. I share a cultivation partnership with Hanruo and Yinjia. You are their dear friend, thus we can consider ourselves friends as well. There is no need to fear me. He paused before adding, I have always been quite gentle with beautiful women. Bai Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson as she handed the wine to Chu Fan. Yes. They all say you are quite a good person, ancestor. Chu Fan chuckled and raised a glass with Bai Ruyan. Previously, the system had tasked him with embracing Bai Ruyan to assist in enhancing her cultivation, rewarding him with 3 lower-grade sacred treasures. Having already acquired a top-tier sacred treasure, the Blood Drink Sword, these lower-grade treasures held little value for him. The system's ultimate goal was to establish the mightiest Huan sect, making it the foremost power on the continent. Thus, these lower-grade sacred treasures could be bestowed upon the sect's leader and elders to enhance their strength, contributing to the overall power of the sect. Although Chu Fan had already given away 4 lower-grade sacred treasures, he still possessed 3. If he embraced Bai Ruyan tonight, he would receive 3 more as rewards, totaling 6 lower-grade sacred treasures. Even if he chose to gift 1 each to Bai Ruyan, Ling Shuifei, and Mu Hanbing, he would still retain 3 without a recipient. While these treasures were indeed rare, to Chu Fan, they were readily attainable. Should other sect leaders discover that he had an abundance of such treasures, they would likely be infuriated. Without reaching the Spirit King level, these treasures could not be gifted. Possessing them without sufficient cultivation was simply unsafe. After some contemplation, Chu Fan quietly mused to himself. It seems that having a bit of alcohol alleviates the tension. While Chu Fan was deep in thought, Bai Ruyan, this captivating woman, boldly poured herself 3 or 4 glasses of wine, downing them one after another. Chu Fan gazed at the beauty before him and couldn't help but chuckle, suggesting, shall we have some food? Don't just indulge in drinking. Bai Ruyan smiled gently and replied, let's get started. I'm not hungry at the moment. After a moment's reflection, she turned to Chu Fan and inquired, Lao Zhu. I've heard that the less one wears, the better the effect. Is that true? Chu Fan nodded slightly. Indeed, the less clothing one wears, the closer the contact, which naturally enhances the effect. Bai Ruyan touched her slightly flushed cheeks, stealing her resolve, and said, then, Lao Zhu, please turn around. As Chu Fan turned away, he remarked, Ruyan, although our encounters have been few, I hope you trust me. I would never force a woman to do something against her will. You may call me Chu Fan or Fango from now on. Hearing this, Bai Ruyan felt a wave of emotion. Despite her stunning beauty, here was Chu Fan, the lofty ancestor, suppressing his own impulses to assist her in enhancing her cultivation. Such a man is indeed rare in this world. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ruyan decided to shed all her clothing and slipped beneath Chu Fan's covers, turning her back to him, her heart racing. All right, Fango, I'm ready. Bai Ruyan's heart raced, for Chu Fan appeared both handsome and imposing, exuding a strong masculine aura. Lying together on the bed, it was only natural for their thoughts to drift. Chu Fan chuckled and removed his outer garments before joining her under the covers. However, once he settled in beside her, he quickly sensed something amiss. Ruyan, why are you not wearing anything? Where are your undergarments? Chu Fan exclaimed in surprise. This woman was already alluring enough. And now this? Unexpectedly, Bai Ruyan blushed deeply and replied, did you not say that the less we wear, the better the effect? I want to maximize my cultivation breakthrough. Only by becoming stronger can we seek vengeance for our master. Remembering Ling Shui's tragic demise fueled Bai Ruyan's determination to grow stronger. Yet, she thought at least they had worn some undergarments before. Without any, she feared she might not be able to withstand it. Chu Fan felt speechless. Was this not leading him to a crime? At that moment, Bai Ruyan turned to face him, gazing intently into Chu Fan's eyes. Fango, you have endured humiliation for the strength of our sect, taking on the role of a steward and suppressing your own desires for our sake. A man like you is the true embodiment of masculinity in my heart, someone worthy of reliance. Blushing, she continued, Fango, let me be your woman, your partner in cultivation. If you cannot hold back, I am open to it. As her voice trailed off, she added shyly, how about you take me first, and then we embrace for cultivation? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart surged with joy. Bai Ruyan, willing to go this far for the sake of better cultivation? Of course, he understood that his own allure played a role. These women from Huan sect had suffered greatly at the hands of other sections. Now that he had emerged from seclusion, they felt a sense of security, which was precisely what they needed. Then I truly cannot hold back any longer. With such a tempting beauty before him, especially one with a unique physique suited for dual cultivation, if he would maintain his aloofness, he would not be acting as a man should. Thus, after uttering those words, Chu Fan swiftly closed the distance, pressing his lips against Bai Ruyan's rosy ones. Bai Ruyan was taken aback. Had not the ancestor been quite serious moments ago? How could he suddenly charge forward after her, suggesting it was not out of the question? The fervor of his approach startled her. Flustered, she stammered, "Fangu, please be gentle. I'm still a bit scared since it's my first time. Chu Fan's my zit soon. Do not worry, I am experienced now." With that, he kissed Bai Ruyan once more. As her body softened, she felt a surge of desire. Her heart racing as she wrapped her arms around Chu Fan's back, her gaze fixated on his chiseled chest, filled with both trepidation and anticipation. The atmosphere in the room quickly became charged with intimacy. Due to Bai Ruyan's unique physique, which was ideal for dual cultivation, the surrounding spiritual energy began to flow toward them rapidly. This enhancement went unnoticed by Bai Ruyan. She felt a comforting warmth envelop her, closing her eyes in bliss, unaware that her cultivation was silently ascending. Chu Fan, with his formidable mental prowess, detected the shift and couldn't help but smile. The combination of the Jiu Yang divine body and the Yin cold holy body promised extraordinary results. It seemed that even without embracing for cultivation, they would both experience significant growth in their abilities. As the room echoed with exhilarating sounds, the adjacent Lucia was momentarily startled. What was happening? Was that not Bai Ruyan's voice? Shouldn't embracing for cultivation be a quieter affair? A smile crept onto her face as she realized that even the seemingly gentle and reserved Bai Ruyan had succumbed to the allure of the ancestor, becoming his woman. However, considering that the sect leader had already become the ancestor's partner, it was understandable that the other elders would find it easier to accept such a union, especially given their familiarity. Lucia's heart raced as she listened a while longer before shyly covering herself with a blanket, unwilling to continue eavesdropping. After all, indulging in such sounds could lead her own thoughts astray. Finally, their passionate encounter concluded, leaving Bai Ruyan utterly exhausted, unable to move. She could scarcely believe the prowess of the ancestor, even at his age. "Fangu, you are my first and only man. I hope you will never disappoint me." Bai Ruyan gazed at Chu Fan, a sweet smile gracing her lips. The sensation she had just experienced revealed to her the beauty of the world, the essence of being a woman. Chu Fan smiled gently. "Rest assured, you are my woman, and I shall cherish you." Bai Ruyan offered him a tender smile before turning away. "I am too tired now. I wish to sleep. You must be weary too. If you do not wish to cultivate further tonight, I will come find you another day." Bai Ruyan understood that embracing for cultivation must have taken a toll on Chu Fan, and she did not want to continue draining his energy. However, Chu Fan wrapped his arms around her from behind, pressing against her body, one hand resting on her abdomen, and began to quietly circulate his energy. A warm current flowed between them, establishing an internal cycle. As time passed, their powers gradually increased. This sensation was unlike anything Bai Ruyan had felt before, and after the intense experience, she fell asleep within just a few minutes. As the dawn broke, Bai Ruyan awoke, stretching her limbs. Since the demise of her master, she had not experienced such a peaceful slumber amidst the relentless bullying by others towards her sect. When she noticed Chu Fan gazing at her from beside her, she was taken aback, her cheeks flushing crimson. In a fluster, she urged him to turn away, stating, "Please, turn your head. I have yet to don my garments." Chu Fan, with a mischievous grin, retorted, "What is there to be shy about? We've already seen everything last night. Last night was one thing. This is another. Please, turn around. I need a dress." Bai Ruyan glanced at Chu Fan's handsome visage, a sweetness swelling in her heart. She pondered how Yanji and Hen Shuang would react upon learning she was also Chu Fan's cultivation partner. Would they be astonished? A smile graced her lips at the thought. Soon, Bai Ruyan had donned her dress. Chu Fan, fully clothed as well, felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Not only had he acquired such an exquisite beauty the night prior, but he had also experienced a significant breakthrough in his cultivation. Bai Ruyan, possessing un unique physique, had enhanced his cultivation merely through their embrace during practice and with her special dual cultivation ability. Chu Fan's cultivation had surged from a first-grade Ling Huang to a fifth-grade Ling Huang. Such a rapid ascension in power was indeed extraordinary. The exhilaration of his newfound strength filled Chu Fan. He finally felt he had the means to stand his ground against anyone, even the leader of the Hanling sect. Should they show him disdain? Ryun, you ought to check your own cultivation. I believe you will be overjoyed. Chu Fan remarked with a gentle smile. My cultivation? Bai Ryun immediately assessed her own abilities, her lips parting in astonishment. Oh my goodness, Fango, is this for real? How'd I break through so much? She continued. This doesn't add up. Mo Ran only reached the peak of the second-grade Ling Wang after a night as cultivation with you. Yet I've ascended to the later stage of the 7th-grade Ling Wang. That's even higher than Yin Ji. With a slight smile, Chu Fan explained. The feedback from our dual cultivation has an element of randomness. Furthermore, during our embrace last night, you wore no clothing, while Mo Ran was fully dressed, making your results far superior. Additionally, since you gave me your first time, your Inhan sacred body is exceptionally suited for dual cultivation, and thus, the heavens will naturally respond, enhancing your cultivation. Each embrace amplifies the effect. Ah, I see. I'm indeed an Inhan sacred body and can amplify so much. Bai Ryun exclaimed, excitement bubbling within her. I can't believe I've soared to the later stage of the 7th-grade Ling Wang. Yin Ji is only at the mid-stage. She will surely envy me. At that moment, Bai Ryun felt as though she were dreaming, reflecting on her impulsive decision to give herself to Chu Fan. She now deemed it the wisest choice. If she could acquire a low-grade holy weapon along with her battle attire, perhaps she could even contend with a mid-stage 9th-grade Ling Wang. The thought thrilled her. Thank you, Fango. You truly are my destined partner. If I embrace you a couple more times, I might even reach Ling Huang. Once I become a Ling Huang powerhouse, I shall avenge our master by annihilating that wretched Song Lang sect. Chu Fan chuckled. I sense you favor white. How about I gift you a white low-grade holy weapon? Bai Ryun, astonished, asked, you truly possess a low-grade holy weapon? And in white, no less? Of course. If it pleases you, then it's yours. After all, you are my woman, and I intend to pamper you, Chu Fan declared, revealing a white sword that appeared in his hand, presenting it to Bai Ryun. Bai Ryun felt a surge of sweetness within her heart at his words, recalling the heavenly experiences of the previous night. Ryun, why are you blushing again? Chu Fan observed her rosy cheeks, bemused at her shyness over merely receiving a sword. With a playful smirk, he added, naturally, after all, a man sought after by both Yan Ji and Hen Shuang must possess some merit. Bai Ryun froze, contemplating the implications of his words. Did it mean that both Ryun and Hen Shuang had engaged with Chu Fan? Did that make them his women? As she tucked the sword away, she drew closer, wrapping her arms around Chu Fan's neck, her smile radiant. Fango, what shall we do? I find myself growing fonder of you, and you seem to grow more handsome by the day. Chu Fan embraced her slender waist, grinning. I've noticed you becoming more beautiful as well. Shall we share a kiss? Bai Ryun felt as if she were basking in honeyed sweetness, shyly nodding. She tiptoed, meeting Chu Fan's lips in a kiss. This time, she felt completely at ease, embracing the moment with grace. After they shared a tender kiss, Bai Ryun inquired, by the way, when do you plan to reveal your identity as the patriarch of the He Huan sect to the disciples? Chu Fan replied with a smile. Once Shui Fei and Han Bing reach Ling Wang, and our strength has increased further, we shall disclose that identity. Not only must we eradicate the Lai Hui sect, but we must also dismantle the Song Lang sect. Bai Ryun frowned slightly. Indeed, destroying the Song Lang sect has long been a desire shared by Yin Ji and me. However, the Song Lang sect is backed by the Song Yu sect, a colossal entity akin to the Han Ling sect, with disciples outnumbering ours 2 or 3-fold. Not to mention the many forces reliant on them. I fear that if we strike at the Song Lang sect, the Song Yu sect will retaliate. Chu Fan reassured her with a smile. Worry not. I am here. Even if the Han Ling sect does not side with us, with my presence, the Song Yu sect would merely be courting death. Previously, Chu Fan had refrained from being too ostentatious, wary of drawing unwanted attention. While some sects were small, they were often supported by far mightier forces. Now, having ascended to the 5th-grade Ling Huang, he anticipated further breakthroughs through dual cultivation with Ling Shui Fei and Mu Hanbing. Moreover, Bai Ryun still had 2 opportunities to assist him in enhancing his cultivation. With such prospects, Chu Fan was confident he could surpass the Ling Huang realm and ascend to the higher realm of Ling Sheng. At that point, the insignificant Han Ling sect and Song Yu sect would hardly warrant concern. Fangu, you are truly remarkable. Bai Ruyun beamed, her joy akin to that of a child. Chu Fan, with a playful smirk, quipped, you ought to have said that last night. Oh dear, you are truly remarkable. It seems you are speaking in the same manner now. Bai Ruyun's face flushed with embarrassment. The leader of the He Huan Zone, along with a few insufferable women, come forth at once. To everyone's surprise, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the mountain gate. What is happening? Chu Fan Bao said, his mental energy sweeping through the area, and a faint smile graced his lips. Ha! The people from Liaohua Zone have come to meet their demise. How fortuitous. After speaking, Chu Fan waved his hand, opened the door, and swiftly soared out alongside Bai Ruyun. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yi Yinjia and the others quickly followed. Appearing in the air, before them stood the fifth elder of Liaohua Zone, accompanied by a group of followers, all wearing expressions of disdain and arrogance. Behind him were 20 elite disciples, each with formidable cultivation, many boasting the prowess of 6th or even 7th-tier spirit lords. Is that not the 5th elder of Liaohua Zone? What brings you to our sect at this early hour? Yi Yinjia regarded them with a cold smile. The current Hehuan Zone is no longer the same as before. The members of Liaohua Zone have come here, seeking their own destruction. The patrolling female disciples flew to Yi Yinjia's side. With a gentle smile, she reassured them. Rest assured, we shall handle this. The female disciples nodded and descended to the square below to rest. The other disciples of the sect, facing the arrival of Liaohua Zone, exhibited no signs of tension or fear. Their leader had slain even 9th-tier spirit kings. Why should they fear this insignificant Liaohua Zone? Furthermore, this 5th elder, it appears, has yet to break through to spirit king cultivation. Does he? Not to mention, even if their leader were to intervene. Or should the Grand Elder or any other elder don a short skirt and stockings given by Chu Fan, they could easily dispatch him. However, although everyone believed that the members of Liaohua Zone were destined for misfortune, many disciples still emerged to witness whether their leader would vanquish the adversaries. Eager for a moment of satisfaction, the 5th elder's lips twitched slightly as he questioned, Yi Yinjia, you have quite the audacity. I am the 5th elder of Liaohua Zone. Do you dare speak to me in such a manner? Are you not afraid of my wrath? Chapter 102, Directly Dumbfounded. Wrath? Haha, do give it a try. Yi Yinjia chuckled at his words, as if hearing a jest. Had this been in the past, she would never have dared to speak in such a manner, but now she found him utterly inconsequential. Yinjia, let Ruyun take the lead this time. It will provide an opportunity for her to demonstrate her cultivation, thereby instilling confidence in our disciples. Upon arriving, Chu Fan smiled at Yi Yinjia. Yi Yinjia was aware that Bai Ruyun had sought out Chu Fan the previous night. Thus she presumed Bai Ruyun had also achieved a breakthrough to Spirit King cultivation. She eagerly nodded. Very well. We shall leave these individuals to Ruyun. This time, we shall refrain from intervening. Ling Xuefei and Mu Hanbing exchanged glances, their anticipation palpable as they wondered what level Bai Ruyun had attained. After all, Mo Ran had recently reached the peak of 2nd-tier Spirit King, which had sparked a tinge of envy within them. The 5th elder of Liaohua Zone was utterly speechless. What was the meaning of this Hehuan Zone? Why were they not adhering to the expected protocols? Not only did they show no fear, but they were also discussing amongst themselves. He immediately unleashed his formidable aura, infusing the air with his Spirit King presence, and angrily proclaimed, Yi Yinjia, are you seeking death? I am now a powerful Spirit King. Do you not bow and apologize? Daring to belittle my existence? Should you provoke my wrath, I shall not hesitate to spill blood. Bai Ruyun flew forward, standing at the forefront. A mere 1st-tier Spirit King dares to boast? Let me be frank. Your Liaohua Zone has previously harmed many of our female disciples, and now it is time for you to pay the price. My heavens, why has the 3rd elder moved to the forefront? Does she intend to duel? Some disciples were left dumbfounded by this turn of events. Ma Xiaodai furrowed her brow, but the 3rd elder is not clad in battle attire, nor is she wearing stockings. Does she really dare to confront them? Shouldn't it be the Grand Elder or the leader who engages in battle? Considering they are aware that the adversary has reached 1st-tier Spirit King, you wish to kill me? Haha, such arrogance. The 5th elder laughed heartily, addressing Bai Ruyun. The audacity of Hehuan Zone grows bolder. I have now reached 1st-tier Spirit King. Do you grasp our sect's current standing? We boast 6 Spirit King experts, and our leader has ascended to second-tier Spirit King. What do you possess to contend with us? Bai Ruyun coldly retorted. You speak excessively. Old man, come forth and meet your end, and I shall ensure you perish with clarity, truly seeking death. The fifth elder, enraged, unleashed a punch toward the front, summoning a massive spirit energy fist towering over 100 feet. The sheer size and solidity of the fist were indicative of a Spirit King's might. Bai Ruyun, I shall eliminate you first, demonstrating that our Liao Huazong is not to be trifled with. The fifth elder sneered, though he felt reluctant to harm such beauty. The contempt shown towards their sect ignited a fury within him. Besides, with so many beauties in Huanzong, slaying a single Bai Ruyun would serve as a warning. After all, one less beauty would hardly matter among many. Bai Ruyun faced the incoming attack with utter indifference, clenching her fist as spirit energy surged forth, enveloping her hand. She did not even bother utilizing any techniques, merely darting forward and striking the colossal spirit energy fist with her own. What is happening? The third elder is engaging without using techniques? A male disciple from Liao Huazong was momentarily stunned. When did the third elder become so formidable? What kind of confidence is this? It is known that even second-tier Spirit Kings would not dare act so recklessly. What kind of assurance does Bai Ruyun possess to act so boldly? As for Ruyun, Mo Ran was equally astonished. She quickly probed the fluctuations of spirit energy around Bai Ruyun's fist, seeking to discern her cultivation level. Moments later, Mo Ran's lips parted in disbelief. No way. Is this a joke? Ruyun has actually reached the late stage of 7th-tier Spirit King? My heavens, how is this possible? Indeed, she has attained 7th-tier Spirit King cultivation. Shi Hen was equally startled. What is happening? Why has Bai Ruyun's cultivation soared after a single night of embracing training with Chu Fan? It is worth noting that she had embraced him thrice before reaching 4th-tier Spirit King. This sudden leap in Bai Ruyun's strength is incredibly disheartening. Is she now stronger than I? Yi Yinjia, too, was speechless, observing the situation unfold before her eyes in disbelief. Could it be that Ruyun and Chu Fan shared 3 embraces in one night? Quickly, Yi Yinjia pondered to herself. If not for 3 embraces in a single night, how could Ruyun have surpassed her cultivation level? Even if Bai Ruyun possessed a unique physique, Yi Yinjia did as well. While variations in individual training responses do exist, it would be improbable for her to achieve such a level in one go, considering Yi Yinjia had embraced training 3 times herself. Boom! At that moment, a resounding explosion echoed as Bai Ruyun effortlessly shattered the 5th elder's attack with a single punch, reducing it to mere dust. Furthermore, the act appeared almost effortless. My heavens! Many disciples were left in a state of shock. My goodness, the third elder has actually reached the formidable level of a 7th-rank Spirit King. Some elite disciples also discovered the cultivation level of Bai Ruyun, and their excitement was palpable. What on earth has transpired in recent days? Has the sect encountered some extraordinary fortuity, leading both an elder and the sect leader to achieve such significant breakthroughs? Otherwise, how could the sect have suddenly become so powerful? It is inconceivable. A 7th-rank Spirit King? How could this be? I must be dreaming, definitely dreaming. Witnessing this scene, the 5th elder of the Liao sect was instantly paralyzed with fear, rendered utterly dumbfounded. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Wasn't she a 9th-rank Spirit Venerable? How could she have become a 7th-rank Spirit King? The elite disciples accompanying her had initially anticipated enjoying the company of the female disciples from Huan sect, feeling fortunate to be selected. However, it now appeared they might not survive this encounter. Go to hell, old fool. Bai Ruyun swiftly appeared before the 5th elder and unleashed a devastating punch. No! The 5th elder let out a final, desperate scream, having been so startled by the sudden twist of events that he forgot to resist. The disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Resistance was futile. In the end, he uttered those 3 words before Bai Ruyun's fist obliterated him. Run. The remaining elite disciples of Liao's sect sought to flee. Bai Ruyun flipped her palm and drew forth the white sword gifted to her by Chu Fan, infusing it with spiritual energy and sweeping it horizontally. With a whoosh, a wave of sword energy surged forth, seemingly slicing through the void, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, and the elite disciples of Liao's sect were utterly decimated, lacking any means of resistance. A low-grade holy artifact? Ren swallowed hard, once again astonished. Indeed, the ancestor possessed another low-grade holy artifact, and this time, it was a white sword bestowed upon by Rian. Given her elevated cultivation, it was only fitting that she received a holy artifact to enhance her combat prowess. Chu Fan smiled slightly and remarked from aside, "My heavens, ancestor, you are truly incredible. This is a holy artifact. You have produced 4 of them." Ling Xuefei gazed at Chu Fan, her eyes brimming with admiration. This was the true embodiment of strength. Not only had he elevated by Rian's cultivation significantly, but he had also provided her with a holy artifact. Chu Fan was indeed the mastermind behind the scenes. At this moment, protectors had already departed to handle the corpses, undoubtedly seizing the storage rings from the 5th Elder and others, which would surely contain abundant cultivation resources. "Remarkable! Your cultivation surpasses mine. You are truly formidable." Though Yinjia was astounded by Rian's cultivation, she felt no jealousy, genuinely happy for her. "Haha, splendid, splendid. A job exceptionally well done." Chu Fan chuckled and continued. "By the way, Yinjia, in the coming days, significantly strengthened the patrols of our sect's disciples. Within 5 or 6 days, the sect leader of Liahua's sect will likely arrive with his men. At that time, we shall slay them all and then proceed to raid their sect for all their cultivation resources. Except for those disciples whose cultivation is low, such as Qi practitioners or spirit masters, all others who reach the spirit sect level shall be eliminated." Yi Yinjia's heart trembled slightly. Disciples at the spirit sect level posed little threat regardless of their cultivation. She had not anticipated that Chu Fan would advocate for their complete extermination. She nodded and replied, "All right, I will follow your orders. Now, our sect is already more formidable than many third-rate sections. I believe we will soon witness the emergence of Spirit Emperor-level cultivators within our ranks, and, at that point, we shall no longer be dependent on sects like Han Ling's sect," Chu Fan stated with a slight smile. Upon hearing this, Ling Xuefei and the others were filled with excitement. Ling Xuefei could not help but smile at Chu Fan. "With you here, we are brimming with confidence in our sect's growth." Chu Fan smiled and then flew towards his residence, while Yi Yinjia and the others swiftly made their way to their palace. Once they arrived in the courtyard, Yi Yinjia could not resist smiling at Ruyan. "Ruyan, splendid. Your cultivation has surpassed mine. Did you visit the ancestor 3 times in one night?" Ruyan's cheeks flushed crimson. "What do you mean by 3 times in one night? That sounds so misleading." However, after a moment's thought, she couldn't help but reply, "Well, it wasn't that many times. It was actually just once." "What? You only embraced the ancestor once, and your cultivation surged that much?" Ling Xuefei was dumbfounded. What kind of situation is this? Does this imply that Ruyan has 2 more opportunities for significant cultivation enhancement? If she were to experience 2 more such encounters, could she not ascend to the Spirit Emperor level? At least reaching the 1st-rank Spirit Emperor should be quite feasible, right? After pondering, she continued, "Last night, I drank quite a bit with Chu Fan. Weren't you all saying that wearing less increases the effect? So, thinking of Master S' death and our need for revenge, I decided to go all out." At this point, Ruyan blushed even deeper. Saying so, I wore nothing and crawled into the Ancestor's bed. Upon hearing this, Yi Yinjia and the others exchanged strange glances. Who would have guessed that the usually demure 3rd Elder could be so bold and decisive when a moment called for it? "You wore nothing, so the effect was extraordinary?" Yi Yinjia, feeling a tinge of regret, remarked, "Had I known, I would have done the same. I hesitated before and wore clothes-fitting garments. Otherwise, I might have become a Spirit Emperor cultivator by now." Ren contemplated this and smiled slightly. "I've only utilized one of my 3 opportunities. If I were to go without clothes for the 2nd and 3rd times, wouldn't the effect be even more pronounced?" Ruyan was left speechless, finally saying, "Actually, it's not just that. The first reason is that I wore nothing, which enhanced the effect. But there is another reason that allowed me to achieve such a breakthrough." "What other reason?" Yi Yinjia inquired with a puzzled expression. Ling Xuefei and Mu Hanbing also looked at Ruyan with anticipation, eager to glean some insights that might help them enhance their own cultivation when seeking out Chu Fan. Ruyan explained, "I had a bit to drink, I wasn't wearing clothes, and the ancestor and I couldn't resist, and then it happened. The ancestor mentioned that I possess a special physique, well suited for dual cultivation. The first time I broke through, I also received a great deal of feedback from the heavens, which combined with everything else, allowed me to achieve such a significant breakthrough. You were with the ancestor? Yi Yinjie felt her heart skip a beat. Chu Fan had mentioned that she also possessed a special physique suitable for dual cultivation. Did that mean if she were to engage in dual cultivation with Chu Fan, she would have an opportunity for a substantial elevation in her cultivation as well? Thinking of this, Yi Yinjie couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in her heart. Shi Henshuang, upon hearing this, could not help but pout. I envy you so much for having such a physique. Why was Ti born with one? You all are so fortunate. Bai Ruyan took Shi Henshuang's hand and reassured her. No worries, Henshuang. Your cultivation is already impressive. In the future, Fango will surely find a way to help you break through to the Spirit Emperor level. It's just a matter of time. Shi Henshuang nodded with a smile. So, does that mean you, me, and Yinji are all Chu Fanist women now? We three are good sisters. After speaking, Shi Henshuang, with a playful arch of his brows, addressed Mo Ran, Ling Shuefei, and Mu Hanbing. You three, aren't you envious? Would you like to join our team? After all, our relationships are so harmonious, right? Moreover, our ancestor is such a wonderful person. You certainly won't regret it. In Chapter 104, you are even more anxious than I am. Ling Shuefei, with her naturally lively and quirky disposition, couldn't help but giggle at Shi Henshuang's words, teasingly saying, aren't you afraid that with more sisters, our ancestor might not be able to handle it? Shi Henshuang immediately chuckled. We don't even know the extent of our ancestor's cultivation, but it must be incredibly high, certainly surpassing that of a Ling Huang. Such an impressive individual could hardly be overwhelmed. At this point, Shi Henshuang turned deliberately towards Ling Shuefei and added, it's rather you, with your petite limbs, that I worry about. Ling Shuefei, among them, appeared dainty and charming, exuding a sweet and youthful aura, which prompted Shi Henshuang as playful banter. Ling Shuefei's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, Henshuang, it seems you're becoming quite brazen after becoming our ancestor's woman. You've really let go. Shi Henshuang, unperturbed by shyness given the presence of others, replied, you just don't understand the merits of our ancestor yet. Once you are with him, you will surely realize. Following this, Shi Henshuang turned to Bai Ruyan, raising an eyebrow. Am I right, Ruyan? Bai Ruyan quickly fled, overwhelmed with shyness. Observing her blissful smile, Yi Yinji furrowed her brow, pondering whether such experiences were truly as delightful as they seemed. However, she was genuinely envious of Bai Ruyan as current cultivation level. Meanwhile, in the courtyard where Chu Fan resided, within Lu Siya's room, Lu Qingyu gazed at her sister and inquired, Sister, our ancestor is astonishingly powerful. I never expected that the third elder would break through to the 7th rank Ling Wang cultivation. Remarkable. Lu Siya responded, it's strange. Based on my observations, Mo Ran had also approached our ancestor, which means that he and Ru Yin must have embraced and cultivated together just last night. Is it really possible to achieve so much in a single night? Hiss. Lu Qingyu gasped, doubting her own hearing. In just one night, Bai Ru Yin advanced from 9th rank Ling Zun to 7th rank Ling Wang? How is that even feasible? What method do they utilize? You embraced our ancestor 3 times and made some progress, but not to such an extreme. And this was only once. After contemplating, Lu Qingyu speculated. Could it be the cumulative effect of 3 times? Did they embrace and cultivate 3 times in one night? Lucia casually remarqued, impossible, absolutely impossible. Each embrace requires considerable time. Last night, they must have started with drinking, and later, I distinctly heard them engaging in dual cultivation. By the time they finished, it was already quite late, leaving just enough time for one embrace. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu couldn't help but smile mischievously, asking Sister, you could hear them dual cultivating? Lucia felt a bit embarrassed, having merely shared her conjecture, but now she found herself blushing at Lu Qingyu's question. She awkwardly chuckled. Given how close we are, the soundproofing isn't great. If you listen carefully, you can catch some sounds. Lu Qing, you could not resist teasing further. So, you even know when they finished? It seems you've been eavesdropping quite a bit. Lucia's face turned crimson, and she shot Lu Qingyu a glare, saying, you little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? I was discussing serious matters with you. Please refrain from straying off topic. Lu Qingyu laughed and said, all right then, sister, let us discuss serious matters. When you plan to seek our ancestor for dual cultivation, you must not have. You know, Lu Siya was rendered speechless, giving Lu Qingyu another glare. When I seek our ancestor is of no consequence. My cultivation is already quite substantial. However, if no one approaches our ancestor tonight, this is an opportunity. We reside in the same courtyard, you know? You can observe. And if no one goes to him, then you should approach him tonight. At this point, Lu Qingyu paused before continuing when the time comes. Make sure to inquire about how the third elder managed to achieve such a breakthrough. You might learn something valuable from her. Lu Qingyu felt a bit shy and said, Sister, why do I feel like you are more anxious than I am? Lu Qingyu replied, How can I not be anxious? Today, the third elder killed the fifth elder of the Lihua sect and many elite disciples. What does this signify? It means our sect and the Lihua sect have irreparably severed ties, entering a state of enmity. Soon, the Lihua sect will retaliate, and you should strive to enhance your cultivation for self-protection. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyu responded nonchalantly. What is there to fear? Based on what we know, the sect master is at 7th rank Ling Wang. The first elder is 4th rank Ling Wang. The second elder's rank is unknown, but must also be at Ling Wang level, and the third elder is at 7th rank Ling Wang. Given this, should we truly fear a mere Lihua sect? Continuing, Lu Qingyu added, Moreover, the Lihua sect is still unaware of our situation. When they learn of it and come with their forces, who knows, the 4th and 5th elders might also have broken through to Ling Wang by then. What can they possibly use to contend with us? Lu Qingyu poked Lu Qingyu's forehead, saying, Have you forgotten? Our previous sect master, Ling Shui, died fighting against the Songlang sect. The sect master and several elders were her disciples. Their bond is extraordinarily strong. Would they not seek vengeance for their master? Listening to this, Lu Qingyu nodded in agreement. You're right. It won't be long before our sect seeks to attack the Songlang sect. However, the Songlang sect doesn't seem particularly formidable, not much stronger than the Lihua sect. Importantly, during this conflict between Songyu sect and Hanling sect, the disciples of Songlang sect suffered significant losses. Thus, annihilating the Songlang sect shouldn't be overly challenging. Liu Si, yes, indeed. It shouldn't be too difficult. However, if we destroy the Songlang sect, their backing, the Songyu sect, may very well intervene. At that point, whether the Hanling sect will assist us is uncertain, especially since we've only recently allied with them. Our relationship is merely average aside from submitting some cultivation resources annually. Lu Qingyu nodded in agreement. Yes, sister, you're absolutely right. Although the sect master and the elders are strong and we might win, our disciples would likely suffer considerable losses. If we engage in multiple battles consecutively, the losses among our disciples would be even greater. Thus, we must hasten to elevate our cultivation, and if we can enhance it further, we should strive to do so. In Chapter 105, I will buy it for you now. As night fell, Lu Qingyu stealthily peered through the crack of her room window, attentively observing the courtyard's activity. If no other beautiful elders approached Chu Fan tonight, it would present an opportunity for her. With this thought, Lu Qingyu felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. She was thrilled at the prospect of embracing and cultivating with that man, significantly enhancing her cultivation. Yet, she was anxious about whether she should also offer herself to the ancestor. In recent days, she has come to a profound realization. In this world, lacking sufficient strength may lead to a fate as tragic as that of the female disciples previously sent to the Lihua sect. Even in death, their demise would be akin to that of a mere dog. Moreover, even the sect master, the grand elder, and the third elder willingly choose to become the women of the ancestor, to be his companions in the path of cultivation. As a disciple of lowly cultivation, what is there for her to ponder? Particularly, the third elder, Bairuyan, achieved remarkable breakthroughs in just one night. Lu Qingyu mentioned that Bairuyan engaged in dual cultivation with Chu Fan last night, leading her to suspect that perhaps this was the reason for Bairuyan's astonishing advancement. At this rate, should Bairuyan continue with such fervor, achieving the realm of Spirit Emperor would be a foregone conclusion. Lu Qingyu, currently only a 4th-rank Spirit Master, sees her sister Lu Qingyu having already ascended to a 1st-rank Spirit Venerable. If she employs her sister's method of dual cultivation, it would be no trouble for her to advance to a 2nd or 3rd-rank Spirit Venerable. However, Lu Qingyu aspires to maximize her potential, hoping to leap to a 7th or 8th-rank Spirit Venerable, bringing her closer to the formidable realm of Spirit King. Once she attains the Spirit King realm, she will be recognized as a true powerhouse, for many lesser sects have leaders who have not reached such heights. In this realm, countless individuals set their lifelong ambitions on breaking into the Spirit King level, setting aside the goal of becoming a Spirit King, even reaching the 7th rank Spirit Venerable. Paired with the combat gear bestowed by Chu Fan, would enable her to easily slay elite disciples of the Liaohui sect during their confrontation. The more adversaries she vanquishes, the greater the satisfaction she and Lu Xiyu would feel, especially given their deep-seated grudge against the Liaohui sect. The downfall of the Liaohui sect would signify true vengeance for their parents and kin, and they have long awaited this battle, eager to eliminate those from the sect. Indeed, Lu Qingyue is willing to sacrifice her first experience if it means enhancing her cultivation. Beyond seeking revenge, the primary reason lies in the exceptional kindness Chu Fan has shown to both sisters. Such care is unprecedented for them, and Chu Fan seems to grow increasingly handsome, exuding an aura of authority that captivates her. Yet, she has been reluctant to acknowledge these feelings until now. Were it not for the ancestor's words, where would she and her sister be today? Ancestor, regardless of your feelings towards me, Lu Qingyue harbors affection and admiration for you. Even if you take me without responsibility, I would not mind. After contemplating, Lu Qingyue couldn't help but speak to herself. She nodded, assuring herself that she would articulate her thoughts clearly when the moment arrived. As she approached the esteemed ancestor, her heart raced with anticipation. Time passed slowly, and as evening approached without any sign of a visitor, she mustered her courage to open her door, swiftly making her way to Chu Fan's door, gently knocking. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Xiyu was secretly observing everything from the crack of her room's door. Seeing her sister finally take action, Lu Xiyu felt relieved, recognizing that Lu Qingyue had resolved to enhance her cultivation. Having previously achieved a breakthrough from 2nd-rank Spirit Master to 1st-rank Spirit Venerable, Lu Xiyu pondered whether it was hopeful for Lu Qingyue, a 4th-rank Spirit Master, to advance to 2nd-rank Spirit Venerable. A smile crept onto her face as she watched Lu Qingyue enter, closing her door before lying on her bed, a smile gracing her lips. As her sister, Lu Xiyu naturally wished for Lu Qingyue to surpass all expectations in her cultivation. Ancestor, I have come to seek your guidance for my cultivation. Upon entering the room, Lu Qingyue, who had initially resolved to be brave, felt her nerves rise at the thought of the esteemed ancestor, whose cultivation level was undoubtedly high. Grasping her skirt, her voice trembled slightly. Chu Fan, gazing at the tender beauty before him, felt an overwhelming urge to cherish her. He smiled gently. I know. Your sister has informed me. After a brief pause, he continued, however, I did not anticipate your visit tonight, so I have not prepared any wine to ease your nerves. I hope it will not trouble you. Lu Qingyue, taken aback, exclaimed, Ancestor, you are too polite. If you desire wine, I can fetch some for you right away. She began to move towards the door. Wait, Qingyue, Chu Fan called, stopping her. It is late, and this dual cultivation requires minimal clothing. I feared you might become overly anxious. For a girl, your modesty is of utmost importance, which is why I thought a drink might help. Whether I partake is inconsequential. Lu Qingyue's heart warmed at his consideration. Chu Fan then said, well, since you are prepared, you may undress and come to bed. It is getting late. Observing her figure, he found himself impatiently eager. This technique not only facilitated dual cultivation, but also enhanced mutual affection. Chu Fan was confident that Lu Qingyue harbored some fondness for him, and after such intimate practice, it was only natural for her to develop deeper feelings. Though tempted to act impulsively, he reminded himself that good things take time, and he must maintain the image of the ancestor to avoid being perceived as a lecher. Ancestor, not so fast. I wish to know if the 3rd elder only needed one night with you to leap from 9th rank Spirit Venerable to 7th rank Spirit King? Lu Qingyue inquired with curiosity. Why does the Grand Elder not exhibit such impressive results? After contemplating, Chu Fan replied candidly. The 3rd elder, Bai Ruyan, was entirely unclothed during our dual cultivation last night. Thus, the less clothing, the better the results. Naturally, her choice greatly enhanced her progress. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue's face flushed, but her determination solidified as she contemplated her purpose for being there. Is that truly the only factor? Is anything else special about it? She pressed further, frowning slightly. Ding! The system detected that Lu Qingyue possesses a rare, special physique, the Yin concealment body, which is suitable for dual cultivation. He host. I did not expect this young lady to also possess a special constitution. At that moment, a system notification echoed in Chu Fan's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. What is happening? Lu Qingwei also possesses a special physique? It must be difficult to detect, which is likely why the system has only just recognized it. However, considering that Lu Xiyu and Lu Qingyue are sisters, and given Lu Qingyue's superior cultivation talent compared to Lu Xiyu, it was reasonable to conclude that she too possessed a remarkable constitution. Indeed, the system chimed in again. This special physique is exceedingly rare and quite obscure. If it weren't for this system's capabilities, it would have gone undetected. The system's voice carried a hint of lewdness. Host, you are quite fortunate. Chu Fan couldn't help but scoff inwardly. Since you say so, why not assign me a task? Unexpectedly, the system responded, I apologize, but triggering system tasks is random. If no task is triggered, it is simply a matter of your bad luck. Master, what are you thinking? Lu Qingwei asked when she noticed Chu Fan lost in thought. Her expression tinged with embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyue's eyes clearly reflected a hint of disappointment. She turned to Chu Fan and said, It seems I cannot improve much. Can I? However, I am quite satisfied if you can help me enhance my cultivation. So, shall we begin? After speaking, Lu Qingwei revealed a serene smile and prepared to remove her garments before Chu Fan. To her surprise, he chuckled and said, Qingwei, you can simply call me Fango from now on. After all, you're the first beautiful woman I encountered upon leaving seclusion. Your pure and enchanting presence captivates the heart. Additionally, I must tell you that you possess a special physique, though you may not be aware of it. You are indeed a rare, spirit body. Really? Lu Qingyue's heart leaped with joy, and she felt a sweetness in her heart. Chu Fan's previous words indicated that he indeed held feelings for her. This realization made her even less regretful about surrendering herself to him. Seeing Chu Fan nod, Lu Qingwei bit her red lip and confessed, Fango, I have discovered that I am increasingly fond of you. Your image fills my mind these days. It matters not whether you reciprocate my feelings. Even if it is merely to repay a debt of gratitude, I should offer myself to you. At this point, Lu Qingwei lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. However, I am of lowly status, and I hope you will not disdain me. Hearing this, Chu Fan felt a surge of joy in his heart. He never expected Lu Qingwei would be willing to go to such lengths for the sake of enhancing her cultivation. Moreover, the fact that she harbored feelings for him made this an opportunity he could not overlook. With a gentle smile, Chu Fan stepped forward and embraced Lu Qingyue's waist, saying, Qingwei, in truth, SY has already informed me of your affections for me. I also have feelings for you. Will you be my cultivation partner? Rest assured, I will treat you well in the future. And do not speak of your lowly status. SY has shared your circumstances with me. You can trust that I, Chu Fan, will be your protector, ensuring that you and SY are not bullied by others. Lu Qingwei felt a warmth spread through her heart and looked up at Chu Fan, asking Fango, Is what you say true? Are you truly willing to have me by your side? Will you not mind my cultivation level? I worry that my low cultivation may become a burden to you. Chu Fan chuckled. Rest assured, once you become my woman, your cultivation will surely improve. I believe that with your unique physique, if we cultivate together tonight and embrace, your breakthrough will be significant. Lu Qingwei, feeling shy, nodded and replied, All right, as long as Fango does not abandon me, I am willing to serve you, even if you do not make my status known. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt an even greater warmth in his heart. He kissed Lu Qingyue's soft lips and assured her, Do not worry. When the time is right, I will reveal your situation along with SY and RYNs, as well as my own identity. However, the current circumstances are not yet suitable. Lu Qingwei gazed at Chu Fan, her heart racing. Even if the master did not harbor feelings for her, she had already decided to surrender herself tonight. Now that she knew he had feelings for her, it was a delightful surprise. Shall we begin with that, or should we embrace and cultivate first? Lu Qingwei murmured, her voice barely audible. Seeing Lu Qingyue's bashful demeanor, Chu Fan could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, I think it will be better to start with that. With that, he leaned in to kiss Lu Qingyue again. Just as their kisses deepened and the atmosphere grew heated, a gentle knocking sounded at the door. Chu Zhisher, are you there? Both Chu Fan and Lu Qingwei jumped in shock and hurriedly pulled apart. What should we do? Lu Qingwei asked in a flustered panic. The voice from the door sounded somewhat familiar, but she could not recall who it was at the moment. Chu Fan glanced around and pointed toward the small bathing area behind him, indicating that she should hide there for the time being. Once Lu Qingwei had retreated, he reluctantly opened the door. He recognized the voice belonged to Ma Xiaodai, but was perplexed as to why she would come looking for him at such an hour. "Xiaodai, what brings you here?" Chu Fan asked, forcing a smile as he opened the door. Ma Xiaodai entered without hesitation, revealing a variety of dishes and some wine, which she placed on the table. She then smiled at Chu Fan and said, "Chu Ji, sure. These are your favorite dishes and wine. I wanted to have a chat with you." Faced with such a beautiful girl, Chu Fan felt it impolite to turn her away immediately, especially with the food and drink she had brought. Considering their previous encounter, where he had pretended to be her cultivation partner, their relationship had a certain ambiguity to it. However, he was unsure of her intentions for visiting at this time. After closing the door, he sat down and asked, "Miss Xiaodai, what is it you wish to discuss?" Ma Xiaodai bit her lip, her face flushing as she playfully glared at Chu Fan. Are you not supposed to take responsibility for me?" Responsibility? Chu Fan felt a bit embarrassed. This beauty had never seemed the type to be frivolous. The prospect of her asking for responsibility was unexpected, leaving him to wonder if she was now leaning on him. Ma Xiaodai continued, "After the incident with Cheng Hui, many disciples believe we are cultivation partners, and rumors are rampant that we must have been together for some time. My reputation is nearly tarnished. Shouldn't you take responsibility?" Ma Xiaodai was not foolish. She understood the significance of her position within the sect and the implications of her association with Chu Fan. The elders and leaders, all of notable cultivation levels, had taken an interest in him, particularly after he showcased such extraordinary capabilities. She saw in him a mysterious potential that could help her advance her own cultivation significantly. Taking into account her beauty and talent, Chu Fan smiled and replied, "With you saying that, I suppose I ought to take responsibility. Fangge is indeed a rogue." She mused, but given Ma Xiaodai's beauty, talent, and high cultivation level, it was only natural for Chu Fan to feel drawn to her. Regardless of whether Fangge harbors feelings for Ma Xiaodai, or whether the elders favor him. As long as Fangge loves me and wishes for me to be his woman, I, Lu Qingyu, shall be content. Concealed in a small room, Lu Qingyu listened to their conversation, unable to suppress her musings. The image of them kissing, with Chu Fan about to undress her before being interrupted, brought a smile to her face. The sweetness of that moment lingered in her mind. She never imagined she would find herself hiding away, feeling akin to a thief. Chu Fan glanced at Ma Xiaodai and chuckled. "So, how do you wish for me to take responsibility?" Ma Xiaodai grinned and replied, "Hee, let me be your immortal partner. You must have noticed, among the female disciples, few can rival my looks. Since we are in this situation, what was once an act must now become reality." After saying this, a hint of worry crossed her mind, prompting her to add, "Chuji, sure, I'm quite young, and you are considerably older. You wouldn't look down on me, would you? I've pondered this decision for a long time. You wouldn't refuse me, right?" Seeing her flustered demeanor, Chu Fan found it amusing. "All right, I accept your proposal. Since we are now immortal partners, why don't I steal a kiss first, just to affirm our relationship? Can we take our time with that?" Ma Xiaodai panicked at the thought of another kiss. It seemed men were indeed quite lustful. However, she felt it was all happening too fast. "How about we wait a few days?" she awkwardly suggested. "Though we are immortal partners, our feelings haven't reached that stage yet. We still need to cultivate our emotions." Chu Fan looked at her, puzzled. "Isn't a kiss part of cultivating feelings?" Ma Xiaodai rolled her beautiful eyes at him, her cheeks flushed. "You are simply lecherous." Flustered, she hurriedly declared, "All right, it's settled. Enjoy your food and drink at your leisure. I shall take my leave. Henceforth, we are immortal partners. I will come find you when I have the time." With that, she blushed deeply and swiftly opened the door, darting out as if fearing that lingering any longer would result in a kiss from Chu Fan. Chu Fan chuckled and waved his hand to close the door. "This little girl is rather amusing. In the dead of night, I suddenly find myself with two immortal partners." He laughed, reflecting on his charm. Indeed, strong and handsome individuals in this world do not lack for women. Just then, Lu Qingyu emerged from the inner room, smiling. "Fanye, congratulations. It appears that Xiaodai has truly fallen for you. We all know several talented disciples pursued her, but she never accepted any. Today, she took the initiative to express her feelings and even brought you fine wine and delicacies. It must have taken her considerable courage." Chu Fan smiled gently. "Indeed, I agreed to her proposal. That girl is quite interesting. He poured Lu Qingyu a glass of wine and suggested, "Shall we have a drink together?" Lu Qingyu approached with a smile. "I would be honored to drink with you, Fan Ge. After all, it's my first time drinking with you." They shared several cups of wine and indulged in some food. Once they had sufficiently enjoyed themselves, Chu Fan beckoned Lu Qingyu to sit before him, pulling her onto his lap. Lu Qingyu felt a rush of shyness, realizing that they were about to embark on something intimate. After tonight, she would truly become Chu Fan's woman. The thought made her heart race with nervous anticipation. Observing her bashfulness, Chu Fan lifted her chin and pressed his lips to hers. Lu Qingyu placed her hands on his shoulders and kissed him back. This time they were undisturbed. After a tender moment, Chu Fan lifted Lu Qingyu and carried her to the bed. Soon, the atmosphere in the room turned exceedingly intimate. Chapter 108. One Pin Ling Zun. Lu Qingyu never anticipated that Chu Fan would be so vigorous, leaving her utterly exhausted. At last, she lay there, too fatigued to move, while Chu Fan contentedly embraced her from behind, using his powers to help her enhance her cultivation. The next morning, Lu Qingyu hurriedly donned her clothes, feeling a flush of embarrassment as memories of the previous night flooded her mind. "Fan Ge, you are now my man. I will heed your every command," she said, looking at Chu Fan with unwavering obedience. Chu Fan smiled warmly. "Little girl, your words bring me great comfort." He then reminded her, "So, how do you feel about the significant boost in your cultivation?" Significant boost? Lu Qingyu was taken aback and quickly checked her cultivation level. Moments later, she was astonished. "Oh my, how did I advance so much? I've broken through to the 8-pin Ling Zun level. I was only a 4-pin Ling Shi before. This is an enormous leap." Chu Fan smiled slightly. "It's because you possess a special physique, maximizing your potential. Embracing me while unadorned, combined with the benefits of dual cultivation, naturally accelerated your progress." Lu Qingyu's heart soared with excitement. "This is incredible. My power has surged immensely, and my spiritual energy feels far more robust than before. Given this trajectory, breaking through to Ling Zun should be entirely feasible, perhaps even surpassing my sister's advancements." Chu Fan replied with a gentle smile. "She also has a special physique suitable for dual cultivation. After just 3 embraces with me, she has already reaped benefits. Should she engage in dual cultivation with me later, her cultivation will surely increase significantly." Lu Qingyu nodded in agreement, clenching her fists. "Fan Ge, I think I should refrain from visiting you for the next few days to acclimate to my newfound strength. Additionally, I suspect Elder 4 and Elder 5 will soon seek you out to enhance their cultivation. I can wait until you are free to see you again." Chu Fan nodded. "That's fine. If I have time, I can come to your room since we are so close." He had already risen from the bed, holding Lu Qingyu close. "What is wrong with that? Even if others find out, it matters little. You are now my Chu Fan's woman." Lu Qingyu blushed fiercely. "It just feels a bit premature. We can wait until you think the time is right to disclose it." Chu Fan laughed, then presented her with a sword. "Qingyu, I gift you this low-grade sacred treasure. After all, you are now my woman, and it would weigh on my conscience not to give you something precious." "This is a sacred treasure?" Lu Qingyu gazed at the precious sword before her voice trembling with excitement. "Fan Ge, this is far too valuable. Such a treasure should be kept by you, or perhaps saved for the 4th elder and the others. I feel that even a formidable being with the cultivation of a first-class spiritual emperor would find it somewhat unsafe, as it could easily attract the attention of powerful adversaries. My own cultivation is too low. Possessing it only makes me feel unsettled." Chu Fan smiled gently and replied, "You should hold on to it for now. While your cultivation is low, do not use it openly. Consider it your secret weapon." He paused for a moment before continuing. "As for the 4th and 5th elders, I have prepared something for them as well." "You have prepared for them too? My heavens, how could you possibly acquire so many treasures?" Lu Qingyu exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. "Our sect's ancestor is truly remarkable. You are indeed a master among masters to possess such an abundance of treasures." Chu Fan chuckled softly. "Take it. Your sister already possesses a lower-grade sacred treasure, so this sword is yours to keep." Lu Qingyu nodded slightly, promptly storing the sword away. With heartfelt gratitude, she looked at Chu Fan and said, "Fan Ge, you are the only one in this world who has treated me and Sia with such kindness. We have no family left, and from this moment on, my life belongs to you. I will do whatever you ask of me." As she spoke, tears of gratitude streamed down her cheeks. The fact that Chu Fan bestowed such a treasure upon her made her heart swell with the realization that she had found a man worthy of her trust. Chu Fan gently wiped away her tears, smiling as he said, "Indeed, you two sisters are alike." When Sia received her sacred treasure, she too cried tears of joy. "However, I hope that from now on, I only see smiles on your faces." Lu Qingyue dried her tears and mustered a smile. "Yes, mainly because no one has ever treated us so well. We used to live in constant caution, but since you appeared, we have felt cared for." Chu Fan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, I will protect you and will not allow any harm to befall you. But you mentioned earlier that you would do whatever I say, correct?" Without hesitation, Lu Qingyue nodded. "Of course. Lu Qingyue, keep my promises." Chu Fan smirked mischievously. "Then shall we indulge in that once more?" Lu Qingyue was taken aback, her heart racing at the thought of Chu Fan's fervor from the previous night, feeling a mix of nervousness and fear. "So early in the morning, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Lu Qingyue blushed deeply. "I'm afraid someone might come looking for you." "That seems unlikely. If they do, let them wait outside." Chu Fan chuckled, pulling Lu Qingyue close for another kiss. Blushing, Lu Qingyue was incredibly nervous but did not refuse, obediently following Chu Fan's lead. As time passed, when noon arrived, Lu Qingyue emerged with a flushed face, feeling shy as she recalled the earlier events. "Hey, Qingyue, your cultivation has reached first-class spiritual sovereign." Chu Fan quickly noticed the change and exclaimed, "That can't be possible." Lu Qingyue responded, bewildered. "We merely embraced. It wasn't even our first time. Could it be that the second time has such an effect?"